Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, listen to a word from our sponsor. The City of the Dead. There are 10,000 citizens in the City of the Dead, each with a white marble slab indicating each residence. The gates of the City of the Dead have long been closed to newcomers. It is a city whose population has remained unchanged for the last 10 years. And the mayor of this city is Joshua Friday. Some call him caretaker of the old cemetery in the valley. But anyone who knows Joshua Friday at all calls him mayor. He is the only living person in the City of the Dead. That is, unless you care to include Lammy Fink, a slow-witted fellow who does kitchen police duty and a little gardening in the city during the day and retires beyond its precincts at night. The City of the Dead lies in a tiny valley 25 miles from the suburb of a great city. It is off the main highway and completely isolated from the world. But now it's 9 o'clock on a moonlit, windy night in October.
Come on, get out of that car. You heard me.
What do you want?
You want me to plug you?
Oh, Jimmy, do what he says.
You too, girl. Get out.
You let go of me.
You let that girl alone.
And get out of the car. Both of you. Yeah. Now start walking. No, the other way.
But that's toward the graveyard.
You heard me. And don't look back or they'll pick up your bodies in the morgue wagon in the morning. Now get moving.
Jimmy, what's happening to us?
Keep walking. Don't look around.
They've stolen your machine.
I know it, Phyllis. I couldn't tackle two armed men.
Well, of course you couldn't.
Shouldn't have parked way out here in the country.
But it was nice. It was so still in the moonlight. Who do you suppose they were?
Probably car thieves. They didn't touch us.
Jimmy. Listen.
Church bell.
Oh, but there aren't any churches around here.
Oh, sure there is. That little old church down at the other end of the valley.
Oh, but that's all falling to pieces. It hasn't been used for years.
That's right. Funny, isn't it?
Jimmy, I'm scared. Do we have to go on?
Oh, look, Phyllis. There's a light ahead of us. You know what it is?
No. Oh, Jimmy, what's that?
Quick, get off the road. Behind those bushes. Get down.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, what was that? What was... Shh. Oh, I wish we were home.
Don't talk so loud, Phyllis. That fellow acted as though he were being chased.
Chased?
Listen. Don't hear anything, do you?
No.
I mean, come on. Keep on the grass.
Well, where are we going?
You saw that light. I just remembered that the caretaker of the City of the Dead lives around here somewhere. That must be his place.
Oh, I don't like that name.
What? City of the Dead?
Yes. Graveyard's bad enough.
Well, anyway, we'll get him to let us use his phone and call the police and have a car sent out for us. Oh, there, you can see the outline of the house among the trees. See it?
Uh-huh. Looks awfully lonesome, doesn't it?
Mm.
Look. What are those?
We're inside the City of the Dead. Those are the tombstones glistening in the moonlight.
I don't like it, Jimmy.
Oh, here's the door.
Oh, Jimmy, don't leave me.
I'm right here in the shadow.
He doesn't answer.
It's funny.
What do you want?
Oh,
Hey!
no.
Hey, where did you come from?
What do you want?
Are you the caretaker?
Supposing I am.
Oh, what made you sneak up on us from behind?
That you making that crazy noise?
What noise? Oh, you mean the man crying?
Oh, so 'twas you.
Oh, no, it wasn't. He passed us down the road. He was scared.
What are you doing here?
Why, our car was stolen from us.
Oh, stolen? Hi, Doc. Open the door.
Yes, two men held us up. We want to phone to the city for help.
Do you hear, Doc?
They're coming, Mayor. Oh, here you are. Well, what have you there, Mayor?
Go on in, you two.
Yes, sir.
Lock up again, will you, Doc?
Sure. Were they the ones kicking up the rumpus?
Tell a queer story. Here, you two, sit down. Said the car was stolen, Doc. Who stole it?
Well, I don't know. Just two gunmen.
Yeah.
Here, Mayor, you better let me do the questioning. We'll get further.
Go ahead.
What's your name, son?
James Parker, sir, and this is Miss Phyllis Carroll.
How do you do, Miss Carroll? Now, Mr. Parker, as I understand, you and Miss Carroll were out riding this evening.
Uh-huh. We were parked down the road near your house.
Parked? What for?
No, Mayor.
Well, it looks suspicious to me, Doc. With all these other goings on.
No, you just don't understand the modern young folk, Mayor. You'd better let me do the talking. Now then, you were parked on the edge of the road, I take it.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
Well, two men suddenly appeared, one on each side of the car, and told us to put up our hands and get out of the car.
They were armed, you say?
Yeah, both of them. When we got out, they told us to keep walking in the direction of the graveyard.
What's that?
Oh, son, don't ever say that word again in front of the Mayor Friday. This is the city of the dead.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, now, go on.
Well, just as we saw the light in the caretaker's...
Mayor, son. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Just as we saw the light in the mayor's house, we heard someone coming down the road as hard as he could run. He was scared.
Hysterical, huh?
Yes, sir, he was. Crying and sobbing.
Oh, Jimmy, you forgot about the bell.
Bell?
Yes, the church bell. It seemed to come from down at the other end of the city of the dead.
I guess it was from the old church down there.
You hear that, Mayor?
There ain't been no bell in them ruins for 10 years, Doc.
No bell? But we heard it.
But I tell you
Never
that...
mind, Mayor. Now then, son, what happened after that?
Well, after the man ran by, we waited a few moments, and we came to the door and knocked. That's all.
Oh, I see. What do you make of it, Mayor?
Don't like it. Think they're lying.
But we're not. Listen, let me call up the police.
Police?
The police? Listen, I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and what I say goes.
Yes, sir.
And I ain't never had any police in this city, and I ain't never gonna have.
And besides, there isn't any telephone here.
But I saw a telephone wire.
Son, you heard me say there was no telephone here.
Oh, but I've got to let my mother know.
I'm sorry, Miss Carroll. It seems to be fate.
But what are we going to do? No one ever comes by this way.
Well, Mayor Friday will put you up for the night, I think. He has a couple of extra rooms, eh, Mayor?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Oh, but I've got to get home tonight.
Now, Miss Carroll, you better just take it all as an adventure and make the best of it. Isn't that right, son?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe if we started to walk back, we could pick up a ride when we hit the main highway.
No. We couldn't think of letting you do that. You simply must accept Mayor Friday's hospitality. Now, I'll tell you what. While the mayor is fixing up your rooms, I'll brew us a cup of coffee.
But I don't want any coffee.
Oh, tut. Of course you do. Yeah, there's still a fire in the kitchen stove. And the kettle's almost to a boil. We'll have coffee in a jiffy.
But I want to go home.
Don't say any more, Phyllis.
Jimmy, what does it mean?
I don't know. Something's up. I don't get it, but we better play up to him. Pretend like you thought nothing was the matter.
Well, are we prisoners?
Looks like it. Now, don't worry, though. I can take on these two old duffers if I have to.
Well, but who is this doc person?
Oh, here he comes.
Now then, coffee's all ready. There you are, Miss Carroll.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there you are, Mr. Parker.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And here's some buns. They're better if they're hot, but they'll do for this sort of a snack.
Oh, no, thank you. I'll just have coffee.
Sir, I thought that Mr. Mayor Friday lived here alone.
You wonder who I am, eh? Well, I'm what your city doctors would call an old codger, I'm afraid. Just an old country doctor. Doc Tuner is what they call me.
But I wouldn't think they'd need a physician in the city of the dead.
Oh, no. The city of the dead isn't my seat of practice. That is, I should say it wasn't my seat of practice. You see, son, I'm retired now. All my patients are dead.
Dead?
All of them?
Well, it's this way, young folks. I was a family doctor and had my little practice and was like a member of each family that I doctored. I knew all the little troubles and every pain of each of my patients. Never seemed to hanker to add new patients to my clientele, especially as I grew older. More coffee, Miss Carroll?
It does taste good.
Well, as time went on, I found myself laying more and more of my patients to rest in the city of the dead.
But there hasn't been anyone buried in the city of the dead for the last 10 years.
Well, this was years ago, son. Well, finally, about 10 years ago, I discovered that all the families I'd doctored were either dead or had moved away. As I hadn't added any new patients, I was a doctor without a practice.
But couldn't you have got more?
Oh, suppose I could, but I never made a practice of it, so I didn't hanker to begin trying at my age. I was getting well along, and besides, I had enough to live on.
Oh, I see.
Which means that you don't see it all. Well, son, as I said, I lost the last of my patients about the time they closed the City of the Dead as a burying place and opened up a newfangled cemetery over on the other side of the city. My last patient just slipped in under the bars, you might say. Last person to be buried here.
All your patients are buried in this great, the City of the Dead?
Every one of them. So you can see the City of the Dead has a very soft place in my heart. I often come down here and stay a spell with the mayor. It's kind of like being with old friends. Going down there among those little white headstones brings back all the old days to me.
And you just happen to be here on a visit tonight?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, here comes the mayor.
Well, your room's is ready.
Yeah, that's good. I suppose, Miss Carroll, you'd better take the first room. Mr. Parker, you take the one right next to it. That right, Mayor?
Don't make no difference.
Yeah, good night. I hope you both sleep well. I'll call you for breakfast.
Good night, Dr. Tuner. And you too, Mr. Mayor Friday.
Good night, son. And you, Miss Carroll.
Yes. Good night.
Night, Phil. Remember, I'm right next door.
Night, Jim.
And now you, son.
Yeah. Hi. Hi out there. Hey, what do you mean by locking the door? Oh, Phyllis! Phyllis!
Jimmy, is that you?
Yes, Phyllis, they've locked me in and the window's barred.
Out of the night come two youngsters. Into the web of intrigue woven by two strange old characters they fall. Prisoners of Doc Tuner and Mayor Friday. Just who are? But before we go into that, a word from our sponsor. Having locked Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll in adjoining bedrooms in the caretaker's cottage, old Doc Tuner and Mayor Friday are out among the gravestones investigating.
Well, look here, Mayor. We won't be able to find anything down here among the graves this time of night.
Yeah, moon's good. Anyway, I know every stick and stone in the City of the Dead. I'll know if anybody's been prowling around.
But morning will do just as well.
No, it won't. I'm going to look, and if I catch anybody prowling around, well, I got my gun.
But if the men got away, as those youngsters said...
Supposing they ain't telling the truth. All that nonsense about hearing a church bell.
Well, the girl was telling the truth, Mayor. I know the truth when I hear it.
Dang funny. Ain't no church bells within 20 miles of here. I tell you, Doc, I'm just going to raise old Ned if I catch anybody bothering any of my citizens. They come to the City of the Dead to rest, and I'm going to see that they get it.
No, of course, Mayor, but what gets me is why anyone should want to rob a 10-year-old grave and let... By Jove, Mayor.
Huh?
Well, never mind now. This is going to take some thinking over. I'll tell you when we get back to the house. Look yonder at the wisp of fog among the stones.
Yeah, them's the first bits of fog sweeping down the valley. Another couple of hours and the whole city will be so thick you can cut yourself a hunk.
Strange how I love this old place. Those wisps of fog remind me of rays, nice friendly phantoms.
Reckon you have the same feel about this place as me. Oh, listen.
There's your church bell.
But there ain't any bell, I tell you. I seen them take it out of the tower 10 years back when they quit using it.
Yeah, maybe your ears are deceiving you, but personally, I hear church bells.
Yeah, gives the fella the creeps, don't it?
Yeah, it seems to me there are altogether too many mysterious things happening in the City of the Dead, if you get what I mean.
I don't.
Well, for a city of quiet, decent folk that are supposed to be at their last resting place, there's a beastly lot of nocturnal activity.
Listen. Bell stopped.
Say, I got a thought, Mayor.
Yeah?
Why don't you put old Lammy Fink to keep a lookout at night? If he saw a prowler...
If he saw a prowler, he'd have a fit. Lammy Fink. That addle-brain wouldn't stay in the City of the Dead after dark for anything on earth.
Well, to be honest about it, Mayor, it looks to me like the kids are telling the truth. In the morning, we'd better feed them and send them on their way.
And have them go home and tell a long rigmarole about auto bandits and hysterical men and phantom church bells and us locking them up for the night?
Well, you can't keep them locked up indefinitely. Better turn them loose before any more harm's done.
Mighty funny they should show up right at this time. Looks queer to me. Somebody's been monkeying around in the City of the Dead for the last week. Then we up and catch a couple. Don't seem natural to me that they should be innocent.
Well, then I lied to him about the telephone. That's something else for him to talk about.
Guy's sakes, Doc. If they went to the police with all that, the city of the dead would be run over with police and thrill hunters for weeks. I ain't gonna have it. What's this? Look here.
Man's cap.
Yes, it's a cap, all right.
Recognize it?
Yes.
You don't say, Mayor.
Yes. Belongs to Lammy Fink.
Don't tell much. Might have left it here yesterday while he was working.
No, he didn't. I was by this way after he left last night. Wasn't here then. And anyway, he was working down at the other end of the city. And again, I seen him when he left after work, and he had it on his head then.
Well, those are three pretty definite reasons to make us believe that Lammy Fink isn't so afraid of the city of the dead after dark as you thought. Likewise, it rather indicates that Lammy was down here tonight.
I know Lammy. He wasn't down here. Not if he could help it, he wasn't.
You're a stubborn fellow, Mayor. You deny their church bells even when you hear them. Now you intimate that a man's cap has arrived on the scene without reason or assistance.
Well, things ain't like they should be, Doc. Something's the matter. Somebody's desecrating the city of the dead.
Well, the thing to do is to question Lammy tomorrow.
Shh, wait, listen.
The church bell again. Say, I'm beginning to think you're right about investigating that old church. I'll go down with you tomorrow.
I ain't gonna wait till tomorrow. I'm going down there now.
Oh, come now, Mayor. It's getting foggier than the deuce. You won't be able to see anything.
Going anyway. If there's anything there, I'll see it.
Oh, what's the use of chasing phantom church bells this time of night?
Don't come if you don't want to. I'm going.
Well, if you're going, I might as well go, too.
You ain't fidgety at your age, are you, Doc?
Who, me? Blamed old fool. Come on. About it. Can't see a blamed thing.
Got a flashlight, Doc. Always carry one.
Dilapidated old ruin. Should have been torn down long ago.
Come on. I'll lead.
And look out where you step. Every board's full of rottenness. Floor's liable to collapse and let you through.
I ought to know that. Been in here often enough.
Hey, what in tunket's that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing but the rafters creaking. Can't you feel the whole building sway when the wind blows? It's that old.
And the whole shebang's likely to crash down on us.
Don't reckon so. Keep quiet.
What the deuce for? You don't expect to run into anything here, do you? Most folks have better sense than to risk their neck in this kind of a place.
If a bell rung, somebody rung it.
But you said there wasn't any bell.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I was in here is when we buried old man Burton. It's more than 10 years back. You remember old man Burton, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, walked down this very aisle behind his coffin.
Oh, Lordy mighty, Mayor.
Just a screech owl, Doc.
That's the blamedest noise.
Shh, hold it.
I told you we should have waited till morning.
It ain't nothing. Come on.
Where are you going now?
We're gonna climb up this here ladder into the belfry.
No, we're not.
I am.
Like as not, one of the rungs will give way and you'll break your neck.
I'm gonna chance it.
Yeah, then let me go first.
No. This here's my funeral.
Well, be careful there. Listen to those rungs squeak under your weight.
Yeah, they'll hold, I guess. Are you coming?
Yes, of course. Hold that light down here so I can see what I'm doing. All right. Right behind you.
All right, Doc.
You wait for me at the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
If there's anything doing, I might as well be in on it. Yeah.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, except for a bad case of goose pimples.
Now, I'm going to turn on the flashlight. Better crouch down in case there should be anything.
I'm crouched.
Mm-hmm.
Look out! Look out!
Huh? What's the matter?
Didn't you see it?
See what?
Whatever made that noise.
Them was pigeons. Scared the pie out of them.
But I saw a shape, shadows.
Yeah, just a pigeon flying around.
I don't believe it. I saw something big.
Oh. Yeah, where is it then? Couldn't have gone down the ladder. Couldn't have jumped out of the belfry without busting its neck.
Yeah, have your own way. Anyway, there isn't any bell up here.
Exactly like I told you.
So, you see, we had all this monkey business for nothing. You satisfied now?
I heard a bell tonight.
Of course you did. So did I.
Well, where did it come from? Ain't no other buildings around for 20 miles.
Yeah, looks to me like you deepened your mystery rather than solved it.
Yeah. Look. Cobwebs all over the place. Ain't nobody else been up here for years. Anybody could tell that.
Hey, Mayor, let's go back to the house to do our cogitating. I'm not what you'd call comfortable perched up here in this old belfry.
Yeah, reckon we might as well go down.
Yeah. Glad that's over. I'd make a blame poor monkey at my age.
Come along.
Now, where do you think you're going?
Well, as long as I'm here, might as well look over the whole place.
You sure are anxious to break a leg. You feel how springy these floorboards are? Liable to give away any minute.
We'll take a look behind the altar.
Yeah, what's back there?
Well, it used to be the preacher's study. It was never used, though, after the old bell ringer committed suicide in there.
By Jove, Mayor, I'd forgotten about that. Old Sammy Martin hanged himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, locked the study off and never used it after that. Of course I remember now. 15 years ago, if it was a day.
It ain't locked no more, don't reckon.
Look here, Mayor, I'm not so certain I like this.
Like what?
Well, we've got a dead bell ringer.
Yeah?
Now we've got a phantom bell. You think there's any connection?
No. You?
I hope not.
Who ever heard of a doctor being scared of ghosts?
I don't recollect saying anything about being frightened. I'm just putting two and two together.
Mayor! Where are you? Where's the light? Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. Just broke through the floor and...
Hurt? Have you got the light?
No, just skin my shin blast this rotten place.
But the light...
Yes, here it is. I hung on to it.
My soul, what was that?
Come from the study, didn't it?
Yes, sounded so.
Oh, it's only the rafters. Here, help me pull my leg out of this danged hole.
Wait a minute until I turn on the light.
No, leave it off. We'll sneak up on the study.
What do you mean, sneak up?
Here, give me your hand.
There you are. Now, look here, Mayor. I've had enough for one night.
I'm gonna see what made that noise.
No fat chance of sneaking up on anything after the crash you made when you fell.
We'll sneak up to the door and throw it open.
Yeah, and get shot for our trouble.
No, we won't. Be lying flat on the floor.
Yeah.
Yes. Then we'll wriggle into the room.
Now, listen, I'm no snake.
Then we'll wait until we hear a noise.
You're crazy, Mayor.
Yes, maybe so. Anyway, as soon as we hear a noise, we'll flash on the light and nab whoever's there.
Just as easy as that.
Come on now. Don't make a sound. Here's the door. Lie down flat.
Right in front of the door?
Yes. It swings in. I'm right alongside you.
Who's going to open the door?
I am. I've unlatched it. All I got to do is give it a push.
Well, push.
What? Ow! Huh? Oh, great jumping Caesar. What was that, Doc?
Oh, I don't know, but whatever it was, it ran the full length of me.
Stepped on you?
Stepped on me and dang near ground me into the floor. Stepped smack on my head.
Are you hurt?
Well, I don't feel any too good.
Can you walk?
Oh, of course.
Well, our ghost seems to have gotten away. Turn on the light. Let's get into the room and look around.
Yeah, I could do with some light. There. Mayor, I haven't told you the worst yet.
Huh? The worst?
Yes, the worst. Mayor, whoever it was that ran over me didn't have shoes on. Look where his nails scratched my face.
Oh, gosh almighty, Doc. Wasn't it a man?
Well, I tell you, he was barefooted if it was.
Gee, Lucy. It'd take claws to make scratches like that. Here, tie your face up with this handkerchief. It's bleeding.
I hope you're satisfied.
Now, just a minute. I want to look around this study. Give me the flashlight.
No limit to your curiosity.
There it is again. Whatever it is, it's hanging about outside. Look there, Doc. It's a bell rope.
Bell rope?
Yes, see it? That claw-footed man, or whatever it is, has been ringing the bell from in here. Look where it disappears through the ceiling.
It's a new rope.
Mayor, what are you doing?
I'm going to ring that dang bell.
Now, you want to prove to yourself that there is a bell, huh?
And of course there's a bell. I always knew there was.
Well, go ahead. Pull it. My face hurts.
I'll give it a yank that'll pull the whole contraption down.
Well, pull. Pull.
Yeah, here goes.
Mayor! Mayor! He's shot. It wasn't a bell, it was a trap.
You have just heard the opening episode of The City of the Dead, especially written and produced for your sponsor by Carlton E. Morse. What is this clawfoot thing? What is the meaning of the phantom church bell? Why are Jimmy and Phyllis held prisoners? And finally, who shot Mayor Friday? And how and why? The mystery grows deeper and creepier next week with Chapter 2 entitled, I've Dug Up Something Ghastly. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like big adventure, come with me. If you like stealth and intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, our sponsor. The City of the Dead. Midnight in October. A night when almost anything is liable to happen, and much already has. Old Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery no longer in use, had just been mysteriously shot. The shooting took place when Mayor Friday pulled a bell rope in the little church ruins at the lower end of the City of the Dead. Old Dr. Tuner and the mayor had been led to the abandoned ruins in their search for the phantom toll of a church bell. They found no bell, just a bell rope. And when the mayor pulled it,
The flames, and we barely escaped with our lives. The bodies were completely consumed. After this experience, the old mayor, my father, complained of being tired and returned to his cottage inside the gates of the City of the Dead. Dr. Tuner and I went down to the deserted ruins of a church to look for the phantom church bell. In the musty rectory where the bell ringer had hanged himself 10 years before, we found old Clawfoot amusing himself with a human skeleton. But the queer creature with flowing beard and flowing robes got away from us. Returning to the caretaker's cottage, we found my dad upset and Phyllis Carroll with a stab wound in her back just under the shoulder blade. Jimmy Parker had been locked in the room with the girl at the time, but he denied the deed. Then Phyllis regained consciousness and sobbed out, "Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me?" That was at 2 in the afternoon. Now, at 8 in the evening, Dr. Tuner is with his patient.
Dr. Tuner, am I going to die?
I reckon you aren't even going to be very sick, Miss Carroll. Just lost your mind of blood, and the wound won't even leave a scar. Feel much better after a little sleep, don't you?
Oh, I've been asleep.
Well, sure you have. Here, let me fix that pillow. Lie on your left side just a little. That'll ease that sick shoulder of yours. Look mighty pretty in that outfit, Miss Carroll, with firelight playing on you.
Oh, I must look terrible. I've been crying so much, but...
Not a bit of it. You look like a young girl should look.
Oh, Dr. Tuner, what would make Jimmy do a thing like that?
No, you'd better let Captain Friday figure that out. That's his business. By the way, he wants to bring Parker in here as soon as you feel like it.
Oh, no, please. I can't face Jimmy after
Well, I reckon that'll be necessary, Miss Carroll.
Do I have to see him?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid.
Well, all right then.
Good. We'll have him in now and get it over with. Captain Friday and his father have Parker in his room giving him a going over. I'll just call him. Hi there, Captain.
That's you, Doctor?
Miss Carroll's ready to see you next door.
Good. Come on out, fella. Come on, Mayor.
I'd rather not see Phyllis tonight.
You know, what you want hasn't got anything to do with it. Go on in there and sit down.
Okay. Have it your way, then.
No. I want you facing the girl. Sit in that straight chair.
Yeah, if I'd have known there's going to be all this rumpus, I'd have said take him to the city and lock him up from the first.
Never mind, Mayor. We'll get things straightened out for you in the city of the dead. I know the reason why. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
No, I'm not.
I suppose you only regret that you didn't kill Miss Carroll outright, huh?
Oh, Jimmy.
You look here. I didn't stab Phyllis. How many times do I have to tell you?
Miss Carroll says you did.
Well, I didn't.
You said he did, didn't you, Miss Carroll?
Yes.
You see, Parker?
I'd like to hear her tell how I did it.
I haven't any objection to that. Miss Carroll, do you mind?
Oh, how could you, Jimmy? And all the time I thought it was you and me against everyone.
Phyllis, how can you even think?
Never mind, Parker. Tell your story, Miss Carroll.
Well, we were talking.
Tell us what you were talking about.
Well, I wanted to tell you everything we know about all this. I wanted to take a chance that you would help us out of a bad situation. Jimmy said no. He said that we...
Go on.
He said the circumstantial evidence was too strong against us. That we might...
You might what?
We might be found guilty of murder by our own words.
Oh, I see. And you wanted to take a chance and tell anyway.
Yes. I thought if we told everything now, we'd have a better chance than if we waited for you to find out for yourself.
Good deduction, Miss Carroll. Well, then what happened?
Well, we talked, and then I got angry. I turned my back and walked toward the door.
Then, Miss Carroll?
And then Jimmy stabbed me, and I fainted.
No, Phyllis, no, I didn't.
But it must have been you, Jimmy. We were locked in the room alone. It had
Just
to
a
be...
minute. Miss Carroll, is that your only reason for believing Parker stabbed you?
Why, yes.
Did you see a knife in the room previous to the attack?
No.
Did you see Parker walk toward you or know that he was approaching you before the blow was struck?
No.
Did he say anything just before you fainted?
Why, no.
Of course not.
Then all you know is that you were stabbed while locked in the room with Parker, and for that reason you suppose it was he that had done it.
Well, but how could it have been anyone else?
Didn't you ever hear of a knife thrower, Miss Carroll?
You mean somebody threw a knife at me from the window?
Why not? Wouldn't have been the first knife tossed through a window.
Well, then it wasn't, Jimmy. Then you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm so ashamed.
Phil, I didn't do it. Honestly, I didn't.
Why, of course not. I know you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, can you ever forgive me?
Of course, Phil. It's all right. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, I've been such a fool.
Forget it.
But I've been so miserable. Oh, Jimmy, I felt so bad I could die.
It made me sick, Phil, when I found out you thought I'd done it. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, I didn't want to think it, Jimmy, but well, I didn't see any other way out.
All right, now, Parker, come on back to your chair. Your hands aren't clean in this business yet.
Oh, of course he's innocent. It's silly even to think of it anymore.
Silly, huh? Well, then listen to what the mayor has to say on the subject. Go ahead, Dad.
Don't want to be dragged on murder trials.
Come on, Dad. Now, don't get temperamental.
Don't sass me, young fella. Don't care if you are a detective. You was my son first.
Look, Mayor, do you want this business cleaned up or don't you?
Well, I was coming up on the porch after returning from Lammy Fink's cabin, where I left you folks.
Yes?
Heard a scream.
Girl's voice?
Naturally, seeing how it was Miss Carroll.
All right, then what?
Well, I ran into the house and unlocked the door where them two youngsters been locked up.
Yes?
And there was this fella, Parker, standing over the girl with both his hands bloody, and he was holding a knife.
Well, what of it? Naturally, my hands would be bloody from pulling the knife out of Phyllis's shoulder, wouldn't they?
That sounds pretty thin. Why wasn't you doing something for the girl instead of just standing over her with the knife in your hand?
Well, I was so stunned by what had happened, I didn't know what I was doing.
Looks mighty funny to me.
Well, I can tell you some other things that look mighty funny, too. Why did you lock Phyllis and me up the first night? Where were you last night when old Clawfoot was roaming around? Why did Dr. Tooner here say you didn't have a telephone the first night we came? There's plenty for you fellas to explain, too, if you ask me.
Captain, take that kid out of here. Take him out.
Now, Dad.
Take him away, I say. Lock him up down at the city. Do anything you got a mind to, but get him out of my house. Me all-fired presumption of kids in this day and age,
Now, look here, Mayor. You haven't any call to be belligerent. You've been picking on him all evening.
Picking on him? Picking on him? He's guilty, ain't he?
I'm not so certain myself, Mayor.
Well, I am.
After all, Mayor, you haven't explained to us where you were while the Phantom was murdering that fellow at the back of the house last night.
I don't reckon I'm beholden to any of you. I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and if I take it on myself to go down into the city among my citizens, it ain't anybody's business but my own.
Of course not, Dad. Now, let's just forget all this quarreling and see if we can't untangle some of these threads.
Well, I'm agreeable, Captain.
In the 2 days I've been here, one thing stands out. There's some force at work in the city of the dead.
What you mean, force?
Some group or groups of people acting in their own interests down among the graves.
And I'd just like to lay my hands on them.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 possible places from which this force may originate.
3?
Yes, Dr. Tuner, 3. First, there's this clawfoot Phantom of ours.
You know he's a murderer. Didn't we see him kill the fellow at my window?
He killed him, all right. What we don't know, however, is whether or not he's the force working against us. If he is against us, why did he attack the man who was trying to break in and disturb us?
By Jasper, Captain, you mean Clawfoot's working with us and against the enemy?
I don't know. Now then, the second source of this dangerous force may originate outside the city of the dead.
Yes. That's it. It's an outside force that wants something here in the city of the dead and is willing to murder every one of us to get it.
How do you know that, Parker?
Why, I'm pretty sure of it.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I just think so.
No, never mind now. That'll keep. Let's get back to the original question, the source of our danger. I've named 2, Clawfoot and an outside gang. I suppose I don't have to tell you the third source from which this force may be emanating.
Well, I reckon you'd better. I don't follow you, Captain.
Yes, go on, son. Quit your intimating and come out straight.
I see you get what I mean anyway, Dad. All right, here it is. There's a fine chance that this malignant force we're fighting originates right in this little group.
You mean someone here's a murderer?
It's quite possible.
Horse feathers.
Why do you say that, Parker?
Well, if you're trying to put the blame for all this business on Phyllis and me, you're out of luck, that's all.
Why do you think I was accusing you? There are others in the room.
Well, you wouldn't be likely to accuse your own father of the murder.
No?
And you've known Dr. Tuner all your life.
Supposing I have.
And that leaves only Phyllis and me.
You can easily remove yourselves from the suspected group.
How?
Talk.
How do you know it wouldn't put us in deeper than ever?
Oh, Jimmy, no, it won't. Captain Friday will understand. We ought to tell. Honestly, we should.
I don't think so.
Don't be stubborn, Jimmy. Please let me tell.
I don't like it.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
Can't keep a thing, can you?
Jimmy, you know better than that. You know I'll never say a word until you give me permission.
But it's the same as... Oh, go ahead and tell it. After all, it's your story.
Jimmy, don't be angry. I've thought and thought about it, and any way I look at it, we'd be better off than we are now.
You know what would happen to us if they found us guilty.
But they couldn't do that. I know they couldn't.
How do you know what a jury would do?
Very well, Jimmy, if that's how you feel.
Oh, go ahead and tell the whole thing. Maybe I'm all wet. Doesn't make much difference anyway. They're bound to find out if they keep looking.
That's right, Miss Carroll. We're bound to find out.
Oh, I don't know what to say now. Supposing I get us into a lot of trouble.
Well, go ahead, Phil. Anyway, we're in up to our neck as it is.
Well, please, could I have a glass of water first?
Yeah, of course you can. Shoulder hurting you?
Not too much. Just a numb ache.
All right, here. Here's a glass.
Thank you.
Now, we're ready when you are, Miss Carroll.
Well, I guess I should tell you first that I've known Jimmy Parker since I was 6 years old. He lived right across the street from me for 10 years.
Should know each other pretty well.
Oh, yes. We went to grammar school together and then to high school. In his senior year, his folks moved back east and Jimmy went with them. I didn't see him.
Share in the Rockefeller Foundation to know how come Lammy Fink was scared to death. And who burned down Lammy's shack. And who it was that tried to get into your room and was murdered by old Clawfoot. And who Clawfoot is. And who filled up Ernie Morton's grave. And who tried to shoot Dad down in the old church. And who...
And what your father does every night when he slips out of the house after everyone else is asleep.
There's another bone. That makes both feet and legs of our skeleton. We ought to gain on him fast now that he's left his lower extremities behind.
Look, there's a little pile of bones over to the left.
Oh, so there is. If I'm not mistaken, those are the bones of his fingers and right hand.
And I'd still like to know what the mayor does when he slips out.
You'll be just as well off, Parker, if you don't wonder too much. Come on.
Well, we'd probably find out a lot about this mystery if we did know.
I'll tend to that end of the matter. Well, there's the bones of the left hand in a nice little pile.
Wonder what's become of old Clawfoot himself. Certainly made himself absent since we come out of the house.
He's a little like the pink flea. Here one moment and where the next?
Well, anyway, your father won't be out tonight, seeing you locked him in before we
Let the
left.
mayor alone. Oh, we must be getting near the end of the trail. There's the two forearms of our skeleton together.
Look here, Captain Friday. What do you really expect to find at the end of this trail?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be some chance.
I don't like it. I don't want her down here. I don't want her nor nobody else.
Never mind that, Mayor. Now go ahead, Miss Carroll.
Well, before the 1906 fire and earthquake, my grandfather was a very wealthy man. He had a beautiful home on Van Ness Avenue with lawns and shrubbery and servants and, just everything, I guess.
You're right there, Miss Carroll. I've seen your grandfather's place, and it did have everything.
All this part is just hearsay to me, you know. It was all over before I was born. Well, anyway, I learned just lately that Grandfather Beverly had a yen for collecting black pearls.
Yeah, listen to that, Doc. You hear what she says? Black pearls.
Yeah, I reckon I heard all right, Mary.
Yes, black pearls. Before the fire, he had one of the finest collections in the world. It was worth about $500,000.
That's a lot of money, Miss Carroll.
It wasn't for my grandfather, Captain Friday. He was very wealthy. Anyway, the fire came and destroyed his business and wiped out his home and left him just a little bit out of his mind. He never quite recovered from the shock.
What happened to him?
Oh, he lived for a long time after that. I remember him when I was a very small child. He was austere and gruff, and he walked with a kind of stoop. He always acted as though he had something awfully important on his mind.
Yep, I remember that characteristic. Used to have the habit of staring right through folks. Give a person a creep.
Yes, well, what finally became of him?
He was drowned. At least he disappeared, and about a week later a body was taken from the waterfront, and the police identified it as my grandfather. But Mother was never sure.
Wasn't sure, huh?
No. She kept looking for him for 2 years, but it was no use. The body was finally buried out here in the city of the dead, and things settled down to normal again.
Your grandfather left you and your mother quite wealthy, I take it.
Oh, no. Hardly anything. Only a little insurance.
Well, what became of his business, all his money?
I don't know very much about it. I was too little to understand while he was alive, and everyone's awfully vague about it now, but everything seemed to melt away without him to handle it.
Well, that might easily happen to a man's business, Miss Carroll, but it couldn't happen to anything as substantial as $500,000 worth of pearls. What became of them?
We never knew. Until quite recently.
Then you know now?
Well,
Well, answer. What's the matter with your tongue, young woman?
Look here, you don't have to talk to her like that.
Mind your own business, Parker.
Say, what's the matter with you anyway, Mayor? You act like you were sitting on a keg of dynamite.
I reckon the mayor's just a mite interested in Miss Carroll's story, that's all.
Got a mighty funny way of showing it.
Now then, if everyone has had his say, we'll go on. Miss Carroll, you do know where the black pearls are now.
Well, I know what became of them.
Who told you?
Why, no one told me.
Then how did you find out? That the reason you're down here in the city of the dead?
Yes, Miss Carroll. How did you find out about the black pearls at this late date?
I had a birthday the 6th of last month. It was my 20th.
Yes?
On my birthday, I received a little package from Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the lawyers in the city, you know. And in the package was a letter from the firm saying that they were delivering a sealed package given them on the date of my birth by my grandfather.
Yes? Were the pearls in the package, Miss Carroll?
Why, no, Mayor Friday. It was much too small for that. It was just a big letter of instructions.
Instructions for what?
Telling where the black pearls actually were.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I was awfully excited. I called Jimmy at his hotel over in Berkeley and had him come over right away.
Just how many persons did you let in on your secret?
I didn't tell anyone but Jimmy.
What about your mother?
No, not even her. I wanted to keep it from her until I could be sure it was true.
So Parker here was the only one you confided in?
Yes.
Well, what did your grandfather's letter say?
It said that this letter was written to protect my future in case of my grandfather's death before I reached the age of 20. It said that my mother was his favorite relative and that he'd always intended that the collection of black pearls should go to her first child.
That's you?
Yes. I was the only child born to my mother.
How many children were there in your grandfather's family?
3. 2 boys and my mother.
Are they living?
Well, Uncle Robert may be alive. He disappeared after Grandfather's death, and we haven't heard from him since. Uncle Franklin and his wife are both dead.
Did they leave any children?
Yes. 1 son.
What's his name?
Bert Arnold.
Where is he now?
Why,
Dead.
What's that?
I said he was dead. Murdered. It was his body you found strangled in old Morton's grave.
Gosh, all hemlock, Mayor.
And I can guess who did it.
I'll do the talking, Dad. You mean the murdered man was this girl's cousin? The only known living relative that might dispute her ownership of the black pearls?
That's what I said.
No wonder you didn't want to tell. The three of you down here in the city of the dead alone at night. One of the three found strangled in an old grave. Another of you with fresh blisters on your hands. And the motive. $500,000 worth of black pearls.
You see, Phyllis, it's just as I said. Try to make a detective see light with all that evidence against us.
Oh, but Captain Friday, we didn't do it. We didn't.
What could your cousin have wanted in the city of the dead?
What? Well, I suppose he came for the same reason we did.
And what was that?
To find the black pearl.
In the city of the dead?
Yes.
Where?
Phil, don't tell him. That isn't necessary.
I'll let that go for now.
But look here, son. I think you ought to make him tell where those pearls are hidden.
I thought so. I'll bet you've known about them all along. That's why you're so anxious to keep everyone out of the city of the dead. So you could hunt for them by yourselves, you and the doc.
No, don't you go bringing me into your ruckus. I'm sitting on the sideline.
Captain, if you don't make that young'un stop accusing me of things, I'm going to lambaste him.
Leave the mayor alone, Parker.
He started.
Never mind. Now, Miss Carroll, did you bring Bert Arnold down here with you the night he was murdered?
Why, I don't know what night he was murdered.
Didn't catch you, did you, mister?
No. Now, I'll put it this way. Did you bring him down to the city of the dead with you the night Parker's car was stolen?
No.
Did you know he was down here or that he was coming down?
No. Honestly, we didn't.
Now then, you say the black pearls are buried here in the city of the dead.
Yes. Oh, no.
That was a rotten thing to do. Let the pearls alone. They belong to Miss Carroll.
Well. So the pearls are buried in one of the graves in the city of the dead.
She didn't say that.
She didn't need to. No wonder the city of the dead has come alive by night. I wonder how many people in the world know about this.
Oh, probably a very few, Captain. The whole city of the dead had been dug up and redug by now. $500,000 ain't to be sneezed at.
Those pearls belong to Miss Carroll no matter who finds them.
Reckon they belong to the one who has them.
Well, Mayor Friday, if you aren't the lowest old codger...
Quiet, Parker. Miss Carroll, that letter of instructions from the law firm, where is it?
What?
We burned it.
That's a lie, Parker.
Prove it.
You'll be glad enough to bring it out when you go before a jury for murder.
You don't think I killed Bert Arnold. You know you don't. And what's more, you don't think I stabbed Phyllis.
You'd be surprised what I think. Do you know of anyone else who might have reason to stab her?
There's somebody else mighty anxious not to have her tell what she knows about those pearls.
Who?
If I knew, there wouldn't be any mystery. By the way, Mayor Friday couldn't throw a knife, could he? He had the opportunity.
Why, you young whippersnapper,
Hold it, Dad. That's enough out of you, Parker. Go on into your room.
But what about Phyllis?
Never mind about her. You get into your room before you get yourself in more trouble.
Afraid to look into your own father's actions too closely? Is that it, Captain?
Get into your room, Parker, now.
Okay. Never mind the strong-arm stuff.
Dad, I want to talk to you and Doc Tuner out in the kitchen. Miss Carroll, you'll be all right here for a few minutes.
Yes, I'll be all right, I guess.
Well, if you feel uneasy or need anything, you just sing out.
Come on, Dad, in the kitchen.
Yeah? What for? What's this all about?
I think you know. Close the door, Doc. You and Doc Tuner have got to face it. Let's get it over with.
You'd think I was your prisoner instead of your father.
Now then, Dad, what's it all about?
Huh? What's what all about?
Come on. Why all this mystery with me?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know plenty. And if it's on the level, why can't you trust me?
Ain't nothing to trust you with.
You and Dr. Tuner here have known about those black pearls all along.
I knew Doc was making a mistake when he confided in you.
Oh, you did you? Don't you suppose I know why you haven't been down in the city of the dead to look for graves that might have been tampered with?
I wouldn't stick my nose in where it ain't wanted if I was you, son.
You've been opening the graves yourself, you and Doc. Fine pair you are. You with your talk about being mayor of the city of the dead and aiming to see that none of your sleeping citizens shall be disturbed.
No, Captain.
And you, Doc, with your pretty talk about coming down here to visit your old friends and patients. Yeah. And all the time you've been digging into grave after grave for those black pearls. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
You ain't got no right to talk to your father like this, Captain.
I suppose you both know you could be sent up for the rest of your natural lives for this.
I don't reckon you'd do a thing like that, Captain Friday.
I ought to.
Captain, you're hurting your father mighty deep talking that way.
Well, what's he doing it for? Good heavens, man. He's got a trust here. He was put here to see that these sacred mounds of earth were not violated. And what has he done? broken faith, opened the graves himself.
I reckon you see now, Doc Tuner, why I didn't want to bring nobody else into the city of the dead.
Captain, don't you reckon you better go a little easier on the mayor?
Why should I?
Well, after all, he's your father.
Of course, I know you didn't have any part in the things young Parker keeps hinting at.
Thanks.
Grave robbing's bad enough in itself without adding murder to it.
I reckon, son, if that's all you got to say, I'll be turning in.
Now, listen here, Dad. There's something more behind all this. You aren't disturbing the dead just for those pearls. There is something else, isn't there?
I reckon you had us lined up about right at the beginning, son. Doc and me are just a pair of skunks.
Look here, Doc.
I reckon your dad is right, Captain. Ain't no more use to discuss those things.
That's Miss Carroll. Something's happened. Come on, you two. Miss Carroll, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, look! Look there by the door!
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look, Doc, a visitor.
A skeleton. Captain, what's that thing doing here?
Where did it come from, Miss Carroll?
Oh, take it away! Take it away!
Now, Miss Carroll, I don't reckon a skeleton can hurt you much. Supposing you tell us how it got there so we can do something about it.
Well, the door just suddenly opened and the skeleton walked in and collapsed on the floor. And then the door was full closed.
Dang live of a skeleton to do that, if you ask me.
Hey, Doc, come here and look at this.
Now, what in the name of Sam Hill are you doing to it, Captain?
Now, look. The bones are joined together with pieces of wire.
Now, what sort of monkey business is this?
Here, look. A message tied about its neck.
Message? What does it say?
It says, I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
Theodore Beverly? Why, that's Miss Carroll's grandfather.
My grandfather.
Grab her, Doc. She's fainted.
And now the very skeletons in the city of the dead are coming up out of their graves to identify themselves. But what does the message mean? I am out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I am not his skeleton. And what has all this to do with the phantom church bell and old Clawfoot? Many of these things will be revealed to you next week when you hear Episode 6 of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Ghoul in the Grave. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, your announcer. Eight o'clock at night in October. The second night in the City of the Dead. 3 men stand on the edge of a partly opened grave. A fourth stands in the grave itself, whispering, I've struck something awful. That was Jimmy Parker. The 3 men above him on the brink of the grave are Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery. Dr. Tuner, now retired from practice, since he has buried his last patient here in the city. And third, Captain Friday, son of the mayor, a private investigator. A grave had been tampered with, and tonight it is being reopened officially to discover why. First, Captain Friday would dig, and then Jimmy Parker would dig, and it was Jimmy who uncovered the dead arm reaching up. There's something else you should know about Jimmy. He and his girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll, are virtual prisoners of the mayor, Doc Tuner, and Captain Friday. In fact, at the moment, Phyllis is locked in the bedroom assigned to her up at the mayor's bungalow just inside the cemetery gates. Jimmy and Phyllis themselves are under slight suspicion of grave robbing. But just now, Phyllis is locked up, and Jimmy is down in the grave with something horrible. Just as Parker whispered his discovery, There was a hair-raising wail from among the gravestones.
It disappeared, Captain Friday. You must have hit it.
I didn't hit anything. I fired into the air.
Dr. Tuner, Mayor Friday, everybody. I tell you, I've dug up something.
What's that? You're crazy, Parker. You won't hit the coffin under 4 or 5 feet.
I have struck something. It's an arm.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Are you lying, Parker? Let me turn my flash down in the hole.
I tell you. Hey!
Didn't you ever see a dead man before?
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Grab him, Doc.
No! Now behave yourself. Let me go! Let me get away from here!
You shouldn't have hit him so hard, Captain.
And when he comes to, we won't have any more hysteria than your grandmother.
Well, you're a tough customer, I'm afraid, my boy.
Sure, why not, Mayor? It's part of the game.
Yeah. Lay him out here on the grass. He'll be around presently.
He wasn't far off. He struck something pretty ghastly, all right.
But, son, that ain't Ernie Martin's body.
Sure it isn't, Dad. Ernie died a natural death 20 years ago. This man was murdered last night.
Do you mean that, Captain?
You're a doctor. You should know. Here, take a look at his face.
Strangled. Strangled.
Not long ago, either, was it?
Not more than 24 hours.
Here, hand me the shovel. I'll finish uncovering the body and we'll take it up to the shed behind the cottage.
Did you recognize him, Doc?
No, I didn't, Mayor. It isn't anyone I ever saw before.
Wasn't Lammy Fink, then?
By jiggers, I never thought about him. Let's have another squint at that face, Captain.
I looked especially, Doctor. It isn't Lammy. Lammy has a deep scar at the roots of the hair on his forehead. There's none on this fella.
No wonder somebody ran by the cottage and out of the city of the dead in hysterics last night.
You think maybe it was the murderer we heard, Captain?
No, not likely.
Why not?
Anyone with the courage to commit murder in a graveyard isn't likely to have a case of hysteria. Besides, anyone as frightened as that wouldn't have stopped to bury his victim and replant the turf on the grave.
Then where does the hysterical man fit in?
I don't know, but I can give a guess.
Well, let's have it, son.
Maybe some passerby who saw something he wasn't meant to see. Perhaps the murder. Ran out of the city of the dead, scared out of his wits.
Yeah, we don't have passerbys way off down here, son.
Oh, we'll have to see. Yeah. Now, I think we can lift the body out. Here, Doctor, can you reach the arms?
Yeah.
Good. Up we go. There it is.
Unhappy business.
You're not nervous, Dr. Tuner.
Yes, I am, Dad. Blame you. What of it?
No, it's perfectly okay with me, Doc. Dad, you got a stretcher around someplace, haven't you?
In the shed behind the house where you got the shovel.
I'll run up and get it. No fun carrying a body around in your arms. Keep an eye on young Parker.
Shall I fill in the grave while you're gone?
Don't touch anything. I want to examine that grave by daylight. You just wait around. I won't be long.
Say, Mayor, do you know what I think about this whole business?
No. How should I know what you think when I don't know what to think myself? Why in tarnation should anybody dig up one man's grave to shove another one in it?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I've got an idea that someone else has got onto the trail of what we've been after for years.
You think that's what's at the bottom of all this?
Yes, I do. Mayor, I told the captain all about this.
Then you broke your word, Doc Tuner. We promised to never say a word.
Well, it was necessary, Mayor. It was the only way I could make him keep Parker here and that Phyllis Carroll prisoners. Besides, he's your own flesh and blood.
He's that, all right. Is he going to help us?
Well, he wouldn't promise. The only thing he agreed to was to hold the kids a week to find out whether they knew anything about how you came to be shot.
You think they know anything about the other?
Well, of course they do.
Think they were responsible for this killing?
Well, I don't know. The girl was mighty anxious to keep away from this grave tonight. The boy held out better, but you saw how hysterical he got. That looks suspicious.
So it does.
Still, they don't fit into the picture right. There's something more to it. They couldn't have rung that phantom church bell we've been hearing. Neither could one of them been the claw-footed men that tromped on me in the old church. They were both locked up in the cottage at the time.
Could have friends helping them.
It looks like a gang, all right.
Looks like two gangs. Else why the murder?
Jupiter, Mayor. If they're out after the same thing we are and want it bad enough to commit murder...
Yes, I've been thinking about that.
Well, I'm not telling anyone I know anything.
You already shot off your mouth.
The claw-footed man again. Look, see him, Mayor?
I'm going after him.
No, don't do it, Mayor. Don't do it. Look how he bobs and floats among the graves.
No, let loose of me, Doc. Let loose. Come on, we can catch it.
Hey, we're getting everything. Do you hear that bell?
Save your breath. We're gaining on it. Run faster.
Well, why don't you shoot, Mayor? You got your pistol, haven't you?
Yeah, yes, of course. I forgot all about it. Stop a minute and we'll take a crack at it.
Jumping Jupiter, Mayor. Where did it go?
I dropped it. That's what happened.
No, you didn't. It didn't fall. It just vanished.
Wait and see. Cut across the lawn here, but don't walk on the graves.
Well, it was right ahead. Here you are. Now, where's your claw-footed man?
Probably just wounded him. Maybe he dragged himself off.
Why, we'd have seen him, I tell you. He just plain vanished.
I tell you, I dropped him.
All right.
Hi,
But
there,
where...
Doc, what's happened?
Listen,
Where are you? Hi, Doc Tuner.
there's the captain.
Hiya, Captain. Here we are. Coming.
Dad, all right?
Yep, he's all right.
Hey, where have you two been? Where's the body?
Body? What body, Captain?
The body we just dug up.
Look here, son, you ain't fooling us, are you?
Of course I'm not. You mean to tell me you don't know where it is?
Now, look here, Captain Friday. Let's get this straight. Ain't the body lying beside the grave where we left it?
It is not.
You're sure it's gone?
It's gone, all right. What have you two been up to?
We was chasing that clawfoot fella.
Well, he came right down here close by and let off a whole series of whales, so we took after him.
Got away, huh?
Yep, vanished when the mayor took a shot at him.
I hit him.
The mayor thinks he hit him, or it, or whatever it is, but it was gone when we got to the spot where it vanished.
And while you were out chasing ghosts, the strangled body got up and walked off. I thought I told you fellas to watch young Parker.
And what's happened to him?
He got up and walked off, too. Oh, come on, let's go back to the grave.
Yeah? Did he take the body?
How should I know?
Then Parker got away?
He did not. As I came out of the shed with the stretcher, I heard a noise in the house. I peeked in the window and saw young Parker releasing Phyllis Carroll. Left the key in the door, didn't you?
Well, thought it'd be safe enough. What was the boy's idea?
Well, it looked as though they were trying to make a getaway.
Trying to run away. That looks bad for him, eh, Captain?
Ah, here's the grave. Still got the hole left, anyway.
Empty, all right. I wish we'd have caught that whaling critter. Might have solved everything.
Who ever heard of catching a decoy?
Decoy?
Sure, Dad. Looks like your wailing ghost wanted you to chase him. Wanted to get you out of the way.
But why?
Well, likely we weren't supposed to examine the corpse. Probably its identification would have solved the whole business.
Sure, I hadn't thought of that. Well, what's to be done?
We're going back to the house and see what Parker and Miss Carroll know. I've got him locked up in his room again.
Miss Carroll, Captain Friday wants to see you in the living room.
What's happened?
Never mind. Go on into the other room. Come on out, Parker. The captain wants to see you.
What rights he got slugging me and locking me up this way, even if he is Captain Friday?
Well, you'd have gotten worse if you'd tried to make a break out of a jail. Now go on in the other room.
Well, we'll see about these high-handed methods.
Oh, come on in, Parker. Sit down.
You think you're pretty smart cracking people on the jaw.
Don't sit there. Come over here, away from Miss Carroll.
Why shouldn't I sit by Phyllis?
Oh, please, Jimmy, do what he says.
Okay.
There, that's better. Now then, Parker, what did you do with the body?
Body?
Yes, Miss Carroll, we found the body. Too bad, isn't it?
Body? What body?
The body somebody planted in old Ernie Morton's grave last night.
Oh, Jimmy.
We don't know anything about any body. Be careful, Phil. They're trying to frame you.
Oh, so we're trying to frame you, are we? Tell me something, Miss Carroll.
Yes?
Did you see Parker the day he got his job?
What job?
You know, the gardening job, Phil, over at the university.
Oh, that. Why, no. No, I didn't see him that day.
Let me see. What day was it he got this job?
Why...
No, look at me, Miss Carroll. Don't look at Parker. That's better. Now then, when did Jimmy tell you he got that gardening job?
Why, I've just forgotten. Sometime last week, I think.
He told you about getting the job, did he?
Oh, yes.
Well, Parker. So you told Miss Carroll about the job last week, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then I'll explain. Didn't you tell me you got that job 2 days ago?
Yes.
Then how could you have told Miss Carroll about it last week? This is Saturday. That would have been at least a week ago.
What about it?
Oh, come on now. Admit it. You haven't got a gardening job and you never had one. Isn't that the truth?
Well...
Answer me. You haven't a job, have you?
No.
Then how did you get those fresh blisters on your hands?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, Phil. It wasn't your fault.
Never mind, Miss Carroll. Answer me, Parker. How did you get those blisters?
You got them opening a grave, now, didn't you?
How can you even think of such a thing?
Answer me, Parker.
It's none of your business.
None of my business whether you go about strangling folks.
He didn't. He didn't kill anyone. Oh, Jimmy, tell them the truth.
The truth? Phyllis, what are you talking about?
Yes, Miss Carroll. What are you talking about?
I've been so upset by all this. Oh, Jimmy, I want to go home.
Oh, so Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll are up to their chins in this after all. But what are a good-looking young woman and a college boy doing mixed up with grave robbing and murder? But more in just a moment.
Dr. Tuna, take Miss Carroll to her room and see if you can quiet her.
There, now, Miss Carroll. You'll feel better after a good night's rest.
Now then, Parker, let's have the truth.
I haven't anything to say.
I'd guess you have plenty to say. You lied about the blisters. You tried to escape after we discovered a murder victim in Ernie Morton's grave. And on top of that, now the body has vanished. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
I tell you, I don't know anything.
Phyllis urged you to tell the truth. What was she talking about?
She was scared. She didn't know what she was saying.
She did know what she was saying. What did she mean?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why did you try to escape after you saw the body?
I wasn't going to stay here and be beaten up by you.
That wasn't the reason. Something about that body terrified you. Now, what was it?
It was just a dead body. Never saw a murdered man before.
That wasn't it. Something about that body got under your skin. Did you murder that man?
No, I swear I didn't. I swear it.
Did you recognize the body?
No, of course I didn't recognize it.
Yes, you did, Parker. The moment you saw that face, you let out a yell.
Oh, please, Captain Friday, please let us go. Don't you understand? Can't you see?
Can't I see what?
The same thing will happen to all of us if you keep us here. We'll all be murdered.
How do you figure that out?
I know it.
Wouldn't you be in just as much danger if I let you go?
Oh, no, really, the danger's here, Captain. The danger's in the city of the dead.
What do you mean by that? What danger?
A murderer.
What murderer?
There's someone in the city of the dead that intends to kill everyone who knows...
Who knows what?
I can't tell. I couldn't if I wanted to.
How long have you known of this murderer?
Since I saw the body.
Then you did recognize it?
Yes.
Who was it?
I can't tell you.
Now, look here, Parker. If you are in as much danger as you say you are, I should think you and Miss Carroll would want protection.
But it isn't only us. Don't you understand? You're in danger, too. So is the mayor and Dr. Tooner.
What's that?
I tell you, it's true. They won't stop at anything.
They? Is it a gang?
No, I don't know.
Huh. So you won't talk to save your own life?
No.
Isn't there anything that would make you talk?
Will you let me talk alone with Phyllis for a little?
Then will you tell us what we want to know?
If she's willing.
But she's already begged you to tell.
She doesn't know all I know.
Oh, I see. In other words, you want to tell her the name of the murdered man.
I didn't say that.
Very well, I'll let you talk to her. Hey, Doctor.
Yes, Captain?
I'm going to send Parker in to see Phyllis. Is she all right?
Oh, sure. She's all right. I gave her a powder. You want her to come out?
No, I'm giving Parker here 5 minutes with her alone. Go on in, Parker.
Yes, sir.
Let him shut the door, Doctor. It's just 5 of 10. You got till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, right in here, son.
Okay.
Oh, Jimmy, what's it all about? How did we get into all this trouble?
Look here, Phyllis. We've got to face it. There's something horrible going on in this place.
But you said it would be all right. You said all we'd have to do would be to come down here and dig the...
Shh, be careful, Phil. They may be listening.
But why do we have to be careful? Why don't you tell everything?
Phyllis, do you know who that was we dug up tonight?
You mean the body?
Yes.
Oh, please. It wasn't anyone I know.
It was, Phil. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jimmy, who was it?
It was your cousin, Bert Arnold.
Oh, no, Jimmy.
Please, don't cry, Phyllis. I'm awfully sorry, but you just had to know.
Oh, but I just saw Bert yesterday. Oh, who would want to kill Bert, Jimmy?
Look here, Phil. I think Bert was down here for the same reason we came.
Oh, but how did he know? I thought I was the only one who knew.
I don't know how he found out, but it looks to me like he did know, and someone killed him while he was nosing around down here.
Oh, Jimmy, this is awful. Awful. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Whoever killed Bert is probably out after us, too.
Oh, Jimmy, don't say that.
You might as well face it. Have you any idea who it could be?
Oh, no. No.
Any relatives?
Mother's the only relative I've got, besides Bert.
Any distant relative that might have found out something in some way?
Oh, I don't know. No one I know of. Oh, please, why can't we tell Captain Friday all about it?
What do you suppose he's going to think if we tell him what we came down here for, and then told him the murdered man was your cousin?
Oh, I don't know.
I do. He'd think we killed him.
Oh, but we didn't. We
Oh,
didn't.
of course not, but... Well, if you want me to tell.
Oh, not if they'll think we killed him.
Well, they will. You can count on that.
Well, then we mustn't tell. We mustn't. Oh, I don't know what I'll tell Mother.
I'll be lucky not to get kicked out of the university for this. Oh, shh, listen.
Come on out, Parker. Time's up.
You won't tell. You won't tell, will you, Jimmy?
No, fellas, but listen. If you hear anyone trying to get into your room, yell. Don't wait a minute, do you understand?
Oh, well, do you think that...
Come on out of there, Parker.
Coming! Remember what I say, fellas. Don't take any chances. Good night, Phil.
Be careful, Jimmy.
Sure. Well, here I am.
Yeah. You ready to talk?
No.
Oh, it's that way, huh?
Yeah, that way.
Then go on into your room. But let me tell you this, Parker. If you don't come through with me, and mighty soon, I'll take you into San Francisco and throw you to the cops. You'll be only too glad to talk. Now go on to bed and think it over.
Did you lock both doors, Captain?
Right. And I'm keeping the keys to both Parker's and Miss Carroll's rooms with me. Are there any more keys to those two bedrooms, Mayor?
No, those are all, son.
Well, it's 10:15. I'm turning in. It's going to be heavy work from now on.
But, Captain, do you think we might be in any danger? After all, a man has been murdered here.
Who can tell where danger is? Doc, you and the mayor double up in the big bed in the front room. I'm going to make myself comfortable here on the lounge beside the fire.
Now, look here, son. You won't be comfortable there.
Do what I say, Dad. I'm going to boss things around here for a while.
Young jackanapes, turn you across my knee.
Good night. Parker. Parker.
Hello?
Shh. It's me, Captain Friday. Don't make a sound.
What do you want?
Get dressed as fast as you can. There's something hanging around outside the house.
Hey, are you sure?
Yeah, of course. Hurry.
Is Phyllis all right?
Yeah, I made sure of it. Everyone's asleep.
What are we going to do?
Find out who it is.
Isn't it a man?
Well, if it is, he's certainly got himself rigged out.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Well, by moonlight, it looks like a cross between the Headless Horseman and one of Shakespeare's witches. Come on, fella, aren't you almost ready?
Just a minute. One more shoot.
Oh, here it is. Get into it.
Thanks. Why are you ringing me in on this detective business? I thought I was a prisoner.
If this fellow's hanging around for a chance to murder you, as you seem to believe, I just thought I'd give him a chance at you.
You don't really mean that.
How do you know what I mean? All right. Hang right on my coattail and you won't be in any danger even if this fella is after you. Come on.
All right.
He seems to be patrolling around the house. We'll watch here at the window until we spot him, then we'll slip outside and lay for him.
Where did you see him?
I watched him circle the house twice. Look, there he comes.
Yeah. Hey, what is it?
Can you see his face, Parker? Look sharp.
Yeah, long hair strangling down all over his face. Hey, look, it's crouching down.
Looks like an animal that scents its prey.
Look in the shadow there. There's something else moving. It's coming out in the moonlight.
A man. He's coming toward the house.
He doesn't see that crouching thing.
Hello. Fella's going around to the back of the house.
The thing's following him. He doesn't see it.
There they go around the corner. Come on, we gotta see the end of this. Easy now. There. Leave the door on the latch so that we can get back in fast if we have to. Follow close. Just a minute. Here, let me take a peek around the corner. It's all in shadow. Can't see a thing. We'll have to take a chance. Come on. Softly. Hold it. I'll give a look around this corner. Now we'll get some moonlight in the back of the house.
See anything?
Wait. Look at that, Parker.
What's happening?
Somebody's working on the bars to your window.
The murderer, I told you.
Yeah, but where's our pet ghost? He seems to have vanished.
Look, the man's cutting the bars.
We'll put a stop to that right now. But I hate like the deuce to make a move in the open until I know what's become of our long-haired phantom.
Maybe the thing spotted us.
Well, you keep a lookout behind. Here it is. Keep down, keep down.
Where? I don't see it.
Crouched in that shadow right behind the man. He doesn't know it's there.
I wouldn't have that thing.
Look out, it's killing him. It's killing him.
Don't let it get away!
I missed. It's gone. Quick, run for Dr. Tooner while I see if the fellow's still alive.
Yeah, but I...
Do what I tell you. Run.
Dr. Tooner! Dr. Tooner! Dr. Tooner! Doc! Hey, Doc Tooner! Dr. Tooner!
Hey, what's your matter? Who is that? What's your matter?
Is that you, Doctor? Another man's been murdered. Captain Friday wants you.
Where is he?
Back of the cottage. Come on, I'll show you. All right, around this way.
Who's been killed?
I don't know. All I know is somebody's been murdered.
Not so fast, boy. Give an old man a break.
Right down here, you can see the body in the moonlight. Hurry. Hurry, Doc. Here.
Yeah. Here's the body. But where's Captain Friday?
Maybe chasing the phantom. I don't know. Here, let's turn this fellow over on his back. See if he's still alive.
Take it easy now. Uh-huh. What do you mean, boy? This body is Captain Friday.
Captain Friday? And where's the other body?
You have just heard Chapter 3 of City of the Dead. Why is it a corpse in the City of the Dead vanishes almost as quickly as it is made? Why is this phantom creature haunting the vicinity of the caretaker's cottage? And what's happened to Captain Friday? All this will unfold next week in the 4th episode of City of the Dead, entitled Old Clawfoot Again. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
First, a message from our sponsor. Eight o'clock on Sunday morning, the second day in the City of the Dead. 8 o'clock in the morning after a night of unearthly events and sudden death. And it all seems to be centered about the caretaker's cottage at the gate of the old abandoned cemetery. Those present include the caretaker himself, better known as Mayor Joshua Friday, Dr. Tuner retired. All his patients are laid away in the city of the dead. Captain Friday, son of the mayor, and private investigator from San Francisco, who has come down to the city of the dead to help his father fight grave robbers. The only persons caught in the net so far are Jimmy Parker, a nice-looking college boy, and his girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll. At 2 o'clock this fog-choked winter morning, Captain Friday was roused from sleep to find a phantom-like white-robed figure, its face covered with long, white flowing hair, patrolling about the caretaker's cottage.
Yes, I awakened Jimmy Parker, and the two of us slipped out of the house and around the corner just in time to see the phantom creature leap on the figure of a man, who at the moment was attempting to break into the cottage. The man died instantly under the gleaming knife in the creature's clawed hand. Before Parker or I could stop it, the thing had gone.
Yeah, Captain Friday and I rushed to the scene, but the housebreaker was dead. Captain Friday sent me back into the house for Dr. Tuner. I wasn't gone more than a couple of minutes, but when we got back, not only was the murdered man gone, but Captain Friday was lying on the ground, unconscious. And the peculiar thing, all the time this was happening, Mayor Friday's been missing from the cottage. But now it's 8 o'clock the next morning, and Phyllis is telling what she saw.
I tell you, I saw it all from my window.
You were awake, Miss Carroll?
The scream of that man outside my window awakened me.
You mean the man that was murdered?
Yes. Who was he, Captain Friday?
I don't know. He was trying to break into Parker's room when the family ghost jumped him.
It sprang on his back like an animal and was gone quicker than a flash.
Stabbed him in the back. He was dead when I reached him.
That's what I heard. I jumped out of bed and I looked out through the bars of my window. You were just bending over the body, Captain Friday.
Well?
I didn't know what had happened. It was too dark to tell who you were. Then all at once I saw two shadows creeping up on you from behind.
Two?
Yes, there were two. Suddenly I heard myself scream.
I heard you. That's what brought me to my feet just in time to get that crack on the side of the head.
That's funny. Dr. Tuner and I didn't hear a scream, did we, Doctor? Where did Dr. Tuner go?
Said he was going to walk around while he smoked his after-breakfast cigar.
Well, anyway, we didn't hear Phyllis scream.
Well, I did. I must have frightened the men. They didn't wait to examine Captain Friday. They just grabbed the body of the murdered man and ran.
Did you see the face of either of my attackers, Miss Carroll?
No, I was too frightened to notice.
Captain Friday, did you find out where the mayor was all this time last night?
What difference does it make, Parker?
What? Well, nothing, only... Well, Dr. Tuner thought it rather peculiar.
Did, huh? Well, there seem to be a lot of peculiar things going on around here.
Do you think that ghoulish killer we saw last night was a man in disguise?
At least it was human.
You didn't really think anything could actually look like that, do you?
Oh, Jimmy, let's not keep still any longer. I'd rather go to jail right now than spend another night here.
Phyllis, keep still.
If you're part of this gang of cutthroats...
Oh, we're not.
Look here, Captain Friday. If we tell you everything, will you let us go?
I can't promise that.
Well, will you take us away from the city of the dead?
You indicated last night that the presence of you and Miss Carroll was aggravating the situation. That it was due to your being in the city of the dead that all these murders are taking place.
No.
Oh, we're only part of the cause.
I see. Well, you see how it is. If I let you two slip through my fingers, my only tangible clue to the whole business would be gone. No, you've got to stay here.
You can't keep us here. We'll be killed. You saw what happened last night. That fella cut through the bars of my window. They'll try again, and next time they'll get me. I know they will.
You needn't worry about that. I'll fix the windows so they'll be murder-proof. Now, you're going to tell me what it's all about?
Oh, Jimmy, let's tell him. Please, Jimmy. We can't be any worse off than we are now.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'm going with Dr. Tuner and the mayor over to Lammy Fink's cabin this morning. After that, we're going down to the old church. I'll lock you two up together and you can thrash the thing out. But mind you, I expect an explanation tonight.
Oh, yes, but put us together. I couldn't bear to be alone in this horrible place again.
You understand, don't you, Parker?
I'm not promising anything.
So much the worse for you if you don't come through.
Oh, Captain Friday.
Hello, now what's up?
Hey, Captain Friday. Now, what in thunder do you suppose has happened?
Find another corpse, Dr. Tuner?
No, I didn't. But that grave we opened last night has all been filled up and the sod put back on it. Don't look as though it had ever been touched.
Filled up, huh? Now, there's an idea. Graves automatically opened and closed while you wait.
I tell you, Captain, this is no laughing matter. Something bigger than the mayor and I ever figured on has broken loose. Hey, where is the mayor, anyhow?
Catching up on the sleep he lost last night.
Where was the mayor last night, Captain?
Don't you know?
I swear I don't.
Oh. You were supposed to be sleeping with him. If you don't know, how should I?
I didn't even know he'd left the bed until Parker came in and woke me up. I swear I didn't. You don't think old Doc Tuner and your own dad would hold out on you, do you, boy?
Something's funny somewhere. Now I want you and Dad to go over to Lammy Fink's place with me.
I don't see what good that'll do.
After that, we'll run down to the old church ruins and see if we can find out who took a shot at Dad night before last.
Yeah, I've told you all I know.
Maybe.
Well, you don't suppose we'd have brought you down here in the first place if we'd had anything to hold back, do you?
I'm not supposing anything. I'm putting facts together. Doc, go right out the mayor and we'll be starting. How far is Lammy Fink's house from the city of the dead, Mayor?
Just a hop and a jump. But it ain't a house, son. Just a shack. Look there. You can see it yonder among the trees. Built it himself at odd times.
Gloomy place for a house. Looks more like a hunted animal's hole.
He acts like a hunted animal most of the time, don't he, Mayor?
Yeah, he's a little off, all right.
I'd rather sleep in the city of the dead than down in this hovel.
Not Lammy. He's graveyard shy after dark.
Oh, this is it. Lammy Fink's residence. One room, one door, and no windows.
And a cellar.
Cellar? I didn't know about that. Never even thought of a cellar when I was over the other day.
Well, then that's the first place we'll look. Go ahead, Dad. You know the way. Lean on.
Well, there's no need to lead. This here path leads around the house to cellar steps.
All right, keep going. Here's the steps. Seem to get down under the house. I'll lead off with my flashlight. When I get to the bottom of the cellar steps, one of you follow, then the other. And take it easy. Those steps don't look any too solid.
They ain't.
It's dark and murky down there. There I go.
Watch out you don't break your neck.
Oh, these steps won't hold much weight.
Hey, Captain! Captain!
What a rat trap this turned out to be.
Son, are you hurt?
Hello down there. Captain, are you still alive?
Yes, of course I am. I've lost my flashlight, and it's blacker than an old maid's future down here.
Light a match.
Give a man a chance to pull himself together, Doc. Still got 2 or 3 steps around my neck.
Can we help?
As soon as I unscramble myself. Hey, what's that? Hey, Doc Tuner, Mayor. I'm holed up down here with a body.
Who is it, Captain?
How do I know? We just met here in the dark.
Well, why don't you light a match and find out? We can't get down to the cellar without a rope now that the stairs are busted. How'd you happen to find it?
It just reached out and laid hold of me.
Jiminy crickets.
There. I'm on my feet again. Now for a light. Well, Hey, there are 3. Doc, Mayor. There are 3 bodies down here in this cellar.
Watch that.
What did he say?
Did you hear me? There are 3 bodies down here. There. That ladder will hold any of us. Now, Dr. Tuner, I want you and Dad to come on down into the cellar with me and examine those bodies. One of them is Lammy Fink, all right enough. One of them is the strangled fellow we dug up, and the other is the man who was stabbed to death last night.
Yeah, if you know so much about him, why should we get down and look at him?
I want to see if you know either of the unidentified bodies.
I'd bet money I don't, but come along, son.
What makes you think you don't, Mayor?
Trying to get something on your father, boy?
Never mind, come along. Careful on the ladder. There you are. Now, over this way. Look out for those boxes. All right, I'll hold the torch for you. There they are. 3 bodies laid out side by side.
Yes. There's Lammy. Poor old fella. How do you suppose he died, son?
I can't find a mark on him anywhere, Dad. But get that look of terror on his face.
You mean he was scared to death?
Take a look for yourself. How long's Lammy been dead, Doctor?
Well, at least 36 hours.
You certain of that?
Well, that's fairly accurate.
Then Lammy Fink couldn't possibly have filled up the grave we opened last night.
He could not.
And who did do it? Dad, you said that you and Lammy were the only ones capable of doing an expert job of replacing turf on a grave.
Yeah, I said it all right.
Well, Dad?
Must have been wrong.
You mean there's someone else around the city of the dead who's capable of such work?
Looks like it, don't it?
Well, never mind. Mayor, did you or Dr. Tuner ever see either of these other 2 bodies before? I mean, while they were alive?
Not me, Captain.
I don't know nothing about him, boy.
That's darn funny. I've been through their clothes. Not a thing to identify them. Listen.
Footsteps. There's someone in the shack overhead.
Shh, just a moment.
Who's that, you suppose?
There's somebody up there, all right. Come on. We'll go up after him. Take it easy. We don't want to frighten him off. Up you go, Doc. You next, Dad.
Yeah.
Come on up, Captain. Everything's clear.
Yep. There. Here, I'll pull the ladder up, and then no one's likely to bother the bodies while we're away.
Captain, I smell smoke.
That's it, smoke. I knew I smelled something.
Look, the cabin's on fire. Quick, we gotta stop it. Come on around the house, quick, get water from the creek. Look there, holy mackerel, what a blaze.
Hey, somebody set that fire. The house has been saturated with oil. Look at that black smoke.
But where's the fellow we heard walking around?
He's probably a mile away by this time.
Of all the cockeyed, lunk-headed fools. Now we've lost those bodies.
But couldn't we still get him out?
That cellar was a furnace 30 seconds after that fire was set. There goes that can of kerosene I saw in the cellar. That ends that.
But why in tarnation did anyone want to burn down Lammy's shack?
Ask me a hard one, Doc. Somebody doesn't want us to know who's being murdered.
Dead men can't talk, especially after they've been cremated. But there is still the contents of Ernie Morton's grave and old Clawfoot down in the abandoned church. But more of that in a moment.
We've been dawdling, Captain Friday. It's almost 1 o'clock already, and we promised the mayor we'd meet him at the cottage at 2.
Well, there's the old church just ahead.
Yeah, gloomy as ever.
You know, Doctor, this place has always given me the creeps. Even when I was a kid. The mayor never brought me here unless it was to arrange for a funeral.
Well, that's about all it was ever used for, as far as back as I can remember. Funerals and now and again a country wedding.
This is the first time I've been near the place since it was abandoned. But I remember the day they found the old bell ringer hanging by the neck in the study.
Well, I always did think the place was infested with...
With what?
With something ghoulish.
That's a nice thought.
And our visit night before last only went to confirm my opinion.
You mean the claw-footed man?
Oh, he was only the climax of the whole business. I tell you, the place absolutely reeks of something unhealthy.
Oh, that's probably the bats.
There are plenty of them here.
Well, shall we go in? From the slant of that roof, I'd say the whole place would be tumbling in another year.
Careful. The mayor went through the floor the other night.
Gloomy as the inside of a grave in here.
There. Don't you feel it?
Feel what, Doc?
The moment I stepped in here out of the sunshine, I felt something come over me like a slimy, wet cloak. Don't you get it, Captain?
You give yourself the creeps if you keep that up. All I get is an unpleasant smell of mustiness and decay. The place is rotten to the foundation.
Yeah, there's something more than a physical rottenness here, Captain. I smell something else.
Yeah?
I tell you, I do.
Well, shall we go back and have a look at the old study? That's where the mayor was shot, wasn't it?
That's right. That's where we ran into the claw-footed man or beast or whatever he is.
Did you leave the doors shut when you carried the mayor out the other night?
I did not. I was too scared. I just picked up the mayor and dashed through. The door was still open.
Well, it's shut now.
By jingo, that's right. Do you suppose that thing's in there now?
I got my gun handy to pot him if he is.
You better not stand in front of the door. You'll know what happened to me last night.
You stand at the side of the door. I'm going to block the way.
Don't be a fool, son. You're liable to get hurt.
Not while I've got this little plaything in my hand.
Yeah, I warned you.
You ready?
Go on, open the door and get it over with. Captain, are you hurt?
What in the Sam Hill kind of a thing is that? I'm a bald-headed liar if that jack-in-the-box didn't kick me in the face.
Are you hurt, Captain? Are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
Of course I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be all right?
That was a nasty fall.
Fall? That claw-footed old boy with his white beard knocked me down and walked the full length of me. Look at me. It's dusty footprints all over my front. Oh. Did I say I was going to block his path?
I got one good look at him, an ugly critter. Flowing white hair, a face that looked like a death mask.
I've seen him before. He's the chap that murdered the housebreaker last night. I wonder who he thinks he is in those long white robes.
He's crazy as a gooey duck. Say, we'll need some kind of a light in this study.
Oh, I still got my flashlight.
Yeah, turn her on.
Yeah. How's that?
Good. Yep. Great jumping gee horsefat. Captain, look there on the floor behind you.
A skeleton.
Human bones. All laid out in order.
Laid out is right. Looks like old Clawfoot was in here reconstructing a skeleton.
Where do you think they came from?
The bones? Probably out of one of the graves in the city of the dead. Nice person, old Clawfoot. I don't care for the company he keeps.
He's crazier than I thought. Imagine a guy shutting himself up in a dark room to play with a human skeleton.
Looks like we're going to have to do some close inspection on the mayor's graves out yonder. This seems to indicate that grave robbing has sort of become a practice down here.
I told you something unhealthy was going on in this place.
Old Clawfoot never lacked for company. Whenever he got lonesome or downhearted, he just up and digs himself a skeleton to amuse him.
Here, Captain, where do you suppose this old fool lives?
Offhand, I'd say he'd been making this his headquarters.
There's no sign of a place to sleep here, and there's no food.
That's something we'll have to look into. Now, Doc, where's this bell rope the mayor was pulling on the night he was shot?
Right there, Brett. Oh, it's gone.
Gone? Where was it?
Well, it hung right down there where you're standing.
Look at the ceiling. No hole in the ceiling for it to come through.
Well, there was a rope. What's more, he just pulled it and he was shot.
And you're certain the door was shut at the time?
It certainly was. Anyway, the shot came from across the room.
There are no windows. Are you certain there was no one else in the room with you, too?
Well, of course there wasn't.
Where'd the shot come from, then?
The same place the bell rope's gone to. What in tunket does he do that for? Going around making noises like a sick cat.
Well, we'd seen the last of him today. Should we try to grab him?
Don't you think we'd better finish looking over these ruins?
What more is there to see?
Well, you haven't been up in the belfry yet.
Well, climb that rotten ladder? Not me, Doc.
Well, the mayor and I did it, and in the dark, too.
Well, that was your own funeral. You can see with half an eye that you two are the only ones who've been up there in the last 10 years. Look at the dust and dirt and the cobwebs. Come on, we spent an hour in here. That's enough. I want to get my hands on that fella. Come on, it's 1 o'clock. We told the mayor we'd be back by 2.
All right, anything's better in this place.
Well, come on out in the sunshine and get it out of your system. Oh, where is our sunshine?
Fog, if that ain't the luck. First afternoon fog we've had this season.
That puts an end to hunting old Clawfoot.
Yeah, miserable stuff, fog. Gets in your nostrils, wets your clothes, hides murders.
Come on out of it, Doc. You'll feel better when you had your lunch. Let's go back to the cottage.
You gonna leave that skeleton in there?
Why, yes. You don't want to pack it around with us, do you?
Hey, you jackass.
It's as well off there as anywhere until we can find the grave it was taken from. Perhaps that's old Ernie Morton's skeleton. We'll dig in his grave this afternoon.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, thank goodness you've come at last. Captain, come in the house quick. Come in here.
What is it, Dad?
Mayor, you're as white as a ghost.
Well, if I'd have had a gun handy, I'd have shot that fellow where he stood.
Shot who? What are you talking about?
Come on in. Hurry up. You too, Doc. You'll have to tend to the girl.
Girl? You mean Miss Carroll?
Here, shut the door, Doc. That Parker feller stabbed the girl. He killed her, too, if I hadn't arrived just when I did.
Stabbed Phyllis Carroll?
So he did.
Wait a minute, Dad. Did you see him stab her?
Just as I come in the house, I heard her scream. I rushed in and unlocked the door. And there she was, lying on her face on the floor. Parker was standing over her with this bloody knife in his hand.
Where is the girl?
In her room. Go on in and see what you can do for her, Doc. She's unconscious.
Go ahead, Doc. Tell me how she is as soon as you can.
All right.
Now then, Dad, where's Parker?
He's locked in this closet. The bars on the window to his room's cut. And I wasn't taking any chance of losing him.
Well, let him out. Let's see what he has to say.
Parker said he didn't do it.
Catch him!
What in blazes? Is he dead?
Dad, you've smothered him in that closet. Get me some water. Hi, Doc, come here.
What's the matter?
Get a move on.
No, what's the matter? Hello. What's happened to Parker?
Smothered in that little closet. Well, his heart's still going.
Oh. Yeah, he's going to be all right. Just a faint. Mayor, throw a little water in his face. There he comes. Here you are, boy. Drink a little of this water. He's going to be fit in a jiffy. Girl's not in any danger either. Flesh wound and a little blood, that's all.
Air. Let me out of here. Give me air.
He's all right now. I'll go back to the girl. She'll be around in a few minutes, too.
Yes. Where am I?
You're all right now, Parker. Here, can you sit up? Give me a hand, Mayor. We'll get him in the chair.
All right.
Yeah, how's that?
Rotten. What'd you want to do, smother me?
Well, you had it coming. What'd you mean stabbing a girl?
I didn't. I told you that before.
I saw you.
You saw me stab Phyllis?
I saw you with the bloody knife in your hands, bending over her. You'd have finished her off if I hadn't rushed into the room.
You old fool.
That talk won't do you any good, Parker. Now, what's your version of this affair?
Well, Phyllis and I had been talking for about an hour.
Talking about what?
Whether we should tell you all we know.
Did you decide to talk?
No.
Did you quarrel?
Well, she turned her back on me and called me pig-headed.
She was insistent on talking and you refused, huh?
Yes,
You know that what she could tell might get you in serious trouble, is that right?
I suppose so.
So you decided to stab her to death to prevent her talking?
No, it isn't so.
That's so. And what did happen?
You won't believe me.
You bet I won't.
Hold it, will you, Dad?
Well...
Go on, Parker.
Well, when she turned her back on me, I walked away. Went over to the dresser and put out my cigarette in the ashtray.
Your back was to her.
Yes. Suddenly she screamed. I turned just in time to see her fall with a knife in her back.
Likely story.
I told you wouldn't believe me.
Go on. I haven't said I didn't believe you, Parker. Then what happened?
I was so confused, I don't hardly know what I did. I guess I dashed over to Phyllis and bent over her. I don't remember pulling the knife out of her back, but I suppose I did. Because I know I had it in my hand wondering where it came from when Mayor Friday rushed in and grabbed it away from me.
Wondered where it came from.
Well, I didn't have any knife. How could I have done it?
The knife might have been in the room. You recognize it, Dad?
No. Parker could have smuggled it in with him. He's had every opportunity.
Well, I didn't.
How was the girl standing?
Facing the door.
I would have put her back to the window, wouldn't I?
Yes.
And if you were at the bureau, you couldn't have seen a window, I don't suppose.
No.
With the shade and window raised?
Well, the shade was. I don't know about the window.
Hey, Doc.
Huh?
Is the window up in there?
Yeah, clear up.
Well, there's a possible out for you, Parker. A good knife thrower could have sent a knife through the bars of the window without any trouble.
You think that's what happened?
I'm not thinking anything. Merely say it's a possibility.
Well, I didn't do it. Think I'd hurt the girl I'm engaged to?
People will do strange things to save their own skins. So you're engaged to Miss Carroll.
Well, practically.
What does that mean?
Well, we've kind of got an understanding.
You asked her to marry you?
No. That is,
In other words, you said that about the engagement because you thought it would be a point in your favor. Look, Parker, you better stick to facts or you're going to get yourself in one fine mess.
Well, I intend to ask her.
I don't know whether you do or not.
Hi, Captain. Come in here. The girl's coming, too. Come in and give me a hand.
Come on, Parker.
Come on in here, Captain. Help me with her. I've got her all bandaged.
Oh, no.
Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
You let me alone.
Keep still, both of you.
There. You mustn't cry. Just lie perfectly still.
Oh, Phyllis, are you all right?
Jimmy.
Yes, Phyllis, I'm here.
Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me? Why did you do it?
In the midst of the desperate happenings in the city of the dead, has Jimmy Parker turned on his own companion, Phyllis Carroll? And what about the phantom claw-footed killer and the desecrated graves? Who is disturbing the dead, and what do they expect to find, save moldering bones? Listen next week to the 5th episode of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Skeleton Walks In. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"8 o'clock on the third night in the City of the Dead. In the afternoon of the second day in the old abandoned cemetery, Captain Friday had locked Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll together and had taken his father, the mayor, and old Dr. Tuner to Lammy Fink's cabin on the edge of the cemetery. They had found 3 bodies in the cellar. One was the strangled body found in old Ernie Morton's grave. The second was the body of the man whom the claw-footed phantom had killed at the back of the mayor's cottage. The third was Lammy Fink. According to Captain Friday, he'd been scared to death.
That's right. And while we were in the cellar examining the bodies, the cabin mysteriously burst into flames and we barely escaped with our lives. The bodies were completely consumed. After this experience, the old mayor, my father, complained of being tired and returned to his cottage inside the gates of the City of the Dead. Dr. Tuner and I went down to the deserted ruins of a church to look for the phantom church bell. In the musty rectory where the bell ringer had hanged himself 10 years before, we found old Clawfoot amusing himself with a human skeleton. But the queer creature with flowing beard and flowing robes got away from us. Returning to the caretaker's cottage, we found my dad upset and Phyllis Carroll with a stab wound in her back just under the shoulder blade. Jimmy Parker had been locked in the room with the girl at the time, but he denied the deed. Then Phyllis regained consciousness and sobbed out, "Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me?" That was at 2 in the afternoon. Now, at 8 in the evening, Dr. Tuner is with his patient.
Dr. Tuner, am I going to die?
I reckon you aren't even going to be very sick, Miss Carroll. Just lost your mind of blood, and the wound won't even leave a scar. Feel much better after a little sleep, don't you?
Oh, I've been asleep?
Well, sure you have. Here, let me fix that pillow. Lie on your left side just a little. That'll ease that sick shoulder of yours. Look mighty pretty in that outfit, Miss Carroll, with firelight playing on you.
Oh, I must look terrible. I've been crying so much, but...
Not a bit of it. You look like a young girl should look.
Oh, Dr. Tuner, what would make Jimmy do a thing like that?
No, you'd better let Captain Friday figure that out. That's his business. By the way, he wants to bring Parker in here as soon as you feel like it.
Oh, no, please. I can't face Jimmy after he...
I reckon that'll be necessary, Miss Carroll.
Do I have to see him?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid.
Well, all right then.
Good. We'll have him in now and get it over with. Captain Friday and his father have Parker in his room giving him a going over. I'll just call him. Hi there, Captain.
That's you, Doctor?
Miss Carroll's ready to see you next door.
Good. Come on out, fella. Come on, Mayor.
I'd rather not see Phyllis tonight.
You know, what you want hasn't got anything to do with it. Go on in there and sit down.
Okay. Have it your way, then.
No. I want you facing the girl. Sit in that straight chair.
Yeah, if I'd have known he's going to be all this rumpus, I'd have said take him to city and lock him up from the first.
Never mind, Mayor. We'll get things straightened out for you in the City of the Dead. I know the reason why. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
No, I'm not.
I suppose you only regret that you didn't kill Miss Carroll outright, huh?
Oh, Jimmy.
You look here. I didn't stab Phyllis. How many times do I have to tell you?
Miss Carroll says you did.
Well, I didn't.
You said he did, didn't you, Miss Carroll?
Yes.
You see, Parker?
I'd like to hear her tell how I did it.
I haven't any objection to that. Miss Carroll, do you mind?
How could you, Jimmy? And all the time I thought it was you and me against everyone.
Phyllis, how can you even think?
Never mind, Parker. Tell your story, Miss Carroll.
Well, we were talking...
Tell us what you were talking about.
I wanted to tell you everything we know about all this. I wanted to take a chance that you would help us out of a bad situation. Jimmy said no. He said that we...
Go on.
He said the circumstantial evidence was too strong against us. That we might...
You might
Well-
what?
We might be found guilty of murder by our own words.
Oh, I see. And you wanted to take a chance and tell anyway.
Yes. I thought if we told everything now, we'd have a better chance than if we waited for you to find out for yourself.
Good deduction, Miss Carroll. Well, then what happened?
Well, we talked, and then I got angry. I turned my back and walked toward the door.
Then, Miss Carroll?
And then Jimmy stabbed me, and I fainted.
No, Phyllis, no, I didn't.
But it must have been you, Jimmy. We were locked in the room alone. It had
Just
to
a
be...
minute. Miss Carroll, is that your only reason for believing Parker stabbed you?
Why, yes.
Did you see a knife in the room previous to the attack?
No.
Did you see Parker walk toward you or know that he was approaching you before the blow was struck?
No.
Did he say anything just before you fainted?
Why, no.
Of course not.
Then all you know is that you were stabbed while locked in the room with Parker, and for that reason you suppose it was he that had done it.
Well, but how could it have been anyone else?
Didn't you ever hear of a knife thrower, Miss Carroll?
You mean somebody threw a knife at me from the window?
Why not? It wouldn't have been the first knife tossed through a window.
Oh, then it wasn't, Jimmy. Then you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm so ashamed.
Phil, I didn't do it. Honestly, I didn't.
Why, of course not. I know you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, can you ever forgive me?
Of course, Phil. It's all right. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, I've been such a fool.
Forget it.
But I've been so miserable. Oh, Jimmy, I felt so bad I could die.
It made me sick, Phil, when I found out you thought I'd done it. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, I didn't want to think it, Jimmy, but well, I didn't see any other way out.
All right, now, Parker, come on back to your chair. Your hands aren't clean in this business yet.
Oh, of course he's innocent. It's silly even to think of it anymore.
Silly, huh? Well, then listen to what the mayor has to say on the subject. Go ahead, Dad.
Don't want to be dragged on murder trials.
Come on, Dad. Now, don't get temperamental.
Don't sass me, young fella. Don't care if you are a detective. You was my son first.
Look, Mayor, do you want this business cleaned up or don't you?
Well, I was coming up on the porch after returning from Lammy Fink's cabin, where I left you folks.
Yes?
Heard a scream.
Girl's voice?
Naturally. Seeing how it was Miss Carroll.
All right, then what?
Well, I ran into the house and unlocked the door where them two youngsters been locked up.
Yes?
And there was this fella, Parker, standing over the girl with both his hands bloody, and he was holding a knife.
Well, what of it? Naturally, my hands would be bloody from pulling the knife out of Phyllis's shoulder, wouldn't they?
That sounds pretty thin. Why wasn't you doing something for the girl instead of just standing over her with the knife in your hand?
Well, I was so stunned by what had happened, I didn't know what I was doing.
Looks mighty funny to me.
Well, I can tell you some other things that look mighty funny, too. Why did you lock Phyllis and me up the first night? Where were you last night when old Clawfoot was roaming around? Why did Dr. Tuna here say you didn't have a telephone the first night we came? There's plenty for you fellas to explain, too, if you ask me.
Captain, take that kid out of here. Take him out.
Now, Dad.
Take him away, I say. Lock him up down at the city. Do anything you got a mind to, but get him out of my house. You all-fired presumption of kids in this day and age,
Now, look here, Mayor. You haven't any call to be belligerent. You've been picking on him all evening.
Picking on him? Picking on him? He's guilty, ain't he?
I'm not so certain myself, Mayor.
Well, I am.
And after all, Mayor, you haven't explained to us where you were while the Phantom was murdering that fellow at the back of the house last night.
I don't reckon I'm beholden to any of you. I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and if I take it on myself to go down into the city among my citizens, it ain't anybody's business but my own.
Of course not, Dad. Now, let's just forget all this quarreling and see if we can't untangle some of these threads.
Well, I'm agreeable, Captain.
In the 2 days I've been here, one thing stands out. There's some force at work in the city of the dead.
What you mean, force?
Some group or groups of people acting in their own interests down among the graves.
And I'd just like to lay my hands on them.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 possible places from which this force may originate.
3?
Yes, Dr. Tuner, 3. First, there's this Clawfoot Phantom of ours.
You know he's a murderer. Didn't we see him kill the fella at my window?
He killed him, all right. What we don't know, however, is whether or not he's the force working against us. If he is against us, why did he attack the man who was trying to break in and disturb us?
By Jasper, Captain, you mean Clawfoot's working with us and against the enemy?
I don't know. Now then, the second source of this dangerous force may originate outside the city of the dead.
Yes. That's it. It's an outside force that wants something here in the city of the dead and is willing to murder every one of us to get it.
How do you know that, Parker?
Why, I'm pretty sure of it.
Why?
Well, Oh, I don't know. I just think so.
No, never mind now. That'll keep. Let's get back to the original question, the source of our danger. I've named two, Clawfoot and an outside gang. I suppose I don't have to tell you the third source from which this force may be emanating.
Well, I reckon you'd better. I don't follow you, Captain.
Yes, go on, son. Quit your intimating and come out straight.
I see you get what I mean anyway, Dad. All right, here it is. There's a fine chance that this malignant force we're fighting originates right in this little group.
You mean someone here's a murderer?
It's quite possible.
Horse feathers.
Why do you say that, Parker?
Well, if you're trying to put the blame for all this business on Phyllis and me, you're out of luck, that's all.
What do you think I was accusing you? There are others in the room.
Well, you wouldn't be likely to accuse your own father of the murder.
No?
And you've known Dr. Tuner all your life.
Supposing I have.
And that leaves only Phyllis and me.
You can easily remove yourselves from the suspected group.
How?
Talk.
How do you know it wouldn't put us in deeper than ever?
Oh, Jimmy, no, it won't. Captain Friday will understand. We ought to tell. Honestly, we should.
I don't think so.
Don't be stubborn, Jimmy. Please let me tell.
I don't like it.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
Can't keep a thing, can you?
Jimmy, you know better than that. You know I'll never say a word until you give me permission.
But it's the same as... Oh, go ahead and tell it. After all, it's your story.
Jimmy, don't be angry. I've thought and thought about it, and any way I look at it, we'd be better off than we are now.
You know what would happen to us if they found us guilty.
But they couldn't do that. I know they couldn't.
How do you know what a jury would do?
Very well, Jimmy, if that's how you feel.
Oh, go ahead and tell the whole thing. Maybe I'm all wet. Doesn't make much difference anyway. They're bound to find out if they keep looking.
That's right, Miss Carroll. We're bound to find out.
Oh, I don't know what to say now. Supposing I get us into a lot of trouble.
Well, go ahead, Phil. Anyway, we're in up to our neck as it is.
Well, please, could I have a glass of water first?
Yeah, of course you can. Shoulder hurting you?
Not too much. Just a numb ache.
Yeah, here. Here's a glass.
Thank you.
Now, we're ready when you are, Miss Carroll.
Well, I guess I should tell you first that I've known Jimmy Parker since I was 6 years old. He lived right across the street from me for 10 years.
Should know each other pretty well.
Oh, yes. We went to grammar school together and then to high school. In his senior year, his folks moved back east and Jimmy went with them. I didn't see him for a year then until he came back out here to attend the University of California.
That explains how he happens to be living in a hotel.
Yes. Well, now that you know about Jimmy and me, I guess I'd better go still further back. To my grandfather. My mother's folks. His name was Dr. Theodore Beverly. And he was...
What? What did you say?
Why, I said my grandfather was Dr. Theodore Beverly.
Well, I swan. You hear that, Mayor?
You mean Ted Beverly? Beverly that used to live on Van Ness Avenue before the San Francisco fire in 1906?
Oh, yes. Yes. Do you know him, Mayor Friday?
What are you doing down here in the city of the dead?
Why,
I said, what are you doing down here? Captain, these young'uns are up to no good. No good, do you hear me? Pack of thieves and cutthroats, that's what they are.
If you just hold your horses, Mayor, you'd hear the reason why Phyllis and Jimmy are down here. Or would you? Are they, after all, the thieves and cutthroats the old caretaker wants us to believe? Personally, I have my doubts, but we'll know better in just a minute.
Hold on, Dad. Give Miss Carroll a chance.
I don't like it. I don't want her down here. I don't want her nor nobody else.
Never mind that, Mayor. Now, go ahead, Miss Carroll.
Well, before the 1906 fire and earthquake, my grandfather was a very wealthy man. He had a beautiful home on Van Ness Avenue with lawns and shrubbery and servants and, just everything, I guess.
You're right there, Miss Carroll. I've seen your grandfather's place, and it did have everything.
All this part is just hearsay to me, you know. It was all over before I was born. Well, anyway, I learned just lately that Grandfather Beverly had a yen for collecting black pearls.
Yeah, listen to that, Doc. You hear what she says? Black pearls.
Yeah, I reckon I heard all right, Mary.
Yes, black pearls. Before the fire, he had one of the finest collections in the world. It was worth about $500,000.
That's a lot of money, Miss Carroll.
It wasn't for my grandfather, Captain Friday. He was very wealthy. Anyway, the fire came and destroyed his business and wiped out his home and left him just a little bit out of his mind. He never quite recovered from the shock.
What happened to him?
Oh, he lived for a long time after that. I remember him when I was a very small child. He was austere and gruff, and he walked with a kind of stoop. He always acted as though he had something awfully important on his mind.
Yep, I remember that characteristic. Used to have the habit of staring right through folks. Give a person the creep.
Yes, well, what finally became of him?
He was drowned. At least he disappeared, and about a week later a body was taken from the waterfront, and the police identified it as my grandfather. But Mother was never sure.
Wasn't sure, huh?
No. She kept looking for him for 2 years, but it was no use. The body was finally buried out here in the city of the dead, and things settled down to normal again.
Your grandfather left you and your mother quite wealthy, I take it.
Oh, no. Hardly anything. Only a little insurance.
Well, what became of his business, all his money?
I don't know very much about it. I was too little to understand while he was alive, and everyone's awfully vague about it now, but everything seemed to melt away without him to handle it.
Well, that might easily happen to a man's business, Miss Carroll, but it couldn't happen to anything as substantial as $500,000 worth of pearls. What became of them?
We never knew. Until quite recently.
Then you know now?
Well,
Well, answer. What's the matter with your tongue, young woman?
Look here, you don't have to talk to her like that.
Mind your own business, Parker.
Say, what's the matter with you anyway, Mayor? You act like you were sitting on a keg of dynamite.
I reckon the mayor's just a mite interested in Miss Carroll's story, that's all.
Got a mighty funny way of showing it.
Now then, if everyone has had his say, we'll go on. Miss Carroll, you do know where the black pearls are now.
Well, I know what became of them.
Who told you?
Why, no one told me.
Then how did you find out? Is that the reason you're down here in the city of the dead?
Yes, Miss Carroll. How did you find out about the black pearls at this late date?
I had a birthday the 6th of last month. It was my 20th.
Yes?
On my birthday, I received a little package from Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the lawyers in the city, you know. And in the package was a letter from the firm saying that they were delivering a sealed package given them on the date of my birth by my grandfather.
Yes? Were the pearls in the package, Miss Carroll?
Why, no, Mayor Friday. It was much too small for that. It was just a big letter of instructions.
Instructions for what?
Telling where the black pearls actually were.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I was awfully excited. I called Jimmy at his hotel over in Berkeley and had him come over right away.
Just how many persons did you let in on your secret?
I didn't tell anyone but Jimmy.
What about your mother?
No, not even her. I wanted to keep it from her until I could be sure it was true.
So Parker here was the only one you confided in?
Yes.
Well, what did your grandfather's letter say?
It said that this letter was written to protect my future in case of my grandfather's death before I reached the age of 20. It said that my mother was his favorite relative and that he'd always intended that the collection of black pearls should go to her first child.
That's you?
Yes. I was the only child born to my mother.
How many children were there in your grandfather's family?
3. 2 boys and my mother.
Are they living?
Well, Uncle Robert may be alive. He disappeared after Grandfather's death, and we haven't heard from him since. Uncle Franklin and his wife are both dead.
Did they leave any children?
Yes. 1 son.
What's his name?
Bert Arnold.
Where is he now?
Dead.
What's that?
I said he was dead. Murdered. It was his body you found strangled in old Morton's grave.
Gosh, all hemlock, Mayor.
And I can guess who did it.
I'll do the talking, Dad. You mean the murdered man was this girl's cousin? The only known living relative that might dispute her ownership of the black pearls?
That's what I said.
No wonder you didn't want to tell. The 3 of you down here in the city of the dead alone at night. One of the 3 found strangled in an old grave. Another of you with fresh blisters on your hands. And the motive? $500,000 worth of black pearls.
You see, Phyllis, it's just as I said. Try to make a detective see light with all that evidence against us.
Oh, but Captain Friday, we didn't do it. We didn't.
What could your cousin have wanted in the city of the dead?
Well, I suppose he came for the same reason we did.
And what was that?
To find the black pearl.
In the city of the dead?
Yes.
Where?
Phil, don't tell him. That isn't necessary.
I'll let that go for now.
But look here, son. I think you ought to make him tell where those pearls are hidden.
I thought so. I'll bet you've known about them all along. That's why you're so anxious to keep everyone out of the city of the dead, So you could hunt for him by yourselves, you and the doc.
No, don't you go bringing me into your ruckus. I'm sitting on the sidelines.
Captain, if you don't make that young'un stop accusing me of things, I'm going to lambaste him.
Leave the mayor alone, Parker.
Yeah, he started.
Never mind. Now, Miss Carroll, did you bring Bert Arnold down here with you the night he was murdered?
Why, I don't know what night he was murdered.
Didn't catch you, did you, mister?
No. Now, I'll put it this way. Did you bring him down to the City of the Dead with you the night Parker's car was stolen?
No.
Did you know he was down here or that he was coming down?
No. Honestly, we didn't.
Now then, you say the black pearls are buried here in the City of the Dead.
Yes. Oh, no.
That was a rotten thing to do. Let the pearls alone. They belong to Miss Carroll.
Well. So the pearls are buried in one of the graves in the City of the Dead.
She didn't say that.
She didn't need to. No wonder the City of the Dead has come alive by night. I wonder how many people in the world know about this.
Oh, probably a very few, Captain. The whole City of the Dead had been dug up and redug by now. $500,000 ain't to be sneezed at.
Those pearls belong to Miss Carroll no matter who finds them.
Reckon they belong to the one who has them.
Well, Mayor Friday, if you aren't the lowest old codger...
Quiet, Parker. Miss Carroll, that letter of instructions from the law firm, where is it?
What?
We burned it.
That's a lie, Parker.
Prove it.
You'll be glad enough to bring it out when you go before a jury for murder.
You don't think I killed Bert Arnold. You know you don't. And what's more, you don't think I stabbed Phyllis.
You'd be surprised what I think. Do you know of anyone else who might have reason to stab her?
There's somebody else mighty anxious not to have her tell what she knows about those pearls.
Who?
If I knew, there wouldn't be any mystery. By the way, Mayor Friday couldn't throw a knife, could he? He had the opportunity.
Why, you young whippersnapper.
Hold it, Dad. That's enough out of you, Parker. Go on into your room.
But what about Phyllis?
Never mind about her. You get into your room before you get yourself in more trouble.
Afraid to look into your own father's actions too closely? Is that it, Captain?
Get into your room, Parker, now.
Okay. Never mind the strong-arm stuff.
Dad, I want to talk to you and Doc Tuner out in the kitchen. Miss Carroll, you'll be all right here for a few minutes.
Oh, yes, I'll be all right, I guess.
Well, if you feel uneasy or need anything, you just sing out.
Come on, Dad, in the kitchen.
Yeah? What for? What's this all about?
I think you know. Close the door, Doc. You and Doc Tuner have got to face it. Let's get it over with.
You'd think I was your prisoner instead of your father.
Now then, Dad, what's it all about?
Huh? What's what all about?
Come on. Why all this mystery with me?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know plenty. And if it's on the level, why can't you trust me?
Ain't nothing to trust you with.
You and Dr. Tuner here have known about those black pearls all along.
I knew Doc was making a mistake when he confided in you.
Oh, you did you? Don't you suppose I know why you haven't been down in the City of the Dead to look for graves that might have been tampered with?
I wouldn't stick my nose in where it ain't wanted if I was you, son.
You've been opening the graves yourself, you and Doc. Fine pair you are. You with your talk about being mayor of the City of the Dead and aiming to see that none of your sleeping citizens shall be disturbed.
No, Captain.
And you, Doc, with your pretty talk about coming down here to visit your old friends and patients. Yeah. And all the time you've been digging into grave after grave for those black pearls. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
You ain't got no right to talk to your father like this, Captain.
I suppose you both know you could be sent up for the rest of your natural lives for this.
I don't reckon you'd do a thing like that, Captain Friday.
I ought to.
Captain, you're hurting your father mighty deep talking that way.
Well, what's he doing it for? Good heavens, man. He's got a trust here. He was put here to see that these sacred mounds of earth were not violated. And what has he done? Broken faith. Opened the graves himself.
I reckon you see now, Doc Tuner, why I didn't want to bring nobody else into the City of the Dead.
Captain, don't you reckon you better go a little easier on the mayor?
Why should I?
Well, after all, he's your father.
Of course, I know you didn't have any part in the things young Parker keeps hinting at.
Thanks.
Grave robbing's bad enough in itself without adding murder to it.
I reckon, son, if that's all you got to say, I'll be turning in.
Now, listen here, Dad. There's something more behind all this. You aren't disturbing the dead just for those pearls. There is something else, isn't there?
Reckon you had us lined up about right at the beginning, son. Doc and me are just a pair of skunks.
Look here, Doc.
I reckon your dad is right, Captain. Ain't no more use to discuss those things.
That's Miss Carroll. Something's happened. Come on, you two. Miss Carroll, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, look there by the door.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look, Doc, a visitor.
A skeleton. Captain, what's that thing doing here?
Where did it come from, Miss Carroll?
What's
Take it away! Take it away!
Now, Miss Carroll, I don't reckon a skeleton can hurt you much. Supposing you tell us how it got there so we can do something about it.
Well, the door just suddenly opened and the skeleton walked in and collapsed on the floor. And then the door was full closed.
Dang glad of a skeleton to do that, if you ask me.
Hey, Doc, come here and look at this.
Now, what in the name of Sam Hill are you doing to it, Captain?
Now, look. The bones are joined together with pieces of wire.
Now, what sort of monkey business is this?
Here, look. A message tied about its neck.
Message? What does it say?
It says, I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
Theodore Beverly? Why, that's Miss Carroll's grandfather.
My grandfather.
Grab her, Doc. She's fainted.
And now the very skeletons in the city of the dead are coming up out of their graves to identify themselves. But what does the message mean? I am out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I am not his skeleton. And what has all this to do with the phantom church bell and old Clawfoot? Many of these things will be revealed to you next week when you hear episode 6 of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Ghoul in the Grave. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Midnight, on the third night in the old abandoned graveyard, better known as the City of the Dead. A melancholy silence has settled on the cottage of Mayor Joshua Friday, lifelong caretaker of the old cemetery. Jimmy Parker, a prisoner, sleeps uneasily in one bedroom. His girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll, lies in a bed before the flickering embers of the dying front room fire. The knife wound in her back breaks her light breathing with barely audible moans. Dr. Tuner is sleeping heavily on the lounge, ready to attend her at an instant notice. The mayor and his son, Captain Friday, private investigator, occupy the double bed in the bedroom assigned to Miss Carroll before she was stabbed. Earlier this evening, but let Captain Friday tell it.
Earlier in the evening, a skeleton had suddenly been thrust through the front door to collapse on the rug almost at Phyllis Carroll's feet. It was a skeleton neatly wired together, joint by joint. Around its spinal column was fastened a message which said, I have come out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton. Theodore Beverly was Miss Carroll's grandfather and was supposedly buried in the City of the Dead 14 years ago. He likewise had buried $500,000 worth of black pearls in the City of the Dead before he died and left instructions where to find them in papers received by his granddaughter on her 20th birthday.
Yes, that's why Jimmy Parker and I came down to the old cemetery here. And now this skeleton has come up out of my grandfather's grave to tell me that he is not my grandfather and should not have been buried in my grandfather Beverly's tomb.
Yes, well, Miss Carroll went all to pieces over the presence of the skeleton, and it had taken several hours to get the household settled down for the night and to lay the skeleton out decently in the shed at the rear of the house. Finally, a semblance of quiet had descended upon the house, and its occupants had retired to their rest. And so came midnight.
Oh.
Shoulder hurting you, Miss Carroll?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tuner. I didn't mean to awaken you.
You didn't. It was that caterwauling outside.
I was just dropping off to sleep when it began. Why do you suppose it does that? Makes that awful noise. Captain Friday swears it's human.
Don't worry about old Clawfoot. You feel feverish?
No. just uncomfortable.
Let's see. Open your mouth. And put the thermometer under your tongue. There. Have you slept at all?
Mm-mm.
Why, Tunkett, didn't you say so? I'd have given you something. How was I to know you were awake when you lay there as still as a log?
Mm-hmm.
Here, now, hold your tongue still. I'll do the talking. You haven't been worrying, have you?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I tell you not to talk? Here, let me have that thermometer. And just a mite of fever. Not enough to keep you awake. I'm going to give you a sleeping powder and tuck you in. I want you to go to sleep.
I'll try.
Now, what in Tunkett's that?
Oh, that came from Jimmy's room.
Hi! Hi out there! What's the matter? Is Phyllis all right?
What's the matter with you, Parker?
I can't sleep. I heard someone talking. Is Phyllis worse?
No, Phyllis is not worse. She's trying to get some sleep.
Look here, Doctor. Let me out of this room. Let me sit beside her the rest of the night. I won't run off.
Hey, who's making all this rumpus? Who is that pounding?
Oh, you awake too, Captain? Young Parker's pounding on his door. He wants out.
Does, huh? What do you want, Parker?
I can't sleep, Captain Friday. Let me sit by Phyllis the rest of the night. I won't run away.
Why should I do that?
Well, I'd feel easier.
Oh, I'm sure I could sleep if Jimmy was sitting by me.
You kids aren't up to something, are you?
Oh, no, really. I feel too woozy, and Jimmy wouldn't go away without me.
Hello. Old Clawfoot's out again tonight.
Yeah, he's been around for the last hour, up to some new devilment, I suppose.
Aren't you going to let me out?
All right. Come on out.
I promise you I won't try to escape.
You won't try if you know what's good for you.
That room gives me the creeps. Did you hear old Clawfoot at it again?
How could we help it?
I caught a glimpse of him through the bars of my window. He was out there by the shed.
You mean where we put the skeleton?
Say, I'd forgotten the skeleton. Yes, that's right where he was.
That bird's got a nose for old bones. I think we better investigate. Doc, you stay here with Miss Carroll. Parker, you come with me.
Captain, is the mayor sleeping through all this?
What? Oh, Dad? Oh, I guess he is. Tell you what I'll do. I'll lock his door so nothing will disturb him. Let him sleep.
Now, what in Tunkett are you locking the mayor in for?
I just told you, didn't you hear me, Doc?
Sounds like a lot of foolishness to me.
No, never mind. Let's go, Parker.
You all right, Phyllis?
I'm all right, Jimmy. Don't worry about me.
Come along, Parker.
Yeah, okay.
You sure you saw old Clawfoot hanging around the shed?
You don't think I could mistake him, do you?
This is the screwiest business. Yeah, keep on the grass.
Listen. The church bell.
If that isn't coming up the valley from the old church ruins, nothing ever did. Hello, you were right, Parker. The shed door's open.
Golly, I wonder if...
Let's have a look. The skeleton's gone.
Door broken open and the skeleton gone.
Not a sign of him. We laid him out on the bench there, didn't we? Look around outside for footprints.
Yeah, it's hard to see anything, even with the moonlight.
Yeah, but no fog. See anything? Nothing over here.
I don't think so. Hey! Captain Friday, come here.
What have you found?
Some kind of a bone.
Bone? Well, look what you found. You know what this is, Parker?
No.
One of the bones off the foot of our skeleton.
Off the skeleton?
Looks like he dropped something in his escape.
Yeah, but Captain...
Look over there. There's another. Yeah, who says a skeleton can't leave a trail? Come along, maybe we'll find another one.
But it's taking us down into the city of the dead.
What of it? Graveyard's a natural place for a skeleton, isn't it?
I suppose so, but...
I was right. Here's another bone. Looks like an ankle bone, doesn't it?
I don't know. I never studied anatomy. Do you think old Clawfoot has done this? Strung that skeleton's bones out over the country this way?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
But why?
I wish I knew. That's the reason we're following this trail of bones. If there's a purpose, we'll find it out soon enough.
Oh, there's another bone.
Where?
There ahead, glistening in the moonlight.
Ah, so there is. It's a bone from the skeleton's lower leg. Looks like old bag of bones is going to pieces fast.
Well, so am I. I don't like trailing skeletons in a cemetery. Not with that claw-footed thing slinking around.
I think I see another bone ahead. That trail's leading us down toward the old church. Who knows? Maybe we'll find another message.
Messages tied around the neck of a skeleton. That's about the limit.
It was a weird bit, wasn't it? Let's see. What was it now? I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
That sounds as though the man who was buried as Phyllis's grandfather wasn't her grandfather at all. Do you think that's what the message intended to say? You know, Phyllis's mother never was certain that the body was that of Theodore Beverly.
That was a good many years ago. If no one could be certain back at that time, how could anyone know for certain at this late date?
I don't know. After all, who wrote the note?
Hello. Here's a bone from the upper leg. What do you suppose we'll find next?
Look here, Captain Friday. Let's not carry this thing out any further. Let's go back to the house and wait till morning.
I should say not.
But you don't know what kind of a trap you're running us into.
Trap?
Yes, trap. Listen.
Just the phantom church bell again.
Look. Look over there. Didn't you see something move?
I did not.
Well, I did.
I doubt it. You're just plain scared.
I tell you, I'm not. I saw something. Something creeping. Something in the shadows of the tombstones.
Rot.
It isn't rot. It isn't. It's something alive. There are creeping things all around us. I tell you, I can see them everywhere.
And I wish to heaven you'd point some of them out to me. I can't see a thing. Except up ahead, I see another bone.
I tell you, I'm going back.
You're going ahead with me.
I'm not.
Parker, are you going to come along?
No.
Well, you are, and quick. I have a gun here, Parker, and it's loaded.
Pretty brave with a gun in your hand, aren't you?
I'll give you until I count to 3 to start walking toward that next bone.
I won't move.
1. 2.
Go ahead and shoot.
I'm not going to shoot you, Parker. I just wanted to see if you were really as yellow as you were trying to make out.
Yellow?
Sure. Trying to kid me into believing you're deathly afraid of a cemetery at night.
What about it?
You haven't seen anything to make you scared, and you know it. And you wouldn't be as scared as you pretended, even if you did see all those creeping horrors you were babbling about. Creeping horrors.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
Any man who'll stand up against a gun, as you've just done, isn't very much afraid of anything.
Thanks for nothing.
So, as I've got it figured out, there's some very definite reason why you don't want us to go any further.
Go ahead and figure all you like.
I'm all through figuring tonight, fella. I know now why you balked on me.
How do you know?
Because I have the same suspicion as you where this trail of bones is leading us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You think, and so do I, that someone is guiding us to the place where the Beverly pearls are buried.
What is this trail of bones? This search for a king's ransom in pearls? What are these messages from the grave? If the skeleton in the grave of Miss Carroll's grandfather is not her grandfather, then who is it? And where is Grandfather Beverly, supposedly for so long at his rest? And why... But more in just a moment.
Captain Friday, I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Parker. You think, and so do I, that someone is guiding us to the place where the Beverly pearls are buried.
No, nothing of that kind. It's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. Now then, are you going to come along with me to find out, or do you want me to go on alone?
I wasn't thinking about the black pearls.
Deuce you weren't. Look here, Parker, there's no use trying to kid me. I can read a man's face, and I know exactly what's been passing through your mind. Now, if you like, I'll take you back to the house and lock you in and then return alone.
I'll go along with you.
I thought you would.
Oh, I wish that bell would stop that.
Forget about it. Look, here's another little heap of foot bones. Skeleton's lost his second foot now. And right up there ahead is... No, it's his ankle bone.
Well, I'll certainly know bone structure of the human body by the time I get out of this place.
Too bad you're not studying medicine over at the University of California. Look at the starch you'd have on most of the fellas.
No, thank you. And I'm not growing up to be a grave digger either.
Well, here's the bone of the lower left leg. We're getting well down into the city of the dead, do you realize that?
We must have come a mile.
If it was just a little lighter, we'd be able to see the outline of the old church.
I wish I knew who threw that knife that stabbed Phyllis.
A number of things I'd like to know. For instance, I'd give a half share in the Rockefeller Foundation to know how come Lammy Fink was scared to death. And who burned down Lammy's shack. And who it was that tried to get into your room and was murdered by old Clawfoot. And who Clawfoot is. And who filled up Ernie Morton's grave. And who tried to shoot Dad down in the old church. And who...
And what your father does every night when he slips out of the house after everyone else is asleep.
There's another bone. That makes both feet and legs of our skeleton. We ought to gain on him fast now that he's left his lower extremities behind.
Look, there's a little pile of bones over to the left.
Oh, so there is. If I'm not mistaken, those are the bones of his fingers and right hand.
And I'd still like to know what the mayor does when he slips out.
You'll be just as well off, Parker, if you don't wonder too much. Come on.
Well, We'd probably find out a lot about this mystery if we did know.
I'll tend to that end of the matter. Well, there's the bones of the left hand in a nice little pile.
Wonder what's become of old Clawfoot himself. Certainly made himself absent since we come out of the house.
He's a little like the pink flea. Here one moment and where the next.
Well, anyway, your father won't be out tonight, seeing you locked him in before we
Let the
left.
mayor alone. Oh, we must be getting near the end of the trail. There's the two forearms of our skeleton together.
Look here, Captain Friday. What do you really expect to find at the end of this trail?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if it were the pearls. Though why in the deuce anyone would want to give the secret away, I don't know.
No one knows where the pearls are hidden but Phyllis and myself.
Well, if you knew, why didn't you dig them up the first night, the night you were taken prisoners by the mayor and Doc Tuner?
Well...
You certainly did some digging. The blisters on your hand show that.
Oh, I dug all right.
Well, did you find anything?
I guess I miscalculated in the dark.
Did you dig in just one grave?
I didn't say I opened a grave.
Well, then, did you dig in just one spot?
Yeah.
Why did you give up so easily?
Well, we thought we heard someone moving around in the city of the dead, and Phyllis got scared. She wouldn't let me try a second time.
Heard someone, huh? Did you see anyone?
Just shadows. We couldn't be sure it was anyone. Phyllis was nervous about being down here anyway, and you can't blame her.
No, I suppose not. Then what happened?
Well, there's some more bones, Captain.
Oh, good. The two upper arms. We must be getting close. There isn't a heck of a lot left to this skeleton. Now, go on. What happened after Miss Carroll insisted that you leave the city of the dead?
We went back to the car, which we left on the road outside the city of the dead above the mayor's cottage.
Didn't you fill up the grave?
You mean the hole, don't you?
Yes. Didn't you fill up the hole you dug?
No. We left in kind of a hurry.
Then my cue is to look for the excavation.
A lot of good it'll do you.
Why do you say that?
Because I've seen the spot since, and it's been filled up.
It has? You certain?
Yeah, I know it has.
When did you have the opportunity of investigating? You've been locked up since that night.
I saw the place the day you took me down into the city of the dead and discovered that Ernie Morton's grave had been opened.
Oh, so that's it.
Look there.
Well, ain't that something? Our skeleton has had the audacity to leave his pelvis bone lying right out in the open. I suppose we'll find a trail of ribs and vertebrae scattered along ahead of us next.
I suppose so.
By George, Parker, why didn't I think of it before? I know where we're headed for.
Yeah? Where?
I'll bet you money this trail is going to lead us directly to Ernie Morton's grave.
Oh, you don't say.
I most certainly do say. I'll be a mighty disappointed man if I don't find the grinning skull of our friend the skeleton perched on Ernie Morton's headstone.
There's a couple of ribs. 2 more of them down there about 20 yards.
Good enough. We'll be in sight of Ernie's grave in a few minutes now.
Well, what will you do if the trail does end there?
We'll sit down and keep guard until morning, and then first thing after breakfast, we'll reopen that grave. There must be something buried there. All the activity seems to center around the place.
Well, if you're going to do it by daylight...
Shut up, Parker. I hear something.
What is it?
Shh, listen.
Someone's digging over there.
Not a word now. Follow me.
Yeah.
We'll sneak up on the grave robber. Keep down in the shadows of the headstone.
I can see his outline.
Be careful, he'll hear you. Look. Look there on the headstone.
The skull.
The skull of our skeleton. The end of the trail. And it is Ernie Morton's grave. Oh, if that fellow would turn around, I'd be able to see his face in the moonlight.
Look. Look. Now you can see who it is.
Dr. Tuner, why are Jimmy and Captain Friday staying out there so long? Do you think anything's happened?
No, you don't need to worry about them. Captain Friday can take care of himself, and young Parker.
But they were just going out to examine the shed, and they've been gone almost an hour.
And then you just settle down there and go to sleep. Hasn't that powder I gave you made you drowsy?
Yes, but I keep thinking... Oh, he's right outside.
Well, I don't reckon it matters much if he is.
Oh, but why don't Jimmy and Captain Friday drive him away?
You can't tell. Maybe they're trying to trail old Clawfoot, and he gave him the slip and came back to the house.
Oh, but what does he want here? Why does he keep hanging around the house?
Well, you're not afraid with me here, are you, Miss Carroll?
No, but I wish Jimmy was back in the house.
Yeah, I reckon you're safe enough. And then there's the mayor sleeping right in the next room. Well, goodness knows how he can sleep with all this ruckus.
But his door's locked. He wouldn't be any good to us if anything should happen.
Well, he could break the lock easy enough. It's tolerably old. But there isn't any need, young lady.
Oh, I am afraid, Dr. Tuner. Maybe Jimmy and Captain Friday were lured away from the house on purpose.
Crickety, I never thought of that. Say, maybe I'd better wake up the mayor. Then if he says so, I'll bust the lock. Captain had no business locking the door in the first place.
Oh, I wish you would. Oh, listen to him. Look.
What in
Look at the window. Look at the window.
Where? I don't see it.
He was there. He was there at the window staring in at me.
Who, old Clawfoot?
Yes. Oh, it was horrible.
Getting mighty brave. I'm going to arouse the mayor. Mayor! Hi, Mayor! Mayor Friday!
Oh, hurry. I can hear that thing prowling around outside the house.
He's sleeping dang heavy, even for the mayor.
Try again.
Hi there, Mayor! Mayor Friday! Hi in there, Mayor!
What do you suppose is the matter with him?
Dang funny, I can't get a sound out of him. Listen a moment, see if I can hear him breathing.
What do you suppose makes him do that?
I can't hear the mayor at all. That's funny, too, because he always snores like a foghorn when he's sleeping heavily.
You don't suppose something has happened to him, too, do you?
What could happen to a man in there? The windows are barred and the door's been locked ever since Captain Friday left.
But the windows were barred and the door was locked when someone stabbed me.
Oh, Savannah, I wonder if the mayor's been stabbed. I'm going to open that door.
Oh, yes, please. I think you ought to. Oh, Dr. Tuner, I'm so frightened.
You got me going now.
He's at the window again. He's at the window. Oh, make him go away.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wave the tablecloth at him? Now, you keep still. I can't do more than one thing at a time, and I'm going to see what's happened to the mayor.
Oh, all right.
Don't look at the window if he frightens you.
Oh, I can't help it. What are you going to do with that chair?
I'm going to break in the mayor's door. I wished I had a gun. I'd take a pop at that thing. That'd burn his wailing anyway.
Oh, please hurry with the door. What are you doing now?
I'm moving the other furniture back so I can get a good swing. Now then, we'll see how strong that lock is. Stouter than I thought.
You've broken the leg off the chair.
Blast the chair. She's giving away. There she is.
Is he in there? Is he all right, Dr. Tuner?
It's blacker than Sam Scratch in here. Where's the mayor's flashlight?
They're on the table.
Yeah, now we'll know in about a half a minute what's what.
Dr. Tuner? What's the matter? What's happened in there? Oh, Dr. Tuner!
He ain't here. The mayor ain't any place in that room.
He's not there.
You're not hiding her hair of him.
Oh, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I even looked under the bed for the body.
But how did he get out? Are the bars still on the window?
Yeah, I looked especially to see. Now, if that ain't the craziest thing I ever heard tell of.
Oh, but he must be there.
Well, he ain't.
Oh, but people simply can't just disappear through a locked door. They can't.
Well, the mayor's gone and done it.
Oh, but if the mayor's disappeared, then one of us may be next.
I don't calculate that makes me feel any better.
Oh, I wish Jimmy was here. Oh, where is he? Dr. Tuner, do you suppose he and Captain Friday have vanished, too?
I ain't thinking of anything, except I'm going out and clean up on that claw-footed son of a gun in about a half a minute.
Oh, please, you won't leave me, will you? Promise me you won't.
Don't reckon you need to worry on that score. I ain't one of them brave fellas that goes out looking for trouble. No, I'll stay here with you, all right.
Oh, but what'll we do? You don't suppose that thing...
What thing?
Well, whatever it was that got the mayor... You don't think it's still in the house, do you?
Well, how should I know? I don't even know that the mayor's been got.
Well, if something hasn't got him, then what has become of him?
Does your imagination always work overtime this way? A fella could get the creeps just sitting listening to you imagining things.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm acting badly, but nothing like this ever happened to me before.
Well, it doesn't happen to me every day either, thank heaven.
If that thing outside the door would only go away, I wouldn't feel this way, but... Dr. Tuner, look. Look at the front door. It's opening.
Gosh sakes, I forgot to lock it.
Oh, hurry. Lean against it. Oh, hold it shut. Don't let him get it open.
I've got it. If I can push it shut, Who's out there?
Oh, can't you hold it?
I'm trying my dangest. Whoever's on the other side of that door is as strong as an ox.
Oh, it's the claw-footed phantom. You mustn't let him get in. You mustn't.
I can't get any hold with my feet. He's gaining on me. I'm slipping.
Dr. Turner, the fireplace poker's on the rack. Can you reach it?
Good. It'll give me something to fight with.
Oh, can you reach it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to let go of the door and crack him over the head with the poker when he comes in.
Oh, be careful. Oh, you missed him. Look out, Dr. Turner. Look out. He's got a knife.
Well, if he comes within range of this poker,
Oh, no. No! You killed Dr. Turner. You killed Dr. Turner. Oh, don't. Go away. Don't look at me like that. Go away. Oh, don't come near me. Oh, please. Please go away. Don't touch me. Jimmy! Oh, no.
The terror of old Clawfoot has descended on the old caretaker's cottage. What of the girl's peril, alone in the presence of the wailing phantom? What of the ghoul caught digging in Ernie Morton's grave? What of the skeleton that walks, the phantom church bell, the buried treasure of black pearls? Listen at this same hour next week when we bring you Chapter 7 of the Carlton E. Morse adventure drama, City of the Dead. Listen to Chapter 7, entitled Captain Friday Vanishes. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
2 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. 3 nights and 2 days have been spent in this old abandoned cemetery. This is the morning of the third day. But let Captain Friday tell you.
At midnight, we were asleep in the cottage of my father, Mayor Friday, who's caretaker of the old cemetery. Then there came the disturbing wails of the old Clawfoot phantom. I got up, and with Jimmy Parker went out into the night. Almost immediately, we stumbled onto a trail of bones that led us among the tombstones down into the City of the Dead. It led to a grave upon whose headstone had been placed a skull. It was a freshly opened grave, and there was a man down in it, digging.
So much for that. In the meantime, Dr. Tuner had been left at the cottage with Phyllis Carroll, kept abed by her knife wound. Also, the old mare was supposedly asleep in one of the bedrooms, locked in by Captain Friday, so that he would not be disturbed. Dr. Tuner became frightened when old Clawfoot began to prowl outside the door and broke into Mayor Friday's room, only to find that he was not in the locked room at all. And then the Clawfoot creature took measure in his own hands. He broke into the front door, overwhelmed Dr. Tuner, and came to the bed beside the girl. When it reached toward her, she cried out and lost consciousness. It is now 2 a.m, and we are down in the City of the Dead, where Captain Friday and Jimmy Parker are watching the ghoul at work in the grave of old Ernie Morton.
Get down, Parker. Down on your face and keep still.
Did you see who it was digging in the grave, Captain?
Keep still, I tell you. Not a move out of you. Don't even raise your head to look.
Why so mysterious? Who is it?
Never mind. You do as I say. Keep down here behind this tombstone.
Here, where you going?
Keep still. Now listen, I'm going to sneak out alone.
Yeah, help.
Be quiet. I'm going out alone because it'll make less noise. He's down in the grave now. I want to catch him red-handed.
Well, I think that's a fool idea. Let me go along.
You do what I tell you, Parker.
Yeah, but he'll be desperate. He's liable to be the killer.
I can take care of myself. Now mind you, do what I say. Don't move a muscle until you hear me yell. I'll yell when I jump him.
I don't like
That
it.
doesn't make any difference. Remember now, wait until I yell.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, my shoulder. Oh, my shoulder. Oh, Jimmy, what? Where am I? What's happened to me? The clawfoot. The clawfoot was here. Oh, Jimmy, what's happened to you? What? Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
Phyllis. Why, Phyllis, what's happened? What's been going on here?
Where have you been? Why have you been gone so long? Why are you so white? What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing that matters now. Tell me what's been going on here. Where's Doc Tuner?
He's over there behind those overturned chairs. Jimmy, he's dead.
Dead?
Jimmy, the clawfoot phantom's been here.
Phyllis.
Dr. Tuner tried to drive him out, and the thing killed him.
Phyllis, are you sure Dr. Tuner's dead?
Oh, please don't leave me.
I'm not going to leave you. I want to see if there's anything I can do for the doctor.
I know he's dead, Jimmy. I saw him fall.
No. No, he's not, Phil. No, he's not dead. He's still breathing.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad.
Oh, wait, I'll get him on the lounge. I don't think he's very badly hurt. There. Looks to me like he's just been knocked out.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What a fight there must have been. This place is a wreck. Everything upside down.
Yes, it was pretty bad.
And what happened after old Clawfoot knocked the doctor out?
It turned on me. It made a little mewing wail. I never felt so awful in my life.
Mewing wail? Phyllis, what are you saying?
It was just like that, Jimmy. Just as though it was an animal that was glad to see me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
It crept toward me, wailing a little soft wail. Oh, Jimmy, I can't tell you how terrible it was. It just kept coming closer and closer.
And you couldn't move.
I screamed at it to go away. I begged it not to come near me, but it kept coming on and on. And then suddenly it was over me. It stretched out a lean claw hand.
Oh, Phil, dear.
And then I fainted.
Ah, you poor kid. I thought you'd be safe here. I'd never let you.
I just came to. Just a moment before you came in. The thing was gone.
I wish I knew what to do about Doc Tuner there.
You're certain he isn't dying?
No, he's not dying. Just a bump on the head. He'll be around presently. Hey, where's Mayor Friday? Who broke open his door? I forgot all about him.
We don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
We don't know what's become of him. When old Clawfoot began to wail outside, Dr. Tuner broke in the door to awaken him. But the mayor wasn't any place in the room.
Yeah, but that's silly, Phil. We saw Captain Friday lock his father in.
He wasn't there. He'd vanished.
Vanished from a barred and locked room?
And I've got to lie here in this miserable bed with my shoulder hurt. Oh, what if something should come after me? I couldn't run. I couldn't do anything.
Don't you worry about that, Phil. I'm not moving from your side from now on.
But what about you? You were so white when you came in. Something's happened. Why don't you tell me?
Oh, what do you mean, Phil?
You're holding something back. What happened out there in the city of the dead? Why were you so white when you ran into the house? Where is Captain Friday?
Well, Phyllis...
Has something happened to the captain?
Now, Phyllis, you've got enough to worry about. Don't bother your head about it.
It's Dr. Tuner.
Yeah, still
He's
unconscious. He's still unconscious, but he'll be around pretty soon now.
Oh, Jimmy Parker, you tell me what happened. You've got to tell me. Is he dead? Is Captain Friday dead?
No. That is, I don't know.
You don't know? Well, weren't you with him all the time? Oh, Jimmy, don't put me off.
I'm not putting you off, Phyllis. Honestly, I don't know.
Then...
Phil, Captain Friday's vanished.
Vanished? Captain Friday's vanished. Oh, Jimmy.
Now, Phyllis, don't give way. Please don't.
Oh, but first the mayor disappeared, and now his son. Jimmy, do you think we're to be next?
Of course not.
But think of what's happened. First it was my cousin, Bert Arnold. They strangled him and threw him in an old grave.
Oh, don't talk about it, Phil. It'll only make you feel worse.
And then that stranger was stabbed to death outside your window.
Well, we know old Clawfoot did that. We saw him.
And then Lammy Fink, frightened to death. What is there in the world that could frighten a person to death?
Well, that old caretaker was always scared of a cemetery at night, you know that.
But what a horrible way to die. I've heard that a person's heart sometimes bursts wide open with fear. Did you ever hear of that, Jimmy?
No, of course not. Stop it now, Phil. You're frightening yourself sick with this kind of talk.
And then Mayor Friday vanished from a barred room.
Oh, Phil, I tell you...
And now Captain Friday. Tell me, Jimmy, how did Captain Friday disappear? How did it happen?
Oh, listen here, Phil. Wait until morning, won't you? Wait until daylight and I'll tell you all about it. It'll only be a few hours now.
No, I want to hear now.
But Phyllis, it's not a nice story.
Tell me now.
Well, I left the house and went to the shed where we laid out the skeleton.
The skeleton with the message tied to it, saying it wasn't my grandfather?
Oh, Phil, I wish you wouldn't.
Go on, Jimmy.
Well, the skeleton was gone.
Gone? The skeleton, too. The mayor, the captain, and now the skeleton.
Yes, the skeleton was gone. We were looking about outside the shed when I ran across the bones of its foot.
Its foot?
Yes. Just a little further down into the city of the dead, and Captain Friday found its ankle bone.
What? Well, that's strange. What did that mean?
We didn't know at first. But presently we found leg bones and most of the rest of the skeleton scattered out ahead of us. It was a trail of bones, Phyllis.
A trail of bones?
Yes, a trail of bones leading us down into the city of the dead. Leading us down to a grave.
Any particular grave?
The grave of Ernie Morton.
Ernie Morton?
The grave we opened in search of the Black Pearls.
Oh, Jimmy.
The grave in which the strangled body of your cousin Bert Arnold was found.
Oh, what does it mean? What is it?
And Phil, when we got down into the city of the dead, there perched on the headstone of Ernie Morton's grave was the grinning skull of our skeleton. And that isn't all.
Yes?
Phyllis, there was someone digging in that grave again.
Jimmy.
Yes, someone digging. Digging. He didn't see us. We threw ourselves down in the shadow of a tombstone. It was brilliant moonlight.
Who was it?
I couldn't tell. I don't know. Captain Friday made me lie flat, and I couldn't see a thing. All I could hear was the shoveling. Shoveling of the ghoul in Ernie Morton's grave.
Then what happened?
Captain Friday was peering around the edge of the tombstone. Suddenly he called my name and dropped back to the ground.
You saw who it was?
That's what I thought, but if he did, he wouldn't tell me. He said he was going out after the fellow and that I was to lie still until he yelled. He said he would yell when he leaped into the grave on the man, and that was my signal to come to his aid.
Why didn't you go with him?
Well, I wanted to, but he wouldn't let me. He wouldn't even let me raise my head to watch him while he sneaked up on the grave.
Why?
I don't know. Then he slipped out, and I waited. I waited. Pretty soon I heard the shoveling stop. I got ready to jump to my feet. I expected the captain to yell any second, but there wasn't any yell. I waited a few seconds longer, and then I raised myself and looked over the top of the gravestone.
Yes, Jimmy?
Phyllis, there wasn't a sign of anyone any place around.
Jimmy!
It's as true as anything I ever said in my life. Captain Friday had vanished. The gravedigger had vanished. Even the shovel had gone. I rushed to the edge of the half-uncovered grave and looked everywhere. There was nothing.
Oh, Jimmy, I couldn't have done that.
I stood there in the moonlight at the edge of the grave, petrified for a moment. Then I yelled until my lungs hurt. And all I got from my trouble was a lot of echoes. Echoes coming up from the ruins of the old church. Echoes and the faint sounding of that phantom church bell.
I couldn't have stood it.
Then I got sick, and I got away from the edge of the grave and started to run. It's more than a mile, but I ran the whole way back here to the cottage without stopping.
No wonder you were white and out of breath.
When I came in the door and found everything so upset and you so frightened, it brought me to my senses. I think the doctor's coming too, Phyllis.
Get a pan of cold water, Jimmy. Bathe his head.
Yeah, okay. Watch him, Phil. If he starts to move around, yell. I don't want him to fall off the lounge.
He's all right. Only hurry.
Coming. Now we'll fix him up. Poor old guy. Yeah, this cold water will help that head. You know, Phil, this is pretty rough treatment for a man as old as Doc Tuner.
It's pretty rough treatment on any of us. And Jimmy, just as sure as anything in this world, this is building up to something.
Yeah. I suppose everything has a payoff.
I just hope that payoff won't end up in a funeral parlor. That's all I hope.
The old mare missing, Captain Friday missing. The prowling of old Clawfoot is building up to something more surely than Phyllis Carroll can know. And on the next appearance of one of these three, who is even now making his way between the moonlit headstones toward the cottage. But more of that in just a moment.
Oh, my head.
No, he's coming to all right, Phil.
I'm awfully sorry about him. He's been so kind to me.
My head.
The mayor keeps some stimulant around here somewhere. I think a little something would do him good.
I saw it on the lower left-hand shelf in the kitchen cupboard, Jimmy.
Oh, good. I'll get it.
Did you find it, Jimmy?
Yeah, I got it. This'll snap him out of it. Here now, Doc. Try and drink this. That's put color in his face. He's opening his eyes, Phil. Hello, Doc. Feeling pretty bad?
What is it? What's the matter?
Just a little bump on the head, Doctor. You'll be all right in a minute.
Bump on the head? How did I get a bump on the head?
Oh, don't remember, huh? Old Clawfoot slugged you.
Clawfoot. Clawfoot, I remember. He was after Miss Carroll. Did he get her? Did he get her?
I'm all right, Dr. Tuner. Honest, I am. Don't you worry about me a bit.
Oh, I shouldn't have let that thing get the best of me. I guess I ain't as young as I used to be.
Well, don't you worry about that. You put up a good fight. Phyllis told me all about it.
I'm still a good fighting man, Parker. I'd have brained that thing with the poker if my foot hadn't slipped. That's what was the matter. My foot slipped.
Yeah, of course, Dr. Tuner. That's the way it happened. Now, you just lay back and rest a while.
Say, Parker.
Well?
You know, I'm feeling kind of dejected like. I think I could do with another spoonful out of that bottle.
Oh, that's right, sir. I'll bet you could. In just a minute, I'll fix it for you. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Parker.
Yeah, that's all right. Now, you just lie still for a bit until you feel stronger.
Jimmy, could I have a drink of water?
Oh, sure thing. Now, I'll have it for you in a jiffy. Here you are, Phil.
Hey, where's Captain Friday, Parker?
He hasn't come in yet.
What's he doing out meandering around the city of the dead this time of night?
Oh, he'll be in when he gets ready.
What gets me is what that old Clawfoot critter wanted in here. I reckon he didn't come for Miss Carroll after all, seeing as he went away without hurting her none. Did you see what he did after I was knocked out, Miss Carroll?
No, Dr. Tuner. He came toward me and I fainted.
Oh, fainted, huh?
Yes, and he was gone when I came to.
And you ain't noticed anything different since you waked up? Anything about the room or anything in the room?
Why, no.
Funny. What do you suppose he wanted, Parker?
I don't suppose he wanted anything. Probably the midnight ramblings of a mad creature. I think you and Phil were lucky to get off with your lives.
Listen.
The phantom church bell again. I wonder if it's going to begin all over.
Begin over again? What do you mean?
I mean, I wonder if we're going to have more trouble with old Clawfoot tonight.
Oh, Jimmy, would you please look out of the window and see if anything's outside?
Oh, of course, Phyllis. Hey, Dr. Tuner, what are you doing? You lie down there.
No, sir. I reckon I'm feeling a mite sprier than I did. I guess I'll be moving about a bit.
Yeah, but you had a nasty blow on the head.
Well, you don't want me to stay in bed the rest of my life just because you bumped my head, do you, Parker?
No, of course not. Not if you feel like getting up.
There goes the bell again. Oh, please look out of the window and see if that thing is around again.
I don't suppose I'll be able to see much.
Shh. Someone on the porch. Yeah, someone on the porch.
Listen. Shh. He's coming up to the door.
Is it bolted?
Yes, I locked it.
I don't want it to come in here. I couldn't stand seeing it again.
Shh, Phil. Doc and I can take take care of you. I wouldn't mind having a gun.
Yeah, that's what I wished for on his last visit.
Here, you take the leg of this broken chair. I'll handle the poker. Shh, shh. Hello? Who's there?
Mean disposition, whoever he is.
Oh, Jimmy, I'm so afraid.
Hi, you out there! You better answer if you know what's good for you.
That's right. We're two against you. You ain't got a chance.
Doc Tuner. Doc Tuner, is that you?
It's Mayor Friday. Will that be? Sure, it's me, Mayor. Here, unlock that door and let the mayor in.
Dr. Tuner, are you certain it's the mayor?
Certain? Of course I'm certain. Go on, open the door, Parker. Yeah, what did I tell you? Of course it's the mayor.
Well, why shouldn't it be me? What in tarnation's you going to lock me out for?
Well, why didn't you answer instead of tromping up on the porch and banging on the door without a word?
Because I ain't used to asking for permission to enter my own house. What in the Sam Hills happened here anyway? Who broke that chair? Who smashed in that door?
I reckon it couldn't be helped, Mayor. We had a little visit from old Clawfoot while you were out.
Clawfoot?
I reckon so.
By the way, Mayor Friday, where have you been all night?
Curious young squirt, ain't you, Parker?
Perhaps so, but a lot of things have been happening around the city of the dead tonight, and I think you can throw light on a great deal of it.
What's been happening?
Well, to begin with, we all saw Captain Friday lock you in that room there before he and I went out into the city of the dead.
You saw the captain lock me in?
That's right, Mayor. I reckon we all saw him do it.
Doc, you saw him lock me in?
I reckon that's right, Mayor.
Well, when was that, Doc?
Just before he and young Parker here went out. I reckon it was something about like midnight, Mayor.
Oh.
How'd you get out, Mayor Friday?
Where's the captain, Parker?
Why, he vanished.
Vanished?
Yes. We went down into the city of the dead together and, well, he disappeared.
You mean something's happened to my son, Parker?
I'm sorry, Mayor Friday. I don't know what happened to him. You see, we found someone digging in Ernie Morton's grave.
Ernie Morton's grave?
Yes. Captain Friday made me lie down behind a tombstone while he crept up to the grave. He told me to wait until he shouted.
Well?
He never shouted.
Didn't shout?
No. I waited as long as I thought it wise, and then I followed.
What did you see?
Nothing. Captain Friday had vanished, and so had the fellow that had been digging.
Did you see who it was in that grave?
No. When I got to the edge of the grave, there was nothing but a partly filled hole.
That's a likely story, young man.
Well, it's true.
I reckon I know better than that.
Well, what do you mean?
Just what I say. It just happens that I came up through the city of the dead right by Ernie Morton's grave not half an hour ago, and that grave ain't been touched. Maybe, though, you filled up the grave before you came in.
No, I left it just as it was. You say it's filled up now?
Reckon it ain't been opened this night.
Well, I tell you it was open.
And I tell you, Parker, if you killed my son, it's going to be the last sneaking thing you do.
That's the most asinine statement I ever heard.
Oh, another country heard from.
Phyllis is right. It is asinine.
Now, look here, Mayor. Are you certain Ernie Morton's grave hasn't been dug into?
I'll take you down there if you can't take my word for it.
No, if you say so, Mayor, it's so. But look here, Parker ain't been acting like my idea of a killer.
You're an old fool, Doc Tuner. How do you know how a killer acts?
Now then, Mayor, you can't make me believe that you think the captain's dead. I ain't lived around you 40 years for nothing. If you really thought anything had happened to that boy...
You keep your thoughts to yourself, Doc Tuner.
But Mayor Friday, why would Jimmy do a thing like that? He hadn't any reason. Honestly, he didn't.
The captain was getting too much on him. Of course he had reason. Plenty of reason.
Oh, no. Honestly, Jimmy wouldn't hurt anyone. Honestly.
Yeah, there now, Miss Carroll.
Oh, Phil, don't cry. It's all right.
Oh, but you didn't.
Now, Miss Carroll, you've gone and made yourself unhappy again. You've had too much trouble tonight.
Oh, but Dr. Tuner, you know Jimmy wouldn't hurt anybody, don't you?
Well, yes, of course. Here, now, you let me straighten out your pillow for you.
But the mayor said...
There, now. Let me lift you up a little. Yeah, now I can fix that pillow. I'll give you a powder that'll put... Hello. What's this under your pillow?
Why, I don't know.
Look here, Mayor, Parker, look. Look what I found under Miss Carroll's pillow.
What is it? Let me see. What have you got there, Dr. Tuner?
A black pearl. A black pearl.
Jumping Jerusalem. Did you ever see anything like it? A black pearl as big as a pigeon's egg.
But where'd it come from? Dr. Tuner, where did you get it?
I found it under Miss Carroll's pillow, just where I said I found it.
Phil, where did you get it?
I don't know. It isn't mine. I never saw it before.
But it was under your pillow, young woman.
I don't care. I never saw it before.
Ain't it a beauty? One of old Theodore Beverly's collection as sure as you're born.
But it's uncanny. How did it get under my pillow?
Well, one thing's certain now anyway.
What's that, son?
That somebody has found the pearls. Their whereabouts is no longer a secret to somebody.
And to someone in this group.
How do you figure that out, Mayor?
Because we're the only ones who've had an opportunity of placing the pearl under the girl's pillow.
Old Clawfoot. It was old Clawfoot.
By jiggers, I wonder.
Of course it was old Clawfoot. We were wondering why he broke into the place. He didn't take anything, didn't hurt anyone more than was necessary to carry out his mission.
Sounds reasonable.
Well, of course. If Phyllis hadn't fainted, I'll bet he'd have put the pearl right in her hand.
Jimmy, do you really think so?
I'll bet money on it.
But why? Why?
I don't know. Just the same, I'll bet it was he. I know it was.
You seem awful anxious to convince us, Parker.
What do you mean, Mayor?
I mean, I don't think Clawfoot had anything to do with that pearl.
Oh? Well, what's your theory?
I think you put that pearl there.
What? Me?
Yes. I think that pearl explains why the captain didn't come back to the cottage with you, James Parker.
But I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. In some manner, you and my son hit on the hiding place of them black pearls tonight. And it didn't suit your purpose to have anybody but yourself know about them.
You're crazy.
Well, maybe I am and maybe I ain't. But just the same, young fella, I ain't taking any chances. You're going in that there bedroom of yours, and you're going to stay there until we can turn you over to the police.
But you can't do that. You mustn't.
Look here, Mayor, that's absurd. Why on earth would I give myself away by bringing one of the pearls here to the cottage?
You couldn't resist the temptation of bringing one along to show to the girl. Likely you and her was looking at it when Doc Tuner came to. You didn't have time to hide it, so you stuck it under her pillow.
No. I never saw it before. Honestly, I didn't. I swear it.
Now, don't you go getting all excited again, Miss Carroll.
What's the matter with you, Mayor Friday? Why don't you give me a break? You're always making me the goat for everything. What have you got against me? I've never done anything to you.
That won't do you no good, Parker.
Well, you know what I think of you.
With as much circumstantial evidence against you...
Circumstantial evidence? I'd like to know if there's anyone in the world that's got more against them than you.
You went out of this house with my son, and you came back alone. That's enough for me.
Look!
What? Are you pointing at me?
Yes, I'm pointing at you. Look, there in his vest pocket.
Jimmy, what is it? I don't see anything.
Must be losing his mind. What's the matter with you?
Look at that gold pencil in his vest pocket. That's Captain Friday's pencil.
You mean...
Captain Friday had that pencil in his pocket when we left the house tonight.
What? What's that?
And look at the fresh dirt on the knee of the mayor's trousers.
Oh, Jimmy.
Mayor Friday, supposing you tell us what's become of your son, Captain Friday.
There have been many clues pointing to old Mayor Friday of the City of the Dead all along. But now, had he finally hanged himself? And was it Clawfoot who left the black pearl for Phyllis? Not only these questions, but the whereabouts of Captain Friday will be brought to you next week when Carlton E. Morse presents Chapter 8 of The City of the Dead, entitled The Kidnapping of Clawfoot. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"4:00 on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. 4:00, the dead black hour, just before dawn in this old abandoned cemetery. The night has already brought fear, mystery, and sinister implications. At midnight, Captain Friday and Jimmy Parker had slipped out of the caretaker's cottage, had picked up a trail of human bones, had finally come upon a ghoul digging in the grave of Ernie Morton. While Captain Friday and Jimmy were about this nocturnal business, old Clawfoot broke into the cottage, overpowered Dr. Tuner, and frightened Phyllis Carroll into a fainting fit. But let Jimmy Parker tell what happened then.
Well, first, Captain Friday made me lie behind a gravestone while he approached the ghoul in the half I found. There was a man down there. He was bound and gagged and near death from a blow on the head and from starvation. He was the one who had been ringing the bell. Dr. Tuner and I unbound the now unconscious fellow and started back to the cottage with him. And halfway there, suddenly out of the murk and gloom came the piercing squeal of a police whistle. I knew that meant Phyllis was in danger. I dropped the unconscious man and ran through the fog for the cottage, leaving Doc Tuner to follow with the stranger as best he could. I'm coming! I'm coming, Phil! Oh, I was a fool to leave her with Mayor Friday. There's the house. Phil! Phil, I'm coming! I'm coming! Phyllis! Phyllis, what's the matter?
Jimmy, you're so white. What's the matter with you?
Well, isn't anything wrong? You blew the whistle.
Why, no, I didn't, Jimmy.
You mean that police whistle, Parker?
Captain Friday. Well, where did you come from?
He's back, Jimmy. Nothing happened to him at all.
Never mind that now. Were you talking about the police whistle?
Yes.
There's one of my men outside. I've got a whole crew down from the city hunting for that phantom church bell.
Well, you don't need him. Dr. Tuner and I found it.
What? You found it? You say you found the phantom church bell? Where?
Yeah, Mayor Friday. Found it in the basement of the old church.
Basement. Basement. Well, now, ain't that the beatenest... Why didn't I think of that right off?
He slipped through our fingers. I believe he's somewhere up here in these northern jungles. I expect to get him back.
And so the party came to Angkor. On the evening of the first day there, Captain Friday and Skip Turner with Professor Lebrun were walking through a banyan grove when suddenly they were set upon by natives. They were bound hand and foot and thrown in a howdah on the second elephant in a caravan of elephants, camels, wild ponies, and mules.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. What's the matter, Skip? Don't you like riding elephants? Oh, I'm sick as a dog. Seasick on an elephant. Riding an elephant seems to be something like riding a fishing smack in a storm, eh? Lots of disturbing motion. You're telling me. Oh, courage, Skip. No, look at the elephant's driver sitting out there on the beast's head with that sort of an ice pick. He's quite relaxed. I'm gonna die? Oh, no. No one ever died from nausea, old boy. Watch the driver. It's most interesting. See how he sits there half asleep, tapping the elephant first on one side of the head, then on the other, to keep him in the proper direction.
It's quite a picture in the moonlight. Darker than sin in this howdah, though.
Dark and the smelly.
Lebrun, what's the meaning of this, anyway?
Kidnapped, Captain Friday. Kidnapped.
Well, who are these people? Why are we captives? Where are they taking us?
My word, Captain.
I demand to know.
But, Captain, I'm in the same pickle as you. Why become ferocious with me?
Because you promised protection for your entire party and for your secretary. Skip and myself are the only ones in danger, according to your own words. Now, here you are, trussed up in a howdah on top of an elephant along with us. Fine protection you have, I must say.
Oh, now, Captain, you mustn't fret about me.
I'm not. I'm wondering about my secretary back at Angkor.
Oh, now, this may be just a passing band of Indians and has nothing to do with the Khmer trouble.
Just a band of gypsies, I suppose.
That may be. You can't tell.
Band of gypsies with elephants and camels and enough other animals to make up a good-sized zoo.
Oh, my stomach.
Anything I can do for you, Skip?
No, just let me die in peace. Hey, who's this guy next to me? So dark.
What's that?
Is there a fourth person in the howdah? Oh, if that rolling motion would only stop for just a minute. Feel around, Captain. See if there really is another person in here. It's so blamed dark.
Feel around? How on the Sam Hill am I going to do that with my feet tied together and both hands tied behind me?
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
One is a pure descendant of the ancient Khmer, that race that built such marvels as the Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat, which means Temple of Angkor.
That's a good literal translation, Perry. You see, some 2,000 years ago, this race of Khmers arose to mighty strength.
A civilization sufficient unto itself.
Quite right, Perry. The kingdom grew until it must have held some, 30 million souls. They built great wats, or temples. They had trained armies and a remarkable background, both historical and mythological. In fact, they had everything that should have made them a lasting nation.
And yet 30 million people vanished from the face of the earth.
That's exactly the word, vanished. When Angkor Wat was first discovered some 80 years ago by the Frenchman Muot, it looked as though the entire population had one day laid down their implements, walked out, never returned.
But what did happen to them?
If we knew, my dear, we'd not be on this expedition.
And we're going to Angkor Wat to see what we can find.
We is good.
Well, I'm part of the expedition, for goodness sakes.
Of course you are, my dear. Yes, we're going into the old Khmer realm. But we're not going to stop at Angkor Wat. That particular region has been milked dry of information. Further to the north, however, are other abandoned cities, some of which have been recently discovered, others of which are only known to exist by rumors and legends.
And we're going to hunt for one of those legendary cities?
Well, something like that. Only it isn't going to be quite such a hopeless proposition. That's where Taquan comes into the picture.
I wondered about him.
Professor Lebrun picked him up over at the University of California. His brilliant mind so attracted Lebrun that he struck up an acquaintance and discovered that Taquan was a descendant of the Khmers, and had only recently come from Saigon, the French capital in the east.
He's an interesting chap, all right.
Yes, it seems that he'd come in from the agricultural region in nothing more than a breech clout, and he demanded to be taught. He was turned over to a French parochial mission. Fathers dressed him and taught him. His brilliance delighted them so they laid aside an allowance to send him to the University of California.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I remember the day Lebrun brought him to see you, Dr. Carter.
Yes, the professor knew I was interested in the Cambodia problem, and so he brought Taquan to see me. Developed that he knew the region north of Angkor Wat unusually well. In fact, knew of a city back in the wilderness that has not yet been discovered by explorers.
Well, a little lecture in Cambodian archaeology.
Oh, there you are, Lebrun.
Oh, as you say, here I am. Here we all are. All except our little premier. Where is he?
He's not receiving visitors. Having a little private trouble with old Double C.
Sorry I was delayed, the doctor, but coming up the companionway, the most amazing thing happened to us.
Nothing unpleasant, I...
In the asylum.
Oh.
Doc and Dad here talked it over quite a long time. To put them away would have meant a tremendous scandal. So finally, after much thought, Dad built a little cabin back there in the woods and moved both of them in.
Say, look here, Captain Friday. You're not going to tell us one of them was masquerading as Lammy Fink.
Exactly what I'm saying. Robert Beverly and Lammy Fink are one and the same person.
Yeah, but if you knew...
I didn't know it, Parker, until I got on this case. I grew up as a kid down here thinking that Lammy Fink was no one else but Lammy Fink, an addle-pated gravedigger, and that the old man who lived with him was his crazy father, Old Fink.
So Mother's suspicions were right. Grandfather wasn't drowned.
No, not drowned. They just faded out of the world they'd always lived in and became mere shadows in the city of the dead. Their obsession concerning the pearls took a peculiar form. They set up a sort of guardianship over the city of the dead. They watched everyone who approached the cemetery like hawks. Everyone who came down here, they believed, were here to dig for their pearls.
Yeah, never hurt no one. Just watched them until they left.
That's right. Well, it got so they didn't do much digging themselves. The old man would grow uneasy about once a month and go out and dig like fury for a few hours. Dad here got so he could tell when a spell was coming on. After old man Beverly had worn himself out and had left, Dad would go down and fill up the hole and replace the turf.
So that's how all those graves have been refilled so mysteriously.
Captain Friday said the main salon. Ah, oui. Here we are. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Carter.
Oh, so you brought them down. Well, this is a great meeting.
Skip Turner, you here, too.
Howdy, Professor Lebrun. Sure, I'm here. Playing guard of honor for Captain Friday and his secretary, Patricia.
But I say, Captain, who's running your agency back in San Francisco, eh?
Oh, I rather think it'll get along somehow for a while without skipping me.
Dr. Carter, this is Captain Bart Friday.
My pleasure, Captain.
And this is Mr. Skip Turner, Captain Friday's right-hand man.
Glad to know you.
Captain Friday, this is Perry Mills, Dr. Carter's assistant.
How do you do, Mills?
And Skip Turner.
Say, this is great. Well, sit down, gentlemen. Draw up some chairs. Here's cigars. There now.
Captain, if it isn't a state secret, what on earth are you and Skip doing here so far off your beats?
Well, Professor, as a matter of fact, it comes very nearly being just that. State secrets.
Well, you don't say.
I wouldn't care to have our business made general knowledge on shipboard.
Oh, by no means. I retract my question.
Oh, no. That isn't at all necessary. I intended to tell you. It's a very unusual story. And, rather fits in with your own work.
Something to prove that?
I don't have to. Major Lawrence saw the casket taken aboard this craft left port.
Perhaps the Major was mistaken.
What kind of mischief are you hinting at now?
Do you think for 1 minute, Captain Friday, that we did not anticipate just this? You don't suppose we're such fools as to be caught with a girl stowaway?
What are you saying?
But of course, naturally, if we did have a girl in a coffin on the ship, it would be so arranged that the whole business could be jettisoned into the bay.
Are you saying you threw Judith right into the bay?
If she was ever aboard, it would be the thing to do, wouldn't it? With plenty of way to send her and the casket to the bottom quickly.
Skip, come here quick.
Right behind you, Captain.
You hear what Abbott's been saying?
Yeah, you want I should wring his neck?
I've got both you men covered. The first one to make a move.
Get him, Skip!
You bet you.
Get that gun, Skip! I got Abbott. Get the gun!
Gun!
That takes care of friend Abid.
Yeah, you got him right on the point of the jaw.
And that's not all he's going to get if they threw Judith right overboard, nailed in that coffin.
Mr. Perry.
But why right at this moment?
Oh, they have gone to jewelry shop. If it is better, I should be present. Will you please excuse my departure?
Is it all right, Captain Friday?
Yes, let him go.
Very well. We'll expect you back for lunch.
Yes, one always return at feeding hour.
Huh. You notice the way that bird looks at you?
I think he has interesting eyes.
Yeah, the eyes of a fanatic. Pequan would as soon slit your throat as look at you.
In the courtyard of the typical Saigon hotel on the coast of French Indochina sit Captain Friday, his right-hand man Skip Turner, and the famed archaeologist Dr. Howard Carter. Outside the terrace, the sun is blazing and smoldering. Within the cool shade, Captain Friday is unfolding a plot of intrigue.
Dr. Carter, there's something very, very peculiar going on in Cambodia at the present time.
You've seen something?
Well, to begin with, the French authorities almost went down on their knees to me this morning, begging me to accompany your party.
Well, that's strange.
Hey, you mean we gotta be armed guard?
No. At least I don't think there's danger for your party, Dr. Carter. There's something else. If it was dangerous...
Well, you're not so dumb. Oh, now to get back to the gun trap in the church. Bert's men were using the church for a hangout in the daytime, doing their searching at night. One evening, while Bert and his men were out, Roger's men slipped into the back room and rigged up the booby trap for revenge, hoping that one of the other gang would be shot. Evidently, however, Doc, Tuner, and Dad were the first to run across it.
Yeah, just my kind of luck.
What a horrible, cowardly thing to do.
Well, now to get back to the night you came down. You went to Ernie Morton's grave and began to dig. It wasn't any time until Bert and his men heard you and crept up to see who it was. Bert recognized you in the moonlight, Miss Carroll, and kept his men back.
You see, Jimmy? I knew someone was watching.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only ones watching.
Really? Who else?
There were two other groups.
Two?
Yes. There were the men of Rogers' gang, and back watching you and the Rogers gang were Old Man Beverly and Robert.
Well, now, if that wasn't a setup.
Finally, Miss Carroll, you became frightened, and you made Parker quit digging before he'd really had a chance to get deep enough to find anything.
I couldn't stand it any longer.
The minute you two left, Bert and his men sneaked up, saw that it was Ernie Morton's grave you were digging in, and took up the work where you two left off. You see, they saw that you hadn't found the pearls.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't find them now. Just think what might have happened.
Well, the Rogers gang waited until you were out of hearing, and then they jumped Bert and his men, and in the fight, Bert was strangled and his men driven off.
Oh.
Then they...
History of the Khmer Empire. Hey, you girls stay a few steps behind, just in case we run into anything up ahead.
Here's the corner where we picked up those elephant pods.
We're not far from the entrance to the courtyard now. Quiet, everybody. Walk on your tiptoes.
Talk about adventures. Yeah, too much. I didn't like it down there underground a bit.
Look, there's daylight. We're almost out.
Wait, the boss is waving us to keep quiet.
It's all right. Come on out. The courtyard's empty.
Empty? You mean all the elephants and camels and everything are gone?
Not even a smell left behind.
Well, I don't understand it. It's like magic.
Oh, it's not so much like magic when you examine the ground. Look here.
Yeah, all they've left behind are tracks in the dust.
The caravan has just moved on, that's all. Well, We've been left stranded out here in the midst of the Cambodian jungle without supplies or weapons of any kind.
But for what reason? Probably on the order of some of the old Khmer priests who were instigating the Cambodian revolution with the aid of their precious seven-headed emerald cobra.
Yeah, Captain. They probably got wind of the fact that you and I was coming in here to grab off the Cobra idol and recapture Fenlo.
Oh, boss, you're not still after that Cambodian boy, are you?
Fenlo is a menace to the French government, and he killed a man to escape. He's a criminal. And he's the first criminal that ever escaped from the steps of the hotel for a bit. Tell me that later this evening the natives are going to hold a torch dance on the Elephant Terrace at the front of the temple. Might be interesting.
Yeah? You don't say. Some of these Hindu girls, snake dancers?
No, afraid not, Skip. They tell me in the hotel that the native girls of Cambodia aren't much at dancing. And by the way, I hope Patricia and Celia haven't left the hotel.
No, I went to their room.
That's good. You seen LeBrun or young Mills since dinner?
Yeah, they went off together over towards the temple. Said they wanted to get a close-up view of some of the carvings.
A queer time of night to be studying carvings on a temple wall.
Well, they had flashlights. Hey, the nights here are certainly blackouts, ain't they? You'd think we was on the bottom side of a tea kettle.
Our Cambodian guide has certainly made himself scarce since we arrived here.
Tarquin? I think I caught a glimpse of him just before we went into dinner down in that grove of... what kind of trees did you call them things?
Banyans.
Oh, yeah, down in that grove of banyans.
What was he doing?
Or nothing that I could see. Just caught a glimpse of him, and then he disappeared in the shadows.
Now, look here, Skip. What do you think about this business?
Not a bloomin' thing. It's all wild horse meat to me. You and I start to bring a prisoner to Saigon, and he gives us the slip aboard ship. Then we arrive in Saigon, and you suddenly decide to become an explorer and drag us off up here to Angkor with Dr. Carter's party.
Yes, but I explained the reason for that. The French government's afraid of an uprising.
No, I'll get along.
Here, I'll take the 3 horses in the stable.
You won't need to do that, mister.
Oh, hello. You the stableman?
That's right. Will you be leaving the horses here overnight?
Looks like it from here.
Then I'll be taking them along. Come along, boys. Oh, by the way, mister.
Now, what's the matter?
Whoa, boys.
What's the matter?
One of you better come along. I'll be needing a small deposit on the feed bill.
Well, that's silly. You can hold the horses if we don't pay.
It's a rule we got. Avoid arguments later on.
Well, that's the silliest.
Never mind. I'll go along with him. You and Miss Wright wait here.
Sorry, mister, but a rule's a rule.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, come on, boys. Whoa, boys. Whoa. You folks staying across the street at the Comstock Hotel?
I expect so.
You mind just leaving the bay horse in the box stall there?
All right, but hurry it up. We've had a long ride and we're tired. Come on, Baldy. Whoa, Baldy. Whoa, boy. Just time. Hey!
That takes care of one of you.
It's like being the only ones left in the world, isn't it? But I bet that whole ruin is going to look wicked when the sun starts to go down.
There is a sinister aspect about it, that's that.
Yeah, it's just the kind of place where you'd expect them to throw a person into the gorilla's cage.
Skip Turner, what are you talking about?
Sure, that's what the guard told me they used to do.
Well, why did you have to say that?
I think it was quite inexcusable.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to have gorilla nightmares tonight, I want to know that some of the rest of you are having them, too.
I think your guard gave you a fine fairy tale for the $20 you gave him, Skip. He told you his caravan was turning us over to someone else, too, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, if there is as much truth in his story about this being the temple of the gorillas, then it is probably all fiction.
Well, as I said before, it's his story, not mine.
Hi, Professor LeBrun, Captain Friday.
Hello, Perry's run into something.
What's the matter, Perry?
Hey, come over here and see what I've got. Bring the crowd.
Hey, come on, let's go.
Well, I can't imagine. I don't know.
What have you found, Perry? I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
And look, gummy sacks.
Well, what about them?
Food.
Huh? Is it
Are you
food?
certain, Perry? Sure, the big one's rice, and the one over there's dried dates and figs, and then there's coffee and even some dried monkey meat.
Well, it looks as though we weren't meant to starve anyway.
This thing doesn't add up. What do you make of it, Professor?
Nothing beyond the fact that we appear to have a most humane antagonist.
Well, anyway, let's drag this stuff inside the temple where the birds and animals can't get at it.
Terrible things take place in the East.
Dr. Carter, I don't believe there's a man in existence that could have gotten out of those handcuffs alone. His hands were cuffed behind him and fastened to his bunk. And I saw to it that the cuffs were tight to his wrists.
Sure, he couldn't have got away without help. But hadn't we better get on his trail?
I don't think there's any hurry, Skip. He can't escape from the ship, and we're still a good number of days from Saigon.
But if the French attaché was murdered...
The first thing to do is to inform the master of the ship. He'll warn everybody aboard to remain in his cabin, then form a searching party. I'll attend to that myself. Please excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Now, look here, Dr. Carter. Supposing I go give Celia an earful of this and send her to her cabin if she's still on deck.
Good idea, Perry. Tell her to keep to her stateroom and keep door and portholes locked.
I certainly will.
Oh, that lad does crave excitement. Up to now, the party's been just fish and beans to Perry. But now, things are looking up a bit.
A mighty fine youngster.
Oh, but aren't
Look
you
here,
all-
man. I just happened to think of Captain Friday's secretary. Patricia ought to be warned.
Oh, by all means. Don't hang back on our account. We'll survive somehow.
Yeah, I don't know whether you will or not if you get in the road of that there Fenlow guy.
Oh, I see, Dr. Carter.
Yes, LeBrun?
Now that we're alone, what odds will you give that our own little Khmer playmate, Taquan, hasn't got a finger in Penlow's pie?
Be careful, LeBrun.
Uh-huh. Right the first.
Oh, dear.
Are you awake, Patricia?
Isn't it the limit? I'm so excited I can't even close my eyes. You sleepy?
Not very.
It's a shame. Me rolling and tossing and sighing after bringing you over to my hotel. Bed's nice, though, isn't it?
I didn't suppose they had beds like this out in this part of the world.
Wasn't it the most curious thing, the way your father just up and left us?
I hope Dad's all right. It'd be terrible to have anything happen to him.
That Taquan gives me a creepy feeling.
I hope Captain Friday and the professor get on together. They're to be joint leaders of the party until we get to Angkor Wat.
Just think of it. Angkor. A place you read about in books. I never dreamed of actually seeing it.
Cambodia. The realm of the Cobra King.
And tomorrow we leave Saigon. Tomorrow. I'm certainly glad we did our shopping this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Must be beautiful to the north. Your father was telling us. Red and purple flowers, poinsettias, rhododendrons, orange and yellow lilies, cane and coconut and bananas and bamboo, and rice and cactus and creepers. Can you imagine a country like that?
Episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, the newest adventure thriller by Carlton E. Morse. Adventures by Morse bring you new excitement week after week. Next week brings you the second episode, laid in Saigon, that weird and wonderful seaport of Cochin China, known as the French capital of the East. The deadly shadow of the ancient Cobra King already has fallen upon both the party headed by Dr. Carter and that led by Captain Friday. But not until the two groups land on the shores of French Indochina does the deadly force of evil descend in all its venom. Watch for next week's episode entitled Something About the Hooded Snake.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"9 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. The most harrowing night in the lives of Phyllis Carroll and Jimmy Parker is past. During this night of terror, the following incidents have taken place. Captain Friday has disappeared. Jimmy Parker is convinced that it was Mayor Friday whom he and the captain saw digging in Ernie Morton's grave just before Captain Friday disappeared. One of the black pearls belonging to the collection of Theodore Beverly, Phyllis's grandfather, was found under her pillow. It was placed in the mayor's care, and within half an hour was taken from him by some mysterious person. Then, in conclusion, the inmates of the mayor's cottage, including Jimmy, Phyllis, old Dr. Tuner, and the mayor, watching it. The major's alive. But never mind that now. Captain Friday wants action, and he wants it in a hurry.
Major Lawrence, if you've got any influence, use it now.
What do you want?
Can you get a speed launch, something that can run circles around that steamship that's getting away from us?
It's important?
Important? Man, don't you realize that Judith Wright is on that ship?
You must be wrong. I was standing over there by the gangplank checking every person.
So we have to argue the girl went aboard in a coffin.
Coffin? Well, come along, both of you.
Hey, Captain, you realize we're leaving that bird English where he lay after you socked him?
Where were your eyes, Skip?
What you mean?
Didn't you see those two men sniffing around the body?
Well, yeah, but I thought they was a couple of natives.
Oh, Major Lawrence's men. They'll look after English.
Come on down these steps. Look lively in the dark. They're rickety.
Ah, what do we got down here?
Government patrol launch. Watch your step.
Hey, this is a little beauty.
Ahoy, Commander!
Aye, aye, Major Lawrence.
We're coming aboard the launch. I want to stop that steamer before she gets out into open water.
Come aboard, sir. We can round her up before she gets out of the harbor with us in a job, sir.
All right, aboard with you.
Yep. Go on, Skip.
Yeah, coming up. Oh, nice solid deck, too. I'll give you a hand, Major.
Oh, don't need it. Oh, thanks just the same. All right, Commander. Let's go.
Belay there. Drop the stern line.
Line release, sir. Captain Friday, we've got 2 or 3 minutes before we get near enough the steamer to signal. I want to know what this is all about.
I think I can put the whole thing together if you'll tell us how you got away from Marmaduke Island alive.
Well, as you remember, we landed on the island, and I left you and Skip Turner here hidden near the shoreline.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
Yes, well, things went wrong. I was supposed to go inland to a trapper's cabin and pick up the girl.
Judith Wright?
Yes. Instead, I was taken prisoner. I had an Army GI watching the cabin to be sure the girl was kept there until I could arrive.
Was she a prisoner in the cabin?
Yes, being held by a couple of pretty rough characters. We'd located the cabin, and my soldier was watching the place.
Yeah, but if you wanted the girl, why didn't you take Captain Friday and me in with you? We could have stormed the place.
I couldn't do that. That'd have given my whole show away. I'm up here to break up a smuggling and kidnap ring.
So that's what we're up against, huh?
Well, isn't it pretty obvious? They got away with Judith Wright, didn't they?
But if you were going to kidnap her by yourself...
Well, you see, I'm known in these parts. You and Skip Turner aren't. I knew that the next depot in the smuggling chain was here in Port Lancer. I wanted to get the girl in your hands and have you deliver her here. I thought you, as strangers, might spot the hideout here quicker than I could. The gang on this end might even come out in the open, thinking you were the men who were supposed to deliver Miss Wright here.
Oh, but the plan didn't come off, huh?
No. I was made a prisoner. The soldier on guard saw it happen. He dashed in and grabbed up the girl and got out of the cabin.
He thought you was dead.
Well, they yelled to him that they'd kill me unless he brought the girl back. But I ordered him to keep running.
Well, he arrived where we were with a knife blade between his shoulder blades.
Yeah, well, one of the kidnappers was a French-Canadian knife thrower. When he ran out of the cabin with a knife in his hand, I was afraid of what was going to happen.
But the boy made it, and we got the girl to the mainland where we left the horses. We rode into Port Lancer, stopped at the livery stable. By the way, that Scotch livery stableman is one of the gang.
Good. We'll pick him up. How do you know?
He slugged me. I didn't hit hard enough. When he lured Skip here into the stable, I'd come around and I clipped him instead.
That wasn't very clever of him.
Oh, but it did distract our attention long enough to give the girl a break. She made the most of it.
You mean she ran away when you were in the stable?
Yeah. Luckily, we came to in time to see her running in the direction of the forest. We followed her to her cabin.
Not the cabin of that East Indian hobbit.
That's the cabin.
Hey, we're drawing up on a steamer. Look how much brighter our lights are.
Yeah, only a minute or two longer now. Now, go on, Captain.
Now, we looked in the window and saw a hobbit putting the girl into a casket.
No, that's how they've been shipping human beings into the United States.
United States?
Somewhere in the shadows, as a child, I have heard vague stories of terrible jungle orgies, human sacrifices on the altar of the emerald seven-headed cobra, unholy practices.
The Black Mass.
Here in the jungles of Cambodia.
The Black Mass. And all the time that is supposed to have been an evil byproduct of a overly sophisticated civilization.
Hey, I thought you said these Khmers were civilized.
Go on, Taquan. As I get it, this group that participated in this sort of thing had nothing to do with the priesthood as you knew it in your youth.
That is most true. It was hated. The old men did everything in their power to stamp it out.
And while you were away in Saigon and later in the United States, these human wolves in some manner got a foothold in the Temple of Priests. That right?
That is so. I do not know. But they have turned this ancient temple from a place of honorable worship into a house of abominable practices.
Are all the priests contaminated?
All, Captain Friday, all. Those who refuse to run with the pack and join in the orgies have one by one been slain.
You knew this, yet you brought us to this jungle temple?
But I did not know, Captain Friday. I did not know until I came here.
Go ahead, Commander. Take him apart.
We'll run up alongside now. Ahoy there! Throw us a line. Down the ladder over your side. Who blazes are you, anyway? United States government, and keep a civil tongue in your head. Well, why didn't you say so, mister? All right. Tie up, come aboard. All right, Major. Up the ladder with you.
Thanks, Commander. Follow right behind me, Captain Friday. You too, Skip.
Yeah, right with you, Major.
All right, up we go.
Hey, this ain't no cannery boat, Captain.
Yeah. I was mistaken.
How much further?
The Major's up. Here I go over the rail. All right, over with you, Skip.
Yeah.
This man says he's the master of this ship, Captain Friday.
How do you do, sir? Name's Hanson. If I'd had any idea it was a government boat chasing us, I'd have pulled around before. What's your destination, Captain Hanson? South Pacific, Indian Ocean. Bay of Bengal? Certainly. All the ports around the bay.
First time I noticed there was something lying on the deck. A duffel bag or something. He pulled it up after him, onto the rail.
Was it tied to him?
Oh, there was a rope on it, but I couldn't be sure whether it was fastened to him.
Did it seem very heavy?
Well, it must have been. He had an awful time getting it up.
And then both he and the bag plunged over the side. Is that it?
Yes, sir. Just as Father and Perry ran down the deck.
Here come drinks for everybody. First, Professor LeBrun.
We met Perry Mills, and the two of them went down to take another gander at that Star Sapphire. All right, pick your drink. There's them that likes theirs frosted, and there's them that likes them iced.
Oh, Skip, you shouldn't have brought me any more. I haven't finished this one.
Keep it. You'll need another and another and another to keep the little red devils away. Here you are, Captain.
Which one for me?
Why, both of them. A green one and a yellow one.
Thanks for nothing. Taquan.
Yes?
Taquan, would you have any objections in assisting a friend to commit suicide?
If it was his will, no.
Sure you wouldn't. I know you guys. You wouldn't have any objection to doing the job yourself either if you thought you could get away with it, would you?
It would depend most certainly upon the circumstances, Mr. Skip.
There's sure a lot of queer setups in this man's country.
Have you felt it too, Skip?
Felt it? I've seen it. Look out there.
Slim nuts who think they're wolves swarming around?
It is the only way. And now is the time. When tomorrow dawns and they have returned to their normal selves, they will find Fenlow's body and will know that I am against them. Then it will be too late.
You think we have a good chance of getting to the entrance of the Hollow Mountains?
It has been very still for some time now. All of the members are running with the pack. I think we have a good chance.
What do you say, Chief?
Just one thing. Taquan, you're leading us into danger. If I have the slightest feeling that you're purposely leading us into the hands of the pack, I'll shoot you where you stand.
That is your privilege, Captain Friday.
Good. I just wanted you to understand.
Then are we going now?
We should have food.
There is not time. Once we are at the foot of the Hollow Mountain, there will be food. The horsemen who brought us here will be waiting.
But won't there be danger from them?
No. They know nothing of the priesthood or its practices. They know me for a priest. I will do my bidding.
Then the quicker we act, the better.
What about Celia? She's dropped off to sleep here on the rug.
Sure exhaustion.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't waken her. I'll carry her.
We're going to need all hands if we run into a fight.
Plenty of time to wake her up if we run into danger.
You stood up marvelously well, Patricia.
Oh, but would I give worlds for someone to carry me?
Please hurry. There is great danger. Silence is most necessary.
Well, I'll go help Professor LeBrun with the door.
While they're getting ready, let me talk for a moment. Dr. Carter, you and I'll go first with Taquan. You can give him an arm if he feels weak. Next, Patricia, you follow with Perry and Celia.
Yes, boss.
You, Professor LeBrun, bring up the rear with Skip.
Very well, then.
All right, then. Open the door. Open the door slowly.
Nothing outside, Captain.
Good. Then let's move along.
Down the corridor to the left, eh, Duck One?
Yes.
The whole place reeks with that wolfish smell.
At the end of the corridor, we come out upon a great open court. Take the stairway downward at the left.
I remember. Anyone see a lurking shadow, let me know. Don't shoot until we're attacked.
No, that would be fatal. Silence is our only hope.
Here. Here's the stairs. Now we begin the descent. All right behind?
Yes, we're close behind. Celia hasn't opened her eyes since Perry picked her up.
Sleeping like a babe.
Oh, I could die when I think. Saul was most certainly mad. Viciously mad.
And it whimpered just like an animal.
Listen. Oh, I didn't hear nothing. Be still.
Dr. Carter, did you and Captain Friday hear anything?
What is it, Professor?
Just listen. There it is. Wolf howl.
Oh, Perry, not really.
What do you think, Doctor?
Professor Lebrun, exactly the same thing you do. I know what that signifies. So do you.
I'm afraid so.
You mean the thing you were telling me about, Dr. Carter, is about to take place?
Exactly, Captain Friday.
The thing for us to do is to barricade ourselves in this room. Can be done. Perry, the big entrance door bars from the inside. Skip, see what you can do with that smaller door, will you?
Hey, now, this is something like it. Come on, Perry, let's get a little action into this. I've had the jitter and juju sitting around holding my hands. What about it, Dr. Carter?
Captain Friday's in command now, Perry. Do what he tells you.
Come along, Dr. Carter. Out on the balcony.
Oh, there it is again. It's coming nearer.
But what is it that's happening?
I don't know. Maybe that's the leader of the pack.
Coming here?
Oh, you two girls remain right here by the fire. You'll be safe enough.
But what are my father and Captain Friday doing out on the balcony?
A matter that does not concern you in the least. Now, stay here.
You're not telling me what to do, Professor Lebrun.
I warn you, Patricia, if you step out on that...
What is the report, Lancer, to make Captain Friday think that... But wait.
Watch out your horse doesn't stumble. We gotta wade this creek.
I don't hear no creek.
You will as soon as we turn the corner. It's just up ahead.
How much further, Captain Friday?
We'll be at Port Lancer in another 5 minutes.
I'm not used to riding.
Neither am I, and that's a fact. I bet they'll have to peel the seat of my pants off. I ground it between me and the saddle so hard.
I hear the running water up ahead.
Yeah, here's where we cross. I keep a tight rein. The creek bed has a rocky bottom, and your horse is liable to stumble unless you keep his head up. Here we go now. Come on, boy. Come on. Now then, up the bank with you. Good boy. Come on, Miss Wright. Just hang on.
Keep right behind her, Skip. Okay, here it comes. Come on, boy. Come on. Hang on, Judith.
Up the bank. Come on, boy. Come on.
Right behind you. Up, boy. Up. Come on.
Oh, he's a stowaway.
Where is he?
Oh, Houlihan. Please, it's all right to come out.
Oh, Houlihan, huh?
They don't mind if you're a stowaway. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, but sure now you shouldn't have given me away.
You have nothing to fear from Captain Friday and Skip Turner. This is O'Houlihan, Captain Friday.
Hello, Houlihan.
And the same to you, mister.
Now, then, what's been going on here?
Well, as the little lady here says, I'm a stowaway.
You sure picked yourself a sweet ship to hide out on.
Well, you can't be pickish. Ain't many ships come up this way anymore. Take what you can get.
Okay. So you stowed aboard this craft. What then?
Well, I overheard Captain Hansen and that East India feller, Abed. I heard him talking.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was down here. They put that there coffin right up next to that hatch there. And Abed told the captain that if there was any sign of trouble, the hatch was to be opened and the coffin dumped overboard.
Yeah?
And then they went away.
Go on.
Well, being a curious cuss, I kept wondering what was in the coffin that they didn't want the police to know about.
And so you unscrewed the lid?
Yeah, I reckon I did. And you can imagine my surprise when out pops the little lady here. She was kind of mad at me at first, though.
Well, I thought he was spoiling the whole thing.
You hadn't heard the conversation about dumping you?
No, I'd heard nothing.
But when O'Houlihan told...
Wonder they lived in the same neighborhood 10 years without the lid blowing off.
Well, still, I don't understand. What made Doc Sims write that note threatening to turn Mr. Walters over to the police? And after all these years.
Oh, that's easy. Doc Sims was burned up about the whole business. He suspected there was something smelly about the affair, so he kept nosing around, writing letters to Australia, keeping his eyes and ears open. And finally, he got the straight dope on Walters.
Discovered he was really his brother, eh?
Mm-hmm. And wanted for murder.
And then Doc Sims wrote that note threatening Andrew Walters, the one you read to us.
That's right.
You think then, Captain, that upon receiving the note from Doc Sims, Walters went to his room and hanged himself?
That's what it looks like. Trapped after all these years of safety, you know how you'd feel. Settle down to spend the rest of your life in peace and quiet, and then suddenly find yourself facing the gas chamber.
Please, I can't bear to think of it.
Oh, it is deplorable.
The thing I can't figure out is, if Walters hanged himself, who cut him down? Well, somebody else was in on this thing.
You don't suppose Doc Sims cut him down before going out on the beach to die, do you?
Could have done it, but why?
Please, I have a confession.
Andres, you didn't...
Conscience bothering you? All right, Andres, out with it.
Please, you will try to understand why I have not told this before.
Well, what's on your mind? Did you kill Andy Walters?
No, I did not do that.
Well, you've got something on your conscience.
No, I will explain.
Blackjack.
With pleasure. Hey, hitting a man behind the ear with his hands up.
Oh. Good.
That was terrible.
Exactly what they deserve. Now then, Mr. English, tie these men up this time so they will stay tied.
All I can do is my best.
And make it quickly. And then screw the lid back on this casket, and we will get the girl and coffin away from here.
Oh, my head. Skip, wake up. Skip, wake up. Come on. He didn't hit you that hard.
Oh, what fell on me?
They sapped us with a blackjack.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, what a head I got.
And more than that, we're cinched up again with buckskin thongs.
Oh, just let me lay here and die.
Come on. You gotta use that safety razor blade again. You think you can get it out of the sole of my shoe?
Where are we?
Basement of the cabin.
Laying on this cold cement floor ain't gonna help my arthritis.
What I'm doing? You want me to fasten you up again? No, never mind that now. Come on out in the light so we can see what we're doing. Here, give me the skirt.
Here's your pan of water, Captain.
All right, Skip. Hold the pan. I want Perry to help me bathe these scratches. What's keeping LeBrun?
He's checking the hall doors, Chief. Said he'd be right back.
Dr. Carter, start cutting away his clothes wherever you see a claw mark, will you?
My poor friend.
How are those bandages coming along?
Does it make any difference how long they are?
Longer the better, that's all.
Okay.
The doors are secure. Well, what's the trouble here?
It's Daquan. Hey, you'd better take over, Professor.
Yes, these wounds should be washed. We'll need warm water.
Hey, Professor, there's another one of them pots out on the balcony. What about filling it up and setting it on the fire?
Go ahead, Skip.
He hasn't said a word. Is he conscious?
Do not fear for me. It is not I for whom my heart weeps.
Out of his head.
Find any marks in his body?
Number of deep gashes on his left side. Look here. Something's bitten into the flesh here.
Here, let me see. That needs immediate attention. Perry, you go on washing the face. Here, Captain, roll him toward you just a bit. There. That's better.
Yeah, that's a humding of a fire. You'll have hot water in no time.
Oh, wring out your handkerchief and hand it to me, Perry. Thanks. Captain Friday, take the longest blade of your knife and...
From those high arched windows, and Celia was still sleeping beside me.
Everything was normal? No blood on the bedclothing or on the floor where this strange being was murdered?
No.
Patricia, tell them about our pajamas.
Well, there must have been evidence of the murder on us. The thing was killed right over us, and I remember seeing blood before I fainted.
Go on, Patricia.
Well, when we awakened this morning, we weren't in the pajamas we went to bed in. Our baggage had been opened and clean things put on us. The bedclothes had been changed, and everything was different.
What I would call super excellent service,
Your humor is a little misplaced at a time like this, LeBrun.
Oh, really now? I say, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Look here, Celia. Have you and Patricia examined your luggage?
Yes. And that's something else that's queer.
How's that, Celia?
Well, we found the pajamas that we put on when we went to bed last night. The ones we were wearing when Taquan killed the man. Were all freshly washed and pressed and with our other clothes.
Patricia, are you certain you two didn't dream all this?
We didn't dream it, boss. It happened.
What do you make of it, Dr. Carter?
It's beyond me, Captain. I never heard of such a thing before.
Oh, the hallucinations of overtired brain.
Professor Lebrun, are you trying to make me sound mad? I tell you what happened.
Please, man, Captain Friday. He has a splendid mind. He's a natural-born leader.
You seem to know a great deal about him.
I've met him. I've seen him command men. I like him tremendously.
Well, he's still a murderer. He's a prisoner who escaped from my hands. He'll return to Saigon my prisoner, or one of us will return in a casket.
I'm sorry, Captain. There is nothing I can do for you, then.
You're not leaving us behind, Lebrun. According to the instructions of Dr. Carter's note, I'm co-leader with you on this expedition now.
Oh, no. You go along all right.
There's nothing more you could do for us. Skip and I'll look out for ourselves, as long as you promise protection for Patricia.
Your secretary is in absolutely no danger.
And the matter's settled.
There's an old biblical quotation, Captain. It goes something like this. He who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword.
Yeah. Well, it's lucky swords have gone out of fashion then, ain't it?
If I didn't know you to be a pair of brave men, I'd think you the biggest lunatics out of asylums.
Hey, look yonder across that patch of woods. What are all them lights?
The dancers. There's a religious ceremony down on the Elephant Terrace.
Oh, yeah, the chief mentioned it. What kind of lights have they got?
Torches of bamboo, bound in some kind of a leaf and dipped in perfumed oil.
Yeah?
And Agnes Wright, I think you've won the friendship of the United States government.
Oh, those are good words. That's what I've wanted you to say. More than anything, I wish to be friends with the great government of the United States.
And so Judith Wright ended her misguided flight from Norway to Port Lancer, finally made her peace with this government, and was given shelter from the desperation and violence of her homeland. And now she is a citizen. A Coffin for the Lady is a Carlton E. Morse production, and another in the series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Two o'clock on the afternoon of the third day in the City of the Dead. A drenching wet blanket of fog still lays upon this old abandoned cemetery. In our last episode, Jimmy Parker and Dr. Tuner had gone down into the City of the Dead in search of the phantom church bell, leaving Phyllis Carroll alone with Mayor Friday. Jimmy tried to prevent this arrangement, but was unsuccessful, and so at the last minute he slipped Phyllis the knife with which she had been stabbed 2 days previously, and a police whistle. If in danger, she was to blow the whistle. Jimmy and Doc then went down to the old church ruins and accidentally discovered the bell in the basement of the ruins.
But that wasn't all we found. There was a man down there. He was bound and gagged and near death from a blow on the head and from starvation. He was the one who had been ringing the bell. Dr. Tuner and I unbound the now unconscious fellow and started back to the cottage with him. And halfway there, suddenly out of the murk and gloom came the piercing squeal of a police whistle. I knew that meant Phyllis was in danger. I dropped the unconscious man and ran through the fog for the cottage, leaving Doc Tuner to follow with the stranger as best he could.
I'm coming! I'm coming, Phil! Oh, I was a fool to leave her with Mayor Friday. Here's the house. Phil! Phil, I'm coming! I'm coming! Phyllis! Phyllis, what's the matter?
Jimmy, you're so white. What's the matter with you?
Well, isn't anything wrong? You blew the whistle?
Why, no, I didn't, Jimmy.
You mean that police whistle, Parker?
Captain Friday. Where did you come from?
He's back, Jimmy. Nothing happened to him at all.
Never mind that now. Were you talking about the police whistle?
Yes.
There's one of my men outside. I've got a whole crew down from the city hunting for that phantom church bell.
Well, you don't need him. Dr. Tuner and I found it.
What? You found it? You say you found the phantom church bell? Where?
Yeah, Mayor Friday. Found it in the basement of the old church.
Basement. Basement. Well, now, ain't that the beatin'est thing? Why didn't I think of that right off? But who in Sam here would think of looking in a basement for a ringing bell?
Oh, but look here, Parker. What made the bell ring?
Well, there was a man. Say, we've got to go help Dr. Tuner. He's got a dying man down there in the city of the dead. I left him alone when I heard the whistle.
A man? Who is it?
I never saw him before. Neither did the doctor.
You say he's dying?
Well, that's what Dr. Tuner said.
Well, come on, Parker. I want to see that man.
Well, listen. Here he comes now.
Captain Friday. Now, where in Tunket...
Never mind that now, Doc. What'd you do with the man?
I reckon you won't need him any longer.
Of course I do. I want to question him.
Can't question him, Captain. He died back yonder while I was fetching him up.
Died? Without saying a word?
Unconscious for a few seconds. Gave his name, told me who he was, and how come he was tied up, and then he died.
Oh, the poor fellow.
Well, who was he?
Said his name was William Rogers. Said he was an employee of Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the attorneys who sent Miss Carroll here her letter about where the black pearls were hidden.
There. That's the key to the whole story. That's what I've been looking for. Doc, did he say what he was doing down here in the city of the dead?
He said he was looking for the black pearls.
Why, the dirty, double-crossing son of a thief, he got what was coming to him.
Them was his own last words, Captain. Said he deserved what he got.
Did he say how he got information about the pearls?
Yes, he said that 2 days before the letter was sent to Miss Carroll, it was taken out of the company vault and put in a special file. He had access to this file and made a practice of stealing information that he could sell.
What a fine piece of jailbait he was. Cartwright will be tickled pink to hear about this. Well, that just about gives me a line on this whole affair.
You mean you can explain everything now?
Yes, Miss Carroll. It's a deuce of a mess, but I got it straight, I think.
And you don't think Jimmy or I killed my cousin, Bert Arnold?
No, wait. Let's go back to the beginning of the whole thing. Here, sit down, Parker. You too, Doctor. It's a long and intricate story, and it's going to take a while telling it.
Sit here on the bed beside me, Jimmy.
Oh, you mind putting another log on the fire first, Parker?
Oh, sure thing.
So you got the whole thing straightened out, Captain.
Yeah, but with you and Dad acting like a couple of clams, I mighty near slipped up.
So you think you got the thing straightened out now, huh, son?
I certainly have, Dad. No fooling. Oh, you all set, Parker?
Yeah. Go ahead. Comfortable, Phil?
Oh, yes, Jimmy.
Well, as I said, to get the thing straight, we'll have to start way back at the beginning.
You mean the night we caught these two youngsters sneaking out of the city of the dead? The night somebody shot at the mayor?
No much further back than that, Doc. We'll have to go way back to the San Francisco fire in 1906.
Oh.
Yes, Miss Carroll. Back to the time when your grandfather, Theodore Beverly, and your uncle Robert Beverly lost everything in the blaze.
Robert Beverly? You mean my uncle who disappeared?
That's right.
Is he mixed up in this, too?
Oh, rather. Well, this is the way things happened. On the night the fire got such a hold on San Francisco that it was apparent most of the business and residential district was going to burn, old Theodore Beverly and his son Robert took that precious collection of pearls, drove down here to the city of the dead, and buried them in one of the graves. Their clue to the place where the pearls were buried was the name on the tombstone. The name was Ernest Morton.
Well, that explains all the activity in the vicinity of Ernie Morton's grave.
Yes. Now then, after the fire had been subdued in San Francisco and everything was put more or less to rights, old man Beverly and Robert came down here to recover their hidden treasure. It wasn't there.
What?
Nope, not there.
Oh, but I don't understand. What about the letter he left with the Cartwright lawyers for me?
Well, the old man lost a good deal of his reason in the fire. He saw his business burn up before his eyes. He saw his great fortune vanish overnight. He saw his beautiful home burn, everything go. His mind went with it. So even before they returned for the pearls, Theodore Beverly was a broken man.
Well, then he might have forgotten where he hid the pearls.
Yeah, but Robert should have remembered.
That's true, and yet Robert wasn't all that he might have been. I'll have to say a little about him to explain. He was an unhealthy young man, had always been pampered, not too brilliant. In every way, a minus quantity. Almost subnormal, wouldn't you say, Dr. Tuner?
No, I wouldn't say that. Just a fellow who'd never have to lift a hand to help himself. Absolutely at sea when thrown on his own.
Well, there he is. Certainly he was thrown on his own after his father's fortune disappeared. And he was twice as helpless when his father lost his reason.
Well, then the pearls may still be buried somewhere down here in the city of the dead?
You're getting ahead of the story, Miss Carroll. Well, it was sometime during this period that old man Beverly made out those elaborate papers giving the pearls to you. He was obsessed with the idea that the pearls were buried in Ernie Morton's grave. That's the excuse for the papers. You see, Cartwright didn't know what the letter contained. They just filed it away to give to you on your 20th birthday, as ordered.
Oh.
Now then, Doc Tuner didn't quite tell the truth when he said all his patients were buried in the city of the dead.
Told all that was necessary.
Well, perhaps for general knowledge, yes, Doc. But as a matter of fact, he had one patient left. It was Theodore Beverly.
Oh, my grandfather. You were his doctor.
One of my best friends before he lost his mind, Miss Carroll.
Now then, for the next 3 or 4 years after the fire, Theodore Beverly and Robert used to make trips down here to the city of the dead to dig around for the pearls. It wasn't only the old man who was becoming obsessed with the idea that the pearls were still in the cemetery. Robert grew more and more peculiar. At first, the mayor here, who knew them both well, too, tried to curb them, but it was useless.
Yeah, we'd have had to lock them up.
Yes. It soon became apparent that either they'd have to be allowed the run of the cemetery or else they'd have to be locked up in an asylum.
Oh.
Doc and Dad here talked it over quite a long time. To put them away would have meant a tremendous scandal. So finally, after much thought, Dad built a little cabin back there in the woods and moved both of them in.
Say, look here, Captain Friday. You're not going to tell us one of them was masquerading as Lammy Fink.
Exactly what I'm saying. Robert Beverly and Lammy Fink are one and the same person.
Yeah, but if you knew...
I didn't know it, Parker, until I got on this case. I grew up as a kid down here thinking that Lammy Fink was no one else but Lammy Fink, an addle-pated gravedigger, and that the old man who lived with him was his crazy father, Old Fink.
So Mother's suspicions were right. Grandfather wasn't drowned.
No, not drowned. They just faded out of the world they'd always lived in and became mere shadows in the city of the dead. Their obsession concerning the pearls took a peculiar form. They set up a sort of guardianship over the city of the dead. They watched everyone who approached the cemetery like hawks. Everyone who came down here, they believed, were here to dig for their pearls.
Yeah, never hurt no one. Just watched them until they left.
That's right. Well, it got so they didn't do much digging themselves. The old man would grow uneasy about once a month and go out and dig like fury for a few hours. Dad here got so he could tell when a spell was coming on. After old man Beverly had worn himself out and had left, Dad would go down and fill up the hole and replace the turf.
So that's how all those graves have been refilled so mysteriously. Remember, Captain, I told you the place where Phil and I had dug had been covered up. And the grave was refilled after we opened Ernie Morton's grave and found Bert Arnold.
Yes, Dad was responsible for all that. Well, now, that brings us down to the night that the phantom bell started ringing and old Clawfoot put in his appearance, and you, Miss Carroll, and Parker here were captured.
Yes. Well, who was old Clawfoot, Captain Friday?
Ah, just a minute. At least 2 days before you and Parker came to the city of the dead, Dad here discovered that the cemetery was receiving night marauders other than Robert or old man Beverly. He called Dr. Tuner down the second day, and things had just about reached some sort of a mysterious climax when you two kids walked onto the scene. Dad and Doc naturally thought they'd finally caught the guilty parties, and they locked you up. They didn't call the police because they feared giving away the Beverly secret, which they dreaded doing after all these years.
So they just locked us up.
That's it. But they were curious about this phantom bell. They went down to the old church and found that new rope hanging from the ceiling. As you know, Dad pulled the rope thinking it would ring the bell, and he was creased by a bullet.
Yes. Well, who did that?
That was a booby trap. That rope wasn't fastened to a bell. It was fastened to the trigger of a revolver on the opposite side of the room. A thread fastened to the rope ran across the ceiling and down the opposite wall to the gun, which was pointed directly at the rope. Anyone pulling the rope would be in a direct line with the bullet.
But who would rig up a trap like that?
That's what took me the longest to figure out. You see, it wasn't the sort of thing a person of old Clawfoot's type would do. This was underworld stuff. Somebody was trying to bump somebody off. I began to check up on Bert Arnold's recent friends, discovered that he'd hired 3 men to work with him on some kind of a hidden treasure hunt. He didn't know it, but they were some of the Morelli mob, bad boys to tangle with. The moment he mentioned $500,000 in buried treasure, they were with him all the way. Well, the police in San Francisco picked up 2 of these fellows. That's where I got this information.
Bert Arnold wasn't bad, Captain Friday. I know he wasn't.
I know that. He just picked the wrong man to work with him.
Well, but where did Bert find out about the pearls?
Well, that's where this chap from Cartwright's office comes in. The phantom bell ringer. He opened your letter, got the information about the pearls, sealed up the letters again, and then took his information to Bert Arnold.
Then that's the man we found bound and gagged in the old church?
That's it. He sold his information to young Arnold for $1,000. But he evidently didn't know what square shooting was. As soon as he got the 1,000, he organized his own searching party and came down here to hunt for the pearls himself.
Seems funny he gave Bert the information.
Yeah, it does seem funny, Doc. On the other hand, his game was to give out stolen information. Probably the idea of hunting for the pearls himself was an afterthought. Anyway, Bert and his 3 friends came down to the City of the Dead, and right after them came, what was his name? Rogers and his men. Neither party could locate Ernie Morton's grave the first night. Eventually, they clashed, and Bert Arnold and his men caught this Rogers fellow, but his men got away. They tied him up in the basement of the church, intending to leave him there until they found the pearls.
Real gang stuff.
And that's not the half of it. Here, throw another stick of wood on the fire, and we'll get to the second night. That's when murder really came to the City of the Dead.
Slowly the skein of intrigue and desperate action is beginning to unwind. When Jimmy and Phyllis came down to dig in the grave of Ernie Morton, they set into motion a train of events which shook the whole graveyard. Death was breathing down their very necks. But wait.
The second night, Bert's gang had no better luck in looking for the Morton grave. But the third night brought you 2 kids down here. You went directly to the grave. How did you find it?
Well, there's a map in the City of the Dead with all the plots named on it in the recorder's office in the City Hall up in San Francisco. We found it on that before we came down.
You don't say. Well, you're not so dumb. Oh, now to get back to the gun trap in the church. Bert's men were using the church for a hangout in the daytime, doing their searching at night. One evening, while Bert and his men were out, Rogers' men slipped into the back room and rigged up the booby trap for revenge, hoping that one of the other gang would be shot. Evidently, however, Doc, Tuner, and Dad were the first to run across it.
Yeah, just my kind of luck.
What a horrible, cowardly thing to do.
Well, now to get back to the night you came down. You went to Ernie Morton's grave and began to dig. It wasn't any time until Bert and his men heard you and crept up to see who it was. Bert recognized you in the moonlight, Miss Carroll, and kept his men back.
You see, Jimmy? I knew someone was watching.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only ones watching.
Really? Who else?
There were 2 other groups.
2?
Yes. There were the men of Rogers' gang, and back watching you and the Rogers gang were Old Man Beverly and Robert.
Well, now, if that wasn't a setup.
Finally, Miss Carroll, you became frightened, and you made Parker quit digging before he'd really had a chance to get deep enough to find anything.
I couldn't stand it any longer.
The minute you 2 left, Bert and his men sneaked up, saw that it was Ernie Morton's grave you were digging in, and took up the work where you 2 left off. You see, they saw that you hadn't found the pearls.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't find them now. Just think what might have happened.
Well, the Rogers gang waited until you were out of hearing, and then they jumped Bert and his men, and in the fight, Bert was strangled and his men driven off.
Oh.
Then they, in turn, took up the job of digging.
Then the Rogers gang got the pearls after all?
No, wait a minute. After they dug to their satisfaction, they threw Bert's body in the grave and partly covered it up. Later, Dad came along and saw the half-opened grave, and thinking that Old Man Beverly had been up to his tricks again, filled it in, not knowing that he was helping to cover up a murder.
But what about the sobbing we heard on the road? And who stole Jimmy's car?
The car was stolen by Bert's 3 friends. They wanted to make a quick getaway after Bert was killed. You thought there were only 2, but the third one got into the car further down the road.
And what about the person we heard sobbing?
That was Robert, or Lammy Fink, whichever you wish to call him.
But where was Old Man Beverly?
In Lammy's arms.
In his arms?
Yes. The old man's terror at seeing a man murdered was so great that it killed him. Lammy, or Robert, grabbed his father's body up in his arms and fled sobbing through the tombstones and down the road. That's who you 2 youngsters hurt.
Yeah, but look here, Captain. I thought you told me it was Lammy Fink who was scared to death.
I thought it was at first. You see, I hadn't seen either Lammy or his father for 10 years or more. Besides, I only had a few moments to examine the 3 bodies down in the cellar of Lammy's cabin before the place was set on fire. Light was bad, and added to that, Lammy and the old man always did look a great deal alike.
Yeah, but Dr. Tuner and the mayor should have recognized the old man.
Well, they would have, except that they had even less time to look over the bodies than I had.
I thought Lammy's face looked awfully old, but the captain said it was Lammy, and I never thought to check up.
The light was so bad I didn't even get a good look at his face.
So my grandfather has just died. It seems so strange. I can't realize it. You see, I've thought of him as dead for more than 10 years.
But that means Lammy Fink isn't dead.
Yes, Parker. That means Lammy Fink isn't dead.
Well, where is he then?
In custody.
You mean Lammy Fink is in jail?
Robert Beverly, alias Lammy Fink, is under observation. But we'll get to that presently. The next question in line is who burned Lammy's cabin?
Yeah, I'd like to know about that myself.
Well, it was one of Bert's gang, Dad. They made their getaway in Parker's car, but they'd left so many clues behind them that it was necessary for them to return and sort of clean up. I got this from one of the men we caught. According to him, they returned the next night after Bert was killed and saw us dig up Bert's body. We left him at the grave while I went after a stretcher, and you, Dad, and Doc here, dashed off after old Clawfoot. Parker was still out from that clip I gave him on the jaw. They sneaked in and got the body. Parker woke up just in time to see someone carrying the body away in the fog.
But why'd they bother about the body?
Because they knew that as long as we didn't know who was murdered, we wouldn't be able to get a line on their gang. That likewise was the reason for the burning of the cabin. Now, the next incident was the murder of the stranger who tried to saw his way into Parker's room.
The man we saw Clawfoot murder?
Yes, that was another member of Bert's gang. Remember, I was clipped on the head, and his body also stolen for the same reason that Bert's was stolen. To hide the identity of those still remaining alive.
Yeah, but how did the bodies get in the cellar of Lammy's cabin?
Well, according to the men we have in custody, they put the bodies in the cabin thinking it was a deserted shack. Lammy must have come along and lugged them down into the basement and arranged them alongside the body of old man Beverly. Lammy, by this time, was completely out of his head.
Say, Captain Friday, just when did you capture Lammy Fink?
Later.
Oh.
But why did Clawfoot kill him?
To protect you and Miss Carroll.
To protect... Say, who is Clawfoot anyway?
Oh, Jimmy, don't you know by this time? It was Lammy Fink, of course.
Yes, Lammy Fink. Or if you prefer, your Uncle Robert, Miss Carroll.
Oh, well, then he must have known me.
Yes, he knew you all right. That was why he patrolled about the house. That's why he brought you the Black Pearl.
The Black Pearl? Clawfoot or Lammy Fink brought me that?
Yeah. The night he broke into the cottage. He put it under your pillow when you fainted. He threw the knife through the window that stabbed you, too, Miss Carroll.
He did? Well, but why if he was protecting me?
He didn't mean to hit you. That was an accident. By the way, where's that knife?
What? Well, but tell me, Captain Friday, why did he throw it?
Well, where's the knife? I'll show you.
Well,
Give it to him, Phyllis.
Well, what's it doing there in bed with you?
I gave it to her for protection when I had to leave her.
Oh, you did you? Thought I was going to murder her, I suppose.
I'm sorry, Mayor Friday. Honest, I am. I shouldn't have suspected you, but... Well, I had to do everything I could to protect Phil.
I think I understand, boy. Forget it.
Well, look here at the knife. See here how the handle screws off the blade?
Oh, what's inside?
There.
The Black Pearl.
Not the Black Pearl, Miss Carroll. A Black Pearl.
But I don't understand.
Well, it's simple. Old man Beverly kept 2 of the pearls out of the collection for some unaccountable reason. And the old man died, Lammy fell heir to them, and he was trying to give them to you. He was highly unsuccessful both times he tried. The first time he almost stabbed you to death. The second time he nearly frightened you into fits.
Say, I reckon while we're on the subject of that visit, I want to know how the mayor here got out of that bedroom when he was locked in.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that.
Well, the mayor had slipped out of the house hours before. I didn't know where he was or what he was up to, but I didn't want the rest of you to know he was out and increase your suspicion. So I pretended he was asleep, and I locked the door.
I'll be dead, Burns.
So it was you, Mayor, who was digging in Ernie Morton's grave at the end of the trail of bones?
No, Parker, Dad wasn't digging in the grave. He was just filling up the grave that Robert Beverly, alias Lammy Fink, alias Clawfoot, had opened. He was getting battier and battier. The opening of the cottage door and dropping that skeleton inside was one instance. The scattering of his bones through the city of the dead was another. And finally, he gathered them up again in a sack and left them on the porch.
But I want to know what became of you, Captain Friday, while I was lying behind that tombstone.
Well, you have got an explanation coming. I saw it was Dad in the grave. I didn't want you to see him. So I made you lie flat, and then I sneaked out and took him away. After you'd gone back to the cottage, Dad finished filling up the grave and then returned to the cottage.
So that's how it was. And about that gold pencil you had, Mayor.
Go ahead and explain it, son.
Well, when I caught Dad in the grave, I had him in a tight place. So I made him sit down and write out the whole story, most of the story I've told you. He'd been trying to cover up for the Beverleys, but I made him give me the lowdown then and there. Anyway, he borrowed my gold pencil and then stuck it in his pocket. That's how that happened. I hear you tried to lie out of it, got caught, Dad.
Yeah.
Doesn't pay to lie if you aren't good at it. Now then.
But who jerked the mayor in my bedroom and robbed him of the other black pearl?
Here, just a minute. Yeah, here it is. Here's your other black pearl.
Then it was you in there.
Yes, I needed that pearl. But I didn't choke Dad to get it, and I didn't take it away from him. He gave it to me.
Well, I had to tell some story. You didn't want him to know the truth.
That's right. You see, folks, I wasn't getting anywhere working in the open, so I decided to disappear and keep my eyes on things from cover. Didn't take long to get to the bottom of things that way.
Was it you that kidnapped Clawfoot out in front?
Yes. Did you see that?
Well, partly. It was still so dark we couldn't see who it was.
It was I.
Say, what made him make those horrible noises? Why didn't he talk?
I rushed into the city and an examination was made. His throat became paralyzed, evidently, the night he saw Bert Arnold murdered. It was a condition paralleling his mental state. All he could do was wail.
Oh. Well, but why did he wear that funny robe then? And what about his claw feet?
Oh, yes, his claw feet. Haven't you ever seen these Indian moccasins made out of the foot skins of animals with the claws left in to make them ornamental?
By gum, of course.
Oh, then his feet weren't clawed at all.
No. Lammy had a pair of those moccasins. He lost all of his clothes. When the cabin was burned, he didn't even have a coat. It was awfully cool. Dad had some sheets out on the line airing, and Lammy stole one of them to wrap himself in.
Oh, the poor thing was just trying to keep warm.
That's all. He wasn't the least bit interested in being ghostly.
Well, isn't that the limit?
About explains everything, too, I guess.
No, there'll be points coming up from now on, but that covers the most important phases of the case.
Yeah, but look here. You haven't even touched on the most important thing of all.
Yeah?
Yes. What's become of Theodore Beverly's collection of black pearls?
Oh, the black pearls. Well, my dear Parker, the pearls are waiting for Miss Carroll up in a strongbox in the Civic Center National Bank, where they have been ever since the fire of 1906.
What's that? You mean to say those pearls never were buried down here in the City of the Dead?
Yes, they were. When the fire started, the pearls were buried here. But after it had been checked, old man Beverly came down here alone, dug them up, and deposited them in the bank. Right after that, he lost his memory. He remembered burying them originally in the City of the Dead, but he forgot all about coming back here for them and putting them in the bank.
You don't say. Come now, how did you find that out?
Well, at dawn this morning, I rushed Lammy to the city, and the whole story came out in the first editions of the paper about me having two of the collection of the Beverly pearls and all that. Well, the bank saw the story and called me. They had the rest of the pearls. They had an order to deliver the pearls to Miss Carroll on her 20th birthday.
They did? Well, why didn't they do it then?
Because the old man had made a mistake of a month in her age. The bank would have automatically delivered the pearls to you, Miss Carroll, next month.
You mean to say that I'm worth $500,000?
Exactly that.
Oh, golly. Well, Jimmy, now you've just got to marry me.
Hey.
Yes, you do. A girl with that much money needs protection.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, darling. And you're all invited to the wedding.
Yeah, and we'll be there. Don't you think we won't?
And you, Captain Friday?
Well, I don't know. I've got some business that's going to take me out of town if I get back.
What kind of business, son?
Military intelligence, Dad. The government's put a finger on Skip Turner and me to do a job for them up off the coast of Canada.
Who's Skip Turner?
One of my operatives in my agency.
Off the coast of Canada? That sounds like smugglers.
Well, I can't talk about it, but I can guarantee you there's liable to be plenty of death and destruction before we get through. There's some pretty lonely, wide-open spaces up in that country. And not all the animals go around on four legs.
Smugglers, death and destruction, a country where all the animals don't go around on four legs. Next week, you will find Captain Friday and his sidekick, Skip Turner, fighting for their lives and for a very beautiful young woman when Adventures by Morse brings you the first episode of A Coffin for the Lady, a new Carlton E. Morse production.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Tonight, we are plunging toward the land of the Cobra King, toward Cambodia, which is in the jungle country of French Indochina. Cambodia, the land of the mysterious ancient folk, the land now under the sway of the cobra and the wild elephant and the tiger, the land of Oriental myth and Oriental wonder, a land to the east. To reach it from San Francisco, one travels to Hawaii, to Hong Kong, to Saigon, which is the capital of Indochina, and then through the jungles northward. This is where the Carter expedition is headed. And right now is a good time for you to meet Dr. Carter, archaeologist, scientist, explorer. Dr. Carter.
At the moment, my party and I are aboard the steamship Westphalia between Hawaii and Hong Kong. The object of this expedition into the wilds of Cambodia will be explained shortly, but right now I want you to know the other members of my party. First, you must meet my daughter, Celia. She's especially trained by me to be a historian of this expedition. Celia, please.
Daughter, secretary, historian. That's quite an order for one girl to fulfill on one expedition.
Oh, it's all right to be flippant, my dear, but just remember, there's bitter intrigue and danger connected with this expedition.
I love danger. I eat it up.
Well, that's my daughter, Celia. The second member of my party, you must know, is Professor Ernst Lebrun, medical advisor and scientific technician. Professor Lebrun, my friend.
Oui, Dr. Carter.
I was just remarking that I feel I've added greatly to our expedition's chances of success by persuading you to become a member of my party.
If I did not have confidence in your abilities to lead such an expedition to a successful conclusion, I doubt if you would have persuaded me.
A mutual admiration society, huh?
Mademoiselle Celia, your father is a wonderful man, and I don't doubt he'll bring this whole business off with flying colors.
Well, you've more confidence than I have, then. And now, where's Perry Mills?
Here, Doctor.
Oh, so you are. Now, Perry, besides being an admirable young man, is business manager and assistant collector for the trip. I hope and pray, young man, you didn't leave any of our paraphernalia on the dock back at San Francisco.
I certainly hope and pray so myself. I've checked and double-checked.
And triple-checked. Honestly, Father, Perry's done nothing since we left San Francisco but rummage around among our effects down in the hold of the ship.
Well, I gotta face your father when we unload at Saigon, and I want to face him with everything in order and ready to start for our expedition into the back country.
And now the last member of our party, Chaquan.
Well, you let him go to his stateroom, Father.
Oh, that's right, I did.
What's the matter, seasick?
Mm-hmm. Squeamish.
Queer fish.
Oh, a brilliant scholar, ag-ridden by the superstitions of his people, but brilliant.
Well, all Chinese are superstitious, aren't they?
My dear, Taquan is not Chinese.
Well, Oriental.
Yes, Oriental. Taquan, Celia, is a pure descendant of the ancient Khmers, a dead race. And it's from this vanished people that the last member of our party is descended. You'll hear more of Taquan.
But unknown to Dr. Carter and his group, there is a second party aboard the Westphalia, steaming westward under the great golden moon. The mission of this latter group is a carefully guarded secret, a dangerous secret. Heading it is Captain Bart Friday. Accompanying him is his fellow operative, Skip Turner, and his secretary, Patricia Young. And then there's a fourth member of the party, a figure of mystery, a prisoner. 2 expeditions, and at the moment, each unaware of the other's presence on the ship. Each unaware that it has friends in the other party. And now darkness has settled on the vessel, throbbing under its pounding propellers. The moon is riding high, is gigantic, is golden. And on the main deck, Perry Mills and Celia Carter are leaning against the rail.
Oh, a lovely, lovely moon on the water.
First trip at sea, Celia?
Oh, yes. Imagine me going way off to such a wilderness as Cambodia. clear around the world from San Francisco.
Ah, lucky girl, all right. You know, I feel rather lucky myself to be Dr. Carter's assistant archaeologist.
Dad's a dear.
Well, thank you, my dear.
Hey, where did you pop from, Father?
Evening, Dr. Carter.
Evening, Perry. See, Professor LeBrun will join us in a moment. Then we'll go into the main salon for a short conference. Bring your shorthand book.
Yes, Dad.
Hey, where's Taquan?
Still in his stateroom. He's having a bad time with his seasickness. Wished to retire.
You say he's Oriental, but not Chinese.
That's right. Taquan is a pure descendant of the ancient Khmers, that race that built such marvels as the Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat, which means Temple of Angkor.
That's a good literal translation, Perry. You see, some 2,000 years ago, this race of Khmers arose to mighty strength.
A civilization sufficient unto itself.
Quite right, Perry. The kingdom grew until it must have held some 30 million souls. They built great wats, or temples. They had trained armies and a remarkable background, both historical and mythological. In fact, they had everything that should have made them a lasting nation.
And yet 30 million people vanished from the face of the earth.
That's exactly the word, vanished. When Angkor Wat was first discovered some 80 years ago by the Frenchman Muot, it looked as though the entire population had one day laid down their implements, walked out, never returned.
But what did happen to them?
If we knew, my dear, we'd not be on this expedition.
And we're going to Angkor Wat to see what we can find.
We is good.
Well, I'm part of the expedition, for goodness sakes.
Of course you are, my dear. Yes, we're going into the old Khmer realm. But we're not going to stop at Angkor Wat. That particular region has been milked dry of information. Further to the north, however, are other abandoned cities, some of which have been recently discovered, others of which are only known to exist by rumors and legends.
And we're going to hunt for one of those legendary cities?
Well, something like that. Only it isn't going to be quite such a hopeless proposition. That's where Taquan comes into the picture.
I wondered about him.
Professor LeBrun picked him up over at the University of California. His brilliant mind so attracted LeBrun that he struck up an acquaintance and discovered that Taquan was a descendant of the Khmers, and had only recently come from Saigon, the French capital in the east.
Hey, he's an interesting chap, all right.
Yes, it seems that he'd come in from the agricultural region and nothing more than a breech clout, and he demanded to be taught. He was turned over to a French parochial mission. Fathers dressed him and taught him. His brilliance delighted them so they laid aside an allowance to send him to the University of California.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I remember the day LeBrun brought him to see you, Dr. Carter.
Yes, the professor knew I was interested in the Cambodia problem, and so he brought Taquan to see me. Developed that he knew the region north of Angkor Wat unusually well. In fact, knew of a city back in the wilderness that has not yet been discovered by explorers.
Well, a little lecture in Cambodian archaeology.
Oh, there you are, LeBrun.
Oh, as you say, here I am. There we all are. All except our little premier. Where is he?
He's not receiving visitors. Having a little private trouble with old Devil Sea.
Sorry I was delayed, the doctor, but coming up the companionway, the most amazing thing happened to us.
Nothing unpleasant, I hope.
Quite the opposite. Who do you think I bumped squarely into?
You met someone you know.
I say, what depth of discernment.
You're making fun of me.
Oh, really, I am not. I did meet an old friend, a very brilliant fellow. None other than Captain Friday.
Say, you don't mean the Captain Friday in charge of the Worth murders and the City of the Dead mystery.
Remember him, do you, Perry? The very same Captain Friday.
And you just ran into him tonight? Oh, isn't that rather peculiar, LeBrun?
Not at all, Doctor. You see, he and his party boarded the ship at Honolulu last night.
Well, what on earth is he doing on his way to Hong Kong?
Oh, most mysterious. I had to tear myself away to join you folks. Or perhaps I would have found out. He's waiting down in the salon for us to join him.
Oh, that's a pleasant surprise. We'll just postpone our conference until tomorrow. Celia, we won't need you tonight after all.
All right. And I'll stay right out here on deck and soak up some more moonlight.
Don't you want to come along and join us?
Me? Go down there and sit around in a cloud of cigar smoke while half a dozen men hold the floor? I should say not.
Wise girl.
Hey, don't lean too far over the rail. We don't want to lose our historian this early.
Good night, everyone.
And we'll take this companionway.
Captain Friday said the main salon. Ah, oui. Here we are. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Carter.
Oh, so you brought them down. Well, this is a great meeting.
Skip Turner, you here too.
Howdy, Professor LeBrun. Sure, I'm here. Playing guard of honor for Captain Friday and his secretary, Patricia.
But I say, Captain, who's running your agency back in San Francisco, eh?
Oh, I rather think it'll get along somehow for a while without skipping me.
Dr. Carter, this is Captain Bart Friday.
My pleasure, Captain.
And this is Mr. Skip Turner, Captain Friday's right-hand man.
Glad to know you.
Captain Friday, this is Perry Mills, Dr. Carter's assistant.
How do you do, Mills?
And Skip Turner.
Say, this is great.
Well, sit down, gentlemen. Draw up some chairs. Here's cigars. There now.
Captain, if it isn't a state secret, what on earth are you and Skip doing here so far off your beats?
Well, Professor, as a matter of fact, it comes very nearly being just that. State secrets.
Well, you don't say.
I wouldn't care to have our business made general knowledge on shipboard.
Oh, by no means. I retract my question.
Oh, no. That isn't at all necessary. I intended to tell you. It's a very unusual story. And, rather fits in with your own work.
Something to do with the Anchor region?
Quite a bit. I've got a prisoner aboard this ship.
Prisoner? Murderer?
Bloodthirsty young peacock.
He's not so wrong at that. The last man who tried to keep him in chains got himself strangled. With a wet silk cord.
An Indian thuggy trick.
It isn't pleasant. I'd rather have them use a sharp knife myself.
On board the Trans-Pacific liner Westphalia, two groups of people have met. One headed by Dr. Carter, archaeologist. The other headed by Captain Friday, private operator. Captain Friday is telling about a prisoner he is taking to Saigon, French Indochina, the same port from which Dr. Carter is launching his expedition. Captain Friday has just said,
I've got a prisoner aboard this ship. His last keeper was strangled. He's an international plotter, a troublemaker.
Well, looks like you're getting into big business, Captain Friday.
After a manner, perhaps. He's a subject of Cochin China. I'm taking him to Saigon, the French capital.
Remarkable. You're going right into our territory.
Yes. But there's a closer relationship between your scientific expedition and my little party than that, Dr. Carter. Of course, you know the story of how France got hold of the Cambodia territory.
Yes. Muo, the Frenchman, when he discovered the ruins, carried the word back to France. And by being on their toes, French diplomats took the territory over before the rest of the world learned of the Khmer ruins.
Fast workers, huh?
Oh, any nation would have jumped at the chance to get French Indochina, had they known about it.
Yes, it was a rich land, lying fallow for someone to take it.
After all, Mr. Turner, Siam was in no position to investigate the Cambodia ruins, even had she known of them. France immediately opened this new and rich scientific field.
All right, I'm squelched. I take it back.
Well, if Skip doesn't want to argue the point, Captain Friday, suppose you continue.
Well, as you just explained, France got Cambodia by means of a diplomatic coup. It didn't set well with a lot of people in that region, especially those with the Siamese leaning. Many felt that Siam had lost a vast treasure.
But France has gotten little return for the amount of money expended in that territory. To date, anyway.
That's true, Mills. And yet there's much dissatisfaction.
Well, that's easily explained. There are innumerable legends of tremendous Khmer treasure which are supposed to be buried beneath the ruins of those old cities.
Treasure? You mean casts of gold and jewels?
Oh, no, much more fascinating loot than that. For instance, there's supposed to be a huge emerald Buddha seated on a golden coiled cobra. Numerous golden Buddhas, altar furnishings, priests and kings' regalia, golden lions, golden howdahs, and chairs.
My word, Perry, that is a lot.
Well, I'm only reciting from the legends. According to the myths, the Thais Vandals came down from the north in great hordes and overran Cambodia. To save their treasures of the palaces and temples, priests buried them beneath the cities with the aid of slaves. Afterwards, the slaves were slaughtered.
Jolly sort of folk, these Khmers.
Well, these rumors are probably at the bottom of the dissatisfaction. Anyway, a certain Cambodian element feel that they've been robbed. Up until the time the French missionaries entered the field and began to educate them, the resentment was unorganized and latent. They were ignorant, had no idea how to go about revenging themselves.
Yeah, the old story.
Yes, Dr. Carter. But French fathers continued to educate the people. The French government even assisted their efforts with appropriations. They selected brilliant Cambodian youths and gave them what corresponds to a high school education right in Saigon. And then they selected the brightest of their pupils and sent them to American and European universities.
Hey, we have just such a student in our party.
What's that, Mills?
Sure, a chap named Taquan.
Well, we have another locked in Skip's cabin.
Extraordinary, Captain Friday. You mean a Cambodian college graduate has become an international criminal?
Hardly that, Doctor. He's a representative of the rebellious element in Cambodia. He's been in the United States trying to raise a secret expedition to penetrate the jungles north of the city of Angkor, claiming that he knows the location of another of the lost Khmer cities.
Say, you don't suppose...
Oh, I say, Perry, let's not speculate, huh? Speculation's bad business.
Sure, well, of course. Excuse me for breaking in, Captain Friday.
It looks as though I'm telling you a story you already know.
You mind telling us who this chap is you have in handcuffs?
Not at all. A fellow called Fen Lo.
Never heard of him. Have you, Dr. Carter?
I don't recall the name. Please go on, Captain.
Well, it appears that Fen Lo has been telling that he knows the location of this new city's buried treasures.
Rather odd. He didn't dig it up for himself and his friends, then, isn't it?
According to his story, it'll take many men and some very modern evacuation machinery to get at it.
That corresponds with the legends. The priests are supposed to have filled the passages leading down to the treasures with rock and a sort of cement.
Oh, but they wouldn't have to tunnel in the original passage. Couldn't they dig in the earth paralleling the rocked-in part?
No, Perry. It's too big a job for the natives. Even so, the treasure room would undoubtedly be cased in by a wall many feet in thickness.
Yeah, but look here. If there's all this treasure under these cities, why don't the French government dig for it?
That's just the point, Skip. The French are not convinced that there is any treasure. It's all rumor and native legend. They're not willing to spend the great sums necessary to excavate on the mere chance of finding something.
And another thing. France hasn't had the money to put into such work, not under present conditions. In the meantime, she doesn't want other people nosing around too closely. By the way, Dr. Carter, how did you ever get permission to take an expedition into the country?
By agreeing to turn over 90% of anything we should run across to the French government.
Don't seem like that'd be very profitable.
This is a scientific expedition, not a treasure hunt. Frankly, Captain Friday, I'm quite dubious about there being any treasure.
I see. Well, anyway, the French government heard about Fen Lo's activities in the United States and demanded his apprehension. We caught him in San Francisco and turned him over to the French consulate. A French attaché was started on the trip with him to Saigon. En route to Honolulu, the Frenchman was murdered.
You don't say.
By Fen Lo?
No. No, Fen Lo was manacled to his berth. The attaché was killed on the aft deck, strangled with a cord.
Aha, the worthy Fen Lo had friends aboard.
If he did, they were never apprehended. Fen Lo was taken from the ship at Honolulu, and the French consulate, unwilling to subject another of its attachés to a like fate, called for a couple of volunteers to escort the fellow the rest of the way to Saigon.
And you and Skip Turner responded.
Well, I'll say we did. A 2.5 months vacation, and all expenses paid.
Every peace officer in San Francisco volunteered. Well, finally, they put me in charge, and I selected Skip to come along. We picked up Fen Lo in Honolulu and boarded their ship. And that's the story.
But Mr. Turner mentioned your secretary, Captain.
Oh, yes. I promised her she could come along on the next case. I didn't know, though, it would take us halfway around the world.
But weren't you afraid to have her come after what happened to the French attaché?
You don't know our secretary, Mr. Mills.
Skip's right. Patricia's perfectly capable of taking care of herself. However, she's in no danger. It's quite apparent that the whole object of the attaché's death was the release of Fen Lo. If there are any attacks on my party, it certainly won't be against my secretary.
A remarkable story, Captain Friday. A remarkable story.
Doubly so, since our paths have crossed.
Captain, I think I'll take a look in the cabin. I want to give the only Cambodian in captivity the once-over.
All right, Skip. Skip's as nervous as a cat. He believes there's something mysterious about our Oriental.
All Orientals, or just Fen Lo?
Well, Skip Turner's philosophy says that an Oriental at your back is a dangerous Oriental.
Oh, the death of the French attaché probably has a good deal to do with his uneasiness.
Very likely, Professor. Fen Lo has been in a sort of cold rage since we picked him up in Honolulu. prophesies innumerable deaths to pay for the outrage to his person. However, everything's gone smoothly so far.
Listen.
What's the matter, Mills?
Thought I heard someone call out.
I don't hear anything.
All sorts of queer creaks and groans on a steamship. I remember...
Listen. Someone's running.
Captain Friday, the prisoner's gone.
Fenlow's escaped?
Yeah, look at the handcuffs.
Incredible.
Fantastic. My word. Did he do that? Scrape the flesh off his hands, forcing them through the manacles?
He did, and he had someone to help him.
There's no doubt about that. He couldn't have done this to himself alone.
Pieces of flesh still clinging to the manacles.
You're certain about that, Captain Friday? I've seen some strange and terrible things take place in the East.
Dr. Carter, I don't believe there's a man in existence that could have gotten out of those handcuffs alone. His hands were cuffed behind him and fastened to his bunk. And I saw to it that the cuffs were tight to his wrists.
Sure, he couldn't have got away without help. But hadn't we better get on his trail?
I don't think there's any hurry, Skip. He can't escape from the ship, and we're still a good number of days from Saigon.
But if the French attaché was murdered...
The first thing to do is to inform the master of the ship. He'll warn everybody aboard to remain in his cabin, then form a searching party. I'll attend to that myself. Please excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Now, look here, Dr. Carter. Supposing I go give Celia an earful of this and send her to her cabin if she's still on deck.
Good idea, Perry. Tell her to keep to her stateroom and keep door and portholes locked.
I certainly will.
Oh, that lad does crave excitement. Up to now, the party's been just fish and beans to Perry. But now, things are looking up a bit.
A mighty fine youngster.
Oh, but aren't
Look here, man. I just happened to think of Captain Friday's secretary. Patricia ought to be warned.
Oh, by all means. Don't hang back on our account. We'll survive somehow.
Yeah, I don't know whether you will or not if you get in the road of that there Fenlow guy.
Oh, I say, Dr. Carter.
Yes, LeBrun?
Now that we're alone, what odds will you give that our own little Khmer playmate, Taquan, hasn't got a finger in Penlow's pie?
Be careful, LeBrun.
Uh-huh. Right the first guess.
I'm afraid so. The chances are that Taquan and Fenlow are close friends. Both of them have been sent to American universities by French missionaries.
Oh, undoubtedly.
And take care, Professor. Don't put the idea into Captain Friday's head. If Taquan becomes mixed up with the authorities, we may never get him farther than Saigon. Our expedition is hopeless without him to guide us.
Are you certain Captain Friday doesn't already suspect?
I've been afraid of it.
In fact, I have an hunch that he went to Taquan's stateroom on his way to organize the searching party.
Do you think so?
I do.
Perhaps we'd best go see for ourselves. Come along with me.
If he is guilty, I hope he had sense enough to get back in his cabin after his escapade.
And I hope our suspicions are wrong.
And still the ship plows on.
Taquan's cabin's this way.
Righto. Well, anyway, the moon is still grinning down at us.
Doctor, quick, we've got to do something.
Oh, I say,
You don't understand. Celia's gone.
My daughter's gone?
Yes, she's gone. I can't find her anywhere.
Come, old chap, you look ghastly.
I feel ghastly.
Oh, look here. Why should you?
Why should I? Didn't you hear me say that Celia's disappeared? That maniac Khmer loose and roaming the deck? Suppose he's found her.
But, why do you want to suppose that?
But the fellow's loose and Celia's gone.
Come on, both of you. We'll get the captain.
Just a moment, Dr. Carter. Now, look here, Perry. Are you going off half-cocked, or do you know what you're talking about?
Oh, I tell you, it's true. Every word of it's true.
Where have you looked?
Everywhere. I've been on both decks. I've been in all the salons. I even went into her cabin.
Was it unlocked?
Yes, What's that?
Quiet, Perry. It's coming from the lower deck. Do you recognize that?
No, Doctor. What is it?
It's an ancient Khmer death chant.
Death chant? There. What did I tell you?
Gotta move on. It's Celia.
have just heard the opening episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, the newest adventure thriller by Carlton E. Morse. Adventures by Morse bring you new excitement week after week. Next week brings you the second episode, laid in Saigon, that weird and wonderful seaport of Cochin China, known as the French capital of the East. The deadly shadow of the ancient Cobra King already has fallen upon both the party headed by Dr. Carter and that led by Captain Friday. But not until the two groups land on the shores of French Indochina does the deadly force of evil descend in all its venom. Watch for next week's episode entitled Something About the Hooded Snake. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Two groups of people on strangely dissimilar projects have set out from San Francisco for French Indochina. By chance, they took passage on the same steamship. One party was headed by Dr. Howard Carter, archaeologist, scientist, explorer. Let him tell about his party.
It is my object on this expedition to drive deep into Cambodia and the north-central part of French Indochina in search of a lost city, a sister city of the famous Angkor. In my party, I have Professor Lebrun, medical advisor, my assistant archaeologist, Perry Mills, and my daughter Celia, who is acting as my secretary and historian for the trip. Oh, yes, likewise with us is a young Khmer student, Tok Kwan. Strangely, on the steamship, we met an old friend, Captain Bart Friday. But let Captain Friday speak for himself.
Yes, my right-hand man, Skip Turner, my secretary, Patricia Young, and I are doing a bit of a job for the French government for a change. We're transferring an international prisoner, a citizen of French Indochina, from Hawaii back to Saigon, French capital of Cochin China. By coincidence, the prisoner, Fen Lo, is of the same race as Tak Kwan, the student in Dr. Carter's party.
Yes, Captain Friday was returning the prisoner, but one night at sea, Fen Lo escaped. In the search that followed, Celia's terrified voice was heard. The searching party found her safe, but with a strange, horrifying story. Last night, the steamship landed its passengers. Dr. Carter's party is staying at the Hotel des Douanes. And now, on this hot bake-oven morning, the members are seated at an outdoor sidewalk table under the arches that mark the hotel's entrance.
My, Celia. What a complexion.
I was never so pink in my life, Professor Lebrun.
Oh, it's quite apparent that some young man has been whispering in your ear.
Don't be absurd. It's the heat.
Drink your cool mixture there and you'll feel better.
Oh, and then I'll perspire, Father.
Perspiration, my dear, is all that saves white people out in this country.
Daquan, I actually hate you. You look so cool and comfortable.
You do not need to envy anyone, Miss Celia.
There you are, Celia.
Daquan always says the nicest things, and I actually think he means them. Where's Perry, Father?
Well, I sent him over to the Hotel du Commandant de la Marine, where Captain Friday and his party are staying.
You bring them here?
Yes, Taquan. I want to get this business of Fen Lo's disappearance settled, so that we can start north into the interior of Cambodia at once.
But I know nothing, Doctor.
You mean about the disappearance of Captain Friday's Cambodian prisoner?
Yes. He's thoroughly convinced that Tok Kwan holds the key to the mystery. If he so desires, he can hold up our expedition until the matter is solved.
Oh, I doubt whether he'd do that.
Well, I want the thing thrashed out. I want Tok Kwan to leave Saigon with a clean slate. Otherwise, we're liable to meet trouble everywhere. We'll have enough difficulties without that.
Oh, listen.
What's that, Tok Kwan?
The high priests are passing through with their pony train.
Pony train?
Yes.
Small Cochin China ponies on which they carry their supplies for the monasteries.
Oh, but the bells.
The bells are fastened to the ponies' necks. Oh, look, here they come. They will pass this way.
Oh, Dad, look at the little shaggy ponies.
They carry packs large enough for camels.
Here they come. Oh, golly, they were cute. And the monks in their black habits and their faces covered, like something out of 1,001 Nights.
They move right along in the heat of the day.
Yes, the only thing in the whole country showing any animation. Hardly a creature moving on the streets.
Well, here comes Captain Friday's party.
Uh-huh. Skip Turner and Patricia.
Captain Friday does all right for himself in the way of secretaries.
Oh, I'm crazy about her.
On the later part of the voyage over, I noticed Perry Mills seemed to feel the same way.
Oh? Why shouldn't he?
You and Patricia seem to have grown very fond of each other.
Oh, yes. I wish you were going into the interior with us. So you found the energy to walk out in this sizzling heat, Patricia.
I've got a slave driver for a boss. Where he goes, it's expected I tag along.
Morning, Miss Carter. Doctor?
Hi, Professor LeBron.
Oh, Skip Turner in pith helmet and white ducks.
That's me. Just what the ladies ordered.
What about something cool to drink?
Oh, definitely. I'd like something with lime or mint in it.
Oh, let me get the drinks for the crowd.
We have to go to the bar at this hour.
Oh, never mind then.
Of course, everybody wants something. I'll take Skip along for company.
I'm your man.
Well, come along. Oh, by the way, Dr. Carter, may I borrow Taquan in about a half hour?
Yes, of course.
I've got a star sapphire spotted in a shop down the street. I like the stone, but not the price. I thought perhaps Taquan could talk his fellow countrymen into being more reasonable.
Will you do that for the professor, Taquan?
With pleasure. Oh, good. Oh, come along, Skip. We'll get the drinks.
Yes, sir. I saw something tall and pink and frothy. I think I'll order a quart of it.
And Captain Friday, I want this matter cleared up once and for all. I intend taking Taquan with me into the interior, so if you have any charges to file against him, will you please discuss them with me here and now and see if we can't come to some understanding. Once a thing gets into the hands of the French government out here, there'll be no end of red tape.
No, Dr. Carter, I have no charges to file against Taquan. I know in my own heart that he had something to do with the release of Fenlo, my prisoner. But I have no proof. None whatever.
Then you don't intend taking any action that will hold up my expedition?
I intend keeping Taquan under observation. Dr. Carter, will you permit me to ask Taquan one question?
Why, certainly. It's his privilege to answer or not.
Taquan.
Yes?
Taquan, is Fenlo dead?
Miss Celia has told you...
Never mind what Miss Celia told me. I'm asking you. Is Fenlo dead?
Captain Friday, I cannot answer that.
Won't you mean?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
For the same reason you cannot. I do not know.
Miss Carter.
Yes, Captain Friday?
Miss Carter, will you go over your whole story again for me?
You mean the night your prisoner escaped on the ship?
Yes, please.
Well, it was stuffy in my cabin, and I wasn't a bit sleepy, so pretty soon I slipped out of my room and down on the lower deck where I'd found a nice little corner out of the breeze and still could be quite close to the rail.
Yes.
Well, I was in a shadow and awfully comfortable. Anyway, I hadn't been there very long when I must have dropped off to sleep. You know how it is with the throbbing of the engines and the swishing of the water.
And then what happened?
Well, the next thing I knew, I was wide awake. There was a dark figure standing by the rail, almost in front of me, about 10 feet away. And he was making the most blood-curdling wail.
The Khmer death chant.
Yes, Dad. Well, he stopped for a moment, and it was very still. Then he began again, and suddenly I saw the blade of his knife in his hand. Just a flash of it in the moonlight as he raised it and struck himself with it.
Are you certain he plunged it into himself?
Oh, he must have. His knees sagged, and he had to hold himself up. That was when I screamed.
Yes. Now, think very carefully. What happened after that?
Well, he crawled up on the rail, and then for the first time, I noticed there was something lying on the deck. A duffel bag or something. He pulled it up after him, onto the rail.
Was it tied to him?
Oh, there was a rope on it, but I couldn't be sure whether it was fastened to him.
Did it seem very heavy?
Well, it must have been. He had an awful time getting it up.
And then both he and the bag plunged over the side. Is that it?
Yes, sir. Just as Father and Perry ran down the deck.
Here come drinks for everybody. Where's Professor Lebrun?
We met Perry Mills, and the two of them went down to take another gander at that Star Sapphire. All right, pick your drink. There's them that likes theirs frosted, and there's them that likes them iced.
Oh, Skip, you shouldn't have brought me any more. I haven't finished this one.
Keep it. You'll need another and another and another to keep the little red devils away. Here you are, Captain.
Oh, which one for me?
Why, both of them. A green one and a yellow one.
Thanks for nothing. Taquan.
Yes?
Taquan, would you have any objections in assisting a friend to commit suicide?
If it was his will, no.
Sure you wouldn't. I know you guys. You wouldn't have any objection to doing the job yourself either if you thought you could get away with it, would you?
It would depend most certainly upon the circumstances, Mr. Skip.
There's sure a lot of queer setups in this man's country.
Have you felt it too, Skip?
Felt it? I've seen it. Look out there in the street. All them kids practically as raw as the day they was born.
Well, but that doesn't mean that they're peculiar, Skip. That's just a custom. You know, after all, man suits his character, his customs, and his mannerisms to his environment.
Well, that's okay with me. They could do all that and still keep the shirts on, couldn't they?
No, seriously, though. There is a strange atmosphere hanging over Saigon. Something secretive, something smoldering. And I'm not just talking about the mysterious East.
It isn't the port of Saigon alone, Patricia. It's the whole of Cambodia. A veil of uncertainty, the sense of danger.
How exciting.
What kind of danger, Dr. Carter?
Well, don't you remember me telling you aboard ship how legend has woven a strange story about this land? How it's supposed that hundreds of years ago some strange force visited French Indochina and drove all the inhabitants from the great cities, wiped the cultivated lands of northern Cambodia free of civilization, and then the jungles and luxuriant plant life crept swiftly in and engulfed everything that had been built by man.
And you mean to say that strange, same force still hangs over this part of the world?
When you say something, do you mean the supernatural, Father?
It's hard for an Occidental to say, Celia. There are strange Easty forces at work here, beyond our grasp or understanding.
Well, mostly imagination, isn't it, Doctor?
Wouldn't it be glorious to go with Dr. Carter's party? Couldn't we go? Hey, couldn't you arrange it, boss?
We are going.
What?
Hey, are you kidding, Captain?
We're going with Dr. Carter. If doubling the size of his party won't be too much inconvenience.
But Captain Friday, why on earth do you want to go into the interior of Cambodia?
Yeah, what's the idea, Chief? If I want to scramble through the brush, I'd rather go back to San Francisco and climb Mount Tamalpais. It's safer.
Shame on you, Skip. I thought you were a fire eater.
Sword swallowing's my specialty.
No, Carter, I'm serious.
Well, Captain, this is most astonishing. Taquan, what's wrong?
No.
What's the matter?
No, they must not go.
Wait, what do you mean?
I take you. I guide you many strange places. These others, they must not go.
Don't want me along, huh? Well, it's just too bad, Taquan, because I'm going.
It is for your own good, I warn you. Now.
Yeah? You mean we're sticking our necks out if we go?
I cannot be responsible.
Hey, Captain, I think I would like to go along on this trip. Sounds interesting.
It's all settled. Dr. Carter, I'll stand our share of the expedition expenses. I'll guarantee that there'll be no interference with your scientific work.
Why, under those conditions, I'd be delighted to have you.
Patricia, did you hear that? You're going along.
It's wonderful. Captain Friday, I'm your secretary for life.
Taquan, where are you going?
I am to meet Professor Lebrun and Mr. Perry.
But why right at this moment?
Oh, they have gone to jewelry shop. If it is better, I should be present. You please excuse my departure?
Is it all right, Captain Friday?
Yes, let him go.
Very well. We'll expect you back for lunch.
Yes, one always return at feeding hour.
You notice the way that bird looks at you?
I think he has interesting eyes.
Yeah, the eyes of a fanatic. Taquan would as soon slit your throat as look at you.
In the courtyard of the typical Saigon hotel on the coast of French Indochina sit Captain Friday, his right-hand man Skip Turner, and the famed archaeologist Dr. Howard Carter. Outside the terrace, the sun is blazing and smoldering. Within the cool shade, Captain Friday is unfolding a plot of intrigue.
Dr. Carter, there's something very, very peculiar going on in Cambodia at the present time.
You've seen something?
Well, to begin with, the French authorities almost went down on their knees to me this morning, begging me to accompany your party.
Well, that's strange.
Hey, you mean we gotta be an armed guard?
No. At least I don't think there's danger for your party, Dr. Carter. There's something else. If it was dangerous, they'd simply forbid you to go north.
Taquan seemed frightened at the idea of you joining our party, Captain.
Yes, I think I know why. I don't believe Fenlo committed suicide on the ship. I think he's reached Cochin China and is hiding out, awaiting an opportunity to connect with Taquan again.
Why do you think that, Captain?
Well, if Fenlo is alive and a friend of Taquan, it would explain why Taquan wouldn't want me on the trip.
Why, sure. He knows we'd nab him and turn him into the French government. Oh, here come the gals.
Oh, this is much more fun. And besides that, we'll have to get some clothes suitable for the trip.
Hey, don't you ever talk about nothing but clothes.
Well, I've already got mine, Patricia. Dad gave me a whole list of things before we left San Francisco.
Would you go sit down?
No, thank you, Dr. Carter. I'm going to look over Celia's outfits for the trip.
We'll need a lot of things to go into the interior.
You hear that, Captain?
Yes, I was afraid of that.
Father, I'm going to stay with Patricia at her hotel tonight. There's so many details to discuss. Do you mind?
Not at all, my dear.
I hope the budget will provide proper traveling equipment, boss.
I think we'll manage.
I see where this trip's going to cost you money, Captain.
Goodbye. We'll see you later.
Bye, folks.
This is Patricia's first big adventure. Here now, Dr. Carter. You and Skip draw your chairs up. I want to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Just as I thought.
Just as you thought about what?
I knew you had something up your sleeve all along.
Well, I have. You'd better keep it up yours, too. Dr. Carter, how important is the seven-headed cobra in the lives of the people of Cambodia?
Why, it's the most sacred emblem in existence. It represents a supreme being himself to these people.
Did you ever hear of the emerald seven-headed cobra coiled on a base of pure gold?
The sacred cobra of Top Prom.
What if it were stolen from the country?
Stolen? Why, what are you talking about, man? The Top Prom cobra has been lost for centuries. Its existence is entirely legendary.
But supposing its existence were known to be fact, that its whereabouts were surmised, what would that mean?
Is that the truth? Are you talking facts?
Now, wait a moment. Answer my question.
The recovery of the Top Prom cobra would mark a new era in the history of Cambodia. It would mean that everyone with a drop of Khmer blood in his veins would migrate back to the north. It would mean the rebuilding of the Khmer Empire.
And why would it mean that?
Yeah, how come it's so doggone important?
The people have been waiting for this sign ever since the downfall of the empire. The seven-headed emerald cobra vanished just before the kingdom fell. At that time, one of the great priests prophesied the end of the empire and added that the Khmer people would be as scattered sands over the earth until the cobra reappeared.
So the return of the Cobra King would be the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy.
Well, come, what is it all about? Answer me, Captain. I tell you, if there's any truth in your words, we are about to witness one of the strangest transformations in a country that has ever taken place. Is it true?
The French authorities are fearfully wrought up. I'm afraid it's true.
Afraid? Afraid? Why, man, I'd give my life to see this thing happen. Why, there would sweep up this great valley one seething throng of humanity. It would be one mammoth crusade with men, women, and children turned into a maddening mass of religious frenzy.
It's just exactly what the French officials fear.
Why, these people would go into this wilderness and turn it into an habitable place overnight.
Undoubtedly they'd try. But think of the hundreds and thousands of these people, stirred by religious fervor, who would die miserably in that wilderness.
Oh, there'll be no holding them once the news of the cobras spread about.
Yeah, the French officials know that, too. Tell me, Doctor, what would happen if the cobra were stolen?
There would be such an uprising as this world has never witnessed before. It'd make the Boxer Rebellion seem insignificant. Every foreigner in Cochin China would be cut down without mercy.
Hey, is this diamond snake, or whatever you call it, worth anything? I mean in good round American dollars.
I know an institution in London that would pay $5 million for it.
Hey, Captain, did you say you know where this gold snake is?
I did not, but Taquan knows.
What?
Taquan knows if anybody does.
Good gosh, and here we've let him slip out of our hands.
Well, how do you figure that, Skip? He just walked down the street to a jewelry stop to meet Professor LeBrun in Perry Mill.
Yeah, but ain't he liable to make a duck for the high timber?
I have implicit faith in Taquan.
He won't run. He's known about it for a number of years. He was just waiting for the right time to reveal his secret.
But why is the present the time to strike?
Both he and Fenlo are prepared. They're well-educated. They're capable leaders. They've been groomed for this role of prophets with tremendous care by the old men, the Khmer high priests.
Hey, you're just full of information. Where'd you dig it up?
From the French intelligence service here in Saigon. They've been watching the natives for years.
Still, I don't understand, Captain. Why do they want you to go into the North Country? Why don't they send one of their own spies who knows the country and the people?
Every available man they have is known to the Khmer's priests.
Hey, careful, Captain. There's a pop-eyed Hindu rug peddler standing behind you.
Be on your way.
Look at him skitter.
Skip, I think your Hindu was a Cambodian.
Yeah, well, I'll bet he carries a knife a foot long under those rugs, whatever he is.
Go on with your story, Captain.
Well, as I say, Taquan's coming and the mysterious disappearance of Fen Lo have thrown the authorities into a panic. It came too unexpectedly. They're not prepared.
And so they want to make you the goat.
I jumped at the opportunity.
Yeah, but what are we going to do after we get up there?
Huh? Keep our eyes open, keep our ears open, see what we can see, hear what we can hear.
Is that all, Captain Friday?
Those were my instructions from the French authorities.
Captain Friday, I think I know what you have in mind. If I'm correct in my surmise, I beg you don't do it. I beg you to remain in Saigon.
Be careful, Doctor. That little Annamite woman has passed by our table 3 times in the last 10 minutes.
Hey, you mean that cute little trick with the black umbrella?
Oh, careful, Skip, careful. Hello, here comes Professor Lebrun. Did you get your precious gem, Professor?
Yes, we did very well. Oh, Dr. Carter, will you go down to the Ling place, 2 doors the other side of the Continental Hotel terraces? You know the place.
Yes, but what's the matter?
Where's Taquan? Why didn't he return with you?
Taquan is waiting for Dr. Carter.
Waiting for me? Then I'd better hurry. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll take no longer than necessary.
Well, what do you know about that? Hey, Captain, what kind of a shenanigan is this?
My word, Skip, what is suspicious nature?
Yeah, well, I seen you pull some smart ones before. Are you sure you ain't along on this expedition as something besides medical advisor for Dr. Carter?
Oh, come, Skip. We are all one big family now.
Yeah?
Professor Lebrun, just how much of Taquan's history do you know?
Only what he has chosen to tell me.
Very lucid explanation.
Thanks.
But not in the least satisfactory.
Oh, see here, Captain. Really, now that is most embarrassing.
Listen, Professor. There must be something up, or why all this evasiveness?
My dear Captain Friday, has it ever occurred to you that personal information given in confidence is information not to be ballyhooed about the town?
Good. That answers my question.
Most gratifying, I'm sure. Aha. Here comes Taquan himself.
But he's alone. Where's Dr. Carter?
Hey, things are beginning to move.
Taquan, where's the doctor?
I have here a message for Professor Lebrun and for Captain Friday.
Message? Message from whom?
You will read it, sir.
Yes, of course. Taquan, what does this mean?
I know not what is in message.
Lebrun, do you know anything about this?
Not having seen it.
Well, read it.
Well. It looks like Dr. Carter's in an hurry.
Hey, what's the matter? What are you talking about?
The message is from Dr. Carter. He says he's leaving immediately from Angkor Wat. The party is to follow at once in charge of Captain Friday and myself.
Gone? Dr. Carter's gone? Why?
My dear sir, I haven't the slightest idea.
Taquan, who'd he go with?
The Captain Friday was quite right. Fen Lo is not dead.
Oh, dear.
Are you awake, Patricia?
Isn't it the limit? I'm so excited I can't even close my eyes. You sleepy?
Not very.
It's a shame. Me rolling and tossing and sighing after bringing you over to my hotel. Bed's nice, though, isn't it?
I didn't suppose they had beds like this out in this part of the world.
Wasn't it the most curious thing, the way your father just up and left us?
I hope Dad's all right. It'd be terrible to have anything happen to him.
That Taquan gives me a creepy feeling.
I hope Captain Friday and the professor get on together. They're to be joint leaders of the party until we get to Angkor Wat.
Just think of it. Angkor. A place you read about in books. I never dreamed of actually seeing it.
Cambodia. The realm of the Cobra King.
And tomorrow we leave Saigon. Tomorrow. I'm certainly glad we did our shopping this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Must be beautiful to the north. Your father was telling us. Red and purple flowers, poinsettias, rhododendrons, orange and yellow lilies, cane and coconut and bananas and bamboo, and rice and cactus and creepers. Can you imagine a country like that, Celia? Oh, go on to sleep.
Huh? What'd you say, Patricia?
Go on to sleep, Celia. I was just daydreaming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen.
Huh?
I left the window open. Did you hear anything?
What are you talking about?
Didn't you hear a noise at the window?
Of course not. You're all nerves tonight, Patricia.
It isn't nerves. I heard something.
Well, what did it sound like?
I don't know. Listen.
Well, I don't hear anything. Just the usual night noises, baby crying, that sort of thing.
That isn't what I mean. There.
What was it like?
Kind of, I don't know, like the wind or rustling of paper or something.
Well, we're only one story off the street. We're liable to hear almost anything.
Keep quiet. Listen.
There. Patricia.
It sounds like steam escaping.
Hush, Patricia. Patricia, do you know what that is?
No.
Patricia, there's a cobra in this room.
Not a snake?
Yes. Look there in the moonlight. Please don't scream.
Don't put your hand over my mouth.
You mustn't scream. You mustn't. Oh,
What's that?
look. Watch the cobra. It's raising its body.
Oh!
The terror of Cambodia has descended upon the Carter expedition. The cobra, emblem of the ancient Khmer civilization, has raised its head in defiance against this party of invading Americans. And it wasn't until Captain Friday, his secretary Patricia, and the reckless Skip Turner joined the expedition that trouble began. You have just heard the second chapter of The Cobra King Strikes Back, a new thriller in the series of Adventures by Morse. Next week, you will hear Chapter 3, entitled The Mad King of Anchor, which will take you deeper and deeper into the jungles and into the sinister intrigue of French Indochina. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Several weeks ago, two groups of Americans boarded a trans-Pacific liner for Cochin China. One party was headed by Dr. Howard Carter, archaeologist, and included his daughter Celia, Professor Ernest LeBrun, medical advisor, Terry Mills, his young assistant, and Tuck Kwan, Cambodian scholar and graduate of the University of California. Dr. Carter's party is on its way into the northern jungles of French Indochina in search of a lost sister city of the famous Angkor Thom. The second party is headed by Captain Bart Friday.
Yes, and also in my party is Skip Turner and my secretary, Patricia Young, and a young Cambodian prisoner, Fen Lo. It was my job to return this Fen Lo from Hawaii to the authorities here at Saigon, charged with murder and plotting against the French Indochina government. But we lost him aboard the ship. He escaped and vanished. I still believe that Taquan of Dr. Carter's party assisted his fellow Cambodian in his Houdini trick, but I have no proof.
Yes. Well, when the ship docked at Saigon, Captain Friday suddenly decided to join the Carter expedition into the jungles. Taquan warned him he must not, that it would be dangerous for himself, for Skip Turner, and especially for his secretary, Patricia. Then Dr. Carter disappeared out of Saigon, just whisked away, leaving a note telling Professor LeBrun and Captain Friday to organize the expedition and bring it north, and he would join the party at the ancient jungle city of Angkor Thom. The night before the expedition is to leave, the two girls, Celia and Patricia, were spending the night together. Out of the darkness and through their open window came first the ringing of bells in the city, then the sound of a chanting voice, and then the hissing of a snake as a giant cobra was tossed into the room.
The snake is standing on its tail, swaying rhythmically to the weird chanting coming from the street outside the window. Then suddenly a wicked animal-like face appears at the window.
The face at the window. He's climbing in. He's coming in.
I'm going to try to reach the door.
No, you mustn't. Don't get off the bed. The cobra's on the floor.
Oh, we can't just lie here. Is he still at the window?
He's sitting on the windowsill. A little squat man.
Go away. Go away, do you hear?
Wait, I've got a gun under my pillow.
You dare shoot him?
Wait and see. Go away or I'll shoot. Get out of here.
He doesn't move.
I'll count 3 and then look out.
He's moving. He's coming into the room.
Oh, there. Did you see that? Did you see him get out of the window?
Deformed. A little deformed man. Did you hit him?
No. I fired over his head.
What did he want? Why pick out our window to climb in?
I don't know. Anyway, that shot ought to rouse somebody in the hotel.
I'm going to get out of here.
Don't you dare put a foot out of this bed while that cobra's in here. He's deadly poisoned.
Patricia, what's that shooting?
Hey, boss, there's a cobra loose in our room.
Cobra? Are you certain?
Yes, Captain Friday. We saw it in the moonlight. Someone put it in through the window.
Is the door locked?
Yes.
The key in the lock?
No.
Good. Skip Turner's with me. He'll have it open in a jiffy. Get to work, Skip. All the rest of you people stand back. Did you hear them say there was a cobra loose in there?
Watch out when you open the door. He's a big one and he's angry.
You 2 girls don't move from your bed. Skip's got the door open.
Shall I try to shoot it if I see it again?
Put your gun up. You might shoot one of us. We'll take care of the snake.
All right.
I'll throw open the door now. Skip, be ready with your club. I'll use my pistol. All set. Good. Turn on the lights. Right there by the door. Good.
There he is, there in the corner.
The lights blinded him.
Hey, good shot, Chief. Right through the neck.
Shut the door, Skip. Keep that crowd out of here.
Oh, gee, boss, some excitement.
You girls all right?
Oh, now that I'm over my scare. But talk about your nerve. I'll have to hand it to Patricia.
Well, I'm so scared I can't keep my teeth from chattering.
Hey, what did you shoot at, Patricia? Was it just to rouse us?
No, there was somebody in the window.
Man?
A little deformed man.
Did you hit him?
No, I shot through the window over his head.
Oh, shouldn't have done that. You should have let him have it.
I couldn't shoot a man.
Well, he had it coming. Besides, you'll get a reputation for being a bad shot.
Oh, I just couldn't do it.
Hey, Chief, what about this snake?
Now bring him over here, Skip. Let's see what he looks like.
Oh, I never saw a deader snake. He practically shot his head off. Hey, look at here. There's a paper tied to his tail.
A message?
Or something like that. Here, take a look.
Written in French.
Yeah? Well, that don't do us no good.
Here, may I see it? Oh, Captain Friday, it's a warning.
What does it say?
Well, as near as I can translate, it says that this snake is an envoy from the great Cobra King, and that he brings a warning that it'll be fatal for Captain Friday, his secretary, or Skip Turner to enter the realm of the Cobra King.
Fatal, huh? Fatal for this Cobra King guy, maybe. Hey, who is he, anyhow?
There's no such person, Skip. He's the mythological founder of the Khmer civilization. The people who built Angkor and the other cities lost in the jungle to the north.
Well, there was no mythological king that sent that note on the tail of a cobra.
Yeah, that's true. Patricia, I think I'll ship you back to the United States tomorrow. There's a ship leaving for Singapore and Hong Kong early in the afternoon.
Oh, boss, you can't.
Skip and I have got to go through with this mission. I've got to go north with the Carter expedition. But I can't endanger your life. This one night's experience should be enough.
I can go any place that Celia can. I won't be sent home.
But Celia isn't in danger. Her father's party seems to be wanted in the interior. I'm horning in on this at the French government's request. Somebody doesn't want me and Skip. I'll be on the spot all the time. That's the only reason you can't go.
I'm not going back to San Francisco without you and Skip, boss. That's final.
We got a secretary as stubborn as she is cute, looks like, Chief.
Think it over.
I've done my thinking. If it's good enough for my boss, it's good enough for me.
Well, we'll take you as far as Angkor Thom. We make that part of the trip by automobile. That ought to be safe enough.
When do we leave?
We get out of here as fast as Professor Lebrun and I can get things organized.
Well, after this experience, I'm not as fond of Saigon as I was.
We'll be on our way before dawn.
The trip by car from Saigon to Angkor Thom took from 3 o'clock in the morning until mid-afternoon, through groves filled with wild monkeys, and then up into higher country, where the brilliant feathered parrots and parakeets and other tropical winged creatures filled the eye with color and the ears with horrible screeches and squawks. And then the car swooped down into the low country, the swampland, hot, humid, fetid, where the water was scummed over and stank of dead things. The only living thing heard on this part of the trip was, yes, one single mockingbird.
And then slowly the road swept upward. It was still hot, but there was the coolness of altitude in the air as the car came up the tangled jungle plateau. And at 3 p.m, they came to Angkor Wat, the great temple about which the ancient city was built. They went to the only hotel in the place. Dr. Carter had not yet arrived.
But Professor Lebrun, Father said we were to meet him here at Angkor Thom, and he isn't here. He just disappeared.
Oh, don't worry about him, Celia. Dr. Carter's been taking care of himself for a long time now.
This is such a desperate, secretive country. It gives me the shivers just to stand out here in the open this way.
Shivers in this kind of weather. Look at the heat waves quivering about the pinnacles of old Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat, the most awe-inspiring temple I've ever seen. It reminds me of a haunted palace.
Exactly what it is. A haunted temple, centuries upon centuries old.
It's sinister. But, Professor, is there only one hotel here in Angkor Thom? Isn't there any place else Dad might be?
No, Celia. Only the one little bungalow hotel. Everyone visiting Angkor Wat stays here.
Then we can't do a thing.
Nothing but wait. Undoubtedly we'll hear from him when he's ready for us to join him.
And what's become of Taquan? He's supposed to be our guide. And yet he left us the minute we arrived, vanished as completely as Dad.
You are a prized little trouble finder, aren't you, Celia?
Well, it's so different than I thought it would be. I thought we'd all camp together and be good friends. But Dad disappears, Taquan's deserted us.
Yes. And here we are, scattered all over the map of Cambodia.
And worse than that, everything is wrapped up in mystery and warnings and threats and danger signs.
Ah, here's young Perry Mills now. Hello, Perry. At least our assistant archaeologist is still with us.
He's as worried as I am. Did you find out anything, Perry?
Oh, Celia. Professor Lebrun, I've made inquiries at the hotel and from everybody I could get hold of. And as far as I can find out, Dr. Carter has never arrived here.
Oh, is that so, Mills?
Oh, look here, Professor Lebrun. Why be so doggone supercilious? If Dr. Carter's in danger, I want to know it. We'll go back to Saigon as fast as we can and demand a government search for him.
And tell me, how would you get back to Saigon, even if you wanted to go? The motor cars that brought us are probably halfway back there by now.
I'd forgotten that. But look, we can't just stand around.
Oh, be reasonable, Perry. Dr. Carter said he would meet us here in Angkor. He didn't say he'd be here the moment we arrived. Ah, look. The sun's just going down behind the temple.
Massive thing, isn't it? Reminds me of the pyramids. Has that same mountain-like grandeur.
I've never seen the pyramids, but its general artistic ensemble is much more striking than even the Taj Mahal.
Oh, look, there goes the sun. See, the temple's turned from gold to marble color. Oh, lovely. Oh, look at that great cloud of birds.
What a wonderful sight. Just as the sun sank, that great flock of white birds rose out of the forest.
Well, the most vivid thing I've ever had the pleasure of seeing.
Oh, Captain Friday.
I was just talking with a French engineer at the hotel. He tells me that in spite of the fact that they had to actually chop this temple out of the wilderness, there's not the slightest sign of decay.
Incredible.
He says the carvings on the galleries are as perfect as the days they were made.
I can believe it. I can almost hear the ancient priests chanting in the galleries.
And the dancing girls. There were dancing girls, of course.
Hundreds of them. Girls with little silver bells and sparkling tiaras. Canopies of jasper, floors of silver. Beautiful priestesses with strings of rubies about their white throats.
Oh, listen. Why doesn't someone say something? It makes the cold chills run up and down my back just standing here.
It affects us all the same way, Celia. It's the past, casting its spell.
Cambodians are afraid of that feeling. They think it's the spell of the Cobra King. They think it's a warning for them to keep out of this part of Cambodia. They link it with the force that originally drove the Khmers out of Angkor and the other great lost cities.
Honestly, did the Khmers just drop everything and leave their cities?
They left everything, Celia. But not until they'd buried all their precious jewels and sacred ornaments.
And is the sacred seven-headed cobra of emerald buried in one of these cities?
Shh, Celia, not so loud.
Hi, Chief.
Ah, Skip Person, in person.
Patricia's with him. I wonder if they found anything.
Oh, undoubtedly Skipper's treed a clue.
Hi, boss. We just got
discovered something.
What did I tell you?
Boss, Skip and I ran onto the queerest old Englishman you ever saw. Lives down there on the edge of the woods all by himself.
An hermit, eh?
Well, I didn't ask him. But he had a long white beard and watery eyes and long skinny hands.
Yes, you've nosed out an hermit, all right.
So he's a hermit.
What about him?
Got a bunch of information out of him.
Information about what?
Dr. Carter.
About Dad?
Really?
Hey, just a minute. What did you find out, Skip? Has Dr. Carter been here?
Sure. Great caravan came through last night. Went through like a train of cars.
They left us behind. Father must be a prisoner.
Dr. Carter vanished from Saigon, but promised to meet the rest of his party at the ancient city of Angkor Thom, outpost of civilization on the edge of the Cochin China jungles. He wasn't there when his daughter and the others arrived, and now Skip Turner and Patricia have uncovered news of him.
Sure, I asked the hermit if he'd seen an expedition pass this way, toward the north, with a white man in it, and he seemed to know all about
And
it.
the funniest expression came into his eyes. He said it was a great caravan and that it went by last night.
Only last night, huh? He didn't beat us here by very much.
What else did he say, Patricia?
Oh, Celia, he said it was like a parade of giant skeletons.
Oh, come now, after all.
Well, that's what he said. He said there were ghostly beings moving in and out among the shadows of the forest, and that there were great wild elephants in the caravan, and tall camels and wild ponies ridden by Khmer slaves, and there were parakeets in bamboo cages, and...
Patricia, do you know what you're talking about?
But, boss, I'm just telling you what he told me.
That's right, Captain. That's what he said. Of course, he was laying it on a little thick. It was probably just an ordinary caravan going north.
But no caravans go north from Angkor Thom. Angkor's on the edge of civilization. There's only wilderness to the north.
Well, he saw something, all right.
Are you certain he saw Dr. Carter in this caravan?
Well, he said the leader was a strange white man. I don't suppose there's very many strange white men in this neck of the woods.
Something screwy about all this.
Well, you can come down and talk with him yourself. His hut is down there under that big banyan tree.
Don't you think we should all go back to the hotel? It's getting dark and...
You're getting scared.
Well, I don't care. I don't like those long, creepy shadows. Look. What's that?
Hey,
Well,
hey, that's him. That's the bird who told us.
But he's got on a yellow robe now.
That's a Buddhist priest costume.
And he's wearing a crown covered with orchids.
Yeah, jungle's full of wild orchids.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's got a scepter, too. Or is it only a bamboo rod?
Well, let's go to the hotel.
Who do you suppose he is?
The Mad King of Angkor.
No.
What's all this nonsense, LeBrun?
Oh, don't look at me, Captain. It's none of my doing.
Just the same, you seem to know what it's all about.
Quite right.
Then perhaps you'll explain.
I should be delighted. That strange creature you see there is an Englishman, right enough. He lost his mind in the Great War, and he came out here to Cambodia as a result of some fanatical twist of the mentality.
Insane.
The French here cater to his illusions, and the natives submit to his presence out of fear that he may have some mystical claim to the throne of Angkor.
Madman.
I got my information from the French engineer. He wanders about the temples, offering up prayers to these mythical gods. And he sleeps in the shrines, or wherever weariness overtakes him.
Perfectly dreadful.
The women of the native villages feed him. They say he accepts all these donations with the dignity of a monarch.
It's getting too dark to see much. Let's go back to the hotel and figure what to do next.
Yeah, and get some fodder. I'm hungry. Mighty good meals you get out here on the edge of nowhere, Chief.
A cigarette, Skip?
Mm-hmm.
Let's sit here on the steps of the hotel for a bit. Tell me that later this evening the natives are going to hold a torch dance on the Elephant Terrace at the front of the temple. Might be interesting.
Yeah? You don't say. Some of these Hindu girls, snake dancers?
No, afraid not, Skip. They tell me in the hotel that the native girls of Cambodia aren't much at dancing. And by the way, I hope Patricia and Celia haven't left the hotel.
No, I went to their room.
That's good. You seen LeBrun or young Mills since dinner?
Yeah, they went off together over towards the temple. Said they wanted to get a close-up view of some of the carvings.
A queer time of night to be studying carvings on a temple wall.
Well, they had flashlights. Hey, the nights here are certainly blackouts, ain't they? You'd think we was on the bottom side of a tea kettle.
Our Cambodian guide has certainly made himself scarce since we arrived here.
Tarquin? I think I caught a glimpse of him just before we went in to dinner down in that grove of... what kind of trees did you call them things?
Banyans.
Oh, yeah, down in that grove of banyans.
What was he doing?
Or nothing that I could see. Just caught a glimpse of him, and then he disappeared in the shadows.
Now, look here, Skip. What do you think about this business?
Not a bloomin' thing. It's all wild horse meat to me. You and I start to bring a prisoner to Saigon, and he gives us the slip aboard ship. Then we arrive in Saigon, and you suddenly decide to become an explorer and drag us off up here to Angkor with Dr. Carter's party.
Yes, but I explained the reason for that. The French government's afraid of an uprising among the Cambodian natives.
Why?
Because of the supposed finding of the ancient seven-headed emerald cobra.
Oh, shucks, Chief. Ain't nobody going to get very excited over a statue of a snake.
You don't know the fanaticism of the East, Skip. There'll be plenty of excitement if the sacred cobra is found.
You mean one certain statue?
The one and only emerald cobra.
Now, what's that got to do with us, Captain Friday?
We're representing the French government. We're here to see that there's no such uprising. If necessary, to capture this seven-headed cobra and get it out of the country.
Yeah? Some job.
A dangerous job. You heard what Dr. Carter said.
You mean about the priest following you and sticking a knife in you no matter where you went?
Yes.
That's a lot of hooey.
It's a very well-established fact.
Yeah?
It's been done before.
Well, then what did you take the job on for?
Skip, never before in my career have I let a prisoner escape. That Cambodian killer, Fen Lo, slipped through my fingers, and I don't like it.
Yeah? So that's what's eating you, huh?
I'm going to recapture that fellow, dead or alive, if I spend the rest of my life in Indochina.
Well, what makes you think you'll find him up here in this wilderness?
2 reasons. First, when Taquan brought us the message in Saigon that Dr. Carter had gone on ahead, he also said that I was right about Fen Lo not having committed suicide. Remember that?
Sure. Fen Lo's alive.
Well, that was a subtle challenge sent to me. It indicated that Taquan had been in touch with Fen Lo quite recently. It also meant that Fen Lo defied me to capture him, now that he was back on home territory.
Oh, I begin to see.
And the fact that the excitement over the possible return of the Emerald Cobra comes just at the time of the return of Taquan and Fen Lo from the United States leads me to believe that there's a very definite link between those 2 incidents.
Uh-huh.
So I figure that as long as I can keep within range of Taquan, I won't be very far from the center of excitement. Nor will I be far from the man I want, Fen Lo.
Yeah, but what's going to prevent Taquan from beating it into the jungle and leaving us stranded here in Angkor?
That's exactly what he would do if it wasn't for the Carter party. He's got some sort of understanding with Dr. Carter and Professor Lebrun. He won't desert them. Probably he's sworn to protect them in case of an uprising. Lebrun and Carter were very good to him while he was in the United States, and people of the East are tremendously loyal to their friends.
And we're riding along as excess baggage on this friendship.
That's right. It's a most uncomfortable position to be in, Skip. Taquan won't give us any protection if he can get out of it, without breaking faith with Dr. Carter and Lebrun.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we ought to take Patricia back into the woods under them conditions.
Oh, bring her along, Captain. I'll vouch for her safety.
Hey, Lebrun, how long you been sticking your ears in on this confab?
Oh, goodness, Mr. Turner. What a tremendous reserve of bellicosity you must have. Always jumping out at people.
Yeah, well, I don't think much of guys with long ears.
Delightfully fresh.
Well, you get the drift, anyhow.
Oh, without a doubt.
Never mind, Skip. What was it you said, Professor Lebrun, about my secretary?
I said bring Patricia along on the expedition. She'll be as safe as any of us.
Yeah, but what about Captain Friday here and me?
Oh, I say, Skip, you don't want me to set up a guard around you and the captain, do you?
I can take care of myself, don't you worry. That ain't the idea. What I want to know is this Taquan bird leading Captain Friday and me into a trap?
Look here. I can arrange it so that both of you will be under the same protection as the rest of us.
How?
Well, forget about this business of the French government. Forget about the seven-headed emerald cobra. Forget you ever heard of anyone by the name of Fen Lo. Come along on the expedition as a couple of guests of Dr. Carter. See the sights. Enjoy yourself. Make it a first-class vacation.
Oh. My reasons for being in this part of the country seem to have traveled ahead of me.
You had your warning in that COBRA incident in Saigon?
My answer is no. I'm here to get Fen Lo. I don't leave without him.
You don't know what you are setting out to do, Captain Friday.
Are you trying to defend that murderer?
According to his lights, he is not a murderer. He was treated unjustly, and he struck to free himself from further injustice.
Justice is not a matter of individual idea, Lebrun. According to law, Fen Lo, a prisoner, killed his captor, a French consul attaché. Therefore, Fen Lo is a murderer.
He is a mighty intelligent young man, Captain Friday. He has a splendid mind. He's a natural-born leader.
You seem to know a great deal about him.
I've met him. I've seen him command men. I like him tremendously.
Well, he's still a murderer. He's a prisoner who escaped from my hands. He'll return to Saigon my prisoner, or one of us will return in a casket.
I'm sorry, Captain. There is nothing I can do for you, then.
You're not leaving us behind, Lebrun. According to the instructions of Dr. Carter's note, I'm co-leader with you on this expedition now.
Oh, no. You go along all right.
There's nothing more you could do for us. Skip and I look out for ourselves, as long as you promise protection for Patricia.
Your secretary is in absolutely no danger.
And the matter's settled.
There's an old biblical quotation, Captain. It goes something like this. He who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword.
Yeah. Well, it's lucky swords have gone out of fashion then, ain't it?
If I didn't know you to be a pair of brave men, I'd think you the biggest lunatics out of asylums.
Hey, look yonder across that patch of woods. What are all them lights?
The dancers. There's a religious ceremony down on the Elephant Terrace.
Oh, yeah, the chief mentioned it. What kind of lights have they got?
Torches of bamboo, bound in some kind of a leaf and dipped in perfumed oil.
Yeah? Any girls?
If you're thinking of the beautiful dancing girls of the ancient Khmer Empire, you've got a disillusionment ahead of you, Skip. Besides, the dancers tonight are youngsters of 12 or 13. Would you like to take a walk down and watch them?
Yeah. What do you say, Captain?
That's a good idea.
It isn't much of a walk. It's a quarter of a mile or so.
Looks further than that.
There is a path leading down through the banyan grove.
Safe to travel through the woods at night?
You have weapons, haven't you?
Of course. Now, let's go.
Here, I have a flashlight. We're quite safe. Down this way. Just keep on the path. No telling what sort of insect or crawling thing might be lurking in the grass.
Yeah, I hate crawling things.
Well, it's worth taking a chance to see these youngsters perform.
Hey, what sort of costumes do they wear?
Oh, look out. Watch your step. The pathway leads right straight ahead now. I think you'll find this very interesting.
Gosh, what a dark hole.
Oh, the trees overhanging the path.
Why don't you use the flashlight?
Careful. The path turns here.
Lebrun, what's that?
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Elephants.
Your hands in the air, if you please.
Uh-oh. Fellow with a gun, Chief.
Don't move. You are surrounded.
Elephants, camels, ponies. Hey, what is this, a circus?
Let's see. Wasn't it the mad king of Angkor who mentioned something about a caravan?
Look, I want an explanation.
Quiet, please. Bind these men and put them on the second elephant.
Well, spank me for a baby. Kidnapped aboard an elephant.
Taquan comes and goes like a gray phantom in a ghostly kingdom. And now Captain Friday, Professor Lebrun, and Skip Turner are the victims of the weirdest kidnapping plot ever conceived. But what's become of Perry Mills and Celia and Patricia? The fourth episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back will come to you next week and is entitled The Temple of the Gorillas. Watch for next week's colorful episode, Temple of Gorillas, brought to you in this newest series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Angkor Thom, the shell of an ancient city carved out of the jungles north of Saigon, French Indochina, is nothing more than a monument to a dead nation. Every member of the scientific expedition felt it the moment they arrived. But how did this party get to Angkor Thom, and why? Let Captain Bart Friday and Professor Lebrun tell you. Captain Friday?
Well, when Dr. Howard Carter, leader of this expedition, disappeared from Saigon, he left word appointing Professor Lebrun and myself co-leaders of the party. He instructed us to meet him at Angkor Thom. Upon arriving, we not only discovered Dr. Carter wasn't here, but that the place is cloaked by some subtle, terrifying influence, Some Eastern mysticism. The natives say it's the curse which was used centuries ago to ruin the great Khmer nation and cause its cities to be lost in the sullen jungles of Cambodia. They believe the curse still hangs over the land and will remain until the precious seven-headed emerald cobra returns. But Professor Lebrun can tell you better about this religious symbol.
Oui. The Taprom cobra is a great seven-headed cobra statue carved from purest emerald and is coiled upon a base of solid gold. There is a rumor it is about to reappear in Cambodia. If it did, there would be a religious uprising among the natives of Cochin, China. Everyone with Khmer blood will flock back into the jungle, rebuild the ancient cities, and re-establish the ancient Khmer kingdom.
Yes, that's just what the French government's afraid of. That's why they're sending me along with the Carter expedition. If the giant religious symbol does reappear, it's my job to make it disappear before the rank and file of natives hear about it.
Yes, and while Dr. Carter has made you a part of our party, he is very much opposed to this move. Dr. Carter does not want violence. All he wishes to do on the expedition is glimpse the famous Emerald Cobra and discover another of the lost jungle-covered Khmer cities.
Well, I've got a second reason for joining the expedition. Skip Turner and I were supposed to deliver a prisoner, Fen Lo, from Hawaii to Saigon. He slipped through our fingers. I believe he's somewhere up here in these northern jungles. I expect to get him back.
And so the party came to Angkor. On the evening of the first day there, Captain Friday and Skip Turner with Professor Lebrun were walking through a banyan grove when suddenly they were set upon by natives. They were bound hand and foot and thrown in a howdah on the second elephant in a caravan of elephants, camels, wild ponies, and mules.
Oh, boy.
What's the matter, Skip? Don't you like riding elephants?
Oh, I'm sick as a dog. Seasick on an elephant.
Riding an elephant seems to be something like riding a fishing smack in a storm, eh? Lots of disturbing motion.
You're telling me.
Oh, courage, Skip. No, look at the elephant's driver sitting out there on the beast's head with that sort of an ice pick. He's quite relaxed.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, no. No one ever died from nausea, old boy. Watch the driver. It's most interesting. See how he sits there half asleep, tapping the elephant first on one side of the head, then on the other, to keep him in the proper direction.
It's quite a picture in the moonlight. Darker than sin in this howdah, though.
Dark and smelly.
Lebrun, what's the meaning of this, anyway?
Kidnapped, Captain Friday. Kidnapped.
Well, who are these people? Why are we captives? Where are they taking us?
My word, Captain.
I demand to know.
But, Captain, I'm in the same pickle as you. Why become ferocious with me?
Because you promised protection for your entire party and for your secretary. Skip and myself are the only ones in danger, according to your own words. Now, here you are, trussed up in a howdah on top of an elephant along with us. Fine protection you have, I must say.
Oh, now, Captain, you mustn't fret about me.
I'm not. I'm wondering about my secretary back at Angkor.
Oh, now, this may be just a passing band of Indians and has nothing to do with the Khmer trouble.
Just a band of gypsies, I suppose.
That may be. You can't tell.
Band of gypsies with elephants and camels and enough other animals to make up a good-sized zoo.
Oh, my stomach.
Anything I can do for you, Skip?
No, just let me die in peace. Hey, who's this guy next to me? So dark.
What's that? Is there a fourth person in the howdah?
Oh, if that rolling motion would only stop for just a minute.
Feel around, Captain. See if there really is another person in here. It's so blamed dark.
Feel around? How on the Sam Hill am I going to do that with my feet tied together and both hands tied behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Yes, there is a fourth person, all right.
Strange he hasn't spoken to us.
Maybe a native guard. No, his feet are tied. Here, who are you?
Oh, must be knocked out. You don't suppose it's Dr. Carter, do you?
Just a minute. No. His face is smooth. He's unconscious, all right.
Is that you groaning, Skip?
No, I was the other guy.
He'll be around now, any moment.
How much longer do you think they'll keep us in here?
Oh, probably travel the rest of the night, and then we'll rest during the day.
What's the idea of that?
Oh, it's a protection from the deadly heat of the daytime.
Where am I?
Oh, it's Perry Mills. Hello, youngster. How are you feeling?
What makes it so dark? Where am I?
We're in a howdah aboard a mighty big elephant.
Oh. Is that what that rolling motion is?
That's the explanation.
Where are you, Captain Friday? I can't see anything.
I'm not far off. I'm tied up as tightly as you are.
Just you and I?
No, lad. I'm here, and so is Skip Turner.
Is that you, Professor Lebrun?
Yes, very.
What about Celia and Patricia? What's become of them?
Well, don't you know?
No, I was with them at the hotel when a native came and said Professor Lebrun wanted me to come down to the banyan grove.
Oh, so?
Very neat
When I got down there, a half a dozen natives jumped out of the brush. I tried to fight and got knocked in the head.
We had the same experience.
Man, I've got a headache big enough for this elephant. Hey, who is this gang and where are they taking us?
Well, wherever it is, it's through some of the wildest country I ever laid my eyes on.
Can you see anything outside?
You can see out the front of the howdah. Whenever we leave the dense forest and cross an open space, I can catch glimpses of the vegetation in the moonlight. I never saw anything like it.
We are beyond the pale of civilization. We are probably in territory unknown to white men.
Hello? Our elephant stopped.
Oh, you mean the agony's over?
Just a moment till I peek out. Well, I'll be...
What is it?
What sort of a world is this, Lebrun? The last time I looked out there was nothing but jungle. Now look.
Seems to be a walled city.
Look at that tower. Like a great cathedral.
Hey, let me get a look, will you? I need some fresh air anyway. Well, I'll be a cockeyed son of a gun. Hey, that'd make the Empire State Building look like a hole in the ground.
It's magic. How can such a thing as that be out here in this jungle?
It may be another lost city of the old Khmer Empire. We must be at the end of our night's journey.
Hey, look, the gate's opening. We're going inside.
The clanging of those gates sounded too much like prison gates to be pleasant.
I'm getting over my sick to the stomach feeling. At least I can stand up. How do you feel, Patricia?
Terrible.
Don't you really feel any better?
Yes, a little, I guess.
Huh. Who'd ever thought riding a camel would be like that?
Well, I'd rather be on a ship in a storm any time. And they smell twice as bad as they ride.
Oh, it was pretty terrible. I went dizzy and fell flat on my face when they set me down on the ground.
Yeah, I would have too, only that dirty, grinning little slant-eyed man caught me and carried me in here.
Ugh. In India, they have the untouchables. Here, they seem to have the unwashables. Were you scared?
No, I was too sick.
I wasn't too sick to be in a panic. I thought of all sorts of ghastly things while those men were leading me in here.
Well, I didn't care what happened to me.
But who are they? What do you suppose they want with us?
Oh, everything's gone wrong since Dr. Carter disappeared in Saigon.
Yes, I'm missing Dad pretty thoroughly just now.
I've read about the strange tribes stealing white girls and selling them in the slave markets. Hey, Celia, you don't suppose that's what's happening, do you?
I don't know.
Well, they lured Perry Mills away from us at the hotel in Angkor just so they could kidnap us. It was stupid of us to leave the hotel.
Well, it wasn't our fault. When a native came in and said Captain Friday had been hurt, we had to do something.
They'll never get away with it. I'll bet anything Captain Friday and Skip are on our trail right now.
Gee, I never expected to be kidnapped aboard a camel.
And I never expected to be seasick in a jungle.
Yeah, I've been looking around this room. Have you noticed?
Oh, I haven't noticed anything. I've been feeling so sorry for my insides.
Look at all the inscriptions on the wall. This is one of the ancient Khmer ruins.
Well, it's the barest room I ever saw. Big stone chamber with nothing in it but rice straw for a bed.
Evidently, it's never been used for a prison before. Straw's nice and fresh. Didn't you have a peculiar feeling when that great gate in the wall opened and all our caravan of animals began to march through?
No, Celia, I tell you, I was just plain sick.
Well, so was I, but I still had reactions. It was just as though great eyes were watching every move we made. I have that same feeling now.
But that's silly, Celia. We're in a room with rock walls 2 or 3 feet thick and not a window in the place.
Well, I don't mean human eyes.
Celia, what are you talking about? Are you ill?
No, I'm perfectly all right. The eyes I'm talking about are not looking at me. They're looking inside me and through me. They're like great searchlights.
Celia, you're hysterical.
No, I'm not. But ever since we left Saigon, I've had a growing sense of impending disaster. My whole body fairly sings. My nerves are so taut.
Shh. They're unchaining the door.
What is it?
Someone put something inside the door and closed it again.
It isn't another COBRA, is it?
They wouldn't dare do that. They wouldn't dare.
A strange elephant, camel, and wild pony caravan was waiting in the Cambodian night in a banyan grove on the edge of Angkor Thom. First, Captain Friday, Skip Turner, and Professor LeBrun were trapped and thrown aboard an elephant. And then Perry Mills was tossed in the howdah after them. And finally, Celia Carter and Patricia Young were added to the victims. They were placed on a camel. All through the night, the queer caravan crashed through the Cambodian jungles. And then suddenly, they came to the ruins of an ancient Khmer city. A gate opened in the wall. The caravan went in, and now here we are with Patricia and Celia in a great bare stone room, empty except for rice straw to sleep on. And then the door was unchained and opened.
It isn't another COBRA, is it?
No, it looks like an earthen bowl. I wish we had better light. These pitch torches stuck in the wall don't help very much.
Patricia, where are you going?
I want to see what it is.
Oh, don't go. You can't tell what... What is it?
Looks like stew. Anyway, something to eat.
Oh, food.
Well, they certainly don't intend us to starve. Here, look at it.
Oh, I couldn't eat a bite.
Well, I can. I'm hungry.
What a horrible-looking mess. Why, almost anything might be in there.
Probably is, too. Just the same, I'm hungry enough to eat almost anything.
Are you really going to try that?
Of course. It's nice and hot.
But how? You haven't any spoon or fork.
Then I'll use my fingers.
Stick your fingers in the food?
Well, I prefer that to putting my face in it. You have your choice.
Right in the soup?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I feel as though the head waiter was watching me out of the corner of his eye.
We'll probably be eating with our fingers like experts before we get out of Cambodia.
Oh, I burned myself.
My dear child, you needn't have to put your whole hand in. Here, wipe it off on the straw.
Well, the piece I wanted was slippery. I had to go clear to the bottom for it.
Did you get it?
Well, certainly. What do I do now? Hold it up and nibble off the bottom of it?
For goodness sakes, don't put the whole thing in your mouth at once. You'll strangle.
I feel better already.
It's probably the food. The boss always said 9/10 of a person's courage is in his stomach.
There's a lot in that, I guess. Well, this is wonderful food.
Hush. Listen.
I wish that would stop. Every time I hear that chant, I have the most terrible sinking sensation.
Oh, just some wandering musicians, I guess. I'm going to lie down here on the straw until you finish your meat. Then we'll drink the soup out of the bowl.
Oh, it's awfully thick crockery. We'll never be able to get our mouths over the edge.
Let's try straws, then. Maybe they'll,
Patricia, what's the matter? What are you looking for?
Didn't you hear someone speak?
What? Why, no. What do you mean?
I heard a man's voice. I know I did.
Someone outside?
No, in this room.
Oh, you must have been...
Shh, listen.
Foolish children.
Well, now I hear it. He's in here. But I can't see him.
Shh.
Children of ignorance, poor misbegotten souls, why do you dash yourselves against the wall of mystery that separates the east and the west?
Who is it? Where are you?
Children of the lesser world, listen to what I have to say. Go forth and tell your menfolk that their quest is futile. Go forth and persuade them that unless they express willingness to turn back, some of them will die.
But we didn't come here ourselves. We don't want to be here. We were kidnapped.
The forces that brought you have the power to return you. Go forth and tell your menfolk to return. Tell them to go forth from Cambodia. Tell them to leave forever the shadow of the beloved Angkor Thom. Unless they do this thing, they will die, and their womenfolk will be sold into slavery.
Their womenfolk? He must be talking about us.
What does he mean, go forth? We're locked in here, aren't we?
Oh, if only we could see him. We can't get out. We're locked in. We don't know where we are, and we don't know where the rest of the party is.
Listen to me carefully, O sisters of outer darkness. Rouse thyself from thy bed, and proceed as I shall direct you. First take from the wall one of the torches.
How's the head now, Perry, my lad? Better?
Much better, thanks, Professor. That food put new life into me.
Well, lie there on the store and rest. You'll be all right. Your head isn't badly injured. Oh? What's the matter with Captain Friday?
What a mess. Looks as though I should stick to my own line, hunting city criminals.
Now, Captain, don't brood.
I can be sure Patricia is safe.
Oh, I should have stayed with them back at the hotel. Walking into a trap
No, you needn't blame yourself, Mills. A queer place we've been stuck into. You ever see such a barn of a room?
Part of an old Khmer temple. Big thing, all right.
Yeah, where's Skip? The ligh's so dim I can hardly see.
He said he was going to investigate. Smart lad, Skip. Eh, Captain? Always nosing around.
Not at this sort of business, I'm afraid. We're both a little out of our element.
Oh, aren't we all? What we need is Dr. Carter, the head of our expedition, in a case like this.
Do you suppose we're at the end of the caravan's journey? Or is this just a resting place?
Oh, I should think the latter. Sort of a watering station, supply depot, you might say.
Can't be very far from Angkor in one night's march. If we could make an escape. Was that you, Skip?
Hey, you bet. Hey, Captain, I got information. Real dope.
Hot tip, eh, Turner?
Yeah. Patricia and Celia are here, too.
What? What did you say, Skip?
It's the truth. I just got the lowdown. It's a straight goods.
Did you see them?
No, but the guard told me.
What guard?
Why, that dark-complected bozo outside our door.
Does he speak English?
No, I talk pig Latin at him. Sure he talks American. Well, ain't he a regular old-time Louisiana cotton man?
Leave it to Skip, Turner.
Why, sure. Signed on a boat at New Orleans and then jumped ship when he got to Singapore.
And now he's in the kidnapping business.
Nothing other kind. He's working for a gang in India, running narcotics into Siam and down through the Malay Peninsula.
Well, it sounds to me as though you got his life history.
Sure, and it cost me $20, too. Captain, my expense
Never
account...
mind that. What else did you find out?
Well, according to him, this caravan's on a return trip from bringing in a big supply of dope, see? Now, on the return trip, they usually travel light, unless they just happen to pick up some parrots or monkeys for some zoo, or else maybe a load of rice. Well, this time somebody hired him to grab us off at Angkor and bring us here.
Then we're not in the hands of our actual enemies.
We are not. This is as far as we go with the caravan. It goes on north and then west on its regular route. Now, they've turned us over to our real captors here at the temple, or whatever it is.
But what about the girls? Are they safe?
Yeah, he said they were shut up in some other part of this place. Hey, do you know what this joint is?
Maybe you can tell us.
Well, I sure can, teacher. Get a load of this. This is the Temple of the Gorillas. What do you think of that?
It leaves me perfectly cold.
Oh, yeah? Well, it don't me. I don't care a hoop about being locked up in the same building with a bunch of hairy apes. I'd buy a dang thing.
Oh, come now, Skip. This may have been what you say at some time in its history. Perhaps back in the ancient days of the Khmer regime, they did actually worship the gorilla here. Though I doubt it. The gorilla is an African ape, and we are a long, long way from Africa.
I don't care nothing about them ancient Khmers. I'm talking about here and now. That guard told me that his gang brings in a big he-gorilla for the priests here at this temple twice a year. Why, he says they must have a whole flock of them penned up here someplace.
I think your talkative friend, the guard, has been ribbing you. He's probably anxious to give you your money's worth.
Well, anyway, somebody paid his boss a good big price to kidnap our party and drag us in here. You believe that, don't you?
Yes, that's possible. But transporting gorillas here, that's a little hard to believe.
Well, he said they were shipped by boat from the east coast of Africa to Rangoon, and then they was picked up there by the caravan.
Did he say who owned the caravan?
Yeah, some Indian prince. I can't remember his name.
But getting back to this gorilla business, after all, this is a snake-worshipping country. It isn't natural that a religion would spring up about An imported animal.
You ain't calling me a liar. I'm only repeating what I was told.
I think I look around our dungeon.
That's a good idea, Lebrun. Don't wander off too far. So we're in the hands of the real enemy now. Suppose that means we've been turned over to the native priests who are so intent on stirring up a revolt with their 7-headed emerald cobra.
Well, I'd give a good deal to know what's become of our guide, Tequan. He seemed a pretty decent fellow.
Hey, I've been around long enough to know you can't trust an Oriental.
Well, that's a broad statement, Skip. The code of honor among the Orientals is decidedly strict.
Well, in my dealings with them...
Which has been with the criminal element.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Then you're trying to measure the whole Oriental world by the handful of criminal Orientals you ran against in San Francisco.
You're right, Perry. Yet I don't trust this Tequan fellow of yours. I bet the San Francisco Mint that Tequan isn't very far from us right at this minute.
You mean you think Tequan has something to do with our being kidnapped?
Exactly. Undoubtedly, this is the work of your precious Tequan, and probably my ex-prisoner, Fenlow.
Hey, I think you hit it right on the button, Captain.
But why in the world would they do that?
Well, we're probably interfering with their plans. It's easier for them to hold us captives in this out-of-the-way prison until their activities are well underway than... would be for him to keep an eye on us if it were free.
Well, I hope your French government that put us on this job will hurry up and get us out of this.
Why should they try to rescue us? They don't know we've been kidnapped. We were supposed to go to Angkor, just as we did, and drop from sight into the jungles. For all the French government knows, we're carrying out our original plan.
Oh, that's great. Nobody knows and nobody cares what's happened to us.
What I'd like to know is what's become of Dr. Carter. He seems to have vanished off the face of the earth.
Probably holed up in some ancient ruins, the same as we are.
But Captain Friday, what about the note? Remember, he left Saigon of his own free will.
Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't.
You think the note was faked?
Could have been.
Well, then you really think Dr. Carter's a prisoner, too?
I do. Skip, you'll go over these quarters carefully?
Yes, sir. Top to bottom, inside and out.
Any possibility of escape?
Not a chance.
If you could bribe the guard to talk, couldn't we bribe him to let us tie him up and escape?
Well, I suggested it to him.
Well?
He shut up like a clam. I even waved a couple of $100 in front of his eyes. He turned his back and walked away, and I couldn't get another word out of him. Oh, what'd you find, Professor?
Oh, wonderful architects, these ancient Khmers. No modern builder would ever think of burying bronze bars in stone to make a door. It's a lost art. Oh, beautiful work.
Yeah, that's the first time I ever been on the wrong side of prison bars.
Well, live and learn. Why? Where's Perry?
He was lying there on the rice a minute ago.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
The light's bad. Perhaps he's moving about. Perry?
That's queer.
A man can't disappear right before your eyes.
Let's take a look around the room. You go that way, I'll go to the left.
The light is so vague with these reed torches.
If he'd gotten up, one of us would have seen him. Hey, this thing gives me the willies.
Let's keep the conversation going. One person can vanish, so can another.
Righto. You two follow along the walls. I'll go through the center of the room.
Good. We'll all head toward the door.
Well, if I start vanishing, you're all going to hear about it.
The torches on the wall give off more smoke than light.
When we get to the door, if we don't find anything, we'd better speak to the guard.
He probably already knows what's happened.
Oh, talk about your Oriental magic.
Here we are.
Well, I drew a blank.
Yeah, same here. Not a sign.
The guard is gone. There isn't a soul outside the bars.
Well, what do you know about that?
Try the door.
Hey, look here. The door's open.
Open?
Something queer here.
Shall I take a snoop around outside?
Go ahead. Quietly now. Maybe you talked the guard into giving us our freedom after all.
Not that bird.
Perhaps Perry discovered the door was open and went outside.
No, that's impossible. Couldn't have stood up and walked out without our seeing him.
Did you ever see such a deserted place? It's like a grave.
Hey, listen. Doesn't seem to be a soul.
Come back!
That's Patricia. Come on.
What terror of the ancient temple has descended upon Patricia and Celia? Was there something, after all, to the story of the Negro Guard? Remember, it is the Temple of the Gorillas. Listen next week to Episode 5 of The Cobra King Strikes Back, entitled The Living Image of Cambodia. Watch for Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
An oriental jungle caravan of elephants, wild ponies, camels, and strange, sure-footed little pack animals of the Himalayas, driven by sullen, bandit-faced natives, have kidnapped the combined parties of Captain Bart Friday and Dr. Howard Carter. They have kidnapped them and packed them off a day's march from Angkor, back in the Cambodian jungles of French Indochina, finally depositing them in an ancient ruin of an old Khmer temple. The two girls, Celia Carter and Patricia Young, were placed in one stone chamber, and the four men, Captain Friday, Professor Lebrun, Skip Turner, and Perry Mills, in a second big chamber. And then unaccountable things began to happen. A strange, bodiless voice came to the girls, urging them to persuade their menfolk to turn back. A mulatto guard told Skip Turner that they were prisoners in the ancient Temple of the Gorillas. Then Perry Mills vanished from the room, almost before the eyes of his fellow prisoners. And on top of this, they discovered that their guard also had disappeared, leaving their prison gates wide open. And then to climax it all, there suddenly came the terrified screams of the two girls.
Hey, Captain, that's Patricia and Celia. It's the girls, come on.
Hey, Captain Friday.
This way, Skip. Professor Lebrun.
Captain, there's more rat runs down here under this building. We're going to get lost, sure. We've already lost Professor Lebrun.
But the girls.
Well, what's the use of everybody getting lost? Look at here, you've run into a blind alley yourself.
Come, let's go back where we started the herd of the screams. Start all over again.
For an hour, they scoured the underground passages. First, Skip would get lost, then Professor Lebrun, and finally Captain Friday himself stumbled around in the darkness for half an hour before he got back to the starting point. Nothing more has been seen or heard of the girls, and now they've just about given up.
Hey, what's that?
Monkeys. Listen.
I say, what's that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Well, listen.
Sounds like carpenters was at work.
Any idea what that rapping is, Lebrun?
No, but it sounds as though it might be coming from our prison chamber.
Let's go back in and see.
Well, I'm going to jimmy this gate just so it don't swing shut and lock us in.
I don't hear it now, do you?
It's gone.
Well, let's go back inside.
It's getting closer. It's in this room, all right.
That's right. It's back over here by that pile of rice straw.
Well, there won't anybody ever lock us up with that gate again. I jimmied the inside.
Now, listen now.
Right under our feet.
Yes. That doesn't solve the question of what it is.
Hey, I've got it.
Yes?
Sure. The gorillas.
Maybe. What do you think, Lebrun?
Why not try to find out? Theorizing won't help us.
Any suggestions?
It seems to come from under this pile of rice straw somewhere.
Then let's shove some of it aside and see what we find.
This will go good in my diary. 27. Rode an elephant. Ate monkey stew and ended the day by shoveling rice straw in the Temple of the Gorillas.
The day isn't over yet, Skip, and besides, you haven't shoveled any rice straw.
Yes, Skip, how about giving us a hand?
I wasn't drugged up to be no straw shoveler.
Just what were you dragged up to be?
Hey, look here. Almost under our feet.
Hey, a trap door.
Well, it most certainly looks like a crude sort of handle sticking up out of the floor. But I don't see your trap door, Captain.
No. Doesn't seem to be any break in the floor. Now, listen. Pounding's right beneath the handle.
Supposing we try to turn the knob.
It won't do any harm.
Yeah? What makes you think it won't? Supposing it's the gorillas making that noise.
We'll have to chance it.
Yeah, but they've taken our guns away from us.
Can't help that now, Skip. Go ahead, Lebrun.
Very well. Here goes.
Hey, look out!
Great heavens! We've lost Skip.
Now we know what became of Perry Mills.
You mean he went through the trapdoor, too?
He was lying right on top of it.
The minute I touched that handle, the door in the floor darted open and then snapped shut like an animal's jaw.
Skip went through like a shot.
That was a devilish dark hole. No chance to estimate how deep it is.
It was Perry doing the pounding.
By Jove, Captain, I wonder. But then, why doesn't he shout?
Didn't you notice how thick the floors are? We might hear pounding on the floor, but we'd never in the world hear voices.
Listen. See if we can hear the pounding again.
There it is.
Do you suppose we could drag a log in the air and ram it in the opening to prevent the trapdoor from snapping shut?
I got a better idea.
Yes?
This trap door is much more likely to lead into a passage than just into a blind hole.
Well?
If that's the case, then there certainly is another entrance to it. Grab a couple of torches off the walls and we'll scout around.
Righto. But we may be stopped by these fellows that have been holding us prisoner.
I don't think so. Our guards seem to have vanished.
I have the torches, Captain.
Good. We'll try all the passageways we can find that seem to lead underground in the general direction of the trap door.
We'd better arm ourselves with some sort of weapons.
Pick up anything you can find. No telling what we'll run on, scurrying around in these underground passageways.
Patricia and Celia may be trapped down there, too.
All we can do is hope for the best. I should never have brought Patricia up here.
Oh, I don't think either of us expected to run into this sort of thing.
Give me one of the torches. That'll leave you one hand free.
I'm afraid one hand isn't of much use in this spot.
Then we'll go outside and arm ourselves with clubs.
Well, that would be some comfort.
I'd better lead. I'm more used to this sort of thing than you.
I'm right behind you, Captain.
There's no one in the passageway. Come on.
Right.
On tiptoes now. Don't talk. The coast is clear around the corner.
All right.
Hello? What are these?
That's a couple of overgrown ice picks, according to Skip. As a matter of fact, those are the iron bars the native drivers use to guide the elephants.
Well, they'll make good weapons. Grab one.
So they will. Now, shall we turn back and look for our passageway?
Yes. I saw a rat run of a passageway leading off from this main corridor as we came along. It was headed in the right direction and seemed to slant down.
Good. Shall we try it first?
All right.
Captain, I suggest you keep your torch before your face. There's some mighty vicious spiders in this country. They spin their webs across just such dank, dark passageways, and the torches will clear the way.
Yes, but if I hold it in front of my face, then I can't see ahead. I'd hate like the deuce to step on a snake. They're not the friendliest playmates either.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll keep my torch low, and I'll watch the patches ahead of you and warn you.
All right. Here we go down. What a place.
Right now, Captain, you are whiffing the decay of something like 20 centuries. You are walking in the dust of a very ancient past.
That's all right with me.
I wouldn't be surprised if we are the first white men ever to trod this passageway.
Are you watching the floor ahead?
Righto. You feeling uneasy?
Yes, I am.
Don't move, Captain.
What is it?
Hold very still. Got it. Brought it back.
What in heaven's name?
A deadly viper. It's almost under your feet. I've done away with it, though.
Thanks, LeBrun. Now, let's keep going.
We are coming to a turn in the passage.
Yeah, so I see. In fact, this seems to be the crossroads for all the underground passageways in the world.
What a labyrinth. Passages are leading in every direction.
Better mark the one we've just come down so we can find a way out.
It's a good idea. I'll tie my handkerchief on this bit of rock. Now then, which passage shall we try first?
I don't know. Well, this one seems to lead in the general direction we want to travel.
Good. Lead on, Captain.
Careful. We go down 3 or 4 steps.
Right. Watch out for pitfalls.
There. Uh-oh.
Oh, what is it now?
We picked a winding passageway. This way, I get.
Coming to another turn. Hold it.
Don't tell me there's another snake.
I thought I heard voices.
Oh, that's a relief. I'd rather face a dozen Khmer fanatics than another snake in this place.
Listen.
It's too far away to distinguish anything.
Shall we have a look around the corner?
Our torches will give us away. We'll have to leave them behind.
What? And run the chance of spiders and snakes?
Either that or run the chance of being recaptured.
I suppose it's best.
Here, we can wedge them in between these rocks. Yeah, that's good. Now, come along.
Girls' voices.
It's Patricia. Patricia!
Oh, Captain Friday, boss, is that you?
Yes, are you all right?
Oh, yes, where are you?
I'll go back and get the torches.
Yeah, go ahead, Professor. Stay where you are. We'll join you in a second.
Hey, Captain, for the love of Pete, bring a light.
Hello, Skip. You all right?
Why, sure. That was a nasty drop you gave me, though.
Here's your torch, Captain. Is Perry Mills with them?
I don't know. Hi, Perry. Are you there, too?
Yeah.
I went through the trap door, too.
We certainly selected a great place for a family reunion.
Well, let's collect the crowd and get out of here.
But don't you realize you have the dust of 20 centuries on your shoes?
The quicker it's wiped off, the better it'll suit me.
You never was going to come down here and find us.
Oh, what a relief to be out of that awful smelling place.
Motion seconded by Perry Mills.
Boss, was this the room where you were held prisoners?
Yes, Patricia.
Well, ours was much smaller.
Hey, what do you suppose has happened to our captives? Let's go outside and take a look around. That caravan must be around somewhere.
Yeah, unless it fell through a trap door.
Feeling pretty frisky, aren't you, Skip?
Yeah, well, why not? How about you, Celia?
Oh, I feel swell now that we're all back together again.
We're not out of the woods yet, young lady.
Oh, yes, I know, but this is so much better than it was when Patricia and I thought we were all alone in this awful place. I really had the willies.
Before we do anything further, I want to know what's happened to you two girls.
Well, we were... You go on and tell it, Patricia.
All right. Well, we were captured, just as we told you, and were brought here on a camel.
No, we went you one better. We came in on an elephant.
Well, riding an elephant couldn't be worse than a camel.
Well, when we got here, they put us in a kind of cell with only straw on the floor. Gee, we were awfully seasick from riding on the camel and couldn't stand up. So they carried us in.
Seasick? Never heard of it.
Oh, what are you laughing at? It wasn't a bit funny.
Skip was sick all the way here, too.
Oh, it's the most terrible sensation in the world. Well, anyway, they carried us in and laid us on the straw, and then brought us a bowl of stew.
It was wonderful. We ate every bit of it.
Yeah, know what it was?
Well, no, what?
Monkey stew.
Oh, honestly?
Sure, we had some, too.
Oh, I wouldn't have touched it if I'd known.
Oh, you mustn't be so sensitive back here in the jungle. You're liable to get that sort of thing regularly.
Hey, listen. Listen, everybody. What is it, Skip?
There's somebody else in this temple with us, and he ain't very far off either.
Oh, you're nervous, Skip.
Yeah? Have you forgot they're supposed to keep live gorillas running around this place?
Captain Friday, Skip Turner, Professor LeBrun, Perry Mills, and the two girls, Celia and Patricia, have been reunited. Down in an unsightly underground rat run under the ancient Khmer temple, true, but still united. Still missing, however, are Dr. Carter, head of the expedition, and their Cambodian guide, Taquan. Just now, the two girls are telling their experience since the kidnapping. They are back in the room where the men were formerly prisoners. The chamber is lighted only by smoky reed torches.
Your ears are deceiving you, Skip. There is no one spying on us.
I heard something. You wait and see.
But we've waited 10 minutes, Skip.
Now, you keep your eyes open down the passage, Skip. Go on with your story, Patricia.
Well, after we'd eaten, we heard a voice.
A voice?
Yes, boss. We couldn't see a thing, just heard a voice that sounded as though it was in the room with us.
Oh, what did it say?
It said to go to our men folks and tell them that they still had an opportunity of turning back.
What do you mean, turn back? They had to hog tie us to get us this far.
I know. The voice said that the force that brought us this far had the power to return us to Angkor if we would promise to leave Cambodia immediately and never return.
I told him we didn't even know where you were. And then the voice directed us to take a certain passageway from our cell.
The door was unlocked.
Uh-huh. We did just what the voice told us to. And we came to that passageway where you found us.
You know, Professor, I don't understand why we heard the girls scream and couldn't hear their voices when we were right over their heads.
But we were out in the corridor when they screamed. Their voices probably came to us through the passageway that we followed in rescuing them.
That's a likely explanation. But why you girls screamed? Did you see something?
Well, it was when we met Perry. It was terribly dark. We could hear something moving around, but we couldn't see a thing.
You weren't any more scared than I was. And when you screamed, my hair stood on end. All I could think of was Skip's story of gorillas.
Thanks for nothing.
Are you saying we sounded like gorillas?
Well, as soon as I got my senses back, I knew it was you girls.
Well, that's all.
Except that we found a loose rock and used it to pound on the floor to attract your attention.
Yeah, and then I did my spectacular nosedive into the manhole.
Now listen, everyone. If we're careful, perhaps we can escape from this place and make our way back to Angkor.
What? Through this jungle, unarmed?
We can't stay here forever.
It would be impossible to get back without a guide.
Nevertheless, let's see what's doing outside.
Yeah, but look here, Chief. Hadn't one or two of us ought to go on ahead and look things over first?
I think we should stick together. We've had enough of this chasing one another through these dark passageways.
I'm inclined to agree with the professor. If there's anyone around, we've made enough commotion to attract their attention by now.
Talk about your mystery of the Khmer Empire.
Hey, you girls stay a few steps behind, just in case we run into anything up ahead.
Here's the corner where we picked up those elephant prods.
Yeah. We're not far from the entrance to the courtyard now. Quiet, everybody. Walk on your tiptoes.
Talk about adventures. Yeah, too much. I didn't like it down there underground a bit.
Look, there's daylight. We're almost out.
Wait, the boss is waving us to keep quiet.
It's all right. Come on out. The courtyard's empty.
Empty? You mean all the elephants and camels and everything are gone?
Not even a smell left behind.
Well, I don't understand it. It's like magic.
Oh, it's not so much like magic when you examine the ground. Look here.
Yeah, all they've left behind are tracks in the dust.
The caravan has just moved on, that's all. Well, we've been left stranded out here in the midst of the Cambodian jungle without supplies or weapons of any kind.
But for what reason?
Probably on the order of some of the old Khmer priests who were instigating the Cambodian Revolution with the aid of their precious seven-headed emerald cobra.
Yeah, Captain. They probably got wind of the fact that you and I was coming in here to grab off the Cobra idol and recapture Fenlo.
Oh, boss, you're not still after that Cambodian boy, are you?
Fenlo is a menace to the French government, and he killed a man to escape. He's a criminal, and he's the first criminal that ever escaped from my custody. I won't leave this country until we get him.
Patricia, come here. Over here in the courtyard.
Excuse me, boss.
It doesn't look as though we are going to leave here anyway.
Why do you say that, Lebrun?
It would be certain death to attempt to backtrack to Angkor through these jungles with neither food, nor blankets, nor weapons.
Nevertheless, we're going to try it.
I'm with you, Chief.
And Professor Lebrun's right, Captain Friday. We haven't a chance in the world to make it. Besides the poisonous reptiles and insects, there are tigers, wild elephants, and innumerable other animals. And that's not mentioning the fact that we haven't a guide.
I think that caravan left all the signposts we'll need.
Oh, be reasonable, Captain. Such a move would be the same as sentencing the girls to death.
Oh. Yeah, the girls.
Yeah. Well, supposing a couple of us fellas hike back then and let the other two stay here with Patricia and Celia. We could bring back a rescue party.
Once you get back to Angkor, admitting for the moment that you could accomplish it, do you think that you'd ever be able to find this temple again?
Why, sure. Don't be stupid. We'd follow the trail left by the caravan.
Which shows quite plainly how little you know of a tropical jungle.
What do you mean?
Well, merely that the jungle closes in behind such a caravan so that there is no trail. Within 3 days after a trail is made, it is obliterated by the rank grass and vines, unless it is used continually.
You ain't kidding me, are you?
Ask Perry here. He's an expert on that sort of thing.
And Professor Lebrun's right, Skip. And besides that, a person on foot wouldn't be able to make more than a mile or two a day fighting his way through the jungle. That's the reason the caravan uses elephants. They break through and make a path for the camels and the mules and the horses.
What do you say to that, Captain?
Yeah, looks like we're out of our element here in the jungle, Skip.
Yeah, but we'll starve to death if we stay here.
No, not necessarily. We may be able to kill a few edible birds and animals.
Well, how'd we cook 'em? I ain't got a match on me. Have you?
No, but we still have the burning torches. We'll have to keep our fire going continually.
If your precious Cambodian guide Taquan hadn't skipped out, we might have a chance.
I think we will find Taquan has an excellent reason for his disappearance.
Perhaps Dr. Carter will hear of our kidnapping and start a search for us. Yeah, if he isn't in the same sort of a fix himself.
Well, anyway, supposing we remain here as comfortably as possible the rest of the day and overnight and see what materializes.
I'll make that bargain with you, Professor Lebrun. We'll wait 24 hours. Then we'll have to do it my way.
Oh, here come the girls back.
Well, whatever we do, let's stay together. It's so dreadfully still.
Talk about your desert islands.
Yeah, not a sound except the wild parrots and the monkeys in those bamboo trees.
Hey, I wonder if we can get out of this courtyard. Maybe we're locked inside these walls.
Oh, no, we are not. There's the gate yonder, wide open.
Oh, it's like being the only ones left in the world, isn't it? But I bet that whole ruin is going to look wicked when the sun starts to go down.
There is a sinister aspect about it, that's that.
Yeah, it's just the kind of place where you'd expect them to throw a person into the gorilla's cage.
Skip Turner, what are you talking about?
Sure, that's what the guard told me they used to do.
Well, why did you have to say that?
I think it was quite inexcusable.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to have gorilla nightmares tonight, I want to know that some of the rest of you are having them, too.
I think your guard gave you a fine fairy tale for the $20 you gave him, Skip. He told you his caravan was turning us over to someone else, too, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, if there is as much truth in his story about this being the temple of the gorillas, then it is probably all fiction.
Well, as I said before, it's his story, not mine.
Hi, Professor Lebrun, Captain Friday.
Hello, Perry's run into something.
What's the matter, Perry?
Hey, come over here and see what I've got. Bring the crowd.
Hey, come on, let's go.
Well, I can't imagine.
What have you found, Perry? I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
And look, gummy sacks.
Well, what about them?
Food.
Huh?
Are you certain, Perry? Sure, the big one's rice, and the one over there's dried dates and figs, and then there's coffee and even some dried monkey meat.
Well, it looks as though we weren't meant to starve anyway.
This thing doesn't add up. What do you make of it, Professor?
Nothing beyond the fact that we appear to have a most humane antagonist.
Well, anyway, let's drag this stuff inside the temple where the birds and animals can't get at it. Oh, just a minute.
You got an idea, Chief?
Yeah. Now that we have food to carry with us, one or two could easily make an effort to get through to Angkor.
We have food, Captain, but no guide.
I'll take a chance on it alone.
Oh, no, boss. Please, not alone.
Oh, supposing we sleep on it and talk it over again in the morning.
Well, all right. I said I'd wait 24 hours. Come on, everybody. Let's set up camp for the night.
Hello. What's up? Hello, Professor Lebrun. Captain Friday, wake up.
That you, Perry?
Yes, Captain. Look at the door.
Well, it's guarded.
Hey, what's the idea waking a guy up in the middle of the night? Can't you see it's still dark?
It's just because the torches in here burned out. Skip, take a look at that door.
Well, for the love of Pete. Hey, it looks like we're prisoners again.
Can't see my hand in front of my face. Is Lebrun awake?
Wide awake, Captain.
What do you know about this, Lebrun?
Nothing at all, I'm afraid, Captain.
Hey, I'm going up to the gate and take a look through the bars.
What for?
To see if our guard's the same one we had before.
But don't let him see you. And come right back.
Okay.
Well, it certainly looks like our vanishing caravan had returned.
Or else a second one has moved in on us.
We shouldn't have made this room our headquarters.
Yeah, all they had to do was set a guard before that door and we're prisoners again.
Boss, are you there?
Yes, Patricia.
What's the matter?
We're prisoners again.
Prisoners? Well, did they come for us in the night?
We don't know. I just woke up and there they were.
I've got an idea.
Well, let's hear it.
Why couldn't we all drop through the trap door and escape through the underground passageway?
Hey, not bad.
Yes, it might work. What do you think, Lebrun?
It's worth looking into.
Hey, folks, we got a new deal in guards. I saw half a dozen fellas, and they was all the same nationality as Fenlo and Taquan.
Cambodians, eh?
Lebrun, do you suppose this is the gang that paid to have us kidnapped by that caravan?
It seems likely.
Well, then the other guard was telling the truth when he said that we was being transferred into the hands of the real enemy at this point.
It looks so, doesn't it?
A good thing we brought our supply of food in here. We'll drop it through the trap door and then follow it one at a time. If we can escape from this room, we can hide in the passageways until they've gone. Are the sacks tied up tight?
Yes, I saw that last night.
And set them on the trap door.
Wait till I locate the sacks first. Oh, it's so blame dark.
Oh, here they are, right here.
Tell me when they're on the door. I've got the handle.
There they are. Turn the handle, Captain.
What in?
What's the matter, boss?
Trap door doesn't work anymore. I can't budge it.
What do you mean you can't budge it?
We'll have them all down on our necks.
Shall I try?
If you like, but it's useless.
So it is. It looks as though our new captors were familiar with this old castle.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Well, it looks as though they put our trapdoor out of commission, don't you think?
Well, then we're in for it.
It looks so.
Hello. Someone's coming in here with torches.
It looks like the entire Cambodian nation. They're certainly not taking any chances of being overpowered.
Well, why don't they say something? Are they all deaf mutes?
Everyone stand. Quietly.
Not me. I'm putting up a battle. You just let them come near.
Do what you're told, Skip. Useless to fight. They're 10 to 1 against us.
Captain Friday, what are they going to do? Why don't they say something?
Keep your chin up, Patricia.
Look, some of them are carrying torches, and the rest are armed.
Easy now, Celia. What do you people want? Who are you?
Hey, you can't tie my hands behind me. What do you think you're doing?
Skip, don't be a fool.
Take your hands off me.
Patricia, there's no use fighting him.
They're just tying your hands behind you the same as with the rest of us.
Are you all right, Celia?
Oh, yes, only I'm awfully scared, Perry.
Keep calm, everybody. Nothing very terrible has happened yet.
But what are they going to do with us?
Well, now that we are all trussed up, it looks as though we were to be marched out into the open.
Now, what's the matter with these guys anyway? Are they deaf and dumb?
Keep next to me, Patricia.
All right, boss. Coming, Celia?
I'll look out for Celia as much as I can.
Well, here we go.
Don't do that, Celia. You're trembling like a leaf.
Perry, don't you recognize that chant?
I know. Do you?
It's the death chant Van Lo sang the night he disappeared off the ship. Oh, look, they're making Skip get on a horse.
Hey, you!
I hate horseback riding.
They're going to make a horseback rider out of him. Hey, look, they're tying him on.
You mean they're going to tie us each on a horse?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Do you suppose that death chant was meant for us, Perry? Oh, look!
No, leave me alone. I won't, leave me alone!
Next week, you will hear the 6th episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, entitled Terrors of the Hollow Mountain. This newest radio thriller is another in the series of Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
There is a killer loose in the jungle of Cambodia in the north of Indochina. A killer named Fen Lo, who was once the prisoner of Captain Bart Friday. Besides dealing in death, he is hand in glove with certain Cambodian priests in an attempt to bring about an uprising of the native Khmer people, to throw off French rule and rediscover and re-inhabit the jungle cities of the ancient Khmer civilization, now gone to ruin these many centuries. But let Captain Friday tell it.
There's a Cambodian legend that a famous emerald cobra idol disappeared with the fall of the Khmer nation, and that the nation will be restored when the precious snake statue returns. And now there's rumor that it's been found. Well, I'm in Cambodia for the double reason of recapturing the murderer Fen Lo and to quell the native uprising by capturing or destroying the emerald cobra should it actually reappear. And now, Professor Lebrun, tell them about Dr. Carter.
Dr. Carter, famed archaeologist, who was aiding our expedition into the jungles, has completely disappeared. He has left his party under the care of Captain Friday and myself. Also in the party are Dr. Carter's daughter Celia, Patricia Young, who is Captain Friday's secretary, Perry Mills, assistant archaeologist, and Skip Turner. At Angkor Thom, we were kidnapped and we were taken into the jungle aboard an elephant and camel caravan. We were abandoned in an ancient jungle temple, and we were then picked up by a second caravan made up of wild mountain ponies under the guidance of fierce Cambodians of the backcountry. At the moment, we are each of us strapped onto a shaggy, vicious-looking little pony. We have been traveling through rugged, exotic jungle country all day. Our pack of dogs seem to have smelled another mouse.
Golly, Professor Lebrun. I never thought riding horses was like this.
It's only like this when you're not used to it. We ought to be thankful that we're kept in a group so that we can talk to each other anyway.
Listen to Pollyanna Perry Mills.
Oh, I know it's tough on you girls, with your feet tied to the stirrups and your hands tied behind you. Just the same, it'd be 10 times worse if we'd been separated.
Skip Turner's gone to sleep on his pony. Look, he's all slumped over.
Not by a jug full, I ain't. Not that I ain't been trying to. Captain Friday's been trying to get some shut-eye, too.
No, I've just been thinking. We've been climbing this tortuous mountain path for a good 3 hours now. I don't understand where they're taking us. We're practically out of the jungle country. It's getting more rugged.
Yeah, rugged is right.
Notice we've left the banyan and frominger trees and the bamboo groves behind. There's hardly any elephant grass this high up.
Oh, that's true, Captain. We're coming to more and more places where we have to travel single file around precipices and through gullies.
Yeah, and I ain't seen any of them big monkeys that Paris showed us for a couple hours.
Now, you mean the gibbons? All the wild animal life is thinning out.
What's the matter, Patricia?
I wonder if I look as funny as you do, Celia, with your hair flying and streaks of dirt all over your face like war paint.
Well, I don't think either of us bring a very high price at the slave market just now.
Well, no man ever saw me like this before.
If this horse I'm tied on doesn't stop this jogging and stumbling and lurching pretty soon, I'm going to scream. I bit my tongue 3 times.
Oh, it can't last much longer. See, The sun's already throwing long shadows down into the valleys. They've got to stop for the night very soon.
Did I hear someone say something about stopping?
Yes, they'll have to make camp before it goes dark.
You know, I think they've got some objective in view. You notice how the whole caravan has increased its pace?
Look at poor Skip. Sagging down in his saddle as though he were dead.
I admire that chap more than ever before. The rest of us have at least had a little experience on horseback. But he must be in a terrible agony. Yet, there hasn't been one word of complaint from him.
I'm just tired. That's all that's the matter with me. Good night's sleep, and I'll be as good as ever.
Oh, it's different with Skip. He'll be incapacitated for a whole week. He'll never be able to carry on tomorrow.
Listen, you folks hear that?
Sounds like a waterfall.
Hear that, Patricia?
Oh, it is. It is. Do you smell how fresh the air is? We're coming to water.
Hey, look! The horses up ahead are galloping.
I wish they wouldn't. I can't bear galloping.
Guess we'll have to do the best we can, Celia. The guards are whipping up their horses.
Oh, gee.
Hey, for the love of Mike, what's going on? Come on, Skip. We must be almost there.
They shouldn't have done this to me.
Hey, they're going to take us off our horses.
I wish they'd hurry. I wish they'd hurry.
What are you saying, Celia?
That galloping did something to me. I'm going to be sick.
You girls, be careful when they lift you down, huh? You probably wouldn't be not able to stand now. Here they come now. Don't let them put you on your feet.
Oh, hurry. I can't stand it any longer. I can't.
There, Celia. They're unfastening your legs now.
I can't stand it.
Oh, poor child. It's the natural reaction after holding out for so long.
There. She's off.
Good. Oh, they had the sense to lay her on the grass.
Well, thank heavens I'm next.
Hello. Something's going on over yonder.
Hey, what's happened to Skip?
What's the matter with Skip?
He went into a faint when they took him from his horse.
Well, that was rather to be expected. He'll be all right, though. He has stamina.
Oh.
Are you all right, Patricia?
I feel so absolutely dead from my waist down.
Well, the circulation has been partly cut off in your lower limbs. Now move them about. Rub them.
Yes,
That will bring back to life. Now, Celia, you had better do the same.
I'm sorry I was such a baby. I kind of lost control of myself for a minute.
Oh, it was the most natural thing in the world. Oh, I guess I'm next. Get the thongs off, you men. Well, here I come.
Oh, Professor, you fell. Did you hurt yourself?
Oh, nothing but my dignity. That's what I get for being so cocky. I warned you to let them lift you to the grass, and then I turned right around and tried to get off by myself and landed in a heap.
I thought sure that pony was going to kick you. You fell right under its feet.
Yeah. Let's see what we can do about getting a little circulation started around here.
My legs are beginning to throb and tingle.
Circulation is returning. Captain Friday.
Yes?
Having trouble making your limbs work?
Oh, plenty.
Well, massage them and move them with your hands. Has Skip come around?
Yeah, she's all right.
Don't wander away, Patricia.
Oh, with dark coming on, I should say not. Oh, I wish they get a fire going. Why, look. Oh, the horses are gone.
Gone? Why, so they have. This country seems to be the native haunts for all sorts of vanishing traits.
But they were here just a moment ago. They must be somewhere.
Quite probably they are. Hello? What do these particularly vicious-looking fellows want? I've never seen them before.
Go away. Don't touch me.
Oh, it's all right, Celia. It's all right. Don't be frightened. Now, look. One of them is carrying Skip, and another one has Perry. They're going to carry all of us. Joe, what gigantic fellows. Look how that native handles Captain Friday. As though he was a child.
You think it's all right?
I don't think we have much choice in the matter.
There goes Celia. Oh, I hope he doesn't drop her.
He's big enough to carry 3 of her. Here's your man, Patricia.
Well, the Market Street Railway never was like this. Here I go.
Hello? Aha, so you're my pack horse. All right. Let's go.
Hey, look, there's the waterfall. See it around the precipice? Oh, how gorgeous.
What's the matter with Celia? Can you see her?
Yeah, she's up ahead. Oh, she's struggling and fighting with the carrier in her arms.
I wonder what it is. Celia, what's the trouble?
They're going to drown us! They're going to drown us!
What is she saying?
She says they're going to drown us. She must have seen something up ahead.
Oh, nonsense. They wouldn't bring us all this way just to drown us.
Look! Oh, look! They're carrying her straight into the water.
No! They're going to drown me!
Wait, stop. What on earth are they doing?
Oh, she's being drowned. She's being drowned. Look, she's gone.
Oh, use your head, Patricia.
Oh,
The carrier has disappeared, too. He might possibly drown Celia, but it isn't likely to drown himself. And the same goes for Captain Friday and Perry and Skip. They've all disappeared, too.
Well, then what has happened? I saw Celia disappear in the water with my own eyes.
Wait and see. There is some sort of a natural phenomena here. An optical illusion. Look, our carriers are going down into the water, too.
Oh.
Looks cold and sullen, doesn't it? The roar of the falls is getting too loud. We won't be able to talk much more. Well, here we are, safe and sound. I'll bet you never had this experience before.
Oh, and I don't ever want to again. We went right through that waterfall. Oh, I'm so glad to be on my feet again.
An amazing adventure. We are in a cavern behind the waterfall. Can you walk?
Yes, I'm all right now. Except I'm plenty scared.
Come on, let's join the others.
Well, hi there, Professor. How was that for a piggyback ride? Whew, man, have I got something to tell my grandchildren. Right out of nowhere through a waterfall into a great big cave. Just like a page out of Persian Nights.
I think you mean Arabian Nights.
Yeah, that's what I say. Hey, listen, my voice echoes around like I was a giant. Hello, Captain Friday!
Well, Skip, you seem to have recovered rapidly.
Yeah, I got well quick enough when I thought they was going to douse me in the river out yonder. Hey, what's this all about anyway?
Oh, this seems to be part of somebody's idea of how to treat prisoners. Come on, let's hold a confab with Captain Friday while we're waiting for our guards to make the next move.
Gee, when I saw you disappear, Celia, I thought you had gone down in the water. I was terribly frightened.
Well, that's just the way I saw Skip disappear ahead of me. That's when I screamed. I thought they were drowning all of us.
Well, instead of that, they just walked into the water up to their waists with us and then circled around the back of the falls. I didn't even get wet. Did you?
Not the least bit. The native who carried me was a huge fellow. Current was awfully swift. Water was up to his armpits, and yet he lifted me up on his shoulder and carried me along as if I were a baby.
Yeah, they did that with all of us. Hey, why do you suppose they brought us back into this cavern?
I wonder. Oh, it's so dark. Those torches aren't much better than candles.
Hello, Celia. Recovered from your horseback ride?
Oh, Perry, I thought you men were holding a conference.
No, it's dwindled into a bragging party. Everybody seems to think he had the strongest native carrying him.
Well, let's go over and join him, huh?
Yeah, why not?
Oh.
What's wrong, Celia?
Oh, I guess I'm kind of wobbly yet.
Oh, poor kid. Here, let me carry you.
No, thanks. I've been carried enough today. And might get to be a habit.
Good kid.
Here, Perry, you walk on one side of her and I'll walk on the other.
Oh, isn't this silly? You're taking this a lot better than I am, Patricia.
Oh, nonsense. It's just that I've always done a lot of horseback riding at home. Besides, being Captain Friday's secretary, I'm used to being pushed around.
Hello, what's this?
Oh, kind of wobbly, that's all, Captain Friday.
Hey, you better sit down and take it easy. We've got something more ahead of us.
Hey, ain't we had enough? You mean they ain't through yet?
I was watching the guards. It's got something to do with this cavern. They're making some pretty elaborate arrangements.
Since the leader of this expedition, Dr. Howard Carter, archaeologist and explorer, mysteriously vanished from Saigon, capital of French Indochina, the party has experienced one violence after another. They have been kidnapped and dragged through the Cambodian jungles until they are near exhaustion. Captain Friday and Professor Lebrun, as co-leaders of the party, have done their best to keep up the spirit of the members. But what the group need is the leadership of an old, experienced hand such as Dr. Carter. At the moment, They have been taken from little wild Cambodian ponies to which they have been tied for almost 12 hours, transferred on native shoulders to a cavern behind a great waterfall. The two girls, Patricia and Celia, are lying on a thatch of grass, resting, while the four men, Captain Friday, Professor Lebrun, Skip Turner, and Perry Mills, assistant archaeologist, discuss the situation.
Talk quietly so the girls can't hear us.
Yeah.
We're completely at the mercy of these Cambodians. There must be 20 of them, and they're savage brutes.
Escape would be impossible.
Escape where? We're trapped in this cavern behind the waterfall.
Well, there's no turning back now. We're going on. And what's more, we're going to take the killer Fenlo out with us, dead or alive.
Yeah, and we don't care which.
Oh, Sierra. And we better watch that kind of talk. Have guards all about us.
Just the same, Professor Lebrun. If this crew of Cambodian cutthroats thinks it can chase us out of the jungle with all this hocus-pocus, and it's got another guess coming.
Tell me, Captain Friday, do you feel as antagonistic as ever towards Fenlo? Now that you know just what the country is like, could you either destroy or turn over to the French government the precious seven-headed emerald cobra? If you should lay hands on it.
I've given my word to do just that.
You gave your word before you had the faintest idea what it was all about. Would you have given your word so readily if you had known?
How is anyone to know what he would have done under a given set of circumstances?
And then you are still out to get Fenlo.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. I'm going to smash up every one of their blasted idols I can get my fingers on, just to get even with them for dragging me around the country on elephants and wild horses, see?
Fair enough, Skip.
Hey, boss, here come our guards.
Oh, more monkey business, huh?
Here, take my hand, Celia. Let's stick together this time.
Yes, as long as we're together, it helps.
They're coming with torches. Looks like we're making a trip through this cavern.
So it does.
Hey, that big one over there's motioning to us to follow. Shall we go?
How are you going to keep from it?
I'll go first. Skip, you bring up the rear of our party.
Okay, Chief.
Perry, you keep close to the girls.
I'd like to keep with you, Captain.
Well, let's move.
Have you noticed the guards, Patricia? In this half-dark, all you can see are their teeth and the whites of their eyes. They look like something unearthly. And they're so silent.
What a wonderful imagination, Celia. You know, I'm getting over my nervousness. Nothing terrible seems to be happening to us. I've just got shivers of excitement.
Excitement? Well, the way you've been squeezing my hand...
Oh, that's just nervous excitement.
Look at the shadows cast on the wall by the torches. Hey, look at the torches ahead. They're climbing the wall.
Watch your step behind there. We're coming to a tremendous cavity. Sheer drop into blackness.
Hey, did you hear that? A sheer drop. And yet there they go. Up the wall with the torches.
Look there. There's a couple of logs thrown across the pit and against the wall on the other side, with crossbars like a crude ladder.
You mean we've got to cross this deep pit on that shaky ladder? Oh, I hate high places.
You'll be all right, Celia. I dropped back to give Perry a hand with the girls.
It's like climbing a fireman's ladder.
You don't mind it, Patricia?
Oh, my hair is practically standing on end, but I love it.
All right, Celia, all right. You come along with me. There's room for two on the ladder, side by side. Now, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. Perry, you and Patricia follow right at our heels.
Coming.
Now then, here we go.
Oh, but it's shaky.
Don't worry. It will hold. If you get nervous, let me know and I'll take hold of you.
I'm all right, I guess.
Are you folks coming along, Perry?
Fine. Patricia's in a nervous sweat, but she's climbing like a fireman.
Do you mind hanging on to me for a minute, Professor Lebrun? I feel kind of funny.
Of course not. There. Now, how's that?
There. That's better. I've never been up in the air like this before.
Just 5 or 6 feet now. And we'll be across.
Yes, but look. We've still got to climb some more ladders. Right up the face of the wall.
Oh, that won't be so bad. Now, shall we go ahead?
Well, I guess the sooner we start, the sooner it'll be over. You don't need to hang on to me now.
Hey, this is some climb. Down on your hands and knees. Great sport, huh, Patricia?
Hey, Perry, not so fast. Supposing the ladder should break.
Oh, don't even think of it.
Oh, I'm glad it's dark below us anyway. I couldn't possibly do this if I could see.
Here. Keep your mind on your climbing.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Here we are across. Wait until I scramble up on the ledge. There. That puts us across the chasm, anyway.
Oh.
There's a couple of guards with torches to show us what to do next.
Hey, look. There go more torches way up the side of the wall.
Yes, and there's Captain Friday and Celia and Lebrun climbing along after them.
Oh, I know I can't do that.
Oh, it probably isn't half as steep as it looks.
Yeah, well, it's steep enough. Hey, what do they think we are, anyway? A bunch of steeplejacks?
Oh, hello, Skip. Phew, this should give you some new ideas on how to treat prisoners. Look at that precipice.
Yeah? Hey, you don't mean we gotta climb that wall?
Hey, look, the guards are waving to us to hurry. We don't want to get too far behind.
We can still climb side by side. See you later, Skip.
Yeah, well, you ain't gonna lose me. I'm right on your heels. Whew! Talk about your nightmares. This has got 'em all skinned a mile.
Where in the world do you suppose they're taking us, Perry?
Well, looks like we're on the inside of a hollow mountain. We better stop talking and save our breath for climbing. And don't look down. Just keep your eyes up and climb.
Yeah, and don't fall. On account I'm right below you.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is the top. Is that you just behind me, Lebrun?
Yes, Captain. With Celia. Jolly dark up here. Where are you?
I think we've climbed the last of the ladders. I'm on a sort of ledge. The guards are waiting up ahead.
Reach down and get hold of Celia if you can, Captain Friday.
All right.
She's exhausted.
I can imagine after 2 hours of it. This has been terrific. Hey! Hey, one of you fellas bring a torch over here. Come here!
They don't understand you.
I suppose not. There. Got a hold of her. Up she comes. Yeah, there you are.
Don't make me climb any more ladders. I can't.
Don't worry. Looks like it's all over.
I never would have believed such a place existed if I hadn't seen it for myself.
How's my secretary doing?
Oh, Perry's bringing Patricia. Coming, Perry?
Here we are. Patricia's about all in.
Yeah, there they come. I see their outline.
Look at the way they're coming up the ladder. Like firemen.
Here, I'll give them a hand. All right, here she comes. Yeah. There, Patricia, you're safe enough now.
Oh, boss. I'm ready to keel over.
Quite a climb. How are you, Perry?
Oh, okay, I guess.
Hey, somebody get a hold of me, will you? You think I want to hang here on this ladder all night? Give me a hand.
All right, Skip. Here's my hand on it. Up you come.
Oh, thanks. Whew, after climbing all them ladders, I reckon I'm about qualified for the steeplechase, huh? Hey, why don't we get some light around here? What you laughing at?
A steeplechase is a horse race, Skip.
Oh, yeah? Well, not the kind of steeplechase I'm talking about.
Well, we can't sit here on this 6-foot ledge 1,000 feet up in the air talking about steeplechases the rest of our lives.
I feel like I could lie right here and sleep for a week.
Yeah, there come the last of the guards.
And those up ahead are waving us to follow.
Professor, have you noticed the difference in looks of things?
What do you mean, Captain?
Well, the rock below and alongside the ladders was rough and rugged, just as nature left it. This rock looks as though it's been hewn and chiseled smooth by human hand.
Well, it was centuries ago if it was.
I don't doubt that.
Hang on to my hand, will you, somebody? The edge looks awfully near.
Now, that's my job, Celia.
Hey, Patricia. How'd you like me to hang on to you?
Oh, I think that would be sweet of you, Skip.
Yeah? Well, that's the first time a babe's ever called me that.
What's that?
Oh, call me sweet.
Oh?
Seem to be following a sort of semicircular ledge around the inner side of a hollow mountain.
Yes, and we're still climbing. Not so much, though, now. Hello. The natives up ahead with the torches have stopped.
Yeah, waiting for us, I reckon.
Oh, I say. Look there. They're standing in an arched doorway carved out of solid rock.
Looks as though we're entering some kind of an underground building.
There's a bit of civilization for you. You see that iron chain stretched across the passageway?
Hey, they're unfastening it. Evidently, they intend taking us through.
Must be getting near the end of our trail. Come along, they want us to follow.
Well, we left the chasm behind anyway.
Hey, what kind of a rat's nest is this?
Hello. Look at the passageways leading off in all directions.
Looks to me like the same kind of underground passageways we got trapped in that there gorilla temple.
By Joe, Skip, I bet you struck it.
Huh? Struck what?
I believe we're on the lower floor of another of those old Khmer temples. Of course that's it.
You think so, Lebrun?
I haven't the least doubt, Captain. Look, we're going up some stairs now.
What's the matter, Celia? You're awfully quiet.
I'm so tired I can hardly make my legs move.
Oh, poor kid.
I guess everyone's just as bad as I, but I hope they got real beds in this place, not just straw on the floor.
Remember, we're prisoners here, not guests.
Oh, it doesn't make any difference. I'm too tired to care.
Look, what's that funny light at the top of the stairway?
What? You don't recognize that, Patricia?
I know. Do you?
Of course, and so should you. You've seen it often enough.
I don't know what you mean.
Lady, that's the moon.
Why, we're outside again. Out in the open night.
On top of the mountain, we climbed from inside.
Evidently.
Yeah, look at there. We're on a sort of balcony.
Hey, you were right, Professor Lebrun. Look at those inscriptions. There's no doubt about this being an old Khmer temple.
One of them guards is motioning for us to tag along again.
Oh, isn't there any end to this?
Apparently, they're going to take us inside the monastery.
Well, it won't be long now. Dinner and bed.
Gloomy-looking dungeon.
Built on the same principle as the Gorilla Temple and Angkor Wat. Huge, drafty, high-ceiling recesses. Hello? We've evidently reached our destination.
Look at those bronze fixtures on the door. Everything bronze, even to a knocker. Hey, watch. One of the guards is going to use it.
Nah, I suppose this here's another prison cell for us.
I can't tell. There she opens.
Look who's in there. It's my father.
Hey, look out, catch her. She's fainted.
Well, I'll be doggone. Dr. Carter.
So the same thing has happened to Dr. Carter. He likewise is a prisoner. Listen next week to the 7th episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, entitled The Face of a Beast. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Almost from the moment they reached Angkor Thom from Saigon, Captain Bart Friday, his secretary Patricia, and Skip Turner became prisoners of the strange folk of the Cambodian jungles, and with them Professor Lebrun, Celia Carter, and Perry Mills. They were kidnapped from Angkor Thom by an elephant caravan and abandoned in the Temple of the Gorillas, where they were recaptured by hillmen and strapped to wild ponies. They were taken behind a giant waterfall and forced to climb the interior of a hollow mountain or series of ladders until finally they reached an ancient monastery situated on the peak. But listen to Captain Friday tell it.
All the time we were laboring through these queer adventures, we were wondering what had become of our original leader, Dr. Howard Carter, the old archaeologist who so strangely disappeared from Saigon, and also Taquan, the young Cambodian scholar. When finally we were brought high up to the mountain temple, we were led before a huge door that reached to the vast ceiling of a great hallway. The door was thrown open, and Celia, exhausted by the strain of the journey, gave one look into the room and fell headlong across the threshold in a faint. She'd seen her father, Dr. Carter.
Celia. Oh.
Dr. Carter, you here?
What's happened to my daughter?
She's okay, just exhausted. She'll be all right.
My friends, my dear friends. Oh, but it's good to see you again. Here, lift her onto the couch beside the fire.
Easy now. Yep. Yeah, there she is.
Oh, poor child. The shock of seeing you, Dr. Carter, after such a hard trip.
You'll find a stimulant on the table, Captain. It's been a bad trip?
Yeah, nothing to worry about. I'm only surprised it hasn't happened sooner.
Too hard on the girls, I'm afraid. By the way, where are Perry Mills and Professor Lebrun?
Oh, they'll be here in a jiffy. Hey, what kind of a burglar's hangout is this, anyhow? Are you a prisoner, too?
Hello there, Skip. What's this about prisoners?
A whole lot of monkey-faced guys took us prisoners, and they've been packing us all over the landscape like a lot of cargo. Ain't you a prisoner here?
My dear Skip, none of us are prisoners. You haven't been prisoners at any time.
The heck we ain't.
Celia's coming around.
Poor child, I warned her what it meant to follow me into the jungle, but she insisted on coming.
Hello there, Celia. All right now?
Did I faint?
I'm afraid you did.
Oh, hello, Dad. Sorry I'm such a baby.
Now, my dear, a little rest, and you'll be fit as a fiddle. How do you like being secretary to an archaeologist for this time?
Is that what I've been doing?
Exactly.
Swell. Can I have another sip of that?
What you need is a good long sleep.
What I need more than that is a big plate of ham and eggs.
And that's exactly what you shall have. At least what corresponds in Cambodia to ham and eggs.
Yeah, what's that? Elephant ham and hummingbird eggs? Anyway, I'll have some of the same.
There'll be Cambodian ham and eggs for everyone.
What a beautiful room, Dr. Carter. All those deep, furry rugs on the floor.
All of you make yourselves comfortable. Those fur rugs are to lie on. Just stretch out and relax until the food arrives.
Hey, you carry on here like you was a boss. You ain't kidding us, are you?
No, Skip, I'm not kidding you.
Uh-oh, who's this?
Selhunga pon teata Tuan.
Wow, chanting. He strikes a silver bell and servants appear. Dr. Carter, you're not a mystic.
Well, not at least not in the sense you'd give the word.
Dr. Carter, you say you're not a prisoner and that we're not prisoners?
No. I repeat, you were never prisoners. At any time in your journey, all you would have had to say was turn back, and your party would have been returned to Saigon. In fact, at the Temple of the Gorillas, weren't you warned? Yes, begged to return to the coast.
That's right, Dr. Carter.
Well, Professor LeBrun, and my assistant, Perry Mills. How are you, my boy?
Oh, fine, thank you, sir.
Professor LeBrun, between you and Taquan, you brought them through splendidly.
What's this?
Taquan?
Hey, say, Professor LeBrun, did you and Dr. Carter slip something over on us?
Afraid so, Perry.
You mean you knew all along that we weren't prisoners?
Quite right, Patricia.
Well, how perfectly abominable.
Let's see here, LeBrun. Why did you do that?
Orders, Captain.
Orders from whom?
Dr. Carter, the head of the expedition, and his right-hand man, Taquan.
Taquan? Taquan? Where does he come into the picture? We haven't seen him since we left Angkor.
And yet, he was with you all the time.
Hey, you mean he was in our elephant caravan?
Yes, Skip.
And was he at the Temple of the Gorillas when we thought we'd been abandoned?
I'm afraid he was.
And did he ride those wild ponies with us and climb that mountain of stepladders?
He was in the rear party of guards coming up the mountain, Perry. Right behind Skip Turner most of the time.
Well, I'm a son of a gun.
See here, Dr. Carter. This hocus-pocus is all very amusing and dramatic. But why did you vanish from Saigon, leaving word for us to follow? Why didn't you meet us at Angkor as you said you would? And why were we brought here in the guise of prisoners? What's the object of it?
Not so fast, Captain Friday, not so fast. There's plenty of time for everything. Just now, it's much more important that you relax. You've made a tremendously hard trip.
But where's Taquan now? Why isn't he here?
He is.
What?
He is here.
Well, perhaps he is, Doctor, but I'll be doggone if I can see him.
Perry, look in the chair just behind Patricia.
Behind me?
Well, for Pete's sake, so besides himself. All dressed up like a Chinese junk shop.
Say, how long have you been sitting there, Taquan?
All the time you have been in the room, Perry.
You were sitting there when we came in?
I was.
Well, why didn't you speak? I don't like to have people sneaking around behind my back.
I do not waste words, Miss Patricia. Only when I have something to say do I open my mouth.
Why are you in those robes? The last time we saw you in Angkor, you were in American clothes.
Dr. Carter will explain all.
Taquan is wearing his rightful costume now. The robes of the Khmer priesthood.
You, a priest? Why, at the University of California, I never thought of you as anything but a Cambodian student.
When I was at your American university, I was a student, Perry.
But you probably knew more than most of the professors even then, is that it?
Even so. And what then?
Well, apparently with your knowledge, you should have been doing the teaching.
To have boasted of my knowledge would have been a display of pride. Pride and learning are not brothers. You must forego one or the other.
Oh, here's food. No, don't get up. Stay right where you are on the rug.
You aren't going to ask us to eat off the floor, I hope, Doctor.
You see, they're bringing tiny benches for tables. You can be comfortable and still enjoy your food.
Oh, I don't want to be on this couch. I want to lie on a rug and eat off a little table, too.
Oh, my daughter's getting to be a problem child. But I'll get a rug for you.
Hey, what about it, preacher? You gonna join us on the floor?
Preacher?
Sure, you are, ain't you?
I am a Khmer priest, if that is what you mean.
Sure. Priest, preacher, what's the deal?
I'm afraid the Khmer priest is quite a different specimen from the American clergyman, Skip.
Well, that's okay. Anyway, you want to come down here on my rug?
Thank you, Mr. Skip. I have eaten.
Oh, yeah? Well, I hope you won't feel hurt then if I tear into this jungle hash.
I shall not feel offended.
Fun, isn't it, Patricia? Food's good, too.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't ham and eggs, though.
I'm too hungry to care what it is.
Why so pensive, Captain Friday?
I've been watching those queer logs burning in the fireplace. They look like bleached human bones riding in the flames.
Limbs from the Frominger tree, Captain. They give off a peculiar greenish light, don't they?
Yeah. A strange scent. I didn't suppose one could travel back through the centuries through the sense of smell, but that's exactly what the fumes from that fire do to me. Sends my imagination plunging back through the ages when this must have been a stronghold of the Khmer civilization.
Oh, why, boss, what's gotten into you? I always thought of you as a very prosaic detective. I've never heard you talk like this before.
It's probably because I never smelled the smoke of burning Frominger logs before.
Well, the wood of the banyan tree also has a very decided scent, Captain. Is it any wonder that the rest of the world looks upon the East as a realm of magic, when even the very jungles can make the imagination reel?
My senses are reeling all right, but not because of any magic. Dr. Carter, could you please tell me if I'm going to have a comfortable bed tonight, or do I get another pile of straw to sleep on?
Much more to the point at this moment than the smell of Frominger or banyan smoke. Yes, Patricia, I assure you you'll have comfortable sleeping quarters. Different from any room you've ever occupied before, though. But come, drink up. You'll never sip another beverage like this anywhere else in the world.
Hey, you got much of a kick?
It isn't that kind of a drink, Skip. It'll relax and restore your tired bodies. In the morning, you'll awaken cool and refreshed, and much of your renewed vigor you may lay to this drink.
Okay, I take you at your word. Bottoms up, everybody.
Yeah, now I'll show you each to your sleeping quarters.
Just a moment, Dr. Carter. Aren't we going to thrash out all this funny business?
There's another day tomorrow, Captain. Rest now, and tomorrow your mind will be clear to absorb what I have to say. And there are many things, I assure you.
If that's the way you want it, Doctor.
Come along now, Cecilia. You and Patricia first. I've arranged for you to be together. It'll be more companionable.
Hey, are you asleep, Celia?
Oh, no. I thought I was dead tired. It's no use. Who ever heard of a bedroom with a fountain in it?
Well, this is one. And what tremendous rooms, like a room in a museum. Yeah, I'm glad your father left us plenty of candles.
Gosh, gives me the shivers to think of hopping out of bed in the morning on that cold stone floor.
We might even dash into the fountain for a morning dip.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm inclined to be clean, but not that clean.
Bed's comfortable, though.
I always did like these built-in beds with canopies and things. Makes me feel like the Queen of Sheba.
Now, seriously, Celia, do you suppose this is the end of our journey?
You mean, is this the lost temple Dad was looking for?
Mm-hmm. Only, I thought it was a whole city, not just a temple.
Yeah, so did I. And I got the idea the place he was looking for was uninhabited. Well, this place looks like it had always been lived in. Oh, I wish those shadows way over at the other side of the fountain wouldn't keep moving. It gives me nerves.
Where? Oh, over there.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's just the flickering of the candles when a breeze blows through. This place is airy, isn't it?
I suppose so. Oh, I wish I could sleep.
Well, it's the newness of the surroundings as much as it is the fountain that keeps us awake when we're dead tired.
Oh, I'm so tired I don't have the least reaction of relief or pleasure. Now that I know we're no longer prisoners.
Hold it, Celia.
What is it?
There is someone in the room with us.
Are you sure?
Of course. I heard a step and saw a shadow.
What's that horrid smell?
It smells like an animal, doesn't it?
I don't know.
It's an animal smell, all right. I've been around zoos and places long enough to recognize that.
You think there's an animal in our bedroom?
It smells kind of doggy smell. There, did you see it?
Yes, I saw it, Patricia. That wasn't a dog. It stood up like a man.
Probably is a man. Darn it.
What's the matter, Patricia?
I can't find my revolver. Give me yours.
Well, I left mine in the room where we ate.
Oh, fine. Ooh, what a horrid smell.
Do you suppose we could get out of the room?
Well, we don't know where to go.
See, it's coming toward us. It's got robes on. Why does it make that terrible noise like a dog? Look at its face. Go away. Go away.
Ooh, Captain Friday! Skip! Go away!
Don't let it touch me. Get it away.
Ah! Oh, Celia, don't faint. Help!
Coca!
Oh, don't touch me.
You have disobeyed. You die. Fool!
Oh.
You've murdered him. Taquan, you killed him with a knife.
Left to themselves in their exotic bedchamber in the temple of priests high on a Cambodian jungle mountain, Patricia and Celia experienced adventure of utter terror. An animal-like thing on 2 feet crept to their bedside, and at the last moment was stabbed by the Cambodian student Taquan. And now in the sunshine of the next morning, Captain Friday and Professor Lebrun are on a balcony overlooking the dazzling landscape.
By Jove, Captain Friday, isn't this tremendous? Where else in the world could you stand on a balcony anywhere from 12 to 15 centuries old and look out over an unbroken jungle such as this? Not up to snuff this morning?
Yeah, well enough, Lebrun.
Bed hard?
Answered the purpose.
Food give you indigestion?
Digestion's perfect.
I see. Then it must be your conscience.
See here, Lebrun, what's the idea of all this prodding?
Prodding? I say, you've got me wrong, Captain Friday. I've been standing here trying to make conversation for the past 10 minutes, and all I've been able to get out of you was a grunt.
Sorry if I've been rude, but this whole thing is beginning to get me down. I've taken on a big responsibility in this matter. Not only with the French government, but the safety of my secretaries involved.
All of which is quite true, Captain Friday.
Yet you and Dr. Carter and Taquan have acted secretly and without my knowledge or consent. I insist on knowing why I've been brought here, what it's all about.
I appreciate your position thoroughly, Captain, but I have nothing to do with the telling of the story. That is Dr. Carter's business.
What? Do I hear my name up for discussion? Oh, good morning, Captain Friday. And you, Lebrun. How did you spend the night?
Oh, I assure you, Doctor, in pleasant slumber.
Then I suppose a good substantial breakfast's in order. Splendid morning air at this altitude, isn't it?
Remarkable. Oh, by the way, Doctor, Captain Friday feels that he shouldn't be kept in the dark any longer.
Quite right, too, Captain. Oh, here's Perry and Skip. Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, what a night. What a night. It could have been twice as long, and I wouldn't have moved a muscle.
Slept well, then, I take it.
Oh, all over.
Same goes for me.
Well, shall we wait out here for the girls? They should be out presently.
Sure, why not? Oh, boy, this air is great.
Captain Friday, it'll take some time to go into all the details of what's happened. I might as well begin now as any time.
Go ahead, Doctor.
In the first place, you were all brought here from Angkor as prisoners because you couldn't have penetrated the jungle otherwise. The native Cambodians are up in arms over the rumors that the famous 7-headed emerald cobra has been found. Even your guards would have taken pleasure in slitting your throats had they not been told by Taquan that you were prisoners being brought to the temple of priests for sacrifice.
Sacrifices? Oh, that's a swell idea. Who thought that one up?
You see, with the exception of Taquan and Fen Lo, there's no one this far back in the jungle who understands English. That's one of our greatest protections. As long as they don't turn the natives against us, we're safe.
You mean to say our safety depends on the friendship of Fen Lo, the murderer? The man I intend to take out of this jungle a prisoner?
I do.
Then why the Sam Hill did you ever bring us to this place?
Supposing I had not brought you, what would have happened to you then? What would you have done?
Formed a caravan of my own, come into the jungle?
Exactly. That's just what I was afraid of. You'd have been led out into the jungles by faithless Cambodians and killed outright.
Hey, you really mean they'd have taken us for a ride?
Well, in the parlance of the underworld, that's exactly what you were facing.
Still, you could have told us all this beforehand.
Captain Friday, believe me, your safety lies in the fact that you didn't know you were prisoners. You acted like prisoners. You were sullen and resentful in the presence of guards. You wouldn't have been actors enough to pretend all this had you known the truth.
But why did you disappear from Saigon?
Yeah, and why didn't you meet us in Angkor like you said you would?
Gentlemen, I've been places and seen things in this jungle that no other white man has ever laid eyes on. Things that no other Occidental even suspects exist. Taquan Fen Lo have shown me the treasure houses of the old Khmer kingdom. Wealth and glory that even the natives of Cambodia don't know about.
So you've been playing along with Fen Lo. Fen Lo, the outlaw.
Captain Friday, he may be that to you, To me, he is Fenlo the Prince. Fenlo the Priest.
Well, Dr. Carter, did you see the seven-headed cobra?
Perry, my lad, you always were one to ask questions.
Oh, sorry, Doctor.
Hey, here come Celia and Patricia.
Hey, come on over and join the party. I hope you realize you've been holding up breakfast.
Hey, boss, how soon can we get away from here?
Why, Patricia, what's happened? You're white as a ghost. You too, Celia.
Well, if you'd been through what we have,
But
why...
my dear children, if anything was wrong, why wasn't I told?
We screamed, but no one answered.
Screamed? Screamed? But why on earth should you scream?
Tell them, Patricia. I don't want to even think about it.
Oh, come, both of you. Sit here on this stone step.
I'll have food brought out here.
Well, in the first place, they put us in a room with a fountain in the center.
But every room used as sleeping quarters is the same. It's a combination. Ornament, drinking fountain, and bath.
Well, anyway, the running water kept us awake.
You say the fountain kept you awake? Oh, that's too bad. Breakfast will be out presently.
We were lying there talking when suddenly we saw something moving in the shadows. We couldn't see what it was because the fountain was between us. But we began to smell the most peculiar odor, like animals. Celia said it was like a dog.
Did you say dog?
You're sure it wasn't wolf smell?
I don't know. All I know that it was horrible. And then it began to come towards us. It was between us and the door. It kept creeping closer and closer. At first we couldn't tell whether it was an animal or a man.
Oh, it was a man, all right.
Yes. Then suddenly we saw its face. We both screamed.
Oh, what was it like? Was it like an animal?
More like a madman. It whimpered and whined like a dog.
Impossible.
I didn't know there were any such things in this part of the world.
What on earth are you talking about?
Let the girls tell their own story.
We both screamed. And then it leaped toward us and grabbed Celia. Oh, yes.
Wait a minute. Let me get to Quan.
No, please, Dr. Carter. I'd rather tell you folks what happened first.
Very well.
Well, just then, a shadow raced towards us. And I heard a voice say, "You disobey me, you die, fool." Or something like that. And then...
Yes, Patricia?
It was Taquan. He stabbed the thing to death. He killed it right before my eyes.
What did you do then?
Oh, boss, I fainted. I don't know what happened after that, except that I have vague recollections that there were people working over me. Girls and women with long black hair, any number of people. And hushed voices, all that sort of thing. But it was so far away, so detached from me that I hardly know whether it really happened or was only a dream.
Well, that's exactly the experience I had, too. It couldn't have been a dream.
Hypnosis. Eastern mysticism.
And when did you have your next clear, normal consciousness? When did you awaken to your normal selves again?
About half an hour ago. I woke up and the sun was streaming into our room from those high arched windows, and Celia was still sleeping beside me.
Everything was normal? No blood on the bedclothing or on the floor where this strange being was murdered?
No.
Patricia, tell them about our pajamas.
Well, there must have been evidence of the murder on us. The thing was killed right over us, and I remember seeing blood before I fainted.
Go on, Patricia.
Well, when we awakened this morning, we weren't in the pajamas we went to bed in. Our baggage had been opened and clean things put on us. The bedclothes had been changed, and everything was different.
What I would call super excellent service, hmm?
Your humor is a little misplaced at a time like this, LeBrun.
Oh, really now? I say, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Look here, Celia. Have you and Patricia examined your luggage?
Yes. And that's something else that's queer.
How's that, Celia?
Well, we found the pajamas that we put on when we went to bed last night. The ones we were wearing when Taquan killed the man. Were all freshly washed and pressed and with our other clothes.
Patricia, are you certain you two didn't dream all this?
We didn't dream it, boss. It happened.
What do you make of it, Dr. Carter?
It's beyond me, Captain. I never heard of such a thing before.
Oh, the hallucinations of overtired brains.
Professor LeBrun, are you trying to make me sound mad? I tell you it happened.
Please believe me, Patricia. I'm only looking for a normal explanation to a highly improbable situation.
Why do you say improbable? Nothing is improbable so far from civilization. What do we know about this place? What do we know of the people who inhabit it? This is a hotbed of black magic and cobra worship.
Captain Friday, please, don't jump to conclusions. The priests in this place are wise and holy men.
So wise and holy that they'll choose a pair of murderers like Fenlo and Taquan for their prophets.
Captain Friday, you must not fly in the face of fate like this.
Patricia's safety, the safety of the entire party, lies in your hands. You know what you're doing here, Dr. Carter? Are we safe? Whom do you trust? What right did you have to drag us all out here into the jungle? Can you answer these questions?
He do not need to answer them, Captain Friday.
Hey, Taquan.
I will answer for him.
Oh, here you are.
With your kindest indulgence, I am here.
What do you mean by entering Patricia's bedroom last night to slaughter one of your victims?
Slaughter? Enter Miss Patricia's bedchamber? I think I do not know what you mean.
You did kill that thing that made a noise like a dog. You did.
I fear you are torn by the sinister claws of delusion. All last night I rested peacefully upon my couch.
You did kill. I saw you. You said to me, he disobeyed me. He had to die. That was the last thing you said before I fainted.
You deny that you were near the girl's room?
It is my humble opinion that I was nowhere near them.
Hey, look here, Taquan. You got any proof?
Proof? Proof of what?
You know doggone well what I mean.
Just a minute, Skid. Taquan, can you guarantee our safety in this temple of priests, as this place seems to be called?
Safety? Who am I to promise safety? Even you, Captain Friday, whom I know to be a great detective in your own San Francisco, cannot hope to promise all of the citizens safety. He can do his utmost to protect them, yes, but even he cannot know what fate has in store.
I'll be a bald-headed monkey if you can't say the least in the most words.
You see, Dr. Carter? Even your trusted guide won't promise us safety.
You must admit, Captain, his reasoning is sound.
Look there on the terrace.
Hey, what's that, Taquan? What is that thing those priests are carrying into the jungle?
A body, Mr. Skip.
The body of a man.
The body of a priest. You see, even a priest of the ancient Khmer line is not safe in this temple
If what, Taquan?
if he forgets the tenets of his religion or the laws of the ancient Khmers.
I see. And what law did he violate?
That no Khmer priest shall ever come near unto a woman.
I told you.
Safe within the temple of priests, but not safe after all. For within the temple are stranger terrors than they have yet had to face. Listen next week to the 8th episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, entitled, It Was Not Cannibalism. You are listening to the newest experiences of Captain Friday in Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
2 American girls and 5 American men, hemmed in on all sides by the great Indochina jungles, their fates in the hands of 2 young Khmer priests, each of whom is known to have killed. Taquan, one of the priests, is ever present to administer to the Americans. Fen Lo, the other, is an elusive shadow, never quite seen, but his presence always felt. And the end of the journey is a stupendous pile of temple ruins, untold centuries old. Earlier this evening, Captain Friday and Skip Turner held a private conversation on the stone balcony, 1,000 feet in the air, where the mountain monastery looked down over the vast wilderness of Cambodia.
You know, Captain, we're in a sweet mess if Taquan turns against Dr. Carter.
Dr. Carter still swears by him.
Even since he admitted killing that priest last night?
Yeah. Doctor says he did it in defense of Patricia and Celia.
Well, of course, that lines up with the girl's story. You think this is the end of our journey?
Well, looks like it.
You mean you think this is a hideout of those Khmer priests who are trying to stir up a revolt in Indochina with their Emerald Cobra?
This is the place. Also, this is where we're going to find Fenlo, if we ever find him.
It looks like the French government give us a tough job, all right, if we got to comb Fenlo out of this rat's nest and then get him back through the jungles to civilization.
He was our prisoner once. We don't go back without him.
Well, I hope Dr. Carter's getting all the scientific stuff he come here for. Funny what scientists will go through to find out about the stuff they're interested in.
Ian, Perry, and Celia have been taking notes and making drawings and copying inscriptions from the walls all day.
Yeah. Well, night's closing down. Shall we go back inside?
Well, there's Dr. Carter's dinner gong. Come along.
With the passing of the daylight, interest in the temple gave way to uneasiness, and, as night settled, to a nameless fear. And now that the evening meal is over, the party is grouped before the great fire in the chamber whose floors are covered with beautiful fur rugs, upon which the members are lounging.
Oh, you folks don't want to hear any more of this gruesome business. You won't be able to sleep tonight.
Oh, go on, Perry. I won't be able to sleep anyway.
Sure, don't go starting something you can't finish.
Well, as a matter of fact, I hadn't intended getting in so deep.
Oh, don't be so tantalizing, Perry. Let's hear about this loup-garou or whatever you call them.
What do you think, Professor Lebrun?
I think we were very unwise to bring the subject up at all.
Well, he's got me scared stiff already with his talk about werewolves, witch doctors, cannibalism, and that sort of thing. You might as well finish it.
Doesn't make a very pleasant bedtime story, Celia.
Well, I think it's all a lot of cockeyed banana oil myself. There ain't no such thing as a werewolf.
Quite true, Skip. The werewolf, as far as the civilized world is concerned, is extinct.
Oh, there never was such an animal.
My word, such finality.
Well, it ain't reasonable.
When a man takes that attitude, Skip, I always get the impression he's trying to reassure himself.
You mean to say that Skip Turner's afraid?
Oh, look here, Patricia. That's rubbing it in a bit.
Well, are you going to tell us some more about the brutes, or ain't you, Perry?
Oh, sure, if you want it. I'll tell you. Hey, look at Dr. Carter and Captain Friday, stretched out on their rugs in front of the fire. Wonder what they're talking about.
You still feel certain that Taquan is to be trusted, Dr. Carter?
Do you think, Captain Friday, that I'd place 7 precious lives in the hands of a man I didn't trust implicitly?
Maybe not intentionally, Doctor. But you could misplace your trust.
You haven't any reason to distrust Taquan?
No. Something warns me that we're in a pretty tight spot.
I can vouch for that myself, Captain. We are in a ticklish position. But that isn't the fault of either Fenlo or Taquan. What you vaguely feel is the force loose in the jungle over which they have no control.
Well, maybe.
It's true. Evil forces. You know, Captain Friday, I doubt if Taquan would have led this party into the jungle if he'd known at the start what he's since discovered.
Meaning what?
Fenlo and Taquan were small boys when they left this part of the world and went to Saigon for education. Then, without returning here, they were sent to the United States. They left the jungle before they knew all that the jungle held. Now that they've come back with their eyes open, they're as astonished and horrified as you and I at some of the practices.
Can't they put an end to them? You've said over and over that these 2 Cambodians are returning as prophets of the Khmer religion.
And so they are, but unfortunately 2 prophets are not as strong as age-old practice. They'd have to kill every Khmer priest in the region to wipe out the evil that creeps through this jungle at night.
You're keeping something back, Dr. Carter. What is it? What is this evil that creeps through the jungle at night?
Captain Friday, did you ever hear of the Steppenwolf of Russia, the witch wolf of the American Indians, the werewolf of Germany, also the loup-garou of the Central European countries of the 18th century?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Perry, is there no end to the grisly details?
Well, you would have them. They demanded them, didn't they, Professor Lebrun?
Perry, you are wrong in one detail. The werewolf does not always leave behind the track of a wolf. That is the popular conception, but according to both German and Russian scientists, as often as not, the entire body is not transformed.
You mean that sometimes they have the body of a man and the face of a wolf?
Or perhaps only the brain is twisted, so that you would not know that the person was of that nature, except for certain physical characteristics. Oh, except, of course, when he was in one of his maniacal tempers.
Then the thing that attacked Celia and me last night might have been one of those things?
Except that I never before heard of the creatures inhabiting French Indochina.
Professor, what are the physical characteristics? Well, how can you tell a werewolf?
Eyebrows meeting across the nose.
Oh, honestly, I've known a number of men whose...
Oh, but that characteristic alone doesn't indicate anything, Patricia.
Oh, what else?
Long, slender, pointed fingers.
Like mine?
Even more exaggerated than yours, Celia.
Oh.
Sharp, pointed, elongated front teeth.
Yeah? Wolf's teeth, huh?
Usually a mop of black curly hair.
Indicative of a wolf's pelt.
Tendency towards an airy body.
Oh. Feel my hands, Patricia. They're as cold as ice.
Oh, it's silly to go on talking like this. None of us will be able to sleep tonight.
Well, you couldn't hire me to go into that room where we were last night. But, Professor LeBrun...
My dear child, haven't you had enough?
No, I want to know all about it. What happens when they change from a man into a wolf?
You know, Celia, they go in packs like wolves.
They do?
Sure. The pack has a leader. He's usually more possessed than the others. The changing of the moon affects him.
You mean the moon changes him into a werewolf?
Well, according to one theory.
Yeah, sounds to me like it was just plain crazy.
There's a very close connection, Skip.
But what happens?
Go ahead, Professor. You tell them. I'll put another log in the fire.
Oh, Sierra.
Oh, please, please. I'd much rather know the truth than just think and think about it, imagining all sorts of awful things.
Queer. It must be in the air. I haven't spoken on this subject for years. I haven't even wanted to. The last time I took part in an open forum concerning werewolves was the night I left the university in Budapest, just before the war. It was winter time. An unrecognized son of Emperor Franz Joseph, a classmate, he took half a dozen of us to his winter place back in the forest for the holidays. Our host's name was Joseph. He was a peculiar chap. The same atmosphere that prevails tonight took hold of us. We sat about till midnight or so, eating cheese and a tough kind of rye bread and sloshing it down with mugs of stinging beer. Couldn't talk of anything but these human beasts. Someone would try playing the piano. Joseph led us in bawdy songs. No, it didn't work. The conversation always turned back to the same thing. How the leader of the werewolves races through the village streets calling to its pack, races into the night with swift, black shadows at his heels.
Go on, Professor.
Can't you picture it? Dignified, scholarly man seated poring over his books, beautiful home, warmth, comfort, and then suddenly the savage howl of a wolf, the call of the pack. The man leaps to his feet. Blood rushes to his cheeks. The scholar stands trembling. And the howl comes again. He struggles with his collar as though strangling. He rips his clothes to shreds with his pointed nails. Then, suddenly from his own throat, comes a terrible, blood-curdling howl. The nauseating odor of the wolf permeates the room as he leaps through the window and is off into the night, the heels of the leader. Or perhaps it is a young husband, the distant howl, in terror lest he cannot get out of the house before his madness grasps him. He leaps from the bed beside his horrified wife and plunges headfirst from the window into the deep snow to howl and froth away into the night. And his poor wife lies shivering, wondering if her poor husband has not been torn to pieces by the wolves. You see, she is not aware that her husband is one of the mad pack.
Oh, no.
That was the manner in which we passed the hours until one by one we fell into a sort of stupor. Joseph slept right where he sat, and the rest of us did the same. I was awakened by the chilled air. It was morning. The fires were dead. The room was wretched. It still was littered with last night's work past and smelling foully of tobacco smoke and stale beer. I got up so stiff I could hardly move, and I shook the others awake. And then I noticed that one of the window panes was broken. Still stupid with sleep, I stumbled to it and I looked out. I took just one terrible look. I don't remember whether I cried out. I just fell to my knees, and I gave myself up to the worst case of nausea I've ever known. For an hour and a half, I was torn and racked with this terrible sickness. My stomach was in open revolt. The other 5 guests were no better off. Well, we were put to bed. But the moment we were able to travel, we packed our bags and returned to Budapest. And 2 months later, I came to the United States.
Well, what'd you see?
The body of Joseph.
Yeah? Murdered?
Torn and ripped almost beyond recognition by fangs. Signs of wolf tracks in the snow all about.
Professor Lebrun, is this a true story?
I was never more truthful in my life, Patricia.
And it all happened just like things are happening tonight?
As I said before, Celia, I never heard of that type of demon worship in this part of the world.
But we smelled the animal smell.
And the thing we saw was most certainly mad. Viciously mad.
And it whimpered just like an animal.
Listen.
Oh, I didn't hear nothing.
Be still. Dr. Carter, did you and Captain Friday hear anything?
What is it, Professor?
Just listen.
There it is. Wolf howl.
Oh, Perry, not really.
What do you think, Doctor?
Professor Lebrun, exactly the same thing you do. I know what that signifies. So do you.
I'm afraid so.
You mean the thing you were telling me about, Dr. Carter, is about to take place?
Exactly, Captain Friday.
The thing for us to do is to barricade ourselves in this room. Can be done. Perry, the big entrance door bars from the inside. Skip, see what you can do with that smaller door, will you?
Hey, now, this is something like it. Come on, Perry, let's get a little action into this. I've had the jitter and juju sitting around holding my hands.
What about it, Dr. Carter?
Captain Friday's in command now, Perry. Do what he tells you.
Come along, Dr. Carter. Out on the balcony.
Oh, there it is again. It's coming nearer.
But what is it that's happening?
I don't know. Maybe that's the leader of the pack.
Coming here?
Oh, you 2 girls remain right here by the fire. You'll be safe enough.
But what are my father and Captain Friday doing out on the balcony?
A matter that does not concern you in the least. Now, stay here.
You're not telling me what to do, Professor Lebrun.
I warn you, Patricia, if you step out on that balcony tonight, you'll regret it the remainder of your life.
You mean?
Oh, we'll not go into that. Oh, good. Here comes Captain Friday now.
I'll never be able to reach the balcony. It's a good 30 feet from the ground. We'll be safe in watching what happens from there.
We must post men inside. I don't think there's a secret entrance to the room, but we mustn't take a chance.
Well, they'll never get in through that small door, Captain.
Now, listen.
Did you hear that? That came from inside the temple. Somebody's responding to the call.
I hope nobody in this room's a werewolf.
Oh, my dear Celia.
Look at Professor Lebrun. He ran out on the balcony.
Did you see the look on his face? Did you see his face?
The Carter party is barricaded in the great chamber of the Temple of Priests. Outside, the ravaging howls of the wolfmen. Khmer priests answering the call of the leader of the pack. With the first of the cries, Professor Lebrun's face became intent, and then he rushed from the room to the balcony, looking down on the savage moonlit scene outside.
Did you see the look on his face? Did you see his face?
You don't suppose he's... Skip, follow me.
You bet you.
Oh, boss, come back here.
Patricia, stay where you are.
Dr. Carter.
Harry, stay here with the girls. I'm going out on the balcony and see what this is all about.
Sure, go ahead, Doctor. Darn glad we're armed. Now, there, Patricia.
Harry, what is...
There goes another one out of the temple. This place must be full of them. Come on, you two, crowd up here to the fireplace with me.
Here, what's going on out here in the balcony? Are you all right, Lebrun?
Don't be ridiculous, Doctor.
What made you run out here like you did? You frightened the girls.
I wanted to catch a glimpse of the person leaving the temple to join the pack, if I could.
Well, did you?
Yes, look. Look quick. There goes another one now. See, just a shadow.
Yeah, I seen him. Hey, but it was on his feet.
Of course.
The breeze that's bringing us the leader's call should bring something else. Any of you smell anything?
I got it when I first came out. It's in the air, all right.
You mean that funny smell?
Odor of predatory animals. That's it.
I've seen enough. Come on, Skip. Come on. We'll go inside and watch with Perry.
Sure, suits me.
The least sign of danger, call us in.
Okay, Chief. Hey, Perry, how you get that way? Look here, Professor. An arm around each girl.
Professor Lebrun.
Something wrong?
Are you all right?
I never felt better in my life.
Then Then you're not.
No, I'm not a werewolf.
But you looked so strange when you ran out on the balcony.
Oh, an overworked imagination.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm sorry. I thought you were. Oh, that's terrible.
Celia, stop trembling like that.
I can't help it.
What do you think of that? There must have been a dozen of them racing down the hall and out to join the pack. I'll recheck the doors off the hall.
Hey, suppose they try to gang up on us. That many of them could...
One of them's at the door now.
Hey, Dr. Carter! Captain Friday! Come here, quick! What's the matter? What is it, Perry?
One of them's trying to break in.
What's this? What's this?
The door. One of them's at the door.
Who is it? Who's out there?
Don't open that door, Doctor.
Answer out there. Who is it?
I beg you, Dr. Carter.
It's Taquan.
Open up to me. It is Taquan. Open to me.
Look out. Maybe a ruse to get the door open.
He sounds in terrible pain. Taquan! Taquan! Are you alone?
I am alone. Be quick before they come for me.
I'm going to open the door.
Wait a minute. Skip, keep your gun handy.
I got it, Chief.
Stand to the right of the door. Perry, take your gun and stand to the left of the door. Professor, you and I will stand directly in front. Dr. Carter, swing the door open and drop behind it so you'll be out of the line of gunfire.
Well, hurry. I can hear the poor fellow panting and groaning.
Are you ready?
Let her rip, Chief.
Then open the door.
Yes? Yes, he's alone, Captain.
All right. Drag him in, Skip.
Yeah. Here they come.
Close the door and bar it. Good. Not any too soon.
Oh, look at his face.
Everyone stand back, please. Here, Taquan. Lie down in this robe. Perry, go to the fountain on the balcony. Bring me some water, will
Here,
you?
look at him. All ripped up with claws.
Might be serious. Get LeBrun, Skip. This boy needs a professional. We'll have you fixed up in a minute. I need some bandages. Something clean.
Well, I just got out a fresh underskirt, boss. Would that do?
Yeah, take it off. Tear it up into strips about 2 inches wide, will you?
All right.
Go over behind that screen. Hurry.
All right. Come with me, Celia.
Yes, but I'm shaking so.
Oh, it'll only be a minute. Here, Celia. Undo me in the back. I'll have to take my dress off.
Oh, I can hardly make my fingers work. There.
All right. Now the underskirt.
Oh, the straps are pinned to the...
Oh, never mind. Break them. Yank them loose. Here, like this.
Oh, I'm jelly inside. I'm not brave at all.
Well, I'm not brave either, but this is an emergency. Now, help me get back into my dress.
All right.
No, the other way. Oh, let it alone. I can do it better myself. Here, take the skirt and start ripping it up.
Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. You want me to fasten you up again?
No, never mind that now. Come on out in the light so we can see what we're doing. Here, give me the skirt.
Here's your pan of water, Captain.
All right, Skip. Hold the pan. I want Perry to help me bathe these scratches. What's keeping LeBrun?
He's checking the hall doors, Chief. Said he'd be right back.
Dr. Carter, start cutting away his clothes wherever you see a claw mark, will you?
My poor friend.
How are those bandages coming along?
Does it make any difference how long they are?
Longer the better, that's all.
Okay.
The doors are secure. Well, what's the trouble here?
It's Taquan. Hey, you'd better take over, Professor.
Yes, these wounds should be washed. We'll need warm water.
Hey, Professor, there's another one of them pots out on the balcony. What about filling it up and setting it on the fire?
Go ahead, Skip.
He hasn't said a word. Is he conscious?
Do not fear for me. It is not I for whom my heart weeps.
Out of his head.
Find any marks in his body?
Number of deep gashes on his left side. Look. Look here. Something's bitten into the flesh here.
Here, let me see. That needs immediate attention. Perry, you go on washing the face. Here, Captain, roll him toward you just a bit. There. That's better.
Yeah, that's the humding of a fire. You'll have hot water in no time.
Oh, wring out your handkerchief and hand it to me, Perry. Thanks. Captain Friday, take the longest blade of your knife and bury it in the coals for 2 minutes and then bring it to me.
Hey, Professor, what's that for?
Just stand back out of the light, will you, Skip? All my emergency equipment would be where I can't lay hands on it now that I need it.
One skirt makes an awful lot of bandages.
Well, we'll need them. Get a couple of the longest ones handy. Roll them up. Don't handle them any more than you can help. There now. Wash the blood out of that handkerchief and give it back to me, Perry.
Here comes Captain Friday with the knife.
All right. Never mind the rag, Perry. Give it to me quick, Captain. Hang on tight, Taquan. I'm going to burn out this wound.
Oh, no.
Don't let the girls watch. Sit on his legs, Doctor. Captain, will you and Perry hold his arms down? Ready?
All over.
Get hold of yourself, Celia.
Now those bandages, Captain Friday.
Here you are.
Thank you, Captain.
Water's hot now, Professor.
Good. Skip, reach in my left upper pocket, unbutton the flap and get that vial. Got it?
Okay, teacher.
Drop 8 or 10 drops in the water. Perry, take a clean piece of cloth and rewash the wounds on his face while I finish bandaging this.
Yes, sir. You'll ever see a fellow with more nerve? Not a peep out of him after that one yell.
Fainted, that's why. Won't try to bring him to, until we've finished. His heart's all right.
Not much we can do, Captain. The professor seems to have things pretty well in hand.
Yes, we've got his clothes cut away from all the slashes and cuts on his legs.
Celia seems to be in a bad way. I'll see what I can do for her.
Pretty rough experience. How are you, Patricia?
All right, boss. That smell of burned flesh kind of got me for a minute.
Well, you're taking it fine. Hang on.
Thanks. Gee, did you ever see anyone so marvelous with his hands as Professor Lebrun?
Yes. He's more than a college professor. He's one of the finest surgeons in the West.
There. Now we'll swathe his whole face in cloths dipped in this medicated water. It's the best we can do for him now.
What do you make of these scratches, Professor?
Made by human nails, and they were human teeth that bit him.
Hey, you don't mean they're cannibals?
Hardly. Cannibalism consists of more than tearing human flesh with nails and teeth. Not cannibals. Just plain demented fiends.
In other words, werewolves.
After a fashion, yes. Another strip of bandage, Patricia.
Here, Professor.
Good girl. Skip, put more water on the fire. Captain Friday, will you put your thumb on this bandage? Handicapped without adhesive tape.
Hey, look, teacher. I ain't heard any sounds outside for quite a bit now. Maybe I could sneak out where your medical stuff is and bring it in.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Skip. Those doors stay shut and barred.
I agree. There, Perry. That will take care of his head and the worst of the body scratches.
He looks more like a mummy than a living person.
We've left openings for his mouth and eyes.
Hey, look at there, Professor. He's moving.
Coming around. That's good.
Will he be in much pain?
Oh, the worst is over. I've got to clean up a little myself now.
Dr. Carter, what do you suppose Taquan meant when he said that it wasn't himself that his heart wept for? A queer sort of thing.
I don't know exactly, Captain. I have a vague sort of idea, but I think we'll have to look to Taquan himself for the true explanation.
How's Celia?
Not so good. I made her lie down on a rug in front of the fire.
Uh-oh. He's opening his eyes. Feel pretty sick, Taquan?
Where is my friend, Professor Lebrun?
He'll be right back. Are you in pain, Taquan?
No, not pain in my body. The bleeding is in my heart.
Well, take it easy now. You're going to be all right.
I am not badly hurt, then?
Nothing that won't be all right in a few days.
Dr. Carter, come close. I want to tell you, you have no friends here among my people but myself.
What's that, Taquan? What about Fenlo? You promised us the protection of Fenlo.
What's happened, Taquan?
Captain Friday, you need not worry longer about my brother priest, Fenlo.
What's that supposed to mean?
Can you tell us, Taquan?
Fenlo is no more. I have killed Fenlo, my brother priest, with my own hands.
What, Taquan? You've committed another murder?
I have killed Fenlo, and there are none but enemies against us in all the jungles of Cambodia.
The ancient Khmer priests are out of hand. They have turned against their natural leader, Taquan. He can no longer promise the Carter Party protection. His own life is at stake. Listen next week to the 9th episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, entitled The Fangs and Teeth of the Enemy. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back,
featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Deep in the jungles of Cambodia, and high on the top of a hollow mountain, there stands the ruins of an ancient Khmer temple. Within this decaying symbol of the past have lived for generation upon generation the ancient holy priests of the race that once worshipped the precious seven-headed emerald cobra. The race of Khmers is now vanished, but still the priests, hidden away from the world, have carried on. But let Captain Friday tell it.
Yes. Well, the temple of priests and the priesthood were unknown to the world outside until Taquan, a young Khmer priest, a graduate of the University of California, led his good friend Dr. Carter and his party to the stronghold. Taquan wasn't anxious to have my secretary, Patricia, Skip Turner, and myself on the trip, but Dr. Carter insisted, and so we were included. As soon as we arrived here, we began to notice strange, unnatural actions. You noticed it, Professor Lebrun.
Oui, every voice in the night, every shadow upon the wall, every temple passageway was fraught with vague, sinister promises.
Oh, that's right. And then on the second night came the chilling wolf howl, a howl which emanated from human throats. The air was filled with the raw, pungent odor of the wolf pack, slinking human figures, teeth agleam, eyes red with madness, scrambled from the temple passages and fled, frothing and howling to join the leader of the pack.
Dr. Carter and his friends locked themselves in one of the great halls. Suddenly, there was a knock, and student priest Taquan cried out to be allowed to join them. The door was opened, and there lay the young priest, torn and bleeding, the victim of human claws and teeth. He was brought into the room, the doors relocked, and then he was bound up as well as possible. And then he whispered out his story of how he had killed Fen Lo, his brother priest.
Taquan, you murdered Fen Lo?
Why do you give evil interpretation to every action, Captain Friday? Murder is an evil word.
Murder is also an evil deed, Taquan.
Then I did not murder Fen Lo. I killed him. But the thing I did was good.
So you say. But it just happens that the individual is never the final word in such matters.
Please, I have had enough of your Occidental moralizing.
Well, anyway, Chief, that's one worry off our shoulders. Taquan's taking care of one job for us.
If he did kill Fen Lo.
Dr. Carter, make them understand. Their very lives depend on their faith in me now.
You have something to tell them?
I must tell them what has happened. They must understand what goes on here, or they will never leave alive.
Captain Friday, do you mind if we take Taquan on faith for a bit?
Go ahead. We'll hear what he has to say.
Do you hear that?
We not only have heard, but we saw Taquan.
It was best that you did, Dr. Carter. You would not have believed me otherwise.
We understand this madness, Taquan, if that's your story. But tell us, is the whole of the priesthood involved in this disgusting practice?
That is what I have to tell you. I was born here. As a little boy, I spent my time between the temple of the priests and the rice fields below the jungles. My mother was the daughter of the rice fields. My father was a priest.
I see. You were trained in the traditions of the priesthood here in the temple and spent your leisure time with your mother.
When my temple training was complete at the age of 13, I was sent to the padres of the French missions at Saigon. The old men of the temple in those days were far-seeing. They looked into the future.
They were looking forward to the time when the Khmer Empire would again be a power in the world, I suppose.
Yes. They wished me to know the language and the ways of the rest of the world. Fen Lo was sent with me. We were brother priests.
But what has all this to do with our present predicament?
When I was a small boy, Dr. Carter, the priesthood was an honorable body. The priests were brave and strong and wise.
Is that changed now?
All is changed. It is not the same priesthood at all. The wise men have disappeared. The strong have been murdered.
Degeneracy. The case of a very ancient tree decomposing.
No, it is not that. The priesthood is very old. 10, 12, 15 centuries old. Why should it decay in 20 years? No, Doctor. It is not a natural decay.
Do you know what is at the bottom of this disintegration, then?
I do. There have been rumors of a mysterious clan in these jungles. A werewolf has always lived somewhere in the shadows. As a child, I have heard vague stories of terrible jungle orgies, human sacrifices on the altar of the emerald seven-headed cobra, unholy practices.
The Black Mass.
Here in the jungles of Cambodia.
The Black Mass. And all the time that is supposed to have been an evil byproduct of a overly sophisticated civilization.
Hey, I thought you said these Khmers were civilized.
Go on, Taquan. As I get it, this group that participated in this sort of thing had nothing to do with the priesthood as you knew it in your youth.
That is most true. It was hated. The old men did everything in their power to stamp it out.
And while you were away in Saigon and later in the United States, these human wolves in some manner got a foothold in the Temple of Priests. That right?
That is so. I do not know. But they have turned this ancient temple from a place of honorable worship into a house of abominable practices.
Are all the priests contaminated?
All, Captain Friday, all. Those who refuse to run with the pack and join in the orgies have one by one been slain.
You knew this, yet you brought us to this jungle temple?
But I did not know, Captain Friday. I did not know until I came here and saw for myself.
But what's to happen to all of us, Taquan? How are we to get out of here?
That is what I am coming to, Miss Patricia. Fenlo had come ahead with Dr. Carter and had several days with the priest before I arrived with you.
Yes, and I must say Fenlo was a bad host. I saw nothing of him once we reached the temple. I was left entirely to my own devices.
I know. It is sad to relate that Fenlo was not able to resist the evil ones. When I arrived, he was already bound to them.
Fenlo became one of the werewolves?
I cannot believe he did so without protest. But there was one alternative. Join them or die, as the other good priests have died.
And so he preferred to wallow with the living in their depths of depravity.
He would have gone out tonight for the first time to join the pack.
You stopped him?
I urged him not to go. It was useless. He was prepared to go. When the call of the leader of the pack came, he leaped to his feet.
And you tried to prevent him?
I intended to stop him, Captain Friday. But if it was the last thing I should ever do...
Hey, you mean it was Fenlo who ripped you up like this?
It is so.
And after you helped him get away from the ship. What a swell guy.
He was mad. With the madness of the jungle, or he would not have touched me. But he was not yet tainted with the evil of the orgies.
I understand, Taquan. You killed him to save him from defiling himself.
That is true. That is why I killed my friend.
How do you feel?
If I could have some water to drink.
Here, Dr. Carter.
All right, now. Let me lift your head up a bit.
No. Let me sit up by myself. I cannot have any weakness now.
Can you do it alone? Good. Here, drink. Enough?
What do you mean, Taquan? What do you mean you can't have any weakness now?
My strength is all that will bring you out of this jungle alive, Mr. Perry. You have no friends anywhere here but me. If I die here you will die also.
You mean we're trapped?
Unless I am able to save you.
You have a way?
I have been lying here, recovering my strength. Now I am ready. It is time to act.
Here, Taquan, you're in no shape to move around.
When there is a need, one can do many things.
But what is there to do?
Make haste to travel the way we have come.
You mean through the Hollow Mountain?
There is no other way.
Hey, you mean we gotta leave this room with all them nuts who think they're wolves swarming around?
It is the only way. And now is the time. When tomorrow dawns and they have returned to their normal selves, they will find Fenlo's body and will know that I am against them. Then it will be too late.
You think we have a good chance of getting to the entrance of the Hollow Mountains?
It has been very still for some time now. All of the members are running with the pack. I think we have a good chance.
What do you say, Chief?
Just one thing. Taquan, you're leading us into danger. If I have the slightest feeling that you're purposely leading us into the hands of the pack, I'll shoot you where you stand.
That is your privilege, Captain Friday.
Good. Just wanted you to understand.
Then are we going now?
We should have food.
There is not time. Once we are at the foot of the hollow mountain, there will be food. The horseman who brought us here will be waiting.
But won't there be danger from them?
No. They know nothing of the priesthood or its practices. They know me for a priest. I will do my bidding.
Then the quicker we act, the better.
What about Celia? She's dropped off to sleep here on the rug.
Sure exhaustion.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't waken her. I'll carry her.
We're going to need all hands if we run into a fight.
Plenty of time to wake her up if we run into danger.
You stood up marvelously well, Patricia.
Oh, but would I give worlds for someone to carry me?
Please hurry. There is great danger. Silence is most necessary.
Well, I'll go help Professor Lebrun with the door.
While they're getting ready, let me talk for a moment. Dr. Carter, you and I'll go first with Taquan. You can give him an arm if he feels weak. Next, Patricia, you follow with Perry and Celia.
Yes, boss.
You, Professor Lebrun, bring up the rear with Skip.
Very well, then.
All right, then. Open the door. Open the door slowly.
Nothing outside, Captain.
Good. Then let's move along.
Down the corridor to the left, eh, Taquan?
Yes.
The whole place reeks with that wolfish smell.
At the end of the corridor, we come out upon a great open court. Take the stairway downward at the left.
I remember. Anyone see a lurking shadow, let me know. Don't shoot until we're attacked.
No, that would be fatal. Silence is our only hope.
Here. Here's the stairs. Now we begin the descent. All right behind?
Yes, we're close behind. Celia hasn't opened her eyes since Perry picked her up.
Sleeping like a babe.
Oh, I could die when I think about us having to climb down all those suspension ladders. I don't know how I'm going to do it.
What a mess this expedition's turned out.
Well, I suppose we should feel lucky to get out of here with our lives. Be careful, Perry. Both of you would be killed if you fell down this long stairway with Celia in your arms.
Mind keeping your hand on my arm to steady me?
Yeah.
There, that's fine.
Dr. Carter's a good sport, isn't he? Here he's come all the way from San Francisco, and now, just when he's on the point of finding something, he has to leave.
Not a peep out of him.
The expedition must have cost him a lot, too.
Oh, that doesn't hurt him half as much as the fact that he's getting along in years. This is probably his last opportunity of doing research work in Cambodia.
Oh, it's a shame.
Be careful at the bottom of these stairs. Hug the wall. Remember, this path leads along a bottomless chasm.
Well, anyway, it's dark. I couldn't do this if I could see where I was walking.
Probably won't light the torches until we start down the ladders.
Wouldn't it be perfectly ghastly if we should meet some of those animal people on this narrow path?
We'd be in plenty of trouble. Are Professor Lebrun and Skip Turner right behind us?
Well, I can't see anything in the dark. You behind us, Professor? Professor Lebrun. Skip.
It's queer.
They don't answer.
You don't suppose those wolfmen are slipping up on us from the rear?
Skip! Professor, answer me! Oh, we've lost them. We've lost them.
Led by the Khmer student Taquan, the Dr. Carter party is slipping swiftly and silently from the Temple of Priests, down the stairway under the monastery, and along the narrow precipice in the hollow mountain beneath. Presently, they must descend tier after tier of suspension ladders and bridges to get to the valley level below. Just now, they are groping in the darkness on the narrow pathway along the bottomless chasm. Patricia calls softly over her shoulder.
Professor Lebrun, are you right behind us?
What's the matter? Why don't they answer?
Skip Turner. Professor Lebrun.
Patricia, you mustn't shout.
Oh, Professor, why didn't you answer me? Is Skip there?
Why, sure. We waited back around the corner to see if we was being followed.
Oh, you frightened us. Stay close behind.
Right behind you, Patricia. We'd better go ahead.
Sure. We're stepping on your heels. Hey, if you get tired, Perry, I'll take Celia and you can come back here.
Getting along nicely for the present.
Gonna hang on to a good thing while you got it, huh? I don't blame you.
You folks are making too much noise back there.
Hey, teacher. This here expedition's kind of a frost for you, ain't it?
Frost?
Well, now, Skip, I wouldn't exactly put it that way.
Yeah, I know, Professor LeBrun, but just the same, you and Dr. Carter ain't seen nothing you come to see.
Skip, we've seen many, many things. We've witnessed one of the greatest tragedies in all history.
Yeah?
I've seen a prophecy defeated. I've seen what promised to be a great nation die unborn. I've seen men turned into devils.
Hey, what you talking about, Professor?
You have seen the same things, too, but you haven't recognized them as such.
Yeah? I don't get it.
Does that mean you'd like an explanation?
Why, sure. No, I think you and Dr. Carter have been stung on this trip.
You recall the story of the seven-headed cobra of Tapram?
You mean the emerald idol on a base of gold?
Yes. And you recall the prophecy that declared the Khmer kingdom would be re-established when it came again to life?
Sure, I remember.
I have seen that emerald Tapram cobra. It is recovered and is now in the vaults of the temple above us.
Yeah? And does that mean there's going to be a grand rush of people into the jungle to rebuild this kingdom? Like what the prophet said?
No. That is why Dr. Carter says we have lived to see a prophecy defeated. The priests of Khmer have broken faith. They have become worse than devil worshippers. With the exception of Takwan, there is not a single worthy leader among them.
Oh, well, then the whole thing's going to flop, huh?
The great nation that was to be is this very moment dying unborn. And the men who were to lead the Khmers into this vast jungle to rebuild the old civilization are running in packs, howling like wolves, the slaves of their own passions. They've made devils out of themselves. And the new kingdom of Khmer is lost.
Oh, golly, Captain Friday will be tickled pink to hear that. Hey, if you're sure about that, well, then his job up here's done.
Yes, he can return to Saigon and tell the French government that there will not be an uprising among the people of Cambodia during our lives, nor during the lives of our children. It will take generations to build a new Khmer priesthood out of the vile filth that now occupies the temple of the priests.
Oh, that's great. And with Fenlo dead, well, we killed two birds with one stone.
Oh, it is the end of a dream. Poor Takwan. What a tragic day for him. His friend dead at his own hands. His hopes of leading his people out of slavery and back into the promised land. Gone forever. Poor chap.
Yeah, but still I don't see what Dr. Carter got out of this trip. That is, except seeing that cockeyed emerald cobra for a minute.
Skip, out of this experience, Dr. Carter will be able to add a new chapter to the history of the East.
Skip, where are you?
Oh, right here, Patricia.
Oh, well, Captain Friday says we're almost to the place where we start down the ladders. Is everything all right?
Yeah, tell him okay.
Oh, what was that?
They're on our trail. Dr. Carter, the werewolves are after us. Get on the ladders, quick.
Can they follow us down the ladders?
They not only can, but will.
Perry Mills, put down the girl. Here we are at the ladders. We'll have to light a torch to see what we're doing.
A misstep now means death.
Here, I have a torch lighted. Now then, Takwan, you know the way. You first.
I would rather stay behind, where the attack is to be.
Takwan, you said yourself that our lives depended upon your safety. It's your duty.
I bow to your will.
Good. Easy now. All right?
I am on the ladder.
All right, Patricia. You next.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Quickly. Takwan will steady you.
Oh, boss.
Steady, Patricia. Grit your teeth.
Oh, God. It's silly of me. Catch me if I fall, Taquan.
Oh, do not be afraid, Miss Patricia.
But there.
Are you all right?
Well, don't worry about me.
Be quick, then. Perry, is Celia awake?
No, still out like she was drugged.
Well, never mind. You give it to me. Now, down on the ladder with you.
Yeah.
Now, take her in your arms.
Down a little more. Black as night here on the ladder.
You got her?
Okay, Captain Friday.
All right. Move down the ladder with Taquan. All right, Professor. You're next.
Hadn't I better wait?
Are you going to argue, too?
Well, have it your own way. Here I come, Jerry.
Right here, Professor.
Now you, Dr. Carter.
You and Skip first.
Do what I tell you, Doctor.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I'm the head of this expedition. You will please descend.
Hey, for crying out loud, get a move on. Listen at him coming up yonder.
This is against my will.
Now then, follow the captain, Skip.
That's okay by me.
Hi there, Doctor. Hurry, the entire pack is descending on us.
I'm coming now. Steady my foot on the ladder, Skip.
Yeah, careful. There you are. Now you're all set. Hey, I got a notion to take a pot shot up the path.
Don't you dare, Skip. They can't know how far ahead we are. A shot would give us away.
Oh, I suppose you're right.
The best thing is to get down the ladder as fast as possible. We don't want to lose track of the others.
Well, I'm doing my darndest. I ain't much shakes at going down a ladder backwards. It's too bad we can't get a gang of them on one of the ladders and cut it loose. send about a dozen head first down the cliff.
That is our final hope, Mr. Skip.
You hear, Taquan? I thought you'd be way down the ladder with Perry and the girls.
I waited. My place is with the fighters.
Hey, I'm getting kinks in my legs. I can't keep up this pace on a ladder.
None of you can. On the other hand, those who pursue us are as agile as monkeys. It is no use trying to escape them. Our one hope is to select a suitable place and stand and fight.
Will they have weapons?
Here, knives. Much more effective weapons in hand-to-hand fighting than guns.
Well, I'll take my chances with a gun.
They'll be down on us so fast you won't have an opportunity for more than one shot apiece. Already, they are on the ladders.
They're gaining on us. Hello, Chief. What's a good word?
We've got to make a stand, Dr. Carter. The girls can't go much further.
I was afraid so.
Hey, couldn't we tear loose one of the ladders above? That will stop them.
As easily dislodge the mountain itself. These ladders are built on logs embedded in the granite walls of the mountain.
Well, the ladder's only wide enough for two at a time. We can kill them as fast as they come.
Oh, do not be optimistic, Captain. They do not climb down the ladder. They swarm.
It's useless, Patricia. I can't carry Celia any further.
Boss.
Not so loud, Patricia. We're just behind you.
Boss, we can't go on. Perry and I are finished.
Well, that settles it. We'll fight here.
The time has come then.
Perry, take off your belt. Here's mine. Strap Celia to the ladder. We'll need every man for the fight.
Okay. Patricia, can you hold her against the ladder a moment?
Yes, I think so.
There. Put the strap around under her arms, and you can kind of hold her. That'll ease the strain.
Oh, boss, I'm so tired. I could just let go and tumble down.
Stop that kind of talk.
I wonder how far it is.
Oh, we can't be halfway down. It must be a couple of thousand feet.
Well, if one was to fall, he'd roll clear to the bottom, I suppose.
Yes, and remember, there's a bottomless chasm at the foot of the ladders. You'd go out of existence forever.
Yeah. Oh, but they're getting close.
Got your gun?
Yes, of course.
Now listen, Patricia. The worst comes to the worst. Save 2 cartridges.
Oh, Perry.
Now don't let yourselves be taken by those priests.
Oh, it's horrible.
Promise.
Yes, I promise.
Perry, when you get Celia tied, come up the ladder beside Skip.
I'm right with you.
All right. Is everyone in position? Now, Dr. Carter and myself in front. Next down, Taquan and Professor Lebrun. Third row, Skip and Perry.
Oh, look here, Captain. What is this? The last great roll call?
Hey, looky, teacher. If you're planning to become an angel, you better start growing your wings in a hurry. You're going to need them if you leave the ladder suddenly.
Hey, they're certainly taking their time in getting here. I thought they were right on top of us.
It is the hollow echo that makes them seem so close.
Well, bring them on and get it over with.
Do not fret, my friend. They will be over only too soon.
One last word. No one is to fire until I give the word. We can't take a chance of missing. When we know exactly where they are, Dr. Carter and I will fire. 2 shots apiece. We'll drop down against the ladder, and Taquan and the professor will fire. They'll hug the ladder, and Perry and Skip will fire 2 shots, and that'll leave us plenty of cartridges for hand-to-hand work. You
Gotcha,
understand?
Chief.
Okay. And Patricia?
Yes, boss.
I'm sorry I haven't time to come down to you. Don't lose your nerve.
Oh, all right. Good luck, boss.
Here they come. Are you ready, Doctor?
Ready, Captain.
Wasn't so blasted dark. But there they are. Let them have it. Down, Doctor, down.
I'll let them duck one, old son.
Out of the way, you guys. Give it to him, Perry. You bet.
Oh, I see you wanted to know. Well, there it is. Too bad. You or me.
We've driven them off. They're running back up the ladder.
Oh, I see, Captain. There's a fight going on up ahead. Who is it?
I hear it. But I can't see. Is that you, Skip?
No. Oh, here I am. You still here, Perry?
Right alongside.
Where's Taquan?
Taquan! Taquan!
Doesn't answer.
Where's Dr. Carter?
Doctor! Doctor! Hey, maybe they're both in it.
Captain, give me a hand. Quick!
The doctor, grab him!
It's too late.
Hey, you mean Taquan and Dr. Carter was thrown off that ladder?
Yes. They're both gone.
I dived 1,000 feet into that black hole.
Dr. Howard Carter has led his final expedition
into the mysteries of the past. He came into Cambodia in defiance of a fate that overwhelmed and destroyed 30 million citizens of the ancient Khmer kingdom. But he was not strong enough. And like the 30 millions, he too passes into oblivion. And with him went the only honorable priest of the Cambodian jungle, Taquan. You have just heard the 9th episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, the 10th and final episode entitled The Amazing End of an Expedition comes to you next week at the same time. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The Cobra King Strikes Back, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
The ancient Khmer priesthood, upon which the people of Cambodia depended to guide them toward new prosperity and a new kingdom of their own, had failed them. The combined parties of Dr. Carter and Captain Friday had found them not strange, wise mystics, but rather degenerate beasts, practicing every sort of abomination in the guise of werewolves. Taquan, the young Cambodian guide, was the only clean, idealistic priest among them. And once he had discovered the state of affairs in the temple of the priests, he endeavored to take his American friends out of danger. But here's Captain Friday to tell you.
Well, we slipped from the temple down into the bowels of the hollow mountain, through which we'd gained entrance to the temple in the first place. But the priests missed us, and like a pack of wolves, took up the savage chase. They caught up with us as we were descending the first half-mile of ladders that clung to the side of this bottomless subterranean chasm. And in the battle that followed, Dr. Carter and our Khmer student friend, Taquan, were plunged to their deaths. But we'd driven off the mad priests. Now we've completed the trip to the bottom of the chasm. We're in the tunnel-like entrance chamber that lay just behind the great falls, whose rushing torrent curtains the mountains of the cavern and cuts us off from the jungle outside. Now, Patricia, there's no use crying. We're safely down. No more ladders to climb.
I saw him die. I saw Dr. Carter die. He reached out his hand for me to save him as he plunged past me.
Patricia, men die every day. Death didn't come hard to Dr. Carter. It came the way he wanted. In action. Trying to help humanity. Can you say anything, Professor Lebrun? I can't stop her.
Oh, let her cry it out, Captain. It's nervous reaction. That and extreme fatigue. She'll soon cry herself to sleep.
Oh, what about Celia?
She's worn herself out. We made a bed for her with Perry's and Skip's coats. Give me yours, and with mine we can make Patricia quite comfortable.
Good.
All right now, Patricia. Lie down and let me cover you over. There. That's better. Now then, just try to relax. We won't be far away. Come on away, Captain, and she'll sleep. I left Perry and Skip around the corner with a torch. We can talk there without disturbing the girls.
Well, we've got to decide our next move right now, Lebrun. We haven't any food and...
I was just coming to see what was up.
Nothing's up, Skip. Just quieting Patricia's all.
Yeah? Oh, poor kids. Now, Perry just went to look at Celia. Oh, here it comes now.
Hello, Captain. Celia's sleeping like she was drugged.
Yeah, she kept groaning in her sleep.
Probably dreaming about her father's death.
You know, it doesn't seem that Dr. Carter's gone. Such a grand old fellow.
Stop it, Perry. You'll have yourself in a fine state if you begin that.
Who'd ever thought Taquan had it in him? Golly, he must have climbed right up into the middle of the werewolves. He was only half a man, bit and clawed the way he was. But up he went, right into the middle of the fight to help Dr. Carter.
Plunged half a mile down the face of the cliff to his death for his bravery. But what's worrying me is how we're going to get out of this jungle now that we're this far.
Taquan said the horseman that brought us would still be waiting out there.
Yeah, but he said we'd be taken prisoners again without him along to give the password or whatever it is.
Well, the first thing for us all to do is to get some rest. None of us is any shape for traveling. You know?
Hey, you mean sleep?
Exactly. I should judge it's somewhere about 1 in the morning. Everyone lie down and get 7 or 8 hours of rest.
What about food? Those 7 or 8 hours will put us just that much nearer starvation. I think we should get underway immediately.
I don't agree, Professor. Right now, we need the rest much more than food. By daylight, we'll be ready to meet the situation.
Why, sure, teacher. What can we do in the dark? Besides, we'd have to carry the girls. They're completely exhausted.
Very well, Captain. We're in your hands.
Good. Now then, let's stretch out here on the floor. It's perfectly dry and plenty warm.
And dust 6 inches thick. Should be a soft bed.
Some bed.
Well, good night.
And don't kick the covers off.
Night, Skip.
Professor, what do you suppose these things we've seen mean to the future of Cambodia?
You mean the degeneration of the Khmer priesthood?
Yes.
Oh, that's easily surmised, Captain. It means the uprising that the French government feared will not take place. There is no one to lead a revolution now that the priesthood has reduced itself to mere animals.
I imagined as much. But I don't like to trust my judgment in this sort of thing. I still have a heavy responsibility to the French government. Feel a lot better if that 7-headed cobra were out of the way.
You needn't worry about that any longer, Captain.
No? Well, what do you mean?
Simply that the 7-headed emerald cobra has again vanished.
Vanished? You know that?
Absolutely. I had it from Taquan not an hour before he was killed.
Well, tell me about it.
Taquan himself hid the 7-headed idol when he discovered how the priesthood had fallen to pieces. His idea had been to keep the cobra secreted until he could reorganize and build up a new group of faithful priests.
What about the emerald idol?
Taquan gave me to understand that no one will ever know what has become of it. Perhaps, in centuries to come, some faithful one will uncover it. Perhaps when a new priesthood has grown up, and Cambodia is a second time ready for the establishment of a new Khmer empire.
Then I can safely return to Saigon and report that my work is done, huh? That Fenlo the killer is dead, and the Cambodian uprising crushed.
I think your conscience is clear, Captain.
Good. Well, I'll take my 7 hours of rest more easily now, Lebrun.
Good night, Captain. Safely return to Saigon. I wonder if any of us will do that.
Hey, what's that? Captain Friday. Captain.
Huh? You call, Skip?
Hey, listen. Listen to them firearms.
Guns, all right.
I didn't know these Cambodian hillmen used army rifles.
You awake, Perry? Say, that doesn't sound like native gunfire.
Yeah, well, native or civilized. It means there's folks out there we don't care to meet up with.
The girls are still sleeping quietly.
Oh, you up, Professor Lebrun?
Yes, I've been awake for half an hour. I went back to see how the girls were getting along.
Have those guns been firing all that time?
What guns?
Well, listen.
That's strange. I never expected to hear that sound 200 miles deep in the jungle.
Well, it's strange we'd be able to hear gunfire like that when there's a roaring curtain of water over the mouth of this cave.
Oh, it's quite plausible. This far back in the cave, Captain. But as soon as we approach the waterfall, every other sound would be killed.
Yeah? Well, what do you say we hike down to the mouth of the cavern and see what we can see through the waterfalls?
I'm game. No one can see us through the water.
That's a good idea. But, one of us better remain here. The girls should awaken and find no one around.
Oh, yeah? Well, say now, look here, I've had enough excitement to last me. I'll stay.
Look here, Skip. I know you want to go, and I'll let me stay.
Oh, go on, Perry.
No, really, Skip, I mean it. I'd rather stay.
Yeah, well, so would I. So what do you think of that?
My, what a couple of ardent knights. Why don't you both stay?
Oh, for the love of Pete.
That's just as well. Both of you stay. Professor and I will go down and look over the situation.
Oh, well, come on then, Perry.
You know, Captain, our young men have suddenly become very conscious of their duty to the young ladies.
Hey, what was that last crack?
Oh, never mind, Skip. Come along.
Just a minute.
Now, what's eating you?
You've been making sheep eyes in a certain direction ever since we got started on this trip.
What's it to you?
Maybe nothing and maybe a whole lot.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Hey, listen, fella, you trying to get tough with me?
Listen, Skip, you may be a tough detective back in San Francisco, but out in this jungle, you're nothing. At least to me, you're not.
Oh, yeah? Well, I can hit just as hard here in Cambodia as I could in SF. And if you don't think so, maybe you want to try one on for size.
You think I'm going to stand around twiddling my thumbs while you make a play for Patricia? You're crazy.
Yeah. What?
I say if you think
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say Patricia?
You heard me.
Hey, take it easy. We're all mixed up here. Wait a minute now. Let's get this thing straight. But you mean to say you're in love with the chief secretary?
Well, who in Sam Hill did you think?
Oh, golly, Perry, that's great. Congratulations, boy.
What's so funny? You think I don't mean it?
Forget it. Hey, I thought you was falling for Celia.
Celia? Why?
Sure. Hey, I ain't got anything against you. Come on, let's shake and forget about this argument, huh?
You mean you aren't in love with Patricia?
No, of course I ain't.
Well, I'll be. Sure, I'll shake. Say, we're a pair of boobies, huh?
Friday? Boss, where are you? Where is everyone?
Oh, look at there. Now, we've gone and woke up the girls.
Oh, come on. Let's get to them before they think we've deserted them or something.
Professor LeBrun. Harry, where is everyone?
We're coming. Everything's all right.
Oh, there you are. Gee, for a minute, I couldn't make out what happened. It's so weird and dark with only the reed torches.
Yeah, well, both Perry and I are standing by. Oh, hello, Celia. You out of bed?
Oh, I guess so. I'm still so groggy I can hardly think straight.
Where's Captain Friday and the professor?
Hey, listen. You hear that?
Guns, rifles.
Army rifles.
Well, who is it?
Well, Captain Friday and the professor have gone down to the waterfalls to have a look. Oh, don't get up, Patricia. Lie there and rest until they get back.
Well, I feel like my old self since that sleep, except that I'm awfully empty.
Hey, Celia. How about you and me taking a walk down the tunnel a ways?
Why, of course.
Yeah, I want to show you what a pig pen we slept in last night.
Why did Skip take Celia away, Perry?
Why, I think he had something to tell her.
Oh? Celia's a sweet child.
Uh-huh.
I think so, too.
Patricia.
Hmm?
Patricia, have you ever been in love?
Why, yes.
You have?
Of course. Seemed an awfully long time until it came to me. You see, I'm almost 22, and I thought sometimes I'd never fall in love. But now that it's here, I'm glad I waited. I think I'd lay right down here and die if anything should happen to spoil it.
Gee,
Why did you ask, Perry?
Well, as a matter of fact, that's exactly how I felt, only I've had to wait 27 years for it.
Oh. You're in love then, Perry?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. With whom?
I'll tell you if you'll tell me.
Why, well, all right.
It's with you, Patricia.
Oh?
And you?
Oh, don't be silly, Perry. Who else could it be but you?
What? Honestly? Honestly, Patricia? You mean it? Hey, now sit up, Patricia. How can a man do the right thing when a girl's curled up like a kitten?
No hardship or adventure can prevent the entrance of the little fat god of love with his bow and arrow. Deep in the great cavern under the hollow mountain and behind a curtain of waterfall, Perry Mills has just laid his heart at Patricia's feet and has been accepted. A little further down the cavern, Skip Turner and Celia Carter are standing in the shadow of a smoky reed torch. Skip also has a glowing heart, but a very reluctant tongue.
And I brought you down here to ask you sort of a question, Celia.
What sort of question, Skip?
Oh, it wasn't a thing, I reckon.
But you said you had a question.
Yeah?
Oh, aren't you funny, Skip?
Yeah. Golly, I like to hear you say my name.
You do? What?
Nothing. I was just thinking out loud.
Oh.
Hey, did you ever think about getting married?
What? Oh, I guess every girl thinks about marriage.
Uh-huh. I guess they do, all right.
Yes, I guess they do.
Yep, guess they do. Personally, I never thought much of dames.
Oh?
I mean, until now.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, I've been kind of chasing around all my life, I guess. Being a detective, you don't know what you're going to be doing next. And then I guess a dame don't care much about a guy that has to maybe be messing around in the seamy side of life, even if it is in a good cause.
Uh-huh.
And, so I never had nothing to do with dames.
I see.
But, well, now things are different, see? And, since we've been on this trip together and had a lot of time to loaf and think about things, and we got to know each other, and, things are just different, that's all. I guess I ain't making myself very plain, Emma, see? See, when a guy feels like I do, and, oh, for Pete's sake, look here, Celia, what do you say if you and me up and gets married, huh?
What, Skip?
Oh, gosh, I didn't mean to surprise you. I've been trying to lead up to it. I guess I made a mess of it, huh?
Oh, I knew you were going to say it. I knew it. And I wanted to stop you, but I couldn't find anything to say.
Stop me? You mean you don't want to?
Oh, Skip, I'm so sorry. I didn't know until you started to talk that you felt like this. Honestly, I didn't.
You mean you don't think you ever could learn to like me?
Oh, I do like you. I like you tremendously. Honestly, I do.
Well, then, what's the rub?
Oh, Skip, how could you be so blind? Haven't you seen the engagement ring on my finger? It's been there all the time.
Hey, you mean you're engaged to someone else?
Uh-huh. I have been for almost a year. He's a university professor. Oh, but how could you have missed the ring?
Oh, I saw it okay, but... Well, I guess I ain't much up on this sort of thing. Well, I never heard you mention anybody else.
Oh, I am sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It was a nutty idea.
I think it was wonderful of you.
Yeah?
Really, I do. I'm awfully proud you asked me.
Golly. And you don't think I'm one of them dumb clucks that...
No, really. I'd love awfully to be friends.
Okay, sister. You and me are friends.
Hey, what's this you're talking about? Did you say friend?
Hey, looky here, Perry. What'd you have to come popping up here like this for?
But you've been so long, we were afraid something was the matter.
Besides, we've got some news that won't keep. Tell him, Patricia.
Oh, you tell him.
Well, it's like this. Patricia and I are going to be married the minute we hit Saigon. The trip home will be our honeymoon.
Well,
Perry!
doggone.
Oh, Patricia, I'm so glad.
Well, Perry, I guess you're the best man after all. You win, I lose.
Oh, Skip, you make me feel miserable.
Oh, forget it. What's an egg like me want to get married for anyway? Hey, don't it seem like the chief and Professor LeBrun's been away a long spell?
Hey, I'd forgotten all about them.
You don't suppose anything's happened?
Hey, listen.
Hey, the guns have stopped.
Shouldn't we go down to the waterfall? Maybe they're looking for us.
Of course, we should have gone sooner.
Hey, how about me going ahead and having a look, huh?
Let's all go. I don't want to be separated.
Of course we'll go together.
Well, I don't know about that now.
Well, of course we will. Do you think for one moment that I let Perry walk into danger alone now that I...
Of course. We'll all go. It's strange they haven't returned. They might know that we'd be worried.
Yeah, that's what makes me think they're in a mess.
Oh, please don't say that. I couldn't bear it if anything should happen to another one of us.
We're getting near to the entrance. The sound of the falls is increasing.
Yes, it's just around that next corner.
Yeah, well, I ain't sticking my nose around that corner till I have a peek. Captain Friday and the professor run into a trap. It won't help us none to do the same thing.
That's a good idea. There's enough light filtering in through the water to give us a good view of that last stretch of cave. Patricia, you and Celia stay here a moment while Skip and I sneak up and have a look.
Oh, Perry, All right, I won't be foolish.
Ah, that's a sweetheart. I won't be long. Come on, Skip.
Hey, Celia, as long as we ain't kissing, how about shaking on?
Sure, Skip.
Hat on, baby.
You coming, Skip?
Yeah, sure. Right with you. Keep your shirt on, will you?
Say, why'd you shake hands with Celia?
Well, me and her are friends.
Oh, sure, but do you have to shake hands with your friends every time you go around a corner?
Oh, go lay down, will you?
Yeah, we're coming to the turn.
Yeah? Well, nobody can hear us on account of the noise of the water.
Just as well to be careful, anyway.
Here, let me stick my head around the corner.
Oh, be careful.
Sure.
See anything?
Nope.
Captain Friday and the professor not there?
Nope. And nobody else either.
Strange. Think it's safe to bring the girls down?
Well, I can't see anything out of the ordinary. Sure, let's wave to them to come along. Wave your torch.
Well, they got the signal. They're coming.
Oh, a swell mess. Hey, are you half as hungry as I am?
Oh, don't even mention it.
I'm telling you, it's indecent to treat a guy's insides like this. How can a fellow expect his stomach to have any respect for him when it don't even give it an even break?
You'll have to answer that for yourself. It's all right, Patricia.
Well, what about the boss and Professor Lebrun? Are they all right?
I'm not in sight. But there's no one in the cave ahead of us. We're safe enough.
Then are we going down to the entrance?
Well, might as well, don't you think, Skip?
Yeah, might as well.
You know, Skip, you and I are going to get good and wet before we get through with this.
Now, you mean wading out around the falls?
Yes, carrying the girls.
Yeah, well, I sure wish we had some of them giant human pack horses that carried us behind the falls coming in. Hey, look out! Run!
Let me go! Loosen me! Perry! Perry!
They got me too, Patricia.
Hey, you big ape! Quit choking me! Get your hand off my throat!
Don't fight, Patricia. It's no use. Don't fight.
What are they going to do with us? What are they doing with us?
Well, Skip, I hope you're satisfied.
Yeah, what do you mean?
You asked for some of those giant Cambodians to carry us, didn't you? Well, you got them.
Yeah, well, how'd I know this was a place where wishes come true?
They're taking us under the waterfall. They're taking us under the falls.
Well, they carried us through that all right.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think they run a free ferry service between the bank of this river and the cave behind the falls. Oh, here we go up on the sand.
Oh, looks like they're going to put us down. Yep. Oh, there.
My, I'm glad they put us down. My carrier never has had a bath. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, mine was strong, too. I couldn't move a muscle when he got a grip on me.
Well, now what? Uh-oh, they're motioning us to follow them.
Just as tongue-tied as ever.
Hey, shall we try to make a break for it?
Oh, we wouldn't have a chance. Even if we did get away, what good would it do us with 200 or 300 miles of jungle between us and civilization?
Yeah, I suppose so. Hey there, big boy, don't push. We're coming.
Well, there's one consolation. Probably we'll be with Captain Friday and the professor soon.
Hey, listen. Drums.
First Army rifles, now drums.
Oh, boy, when I tell all the boys in San Francisco what I've been through this last couple of weeks, their eyes will bug out a foot.
Oh, San Francisco. Oh, I wonder if we'll ever see it again. When I close my eyes and think of the San Francisco skyline, I think it's the most beautiful picture in the world.
It's sort of like thinking about heaven, isn't it?
Here, you folks, stop it. You can't get sentimental and keep up your nerve. Hey, we're coming to a break in the jungle.
Look. Oh, look there. Oh, yes. Yes.
French territorials. Look, French soldiers.
Hey, you mean they come to rescue us?
I don't know, but there they are. You can see them, hundreds of them. Look, tents and everything.
Oh, there's Captain Friday. Boss, are you all right? And there's Professor Lebrun.
Hey, look, Perry. These guards of ours don't seem to be the least bit scared of them French soldiers. Why, it seems kind of funny.
There's something queer, all right. Oh, let's wait here. Patricia's coming with Professor Lebrun and the captain.
Well. So you're a prisoner again, Skip. Getting to be quite an habit, isn't it?
Oh, hey, look here, teacher. Lay off the comedy, will you? Hey, what's the lowdown?
Well, the lowdown, Skip, is that we're rescued at last.
Hey,
that's right. One of the French military spies saw us being taken to the Temple of Priests aboard the ponies in this neighborhood. He reported at Angkor that we were prisoners, and the French government immediately sent troops into the jungle.
Fast work.
Troops got this far and were stuck. Our captors seemed to have vanished at this point. It wasn't until this morning that their native guides ran out of the cave behind the falls. Well, as luck would have it, they were still in the cave when Professor Lebrun here and I went down to the falls, and they fell on us and carried us outside.
And what a drubbing I received. I'm sore in every muscle.
So when the French commander heard our story, he sent the natives back in for you.
Yeah, well, you'd have thought we was being taken prisoners instead of being rescued.
Well, then we're going back home now.
That's right, Patricia.
Oh, Harry, did you hear that?
Here, what's this?
Oh, boss, I forgot to tell you. You're going to have to find a new secretary.
What? Say, would you mind telling me just what went on in that cave while the professor and I were gone?
Sure. I'll tell you, Chief. You see, Perry here put the 3rd degree on Patricia, and he got a yes for an answer.
And you?
Who, me? Oh, I had my usual luck. You know, Chief, I never was good at getting the right answer when a dame was mixed up in the case.
And that is how the remainder of the Carter expedition into the jungles of Cambodia were finally brought safely back to civilization. But how did Captain Friday and Skip Turner and the others return safely to San Francisco? Well, for one thing, the French government gave them an airplane to fly to Australia, an airplane that had a breakdown in a most unfortunate place, right out over the Indian Ocean.
Hear that, Skip? We've got motor trouble. Hey, you mean this airplane's going to let us down in the middle of the Indian Ocean? Can't keep her up much longer.
She's dead. We're going down.
Hey, Chief. Chief, there's an island. Head her into the wind. There's an island.
Do the best I can.
Ain't no bigger than a pocket handkerchief, but any island's better than no island.
Amen, brother. Amen.
And that's just a taste of the newest Adventures by Morse, which will come to you next week at this same hour. Listen to The Girl on Shipwreck Island, the latest and most exciting thriller yet brought to you by Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
$9 in the evening, somewhere out on the Strip to the west of Hollywood. In case you don't know, the Strip is a portion of Sunset Boulevard, which runs through and adjacent to some of the more exclusive residential districts between Hollywood and the Pacific Ocean. In the Strip are some of the more expensive shops, salons, and eating and drinking places. The Strip is not a portion of Los Angeles Captain Friday and his operative Skip Turner would be apt to patronize. Certainly not the flossy drinking establishments with soft lights, boudoir furnishings, and intimate music. And yet, here they are, Captain Friday and Skip Turner, uncomfortably seated on two small chairs before a too small table in a half-lighted corner of Maggie's intimate drinking salon.
Hey, Captain.
Huh?
You sure enough trying to bore me to death.
You aren't any more bored than I am.
Well, then what are we a-sticking here for? All this plush and soft lights and elegance.
Business.
We gonna do business in Maggie's intimate drinking saloon?
Not saloon.
S-A-L-O-N?
Salon.
Well, pardon me while I arch my pinky.
Hmm.
I asked you a question, Captain.
Did you?
Yeah. What kind of business we got here in Maggie's place? By the way, where is Maggie?
I don't know.
Well, it says Maggie's saloon.
Salon.
Yeah. All the folks I've seen is a hat-check girl out yonder, the one waiter, and the bartender in the next room. And you know, that ain't very many people.
Not a very large establishment.
Yeah. Seat about 20 or 30 at the most.
That's what it means by Maggie's intimate drinking salon. Small, quiet, and exclusive.
Yeah, darned exclusive, if you ask me. We're all the guests they got.
Isn't there anyone in the other room?
Nope, I didn't see in there. Nobody but the bartender and the piano player. That makes 4 of them and only 2 of us. Piano player, bartender, waiter, and hat-check girl. Now, look at Cap, about this hat-check girl.
Skip, right at the moment, we're not interested in hat-check girls.
Who ain't interested in a hat-check girl? Oh, you mean the business we got here?
Right.
Oh.
Okay, spill it.
Just a minute. Waiter's coming over.
Why? We don't want no more of this stuff.
Order anyway.
Will there be something more, gentlemen?
I guess so. Same as before.
And you, sir?
Yeah, bring me a glass of milk.
Milk?
That's what I said, milk.
I beg your pardon.
Go on, get me a glass of milk and quit looking like you never heard of the stuff.
I will see what can be done.
Hey, and wait a minute.
Yes.
Why ain't that piano player in there playing?
It is a little early in the evening yet.
Well, it ain't early if he's got paying customers, is it?
I will have to take that up with him.
You do that, will you? And tell him to rip off the last roundup of the Darktown Strutters Ball, something like that.
I will mention your suggestions to him. Darktown Strutters Ball.
No, I don't think he cares for me.
Can you blame him? When did you take up milk as a beverage?
Oh, I'm just ordering milk now on account of it makes our waiter so darn mad. He takes it as a personal insult. Hey, what's that?
Letter?
Well, yeah, I can see it's a letter. Hey, does it explain the reason for our being here?
Yeah. Want to hear it?
Why, sure. Kind of fancy paper, ain't it? Ain't that a girl's handwriting?
Yes, it's fancy paper, and it's a girl's handwriting. Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, what's it say?
If you'll keep still long enough, I'll read it.
Okay, shoot.
Letter's signed Eve Carson, girl who wired us in San Francisco. This is what she says. It will be very much to your advantage to meet me in Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Strip sometime between 8 and 9 this evening. I will come directly to your table and join you as though I were an old friend. Please treat me as such. What I have to say to you will take only a few moments, but will mean a great deal to me as well as to you and your friend, Eve Carson.
Is that all?
That's all.
And that's why we're here, huh? Meet Eve Carson and treat her like an old friend.
That's right.
Here, let me have a look at that letter.
Go ahead.
Very much to your advantage to meet me. Does she mean by that she's young and good-looking, you suppose?
Yeah, give me that letter.
Well, I always did say it was to a fellow's advantage to meet a young, good-looking girl. But looky, Cap, she said between 8 and 9, and it's 10 minutes after 9 right now.
Yeah, I know.
You mean she ain't coming?
You know as much as I do.
But if she's not coming...
Hold it. Waiter's coming back.
Mm-hmm. Well, hi, sport. See you found some milk.
Quite.
Sure, I knew you'd find some if you tried.
However, I am to inform you this is positively the last milk I can serve.
This is all, huh?
Positively.
Don't know any accommodating cows personally, I don't suppose.
If you please.
Okay, let it go. Hey, did you talk to the piano player?
I did.
Well, why ain't he playing?
He is not so disposed.
He's what?
He is not so disposed.
Now, what kind of talk's that? Did you tell him I asked for him to play?
I did.
What'd he say?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, he did he? Well, darn his ornery hide.
Hey, Skip, sit down.
But, son...
Sit down. Here you are, waiter. Keep the change.
Thank you.
Okay, beat it.
With the greatest pleasure.
Captain Friday, we're being insulted by the whole outfit.
You started it.
Me?
You've been riding the waiter ever since we came in.
Yeah, but I ain't done nothing to the piano player. I mean, not yet, I ain't.
And you're not going to do anything to him either.
Just rough him up a little, maybe?
No.
He a friend of yours?
No.
Well, then what hurt?
We aren't starting anything in this place until we know why we're here.
Well, it don't look to me like we're ever going to know. My girlfriend Eve Carson said between 8 and 9, and it's 9:15 right now.
Wait a minute. Somebody's coming in.
Oh, sure enough. More customers. No women, though.
You can see out in the hallway?
Yeah, 3 men. Giving up their coats to the hat check girl.
Funny place for 3 men to come without women.
Well, after all, we came without women.
For a reason. Besides, we expected to meet a woman here.
Here they come.
Yeah.
Sitting down across the room from us. Queer-looking setup.
Skip.
Yeah?
Do you have to stare at him?
Huh? Was I?
Yeah. Now relax.
Hey, do you see what I see?
What do you see?
Well, 2 of our 3 customers are gorillas. They're toting pistols, and they don't seem to care who knows it.
Well, on the flea bit side, don't seem to have much in common with the 3rd member of the party.
Yeah, he's a kind of nice-looking fella, ain't he? Now, what you suppose he's doing associating with them kind of monkeys?
Skip, stop looking in their direction.
Yeah? Why?
They know we're talking about them. They don't like it.
So they don't like it.
Now, look, Skip. We came here for a special purpose. We don't care why a good-looking, well-dressed, obviously cultured young man is associating with a couple of thugs. It's none of our business.
Okay, fella. Hey, waiter.
Now, what do you want?
Hey, waiter.
You spoke to me?
That's right.
Get me another glass of milk.
I think I told you there is no more milk.
Now, look, am I going to have trouble with you?
I beg your pardon.
Get me another glass of milk.
Perhaps you'd prefer to go to some other establishment.
No, I wouldn't prefer to go to some other establishment. Get me a glass of milk and step on it.
I will see what I can do.
Well, go on and do it.
Next thing he'll be wanting is a nursing bottle.
You hear that?
Yeah.
What are you antagonizing him for, Skip? You really don't want any more milk?
I know it. It's just that I'm bored. Besides, he's been trying to hi-hat us all evening. Hey, will you excuse me for a minute?
Skip, sit down.
No, I got something I got to attend to.
Well, at least tell me what you're up to so I can be prepared.
Well, sir, I'm going in there and talk to the piano player for a minute.
What about?
Music, son, music. What do you talk to piano players about?
Look, Skip, take it easy. This place is loaded with dynamite.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, watch your step.
Oh, shucks, Captain. Can't do no hurt just having a little music lesson. Well, hi, son. You the whole doggone symphony orchestra in this here joint?
That's right.
Yeah. Mind if I lean on your piano?
Why not?
Thanks. My name's Skip Turner.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. That's my sidekick in yonder, Captain Bart Friday.
So what?
Nothing. That's a funny joint you got here.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Well, it's all dolled up like a woman's bedroom.
If you don't like it, there's lots of other places on the strip.
Sure, I know. Funny thing, though, it don't seem like this was the kind of place that would attract a couple of gun-slinging gorillas, now does it? What's the matter?
There's a couple of trigger men in here now.
Why, sure. You surprised?
Why do you come in here and tell me?
Sit down. Stop looking over your shoulder.
I still want to know why you came in here and told me.
Just thought you might be interested. Oh, here comes the waiter with my milk. In here, waiter.
You always drink milk?
Not always. Sometimes more than others.
How about having a real drink on the house?
Nope. Thanks just the same.
Oh, you wish your milk served here?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Hey, did you ever try sipping milk like wine? Tastes all right.
You threw that milk in my face.
Yeah, I throw that glass of milk in your face.
How dare you?
Listen, son, don't never try to serve me no Mickey Finn. Don't never do it. Especially in a glass of milk.
You threw that milk in my face. Look at my uniform, ruined.
Maybe you want to make something of it? Well, what's the matter with you, piano player? Sit down. This ain't your party.
That's right. It ain't my party, is it?
Well, what about it, waiter? You want we should bounce each other around for a while, or should we call it quits?
There, ill-bred clout.
And there he goes. Call me an ill-bred clod on account I didn't drink his Mickey Finn.
We don't serve Mickey Fins in this place.
The heck you don't.
We don't serve Mickey Fins in this place.
Well, son, I'm awful sorry to have to differ with you, but that waiter sure enough tried to dish me up one in that glass of milk.
I think it's time you and your friends were leaving.
Hey, is that friendly?
You're more trouble than you're worth. Get your things and get out.
You don't say.
Yeah.
You know, fella, you almost talk like you was the owner of this joint.
I am.
Oh, now, come on, don't give us that stuff. Says right on a sign outside the door that this is Maggie's Drinking Emporium.
I'm Maggie.
No kidding.
And I want you and your pal out of here in 2 minutes, and just to prove it...
Hey.
You're now looking down the muzzle of a 38.
Captain Friday and his right-hand man, Skip Turner, rushed from San Francisco to Hollywood on a strange and mysterious mission. They were directed to Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Sunset Strip, where they were to meet a certain Eve Carson. So far, all they've discovered is Maggie, and Skip has just found out that Maggie is a pretty tough customer.
I'm Maggie.
No kidding.
I want you and your pal out of here in 2 minutes, and just to prove it...
Hey.
You're now looking down the muzzle of a 38.
Well, darned if I ain't. Hey, that was a cute trick, flipping a pistol out of your coat that way.
Never mind the compliment. Gather up your pal and get going.
Can you play that 38 as good as you play the piano?
I hope for your sake I don't have to show you.
Yeah. Well, I'm mighty glad to see you're standing up.
What do you mean?
Because I just hate hitting a fellow when he's sitting down. Oh, goodness, son. You sure did go down easier than I expected. Feeling kind of rubbery in the knees. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like I always said. A fella shouldn't never ought to pull a gun unless he intends to use it. Fella, you're just playing out on your feet. That's it. Sit down. Okay, sprawl on the piano if that's how you feel. I gotta be getting back to Captain Friday. Nice meeting you.
Be seeing you later. Hey, Captain, you... Well, I'll be doggone, a little old female girl. Where'd you get her, boss?
Don't pay any attention to him. He's only Skip Turner.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Skip.
She's ours all right, ain't she?
What's that?
I mean, she's the little old Eve Carson sugar we've been waiting for.
Yes, she's Eve Carson.
Where'd we get her?
She came in while you were in the other room with the piano player. What happened?
Oh, I had to smack him a little. He's in there now with his head in his arms laying over the keyboard, listening to the birdies. And say, you know who he is?
No. Do you?
Why, sure, he told me. He's Maggie.
Maggie?
Sure, you know. Maggie's Intimate Drinking Saloon.
Salon, Skip.
Yeah. Ain't that a heck of a name for a man? Maggie.
His name isn't Maggie.
But he said he owned this place.
That's right, but his name isn't Maggie.
Well, he can't amount to very much. Playing his own piano, acting as his own bouncer in his own little dive.
That's where you're mistaken. Skip,
Yeah?
how did you get away with it?
Well, you mean socking him?
Yes. People don't smack Blackie North,
Who's Blackie North?
the owner of this place. The man you hit. A gang leader and plenty dangerous.
Him dangerous?
Yes. And what I want to know is why hasn't one of his triggermen shot holes in you?
Triggermen? See here. Who are you, anyway?
Eve Carson?
Sure, we know that. But who are you? Why did you ask us to meet you in this hangout? Why is it to our advantage to meet you? Who's Blackie North, and why does he have triggermen? And what connection have you with him?
Well, that's a lot of questions.
And I want a lot of answers.
You'll get them. Don't worry.
Yeah, and there's one more thing I want to answer, too.
What's that?
I want to know why that good-looking boy and them two gorillas across the room haven't taken their eyes off you since I come back to the table.
And you'll get an answer to that, too.
You mean those three men over there are in this, too?
Yes. Those two rats are a couple of Blackie North's torpedoes.
Yeah? And who's the good-looking dude?
Oh, that's Wesley.
Wesley, huh?
Yes, my brother, Wes Carson.
Oh, yeah. Captain, that there's her brother, Wes Carson.
Yeah, I heard her. Apparently Wesley doesn't like his sister out with a couple of strange men in a dump of this kind.
And I don't know as I blame him so much at that. Hey, how about me going over and introducing myself and bringing them over here?
Oh, no.
Why not?
For two reasons.
First?
Well, one of those gunmen will probably blow a hole in anyone who goes near Wes.
You don't say.
Second?
What?
You said you had two reasons for not going after your brother.
Oh, second. Well, I've got to tell you why I asked you to come here before anything more happens.
Oh, you're expecting something more to happen?
Well, it's bound to, since Skip here slapped Blackie North around.
Okay. Relax and tell us about it.
Well, first, I've got to tell you who Wes and I are. We're the only members of our family left. I'm 24 and Wesley's 28. And between us, we're worth maybe $1 million, maybe $2 million.
Doggone, little old female gold mine.
Well, that's what a lot of the smart boys thought. Nobody's worked me yet.
Yeah?
Go on with your story, Eve.
Oh, yes. We came to California about 2 years ago after Father, our last living relative, died in the East. We loved it out here. The first year, just getting acquainted. All the resorts and places to play. Oh, it was wonderful. Finally, about a year ago, we rented a house in Beverly Hills because Wes thought it would be fun to be near Hollywood and thought we might get acquainted with some of the motion picture crowd.
What's all this leading to?
To what's happening tonight. I'm almost through now. About 2 weeks ago, something happened to my brother. He was coming downstairs to breakfast one morning when he suddenly lost consciousness and plunged head first downstairs.
Oh, I get it. He bumped his head in the fall, and he ain't been the same ever since. And now he's mixing with gangsters.
No, I almost wish it was that.
What did happen?
Well, he wasn't hurt in the fall, but he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness.
And why did he?
Well, that's the whole story. There's something dreadful the matter with him. Something incurable. I don't know much about it. All I know is the doctor told Wes, in a week, you'll be dead.
What's that?
Hey, he didn't.
Yes, he did. In so many words. In a week, you'll be dead.
You didn't just take one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no. We checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say in a week your brother over yonder will be dead?
Yes.
Well, where do we come into the picture?
Well, I heard about you boys. Read about some of your adventures. I mean, you sounded like the kind of men a couple of people in trouble could depend on.
You're darn tootin', honey.
Just a minute, Skip.
Huh?
Let's hear what you have in mind first, Miss Carson.
Well, it's perfectly simple. Naturally, when Wes heard the bad news, he was hit pretty hard. He didn't make a big scene or anything. But he kind of shrugged his shoulders and said, "What have I got to lose?"
And he's been running wild ever since?
Well, he's been doing everything he can think of that amuses him.
And right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats.
Yes.
And what do you want us to do?
Look, he's only got a week more to live.
Well?
Well, if you two could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Why, from himself, I suppose.
It's a funny assignment.
Oh, no, it isn't. Look, you don't understand. Well, if he's got to die, at least he can die with a family name clean, not as a criminal.
Well, say some more. What else?
Well, that's all. Get him out of Blackie North's clutches. Keep him out of the hands of the police. Keep him from losing his life in some crazy or criminal experience, or from committing suicide when he's low in his mind. Keep him from hurting himself or anyone else for this week that's left.
Hey, now, that's an order that is an order.
In other words, your brother figures he's got just a week to live, so what difference does it make what he does or how he does it?
Yes, that's it, exactly.
Well, honey, it ain't pleasant to say, but what difference does it make?
Oh, no, he mustn't. Well, he's fine and clean and good. He's always lived that way until this happened. He can't become something evil now, something that society once wiped out, something to make sensational headlines for the paper. Oh, no, he mustn't.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write "he was a good man" on his tombstone.
You're wrong. You were never more wrong. I want him to have all the fun and excitement he wants. All I'm asking is that you folks keep him out of trouble, keep him out of jail, keep him from harm or violence.
Oh, so that's it.
And him not caring what he does.
Well, it's worth $10,000 to me.
10 grand? Cappy, that ain't hay.
You mean that?
10,000 and expenses. And here's 1,000 in small bills to show good faith.
Yeah? What about it, Skip?
Put that grand in your pocket before she changes her mind.
All right, Miss Carson. It's a bargain. And a bad one, if I'm not mistaken.
It won't be easy. The police are looking for Wes right now.
What's that?
Hey, you didn't tell us that.
Well, why should I?
Hey, Cappy, trouble's coming up.
What sort of trouble?
Well, I've been watching the hat check girl. This is the third time she's turned customers away. She keeps telling people the place is full up.
Not letting anyone in, huh?
Uh-huh.
Blackie North still unconscious on the piano in the next room?
Yep, still laying just like I left him.
Miss Carson.
Yes?
I think our first move to help your brother will be to free him from those two trigger men over there.
Well, they're just Blackie North's men. If you really want to help him, free him from Blackie North.
Eventually. But first we'll wrap up those two gorillas. Skip.
Yeah?
I'll go get them.
Hey, what about me?
You sit tight with Miss Carson. Keep an eye on the next room and especially watch the back door. Don't let anyone poke a gun through a crack and open up on us.
Well, you'll be shut down before you get halfway across the room to my brother.
Are those two men with your brother?
Yes.
Watch and see. Keep me covered, Skip. Dive in when I yell.
You bet you.
Why, Skip, what's the matter with Captain Friday? He acts like he was drunk.
Yeah, good job acting, too. Staggering closer and closer to your brother's table.
You mean it's just an act?
Yeah, he's almost close enough now. Now watch.
Get him, Skip.
Atta boy, Captain, that's both of them. And now, if you'll excuse me, son, I'll tap that waiter on the chin and make it 100%. Hello, Wesley, old kid. Boss wants to talk to you.
Say, what's the idea? Who asked you to crash my party?
Sorry to butt in like this.
Well, I was sitting here quietly drinking with a couple of friends. The next thing I know, you two have beaten them into unconsciousness.
Take it easy, fella.
Well, who do you think you are, anyway?
How about coming over to our table and talking it over?
Why?
Because I think that's how your sister would like it. She is your sister, isn't she?
Eve? Certainly.
Now then, come on.
Well, how'd we do, Miss Carson?
You boys are rather wonderful, you know that.
Oh, how the lady does talk.
Sit down, Carson.
Hello, Wes.
What's the idea, Eve? Are you the cause of all this?
The cause of what, Wesley?
Well, the whole Blackie North gang lying around like a bunch of stiffs. Even Blackie himself sprawled across his piano in there.
Do you really mind? I mean, they're nothing to you, are they?
Oh, why should they be anything to me? I just thought they might be amusing. But, Eve, if you think anyone's going to bounce Blackie North and his men around the way they've been bounced around tonight and not pay for
Well, how about letting us worry about that, son?
Well, who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Skip Turner, and this is Captain Bart Friday.
Will somebody tell me what this is all about?
Sure. Your sister here has hired us to play bodyguard and fall guy for you during the next week.
She told you I'd be dead in a week?
That's right.
And during that time, I intend doing whatever it suits me to do?
Yeah.
And you two guys are crazy enough to agree to see me through?
Why not?
Suits me. You asked for it.
Hey, you seem doubtful, fella.
Well, naturally.
Dangerous, huh?
Unless you or the police put Blackie North out of the way, he'll get you. As sure as we're sitting here.
Yeah, let's not worry about that for now. Your sister said the police wanted you.
Eve, you told them...
Why not? They're here to protect you from the police as well as everyone else.
Is that on the square?
Looks like it. We gave our word we'd see you through everything for a week.
Well, if you mean it.
We do. Now, why did the police want you?
They don't know they want me. They just want the guy who stole this handful of diamonds out of a certain movie star's bedroom last night.
Holy mackerel, Captain. Look at them diamonds.
Anybody else know you stole them?
No.
Why'd you do it?
Just for the thrill, just to see if I could.
Mind if I take them?
Sure, why not? What do you want them for?
You know, just thinking how pleased the police would be to come along and find these diamonds in Blackie North's pocket.
What's that?
Yeah, and how surprised Blackie'd be.
You mean plant them on Blackie?
Why not? Didn't you say that unless we finished him off or the police got him, he'd stop at nothing until we were dead?
Yes, that's true.
Then we're doing two good deeds, helping the police capture a criminal and fixing it so we won't be murdered. Skip, go out the bar and get the police on the telephone.
Tell them to hurry out to Maggie's intimate drinking saloon.
Salon, Skip.
Yeah. And what'll I say when they ask me who's talking?
Oh, tell them you're a fairy godmother to all good policemen.
Man, that's something I always wanted to be. Fairy godmother to a policeman.
Captain, we're not going to be here when the police arrive, are we?
Not at all. As soon as Skip has stirred up the police, I suggest we adjourn to the Carson home for a good night's rest.
Yes, everything's prepared for you two to stay with us.
No, I don't want to go home.
But Wes...
I don't want a good night's rest. You know what I want to do?
What do you want to do?
I want to rob a bank.
Wes...
And I know just the bank I want to rob.
Wes, you can't rob a bank.
Yes, I can. For 7 days, I can do anything I want to. You've agreed to cover up for me.
But why do you want to rob a bank?
Because I've never robbed a bank. And in 7 days, I'll be dead.
Hi, Cappy. I tied up the hat check girl and gagged her. Hey, you hear that?
What's the matter?
The police. They're coming.
You mean you called them?
I didn't have to. They got wind of something. Hey, we better get moving.
Everybody out the back way. We can't get caught here. Carson, take your sister. Come on, Skip.
First it's Blackie North, and now it's the police.
Come on, let's go.
Here is a strange assignment for Captain Friday and Skip Turner. The guarding of a man who has only a week to live. Listen next week to the second episode of You'll Be Dead in a Week, entitled $200,000 to Lose. Next week, at the same time, you are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Late yesterday afternoon, Captain Friday and his operative Skip Turner hopped a plane in San Francisco and hurried south to Hollywood on a very mysterious mission. They were instructed to meet Eve Carson at a place called Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon. It's a flossy drinking establishment located on the Sunset Strip, an exclusive small shop district. The two boys landed at the municipal airport, hustled off the plane, and grabbed a cab to their destination. They found Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon an intriguing spot, but they were even more intrigued with the story Eve Carson was telling them.
Right from the beginning, Miss Carson.
Well, you see, Captain Friday, my brother Wesley and I came to California after Father, our last living relative, died in the East. Between us, we're worth $1 million, maybe $2 million.
Doggone, a little old female gold mine.
Well, that's what a lot of the smart boys thought. Nobody's worked me yet.
Go on with your story.
We loved it out here, and we're very happy. Then about 2 months ago, something happened. My brother was coming down to breakfast one morning when suddenly he lost consciousness and plunged headfirst down the stairs.
I see. Bumped his head in the fall, and he hasn't been the same since.
No, he apparently wasn't hurt in the fall, but he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness. The doctor told him, Wes, in a week you'll be dead.
Well, you didn't take just one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no, we checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say your brother will be dead in a week?
Yes.
I see. And, of course, we're very sympathetic, Miss Carson, but where do we fit into the picture?
Ever since Wes heard the bad news, well, he just shrugged his shoulders and said, what have I got to lose?
And has been running wild ever since, huh?
He's been doing everything that amuses him. Right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats.
Blackie North?
Hey, you mean the gangster?
Yes.
But see here, I don't see where
Please, Captain Friday, if you could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Why, from himself, I suppose. If he's got to die, at least he can die with the family name clean, not as a criminal.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write, he was a good man on his tombstone.
But this little conference wasn't the only thing that took place at Maggie's intimate drinking salon. Skip Turner, a little bored with the inactivity in the dimly lighted cocktail bar, picked a fight with the piano player and laid him gently across the keyboard. He did the same thing with the waiter and then tied up the hat check girl, while Captain Friday disposed of 2 of Blackie North's gunmen who had descended on them. It was all over before Skip learned from Wes Carson, the man they were hired to protect, that the piano player was none other than Blackie North himself.
Say, what are you trying to do, fella? Commit suicide?
Huh?
That man you just knocked out is Blackie North.
Well, what about it?
You'll wake up some morning with a carcass full of lead. Who are you, anyway?
Wes, please, they're friends of mine.
Eve, are you the cause of all this?
Do you mind, Wes? These gangsters are nothing to you, are they?
No, they're just amusing. But Blackie North's a pretty tough guy. Somebody's going to get hurt. Who are these 2 fellows?
This is Captain Friday and Skip Turner.
How are you, Wes? Your sister here's hired us to play bodyguard and fall guy for you during this next week.
Oh. She told you I'd be dead in a week?
That's right.
But during that time, I intend doing whatever it suits me to do.
Oh, she didn't spare the horses none. We know the score.
And you guys are crazy enough to see me through?
Well, we'll try to keep you out of jail.
That may be more difficult than you think. The police want me, you know.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, they don't know they want me. They just want the guy who stole this handful of diamonds out of a certain movie star's bedroom.
Hey, look at them rocks.
Why'd you steal them?
Just for the thrill. Just to see if I could.
Anybody else know you took them?
No.
Mind if I take them?
Not at all. I haven't any use for them. Well, what are you going to do with them?
Here, Skip. Plant these diamonds on Blackie North before he wakes up.
It'll be a pleasure.
I'll go out to the bar and get the police on the telephone. We'll be doing 2 good deeds. Helping the police capture a criminal and fixing it so we won't be murdered.
Hey, you hear that? The police are coming.
Yeah, they must have got wind of something. Get rid of those diamonds quick, Skip.
Right, boss.
Come on, Eve. Wes, let's get moving.
Moving? Where?
Well, what would amuse you?
I want to rob a bank.
And so the little party left Maggie's intimate drinking salon and retired to the Carson home in Beverly Hills to plan a bank robbery. That was last night. This morning, Captain Friday and Skip are seated in the breakfast nook, wondering about their next assignment with Wes Carson.
Hey, with all this leather upholstery on the window seat and a glass top on the table, this looks more like a cocktail bar than a breakfast nook.
I can see you don't get around much in Beverly Hills, Skip.
No, and I ain't used to going without breakfast neither. What gives?
Miss Carson's preparing it, I believe. It's the maid's day off.
Oh, this would have to happen to me. I'm starving.
Oh, it may not be so bad. She seems a very practical girl.
Yeah, but I wish you didn't have to practice on me. What you staring out the window for?
The fog's lifting.
Well, it always does about this time. What you looking at?
Just as I suspected. There he is on the corner.
Who?
One of Blackie North's gorillas. See him?
Where? Oh, yeah. Hey, that's one of the torpedoes we beat up last night.
He's watching this house, all right.
You want me to go out and dust him off?
No, we got more important things to attend to. And don't say anything to Eve. Might worry her.
Wonder if the police picked up Blackie last night.
No, unfortunately, our little plan didn't work out.
How do you know?
I've already read the morning paper. That siren we heard was a police car, all right. But they were on their way to a club a couple of blocks down the strip.
Yeah? What happened?
Oh, the usual brawl. Movie actor and an orchestra leader.
Well, then, hey, that means that Blackie's got them diamonds and nobody knows it but us.
That's about the size of it. We certainly played Santa Claus to Blackie last night. Now, watch it. Here's Miss Carson.
Oh, good morning, Miss Carson.
Good morning. Sorry to make you wait so long for breakfast.
Hot cakes.
I hope you like them. Please help yourself to the syrup while I pour the coffee.
Did we do anything to help?
No, everything's under control now, I think. Please begin.
I don't need no urging.
These hotcakes look delicious.
And they are delicious. Man, pancakes are my favorite fruit. And these are the best I ever tasted. You certainly fooled me, Miss Carson.
Fooled you? How?
Well, you don't look like a babe who could hash.
That's a left-handed compliment, Miss Carson. Skip means you're so beautiful and charming, he'd never suspect you could also cook.
Oh, thank you. But I'm afraid I haven't cooked much since finishing school.
Oh, you cooked in school?
Well, of course. In the domestic economy class. We all had to take it.
Well, blow me down. They're finally getting some sense in these colleges.
Won't you have some more?
No, thanks. Better save the rest of that batter for Wes. He'll be hungry when he wakes up.
You're sure he's all right, Captain Friday?
Oh, yes. I only put one sleeping tablet in his drink last night. They're harmless.
I do wish you weren't so set on robbing a bank.
So do I. And if it wasn't for you and your pancakes, Miss Carson, I'd be tempted to take it on the lamb right now.
But he is set on it. That's why I gave him the pill last night, so I could make a few phone calls.
Do you think he can manage it? Safely, I mean.
Well, Mr. Jordan's on his way here right now.
Mr. Jordan?
He's the manager of the city bank. Your bank, I believe.
Oh, yes, of course. You say he's coming here?
I'm afraid we'll have to take him into our confidence.
Oh, Captain Friday, I love my brother. He's such a good, clean boy. Don't let anything happen to him. Please.
We'll do our best, Miss Carson, but robbing a bank is dangerous business.
I know. And sometimes I think I shouldn't. But I do want him to be happy for this last week.
Probably Jordan now. He said he'd be right over.
Where would you like to talk to him?
Right here will do.
I'll bring him right in.
Hey, you know this fella Jordan, boss?
Not very well. I've met him.
Well, what if he won't go for the deal?
I think we can handle him.
Mr. Jordan says he knows you, Captain Friday.
How are you, Jordan?
Well, Captain, it's good to see you again.
This is my right-hand man, Skip Turner.
Well, glad to know you, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. Well, Captain, I brought along Miss Carson's bank statement, but I must confess I'm a little puzzled by the mystery.
I think I can clear it up for you. May I see the statement, please, Mr. Jordan?
If it's agreeable to Miss Carson.
Quite.
It shows a balance of over $200,000 in the checking account. Is that right?
That's right.
200 grand. A face and a figure like yours and 200 grand in the bank. And a good cook besides. Oh, the Lord's sure good to some people.
If you've finished extolling the virtues of Miss Carson, Skip, we'll get down to business.
I'll be quiet. But you can't keep me from dreaming.
Would you be willing to risk $200,000 in this robbery, Miss Carson?
Anything for Wes, Captain Friday.
Good. We have a strange request to make of you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
We want to rob your bank.
Rob my bank? But surely you're joking.
No, we're in deadly earnest. We want to steal $200,000 of Miss Carson's money out of your bank.
But I don't understand
Mr. Jordan, you know my brother Wesley.
Of course I know Wes. We handle his account as well as yours.
Well, he'll be dead in 5 days.
Wes dead?
That's the prophecy of the best doctors on the coast.
But I can't believe it. He looked so healthy. Why, only yesterday I saw him.
Nevertheless, Mr. Jordan, we have it on the best authority that Wesley Carson will die within 5 days. Apparently there's nothing medicine can do about it.
Oh, Miss Carson, I'm so sorry. Wes is such a fine young man.
Now, you can well understand that Miss Carson wants her brother to enjoy all the happiness possible during these last 5 days.
But of course, if there's anything I can do...
There is. A lot you can do. You can let him rob your bank.
It's an impulse he's had since childhood. And now he feels there's no longer any reason for repressing it.
Oh, I see.
Here's our plan. Miss Carson will give you a check for $200,000. You distribute this money among your tellers. We'll stage the robbery, enter the bank, and steal Miss Carson's money. Will you cooperate?
Well, of course I'd like to help, but robbing a bank, there are difficulties I'm sure you haven't thought of.
Difficulties? What are they?
Well, in the first place, we're insured against robbery. You'd have to have an understanding with the insurance company.
I talked to the president of the insurance company last night. He's agreed to delay the investigation for 6 days, after which time all the stolen money will be found in an ash can at the rear of the bank. Then you can tear up Miss Carson's check.
Well, if the insurance company's agreeable, but What if something goes wrong?
Well, you're protected. You have Miss Carson's check. You owe her nothing. You're out nothing.
Have you fixed it with the police?
No, I don't think they'd approve. And secondly, I'm afraid Wes might suspect.
Yeah, and as long as we're in this, we might as well enjoy it.
I'm afraid I don't share the same craving for excitement. When would this holdup take place?
This afternoon. Skip, Wes, and I'll enter the bank about 10 minutes to 3, just before closing time.
Oh, good heavens. You mean you want to stage this robbery in broad daylight?
Why not?
But Wes is well known at the bank, and a lot of people know you. You'd be recognized immediately.
You leave that to us. I can assure you none of us will be recognized.
You mean you'll wear masks?
Oh, something like that.
But I have a gun in my desk. I'd be forced to use it.
I know. Top drawer, left side. Just leave it in the same drawer, and you won't have a chance to use it.
But the more I think of this, the more ridiculous it seems. Robbing a bank in broad daylight. You can't get away with it.
Well, it has been done.
I know, but they were professionals. And besides, they're usually caught sooner or later. And another thing. There's an electric button under every teller's window. The moment one of them got suspicious, a light touch on one of these buttons would bring the police.
Well, the tellers won't touch any buttons. Not if we have them covered.
Those tellers are mostly girls. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to one of them.
Nothing worse than a fainting spell, I assure you.
Well, I'll take care of the ladies. That's my department, Mr. Jordan.
And they'll have something to talk about for the rest of their lives.
You're forgetting about our guard. He also carries a gun.
Oh, Hennessy? I'll take care of him, too.
I don't know. He's a good man, Hennessy.
Well, good men are my specialty.
And it's settled? Will you write out a check for $200,000, Miss Carson?
Not so fast, Captain. I haven't agreed to anything.
Mr. Jordan, put yourself in the place of Wes Carson.
Please, Mr. Jordan. He only has 5 days.
I know, Miss Carson, but robbing a bank...
You've nothing to lose, Jordan. To all outward appearances, this will be an ordinary holdup as far as you're concerned. If we're caught, we'll take the rap.
Why, I could lose my position or land in jail.
Not at all. You're not to implicate yourself in any way.
Well, then...
Is the check ready, Miss Carson?
Here it is. $200,000 drawn on Mr. Jordan's bank.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, that's the way to talk, fella.
We'll have a lot of preparations to make, Mr. Jordan, so you'll excuse us if we rush you off. We'll see you later in the day.
Good heavens, you really mean you're going to do it today?
At 10 minutes to 3.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. But I warn you, I'll have to do my best to stop you.
Of course. That's the way we want it.
We'll take our chances.
Well, goodbye, good luck. I certainly hope everything goes off smoothly.
You don't know how grateful I am, Mr. Jordan. I'll see you at the door.
Oh, dear, 10 minutes to 3.
Come on, Skip. We've got to wake Wes and then do some shopping.
And then rob a bank in broad daylight. Man alive, this is right down my alley.
It's been a busy morning for Captain Friday and Skip. After waking Wes Carson and finding him none the worse for having taken a sleeping pill the night before, they left him eating a hearty breakfast while they departed on a shopping tour. The tour included a Hollywood studio arsenal, where they procured several rounds of blank cartridges, and a Hollywood costumers, where Captain Friday selected a number of articles of clothing and makeup items. They're now in an upstairs bedroom of the Carson home, getting ready for the big adventure, the robbing of a bank in broad daylight.
Well, how do I look, Cap? Like a real ranch hand?
I'd say a cross between a ranch hand and a member of a hillbilly band.
Yeah, these blue jeans are a little tight.
Well, that's in character. All cowboys wear 'em tight.
Yeah.
I gotta get used to these high-heel boots, too. Feel like I'm falling down all the time.
You better get over that feeling quick. The slightest mistake this afternoon, we'll all be falling through a hangman's trap.
Hey, you think we can depend on Carson keeping his head?
I can't tell what he'll do in the excitement. We'll have to watch him close.
Maybe put the blanks in his gun?
Oh, not so loud, Skip. Carson's in the next room. Yes, all the guns are carrying blanks.
Oh, don't trust me either, huh?
Of course I trust you. But I know there's nothing like the sound of a gun going off to let people know you mean business.
Hey, you mean we may have to let somebody know we mean business?
I don't think so, but we're ready if we have to.
I'll get it, boss.
Well, howdy, partner. Just drove 100 hay to candle down from the Bar X. They're mighty thirsty, and so am I. How about a water in my stock while I wet my whistle?
Good boy, Wes. You're a born rancher.
Think I'll do?
Sure you will. Oh, come in, Miss Carson.
Isn't Wes wonderful? With that blonde beard, I'd never know him in 1,000 years.
Yeah, and that 10-gallon hat makes him 6 inches taller.
Yeah, let's see, Wes. Let me look at you. Blue serge suit, cuffs tucked into high-heeled boots, stiff collar, bowstring tie. Yep, you'll do. You're a wealthy cattleman if I ever saw one.
Gee, this is exciting, isn't it? I never had so much fun in my life.
I had an awful time getting him away from the mirror. You should have been an actor, Wes.
Well, how you like me, Miss Carson? Of course, I ain't a wealthy cattleman like Wes and Captain Friday here. Me, I'm just a poor ranch hand that drives that big car and does all the dirty work.
I love your long sideburns. And that false nose makes you look positively beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you saw me on the street, would you know me?
Well, if I did, I don't think I'd admit it. But seriously, boys, the disguises are wonderful. Even though Mr. Jordan knows you, I don't think he'll recognize you in those outfits.
I hope you're right. Our lives may depend on it. Now let's go over our plan again.
I'll get in character by rolling a cigarette.
Get this now, both of you. We'll drive Miss Carson's sedan up to the curb in front of the bank. There'll be a piece of blanket hanging from the trunk in the rear. The end of the blanket will cover the license plate.
That sounds all right. Naturally, I don't want Eve implicated in any way.
Now we're at the bank. We go in together. Skip a little respectfully behind Wes and me.
Mm-hmm.
We go straight to Jordan's office behind the little wooden railing, Wes. What do you do, Skip?
Oh, I look for Hennessy.
He'll probably be around the counter in the middle of the floor.
Hennessy? Oh, yes, that's the guard.
He ought to be easy to spot in his uniform.
Oh, I'll find him. And then I ask him to show me to the washroom.
It's in the rear of the building. Hennessy prides himself on being a gentleman, so I think he'll escort you back there.
Well, if he don't, I'll have a gun in his ribs. He'll be polite, all right.
When you get to the washroom, you tie him up and gag him. You got your materials?
Mm-hmm, right here. Lariat and yellow scarf.
Good. Then you get back and cover the entrance. Let anybody come in that wants to, but don't let anybody go out.
Over my dead body.
Well, let's hope not.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wes, you and I are sitting in Mr. Jordan's office.
We're a couple of ranchers from San Fernando Valley, and we want to negotiate a loan.
Right. We discuss the terms of the loan with Jordan until we see Skip return from the washroom and go to the entrance.
But what if Skip needs somebody else back there in the washroom?
Oh, I'll take care of him. This rope's pretty long.
Well, Wes, must you go through with this? So many things can happen.
Oh, don't worry, sis. We'll have a picnic.
This ain't no time to get scared.
Granting everything's okay and back.
If everything's okay, I'll walk through the bank, and then when I go by Jordan's office, I'll take off my hat and wipe my forehead.
And when you get that signal, Wes?
I remark on the heat and ask Jordan where I can get a drink of water.
Now, I don't know what Jordan will say, but I do know there's a water cooler in the teller's cage adjoining Jordan's office. If he suggests the cooler, he'll probably open the door for you himself. If he doesn't, I will suggest it. You can see it from the office through the grill work.
Mm-hmm. I go into the cage and get a drink from the cooler.
Now, some of the tellers will probably look around as you enter the cage. But as you take a paper cup from the holder and pour yourself a drink, they'll probably continue their work.
I finish my drink and whip my gun out of my coat pocket and order all tellers to step back 2 feet from their windows.
By this time, I'll have taken Jordan's gun from his desk drawer. With the gun in Jordan's back, we'll both go into the cage. I'll have the tellers covered, all 5 of them.
I take this sack from under my hat like this, and then I go to work in the number 1 teller.
Right. You order him to empty his drawer into the sack. Then you go on to the next teller. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than 30 seconds to empty all 5 drawers into the sack.
Then we back out the same door we came in and break for the entrance.
Not break exactly. Walk. Don't run. A lot of people in the bank won't even know what's going on. The less commotion we make, the better.
Yeah, and don't forget your sack, Wes.
Oh, no. It's full of money, and I've got it under my arm. I walk outside and get in the back seat of the car.
I get in the front seat and start the motor.
But what if you're jammed in? You know, a car in front and a car in back.
In Beverly Hills, cars park facing the curb. Nothing can get in front or back of us without blocking the street.
Oh, of course, I know that. I guess I'm so nervous I can't think.
Now, I back out into the street facing south. Skip?
I keep the entrance covered until I see you're ready. Then I run and jump into the front seat beside you.
And we're off. Once we get into the canyons and the hills, we'll change our clothes and get rid of our disguises. We stuff the blanket into the trunk so our license plate shows. We drive calmly back here and park the car in the garage. Once we get that sack of money in the house, we're safe.
Sounds great. When do we start?
And let's see. It's 2:30 now. Take us about 10 minutes to get there. 10 minutes more to get the right parking space. And we'd better be on our way now.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Goodbye, Wes. Let me kiss you.
Don't worry, Eve. Everything will be all right.
But how will I know? When will you be back?
It shouldn't take us more than 15 minutes to change clothes afterward. We should be back here in 45 minutes.
I have a feeling this is going to be the longest 45 minutes of my life.
So have I. Come on, let's get it over with.
You see, gentlemen, the appraisal of the property...
Mr. Jordan, may I see you for a moment?
Yes, of course, Mr. Littell. Would you excuse me for a second?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Jordan.
Only take a second. I'll be right back.
Watch it now, Wes. Skip has taken Hennessy into the back room.
He should be back by now.
And we can't make a move till Skip's at the front door.
What if he doesn't show up?
Don't worry about Skip. He'll hold up his end.
Can we just stall along with Jordan?
That's the idea. Watch it. Here he comes back.
As I was saying, gentlemen, you must understand that I couldn't make a loan until I'd had your property appraised. That may take several days.
I'm afraid we can't wait that long. See, we need the money now. We got a bargain in some beeves up north, Mr. Jordan.
What time is it?
Yeah, almost 3 o'clock. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Just wondering.
Yeah, I guess ain't time to visit no other banks today. They all close before sundown, don't they, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, I'm afraid nearly all banks close at 3 o'clock, including our own, gentlemen.
Well, we don't seem to be doing no good here. See anything of Bill?
Oh, don't worry none about Bill. You take care of yourself. Bill's one of our ranch hands, Mr. Jordan. He don't get a chance to come to town very often.
Why don't you gentlemen come in early tomorrow? We'll have more time to talk over your loan. I'm sure we can work it out some way.
Early? Say about cockcrow?
Cockcrow?
Yeah, I always forget you city fellers don't know how to talk time. Cockcrow's 5 o'clock.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm afraid that's a bit early. You see, we don't open our doors to the public until...
There's Bill.
Where? Yep, I see him. I told you didn't have to worry none about him.
He must be pretty warm. Bill's taking off his hat and wiping his head.
Yeah, it is pretty warm in the city, especially when you're dressed up in your Sunday clothes.
Have a drink of water handy, Mr. Jordan?
Water? No, I'm afraid we
Ain't
don't.
that one of them newfangled water coolers in that there cage?
Oh, yes, but we don't usually...
Go on in, help yourself. Mr. Jordan won't care, will you?
Oh, no, of course not. But I'll have to unlock the door to the cage.
Sorry to be so much bother. When you're so dry, you're chewing on cactus.
There you are. Cooler's over there. Hey, what are you doing in that door?
Button your lip, Jordan. Now ahead of me. Into the cage.
It's you. Why, I didn't recognize...
Pipe down and do as you're told.
Yes, sir.
All tellers, hands over your heads. Step back 2 paces from your window.
Hold up.
You there, Blondie. Back 2 paces.
They're all back. Get going with the sack.
Now, you. Dump your drawer into this sack.
Keep your hands up and your heads down.
All right. Number 2. Into the sack.
You'd better do as he says.
Yes.
Number 3 window. Empty your drawer into the sack.
And don't spill any.
Now, number 4.
Thank you, miss.
One more. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd advise you to stay away from those buttons. The first person who touches one gets a bullet. That's Bill out there in the doorway. He can hit a dime at 100 yards. Come on, bring the sack.
Backing out. Keep 'em covered.
Take it easy, Wes. Here's the car.
I don't see Skip yet.
Keep your eye peeled. Ready to go.
Here he comes.
Come in.
We made it.
There's a soldier signaling.
Oh, no time for hitchhikers now.
He's an MP. Look at his armband.
Yeah, waving us down. I'll slow down.
Hey, look, there's somebody coming from the other side.
They're jumping on the running board.
All right, get him up and into the back seat.
We're covered from both sides.
Quiet, punk. Keep him covered, Porgy.
Blackie North, in a soldier's uniform. That's a federal offense, fella. You know that?
Look who's talking. I got him now. Take the wheel, Porgy.
Blackie North, the gangster from Maggie's intimate drinking salon, apparently heard of the bank robbery deal and had his guerrillas on hand to collect the $200,000 without even going near the bank. On top of that, he still has the diamonds that Captain Friday and Skip Turner planted on him in the hope the police would find them. A pretty good day's work for Blackie North. Listen next week for the 3rd and last episode of You'll Be Dead in a Week. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents You'll Be Dead in a Week, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
4 o'clock of a sunshiny afternoon in the green foothills north of Hollywood. A sedan raises clouds of dust as it ascends a rising, winding dirt road toward the uninhabited summit. Looking on this innocuous scene, no one would suspect that Captain Friday, Skip, and Wes Carson are prisoners in the back of the sedan. Half turned in his seat, alongside the driver, is a man dressed in a soldier's MP uniform. He rests a gun on the back of the seat, keeps it pointed at the three in the back. While an army uniform is sacred to most of us, it isn't to Blackie North, notorious gangster. He used this disguise to trap Captain Friday and his companions after they had successfully robbed a bank. But we're getting ahead of our story. We'll start back at the beginning. Last night, Captain Friday and Skip were summoned to Maggie's intimate drinking salon on the Sunset Strip by a mysterious letter. Eve Carson, Beverly Hills heiress, was the writer.
Yes, I wrote that letter. I've come to you for help. I'm in trouble.
What sort of trouble?
About 2 months ago, my brother Wesley lost consciousness and fell downstairs.
Affected his brain?
No, he's apparently as alert and healthy as ever. But when he went to our doctor to find out why he lost consciousness, the doctor told him, Wes, in a week you'll be dead.
Well, you didn't just take one doctor's word for it.
Oh, no, Captain Friday. We checked with 3 other specialists.
And they all say in a week your brother will be dead, huh?
Yes. Only 2 of the days are gone already.
You see? Well, of course, we're very sympathetic, Miss Carson, but where do we fit into the picture?
Ever since Wes heard the bad news, he's been doing everything that amuses him. Right now, it amuses him to be tied up with Blackie North and his bunch of cutthroats. That's Wes now at the table over there.
That clean-looking fellow with those 2 gorillas? That's your brother?
Yes. Oh, if you could sort of look out for him, take care of him, protect him.
Protect him from what?
Well, from himself, I suppose. If he's got to die, at least he can die with a family name clean, not as a criminal.
If I get you right, you want us to curb his last week of fun just so you can write he was a good man on his tombstone.
I want him to have all the fun and excitement he wants. All I'm asking is that you keep him out of trouble, keep him out of jail, keep him from harm or violence. It's worth $10,000 to me.
All right, Miss Carson. It's a bargain. And a bad one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Captain Friday took the job of watching over Eve's brother Wes Carson during his last 5 days. But, as he put it was a bad bargain. Wes had become entangled with Blackie North, a Southland gangster who was only 1 step ahead of the police. To further complicate matters, Wes, just for the thrill, had stolen a handful of diamonds from the home of a movie star. Captain Friday solved this problem by planting the gems on Blackie North, then called the police, hoping they would search him, find the gems, and stow him away safely behind bars. Before they were able to accomplish this, however, Wes Carson came up with a startling announcement. He wanted to rob a bank. But here's Captain Friday to tell you about that.
Yes, Wes wanted to rob a bank, and there was nothing to do but humor him. We arranged for him to rob his own bank by having his sister deposit $200,000 with the cashier before the robbery took place. Wes, of course, didn't know about this, and everything went off as we planned it. Wes picked up all the money in the teller's cages. We backed out of the bank and ran for the car parked at the curb. Skip Turner covered our getaway.
I'm in. We made it.
Look, there's a soldier motioning us to stop.
Hey, no time for hitchhikers now.
He's an MP. Look at his armband.
We can't turn the corner without running over him. I guess we better stop and see what he wants.
Hey, there's somebody coming at us from the other side.
They're jumping on the running board.
All right, get him up and into the back seat.
Into the back seat before I drill you.
Blackie North in a soldier's uniform. That's a federal offense.
Look who's talking. Take the wheel, Porgy. I'll take their gats. And I don't want to hear a peep out of anybody for 10 minutes. You get it? All right, suckers, hands in the air. And get out one at a time. You first, Friday.
I got him covered, Blackie.
You next, Carson. And no funny stuff or I'll dry gulch every one of you.
Well, you certainly turned the tables on us, Blackie.
Now you, wise guy.
Just call me Skip.
And keep them hands up. Porgy's a little nervous with his trigger finger.
You said it, Chief. It is kind of itchy.
Now get moving, single file, towards those trees. Bring the rope, Porgy.
Coming, Chief.
If you want to play soldier, why aren't you in the army, Blackie?
Because the army's full of dopes like you guys. I'm smart. I'd rather play you, see?
How'd you get that uniform? Roll some poor soldier?
People are always giving me things, like diamonds and gunny sacks full of dough. Halt!
Well, I must say I approve your taste in nature, Blackie. This is a beautiful spot you picked.
You won't think it's no picnic before I get through with you, Carson.
What are you going to do, burn us at the stake?
You pray for burning before long. Lay down, you two. Heads facing that tree. You on one side, Friday, you on the other, wise guy.
You mean lie down on the ground?
Afraid of soiling your pretty panties? Get down there quick before I bust your skull open.
Okay. No need to get rough, Blackie.
No? What about that pink tea you gave at my place last night?
Yeah, what about it? I got a memory like an elephant.
You got a nose like one, too.
Yeah, I got it last night. And I ain't forgetting that neither.
Shut up, Skip. You're only antagonizing him.
All right, you guys. Shove your heads against the tree.
Yeah. Like this?
Okay. Now put your arms around the trunk. Now flat on your back.
Anything you say, Blackie.
All right. Go to work with that rope, Porgy.
Yeah.
Get their arms around the tree and tie their wrists.
Hey, I feel neglected. Don't I deserve some attention?
We got something special in mind for you, Wes.
How'd you know we were going to rob a bank today, Blackie?
You small-time operators. You thought I was out cold last night.
You mean you were playing possum?
You'd take a better man than that wise guy you got with you to knock me out.
Let that be a lesson to you, Skip. Always be thorough.
Fine time to be giving out with lectures.
There, I guess they won't slip out of them knots.
Let me see 'em. Yeah, they're good nights.
Yeah.
But slip 'em a little tighter.
Danny?
These guys got too much circulation already.
Okay, they see. There. How do you like that?
Fits me just like a tourniquet.
Now get their feet, Porgy.
Yeah.
The same kind of knots.
Same kind.
And you, Carson, keep those hands up.
How about putting him behind my back or something? I've been holding him up a long time.
You keep 'em up there, I'll saw your fingers off one by one.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, what's that?
What, Chief?
I thought I heard a car.
Wouldn't be no cars up here.
Probably the police after the bank robbers.
I didn't hear nothing, Chief.
Well, hurry up with that rope.
Okay.
Since you overheard everything last night, Blackie, then I guess it was your man you had staked outside the Carson home this morning.
Sure. We've been tailing you all day.
Congratulations. I only saw him once, through the window.
You hear that, Porgy? That'll cost you.
The frog went up like a scared window shade, Chief. It never did that before.
Don't let him jip you out of your share, Porgy.
Shut up, you. How them ropes, Porgy?
Well, they're all tied up like fish in the net, Chief.
Yeah, good and tight. Good job, Porgy.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't find you for that lousy tailing job this time.
Thanks, Chief.
Say, I can't stand this much longer. Can't I rest my hands and my head?
I'm giving the orders, and I said keep 'em up. I'll get around to you just as soon as I tend to a little unfinished business. And now you, wise guy, you beat me up last night, didn't you?
Well, I didn't even hurt you. You said so yourself.
But you meant to, and now it's my time. How do you like this, wise guy?
Oh, look here now. You can't kick a man when he's down.
Oh, can I? Just watch.
Oh, you dirty
You look at that flying tackle.
Attaboy, Wes. Get him.
Porgy, hit him on the head. Don't shoot. Hit him.
Get his head out in the open, Chief. That's it.
I guess that'll stop our little football player.
Hit him right back of the ear with a butt, Chief.
Good aim.
You've killed him, Blackie.
Nah, he'll be all right in a couple of years.
If he dies, you'll go to the chair. You know that.
Who'll tell on me? You guys are gonna lay here till you rot.
Won't do you no good to yell, neither. Nobody can hear you up here.
Listen, Blackie, I don't care about myself, but you'd better take Carson to a hospital. He's bleeding around the ear.
He asked for it, didn't he? So long, you guys. Hope you enjoy the wine. Come on, Porgy.
How are you, Skip?
Okay.
Hurt much?
Oh, just a couple of busted ribs.
Is Wes breathing? Can you see?
Yeah, I think he's breathing all right.
He's in a bad way. We've got to get him to a hospital.
Yeah. Any ideas how we're going to do it?
Well, there go our friends.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him go, if you ask me.
But Porgy must have spent some time at sea. The more I work my wrists, the tighter these knots get.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, we're in a pretty pickle, all right.
Hey, I wonder if it'd do us any good to yell.
No, nobody'd come up here, even on a hike.
Yeah. Makes you feel kind of alone.
Yeah. Skip.
Yeah?
I've got a hunch.
What?
I think Blackie made one big mistake.
What?
Tying us both to the same tree.
I don't get it.
Look, if you slide around a little, your wrists would be directly in front of my face. Try squirming around.
Okay. There. Is that your nose I feel?
Don't poke your finger in my eye. Hold it.
And what you gonna do, stare those knots loose?
Yeah, just as I thought. This isn't rope at all. It's sash cord.
Well, same thing, ain't it?
But it isn't nearly as thick. Hold still.
And what you doing?
Chewing on the rope. I'll make it, too, if my teeth hold up.
You mean you're trying to chew through the strands? Well, that'll take days.
Worth trying anyway. Besides, it doesn't taste bad at all.
Blackie North and his torpedo Porgy overheard the planning of the fake bank robbery and devised a means of cutting themselves in on the $200,000 taken from the bank. The two gangsters, wearing Army uniforms, stopped Captain Friday's car, drove to a secluded spot in the Hollywood Hills, and, after knocking out Wes Carson, bound Skip Turner and Captain Friday to a tree. The only possibility of escape seemed to lie with the captain's efforts to chew through the sash cord with which Blackie North had tied them.
How's it coming, Cappy?
It won't be long now. I'm on the last strand.
Well, can you hold out? It's getting pretty dark.
Jaws are tired, and my mouth's full of rope.
Well, why don't you rest a while? You've been at it for hours.
Only 3 by your wristwatch.
That seems a lot longer. Man, it's getting black on the infidel's heart.
Has Wes moved?
He got cold. That's an awful gash he's got behind his ear where Blackie hit
I
him.
hope he isn't dead.
Poor kid.
Well, I can't stop now. Time may save a life.
Yeah, go ahead and all. You'll get him someplace all right. I can feel the cord giving. Hey, I'll pull on my wrist. It may help some. You know, I ain't sure, but I think I heard West Side just now. You know, you gotta hand it to that kid. He's got what it takes. And if we'd all pitched in on Blackie like he done, we might not be in this pickle. But then, on the other hand, we might all be laying flat like Wes. Yeah, I guess we had a better chance this way. Keep going, Captain. I'm helping all I can. Hey, I'm loose. You did it, Captain.
Thanks to a good dentist.
Now, wait till I get this rope off my wrist and find my knife.
That's another mistake Blackie made, not frisking.
Yeah, well, how was he to know you had a row of razor blades in your mouth, Captain?
Well, I'm through using my knives for a while. How about yours?
I got it. Boy, my hands are so numb I can't hardly feel it.
Now, rub your hands together.
Oh, they'll be all right. Here we go.
Ooh, like needles, the blood running back into your fingers.
Yeah, it only hurts for a minute, though. Mine are practically all right by now. Here, I'll cut your feet loose.
Now, how about your own?
After you. It'll only take a second.
There, that's it. Now, give me the knife. I'll get yours.
Yeah, I reckon I would have to be a sort of an acrobat to do it myself.
Porgy was right about this being a fishnet. I guess that does it.
Woo-wee. Wonder if I can stand up.
Yeah, my feet are not so bad. Good thing they left our boots on.
Yeah, my feet are a lot better than my hands.
Now, let's take a look at Wes.
Yeah, here he is over here. Wait a minute, I'll strike a match.
Yeah, poor kid. He's bled quite a bit. His pulse is beating.
Good. Maybe he's got a chance.
If we can get him to a doctor.
But how? We're miles from nowhere.
Only one way. Carry him. Help me get him onto my shoulder.
Oh, no. You load him onto me, Captain.
With 2 busted ribs, you wouldn't get very far.
Reckon you're right. All right. Up he goes.
Up. There. Now, you lead the way to the road.
Yeah. That's going to be a long trek into Hollywood. It's getting pretty dark.
We'll stop at the first house we come to and get help.
What, in these disguises? We're giving ourselves up as bank robbers? Man, the papers must be full of our descriptions by now.
I bargained to see this kid through. I'll keep my part of it as best I can. But if you want to...
Hey, boss, you know I'm sticking with you. Here's the road.
Sorry, Skip.
Oh, sure, I know, Cap. Hey, look, there's a house down yonder.
Where? I don't remember any house on the way up here.
Don't you see that light?
No, that's not a house. That light's moving.
Yeah. Hey, it's a car on the winding road.
They're coming up the road towards us, too.
You suppose it's Blackie coming back?
Or the police. Blackie might have tipped him off.
What are we going to do?
Well, if it's the police, we'll give ourselves up and get some medical attention for Wes.
And if it's Blackie?
Well, nothing we can do but hide in the brush and let him go by.
What if it ain't neither Blackie or the police?
Then we'll get him to drive us to a hospital, of course.
Well, whoever it is will recognize us from the descriptions in the paper.
And that's a chance we'll have to take.
If it comes. Hey, we better get off the road.
You make out what kind of a car it is?
No, not yet.
Coming at a pretty fast clip.
Oh, now I can see it. It's a roadster with the top down.
Good. Maybe a couple of schooners.
I better hail it.
Go ahead. Stand out in the road where they can see you.
Hey, we need help!
That's a girl, alone.
Hi, miss. Will you help us? We had an accident.
Skip, Captain Friday.
What's Miss Carson?
Eve, what are you doing here?
Oh, I've been looking everywhere for you. Where's Wes?
Right here.
And badly hurt, I'm afraid.
Oh,
We've got to get him to a doctor, quick.
get in. Is he conscious?
No, hasn't been for hours.
Now, hold him on my lap. Yeah, that's it. Close the doors, Cap.
Yeah. Hey, you want me to turn the car around?
No, I'll do it.
Good girl. Drive slowly over these bumps. We don't want to shake Wes up any more than we can help.
Bullet wound?
No, bump on the head with a gun butt.
Concussion?
I'm afraid so.
Blackie North.
How did you know?
Well, after you left the house, I was so worried I couldn't stand it. I jumped in the roadster and drove to the bank. I was parked outside when you came out.
Hey, and you saw Blackie kidnapped him.
I saw a soldier and another man jump in the car. I knew that wasn't part of your plan, so I got suspicious.
You followed us?
Yes. But I had to stay far enough behind so I wouldn't be seen. I lost you in the hills. I've been looking for you ever since.
You're a brave girl, Eve. Let's hope you were in time.
Well, I feel responsible for all this. I'm terribly upset.
Hey, we're coming to the paved road now.
Now you can step on it.
Our house is closer than the hospital. I can have the doctor in a few moments.
Oh, I felt kind of bad walking out on Miss Carson.
Nothing we could do. Wes is in the hands of the doctors now.
Yeah, sure was a flock of them.
Good thing we had time to change clothes and get our makeup off before they arrived.
Yeah. Eve did a good job on Wes, too. Not a trace of that beard left.
Yeah, swell kid. Hope we can recover our money.
Yeah, and our car.
And I hope those doctors can do something for Wes. Too bad if he has to die like this.
Well, at least he had some excitement. If he has to die, I reckon this is the way he'd want it.
Yeah, I'd hope to keep him alive for 5 more days till his time was up.
Well, it's out of our hands now. Hey, Captain, you want me to carry that package a while?
No, thanks.
Must be pretty heavy.
I'm all right. How's your side?
All right.
Hurting you?
Little.
You should have let one of those doctors back at the house fix you up.
All you can do for broken ribs, tape it up. Shucks, I've had busted ribs before.
Well, it won't be long now. There's the sign in the middle of the block. Maggie's Intimate Drinking Salon.
Yeah. Hey, do you see what I see?
Where?
Parked at the curb in front.
Yes, I believe it is. It's Eve Carson's car.
Well, if the car's here, then Blackie must be here.
And the gunny sack with her money.
And don't forget the diamonds.
Yeah. Feel up to a tussle?
With Blackie North? Anytime.
What about your ribs?
Blackie North broke them, didn't he? Don't ask foolish questions.
Excuse me. I want to drop in this drugstore for a moment, make a phone call.
Who you calling?
A couple of friends of mine. Look out for this package while I'm gone. It'll just take me a second.
Yeah. I'll get a paper and see what it says about the bank robbery. Looks like we got headlines. Let's see, bank robbed of $250,000. That's pretty good.
Okay, Skip. I got my call through. Nickel wisely spent, I think.
Yeah, I spent one, too. Look here at the paper.
Well, you gave us quite a splurge, didn't they?
They call me young and handsome.
They make quite a point of my paunch and beard. It's good.
And poor Wes would get a bang out of what they said about him, too. Too bad he can't read it.
Well, Skip, we haven't much time for biography. Let's go to work.
Yes, sir. It'll be a great pleasure to work on Mr. Blackie North.
Now, if we don't see Blackie or Porgy, we'll sit at the bar and have a drink.
And if we do see him, well, that's just too bad for them.
Blackie must have an office somewhere in the back. Keep your eye peeled for it. That's where the money probably is.
Okay, let's go.
See anybody?
Not even a head checker.
Not a customer in the house.
Or the bartender either.
I'll look behind the bar. You look in the kitchen.
Yeah. Nobody in the kitchen.
I left my package back here. May come in handy later.
See any more doors?
Not a one. There must be an office here somewhere.
Why, sure. Else where is everybody?
Beats me.
Man, this place is like a deserted village.
Yeah, there's something screwy here.
Yeah. Silent like a haunted house.
Hold it. What's that?
Sounded like a sliding door.
Someone's coming. Sit at the bar, quick.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. I did not realize there was anyone at the bar.
Kind of deserted tonight.
We cater mostly to the after-theater crowd. What will be your pleasure, gentlemen?
A glass of milk.
A glass of... You You were here last night.
Well, how sweet of you to remember.
But Blackie said, sheep!
At him, Skip.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, that's enough. He's out.
Anybody hear us?
Apparently not. Wonder where he came from.
Sounded like a sliding door.
Obviously, one of those panels slides back.
Hey, maybe he was fetching a drink for somebody. If it was, they'll be after him in a minute.
Here, help me prop him up against the bar.
Prop him up? Why?
If anyone comes after him, give us a little more time.
Oh, I get it.
There. Hey, he looks like a wax dummy.
Pretty lifelike, all right. Hey, here comes somebody.
Grab a stool.
Get going, Gene. The chief wants a drink.
We. How was that for a French accent?
Great. Texas Frenchman. Skip.
Yeah?
I saw the door. It's in the wall to the left.
Well, come on, let's go look.
Easy now. Right here, this panel. See anything that looks like a button?
Not yet. Hey, you sure this is it?
I'm positive. Porgy leaned against the wall before the door opened.
And maybe this little knot of pine here. Shall I try it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Nothing happens.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Hey, the waiter.
And he's got a gun.
When you knock a person out, you should make sure he is really unconscious, gentlemen. This is the second time you have failed in your objective.
Doggone, guess I'll never learn.
I believe you were trying to open the door, gentlemen. If you will put the heel of your boot on the second square of linoleum, you will find it will slide back automatically.
We ain't so anxious to get in as we was.
But I am, gentlemen. I am sure Mr. North will be delighted to see you.
And if we refuse?
In that case, gentlemen, I shall be forced to commit justifiable murder.
What with?
My revolver, naturally.
Well, you didn't think we'd be silly enough to leave any lead in that gun, did you?
Why, I emptied the chambers myself. Didn't you see the bullets in the shaker on the bar?
I do not believe you.
Grab him.
Yeah. I got it. Thoroughly.
I didn't think he'd fall for that old turkey.
Man, it had whiskers, but it worked.
What's going on out here? Gene.
Hello, Porgy, old pal. And you too, Blackie.
Keep your gun on him, Skip. I'll dust him off.
How did you...
We're professionals, Blackie. Why should we explain to you dope?
Thanks for the gat, Blackie. You too, Porgy.
Oh, and looky at the nice stacks of money on the desk.
Yeah, nice of you to count it for us, Blackie. Is it all there?
Listen, you guys, I'll make a deal with you.
Keep 'em up, Blackie, or I'll dry gulch you.
Listen, you guys, I'll split with you.
Winner take all, Blackie.
I'll squeal to the cops.
Which reminds me, Skip. Bring in that little package at the bar.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, is it behind the bar, Captain?
Yeah, it's near the sink.
Now, listen, to some reason, Friday,
We might make a deal at that. Where's that handful of diamonds we left here last night?
What kind of a deal?
We'll take half the dough and the diamonds and call it quits.
Half the dough and half the diamonds? That's reasonable.
Here's the package, Chief.
All right. Just open the package and strew the contents around, Skip.
We, as Gene would say. Only he ain't talking.
Just lay those clothes on the back of the chair. Boots on the floor, the beard's on the desk near the money.
What's the idea of littering the place up with that stuff?
Well, these were the costumes we wore this afternoon, Blackie. I thought you might like to use them next time you robbed a bank.
I thought we was going to make a deal.
Well, where are the diamonds?
Right here in my vest pocket. Here.
Hey, look out. You're dropping them, Captain.
What's the idea of throwing the diamonds around?
I thought we ought to plant a little more evidence.
Why, you double-crossed...
Hey, he's making a break. Tackle him.
I got him. Go after Porgy.
Yeah.
Never mind. We've got Porgy.
Well, if it ain't the homicide squad.
I didn't waste any time after my phone call, Lieutenant.
What's going on here?
They were just making a break. We had to use a little action.
Nice job, Captain. That the money on the desk?
I think you'll find it's the stolen money, Lieutenant. Here's the disguises they wore. Blackie's friend, Gene, is outside the door.
Yes, one of my men has him. Huh. What's this on the floor?
I think they're the diamonds stolen from that movie star last week. Blackie tried to make a deal with us.
Well, Captain, thanks very much for the tip-off. How'd you happen onto it?
Miss Carson of Beverly Hills hired us to recover her stolen car. It turned out to be the bandit car.
Nice work. And, I believe you said you wanted your name kept out of it.
Credit's all yours, Lieutenant. That is, if you let us drive Miss Carson's car away without any further red tape.
I think that can be arranged. I just won't mention a car in my report.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. I'll be reading about you in the papers. We have some wonderful news, Miss Carson. All your money has been recovered.
Yeah, and your car's in the driveway.
That is wonderful news, but I have better.
Your brother?
The doctors performed an operation. The blow on his head released a nerve that was strangling his spine. Oh, he's going to live.
Well, that is wonderful news. Needless to say, Skip and I are delighted.
Yes, sir. And when Wes gets well, I have a hunch he'll be free from Blackie North.
And I have a hunch that Blackie North won't be free.
Dead in a Week, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse, has been another in the series Adventures by Morse, a regular feature over this station. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
When Captain Friday and Skip Turner arrived in New Orleans on the return home from the Chilean jungles, a telegram was waiting for them. It read, "Implore your help. Impossible to contact police. Can you meet me, Lake Drummond, South Carolina, on the edge of Dismal Swamp immediately?" You decided to go to Lake Drummond, South Carolina, Captain Friday?
No, it was Skip. He made up our minds in about 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
You doggone right I did. You forgot the important part of that telegram.
What's that?
It was signed Julie Lane.
The damsel in distress.
Well, you can't leave a poor helpless little female wringing her hands in the middle of the Dismal Swamp in South Carolina, can you? Anyhow, not a pretty little one like Julie.
How'd you know what she was like? You never heard of her before.
Brother, when it comes to female women, I got second sight. I was as pretty a hunk of gal as ever I set eyes on, too. Black hair and blue eyes and skin like wild honey right out of the comb.
And married, Skip. Don't forget that.
No, I ain't forgetting the look on her face when she told us her husband was lost in the swamp.
Lost?
Yes, that's the word she used. She said her husband had been lost in the Dismal Swamp for more than a month. It's all she told us until we were deep in the swamp.
They reached Lake Drummond just after sunrise on a brilliant October morning, when a dawn wind ruffled the water, stained by juniper and cypress, to the color of old Madeira. There they met Julie Lane. He was waiting for them with a flat-bottomed boat, waiting to pole them into the heart of the swamp, waiting fearfully and begging them to hurry, hurry. In 5 minutes, they'd left the wide reaches of the lake behind them. Giant cedars and cypress, older than the memory of man, blotted out the sun. Her husband was lost, and there was no time to talk. That's all she would say. They pushed their way through networks to tangled grapevine and honeysuckle overhanging the stream. Captain Friday and Skip alternately poling and fending the boat from snags of fallen timber. The girl, Julie, hung over the bow, scanning the water for cypress knees waiting just below the surface to rake the bottom of the boat.
Snag, Skip. Watch it.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, man, the fella sure picked a right name for this place. Dismal.
And dark and damp and crawling.
The bottom of a well would be cozy by comparison.
Yeah.
At least well water looks like water. This stuff looks like all Custer's army got themselves massacred in it. How you coming, Julie?
All right. Stop pulling now, Captain Friday.
Oh?
The cypress knees underwater, whole forest of them. I'll have to pull us through.
Hey, let me up front. I'll do it.
No, you just waste time. I know how to do it. I know the channel.
Okay, but I feel awful foolish squatting here like a blamed Injun while a little old scrap of squaw no bigger than my arm does the hard work.
Just sit quietly.
Skip.
Yeah?
You smell something funny.
Yeah, this whole stinking swamp.
No, I mean about the girl's story.
Oh, a fish factory couldn't reek no higher. Husband lost in the swamp, but she don't call the cops.
Yeah, doesn't call in anybody for more than a month after he's gone. Nobody knows about it except us and the boy's father.
What I want to know is why ain't Julie's father here instead of her? You'd think if one of them had to go traipsing around this swamp, it'd be him.
If he's able-bodied.
Oh, he was able-bodied enough to come camping on Lake Drummond with Julie and his son, back when Julie's husband disappeared.
Yeah, that's right.
Captain Friday, you think the whole story's a phony? You guess ain't no husband?
Oh, I imagine there's a husband, all right. But nobody but a darn fool or a dinosaur would wander off alone and risk losing himself in this primeval wilderness. There's got to be more to it than that.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we get us a chance to talk, little Miss Julie's going to have a raft of questions to answer.
Yeah.
There. That puts us Clear water again.
Hey, the creek's widening out.
Oh, yes. Use the oars, Captain Friday. We'll make better time.
You're the boss.
Nothing but a few cypress to watch for.
Man, I'm just a fella to do the watching, too. Come on back here, Julie, and give yourself a rest.
I don't want to rest. I'm perfectly all right.
Sugar, you're real smart at dishing out orders. Now, let's see how good you can take them. Give me a hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You're just plain tucked it out, that's all. Come on. Easy now. There. Now sit yourself.
Oh, but you'll have to keep a sharp lookout. It's so hard to see in this twilight.
Yeah. Them moss-hung trees has closed in on us till you think we was rolling around in midnight.
It never gets light in the swamp.
Well, don't you worry. I got eyes like a hootie owl.
Well, get up there in the bow and keep those hoot owl eyes peeled. Those snags won't move out of our way.
Somebody's always taking the joy out of life. Okay, Cap. Hold it to the center of the creek.
Right. Now, Mrs. Lane, let's have it.
What?
The story. The real one this time.
I've told you the real story, Captain Friday. Except for one thing. Oh, don't you see, I couldn't stop to explain. We had to hurry to get here first.
First?
Hold it, Skip. One thing at a time. Now, you told me that you, your husband, and his father made a camping trip to Lake Drummond. Your husband wandered off one day and never returned. I take it he wasn't lost after all.
No. Captain Friday, he was kidnapped.
Oh, now we got some.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Look around you. What good do you think the police were doing here? I've always lived close to the swamp. I love it. I know it as well as anybody. But there are miles of it I've never seen. Nobody has. Except maybe a descendant of some old Cajun or swamp family.
Cajun?
The Cajuns are a queer mixture of the backcountry people. Live to themselves. They've had these swamps to themselves for ages. Of course, they had to fight snakes and bears and quicksand.
Quicksand? Is that stuff in here, too?
Plenty of it. That's another reason I couldn't ask the police for help. The note from the kidnappers warned me. They said they'd put Johnny in quicksand, alive.
Oh, great.
They promised to return him safe if he paid up?
They said they'd bring him back if we did what they said. But they didn't want money.
What?
Oh, whoever heard tell a kidnapper's not interested in dough.
These aren't.
Well, then what do they want?
I can't tell you.
Now, wait, Mrs. Lane. How do you expect us to help you if you won't say what's behind all this?
But I don't know what's behind it. Honestly, I don't. Oh, Captain Friday, what does it matter what they want, just so we save Johnny?
You don't trust the kidnappers to set him free?
They'll never free him. He's been with them a month. He must know something about them. They wouldn't dare let him go.
Well, maybe you've got something there, sister.
Easy, Cap. The creek's getting narrow again.
Oh, you can still use the oars for a while. We're almost there.
Well, pardon me if I sound curious, but just where is that?
The place where I lost the dummy.
The dummy? What's a dummy got to do with it?
Not a dummy, the dummy. The big, shaggy Cajun who lives in the edge of the swamp and can't talk. I followed him here, as far as that bend up ahead.
And lost him. Losing folks seems to be an awful bad habit of yours.
Well, you just try tracking somebody through this country.
You think this dummy had something to do with your husband's disappearance?
I know he did. Once a week he goes into the swamp, and each time I lose him. This is his day to go in again. I thought if we could get here first, we could hide and watch him.
Oh, so that's the reason for the hurry. Yeah. Reach me the pole, will you, Skip?
Why, Short? Pretty narrow here for rowing.
We only had a few minutes start as it was. The dummy always leaves right
Hold
after...
it.
What's up?
Listen. Hear that?
Hey, it's the dummy.
Yeah, right behind us. Skip, grab those vines. See if you can haul us into the bank.
You bet your life.
Captain Friday, it's only a few yards to the bend. Can't we get around it so we can walk?
No, not a prayer. Our only chance is to take cover. Let's work her in under the vines, Skip.
Yeah, okay. But it takes some doing. This stuff's been here since the year.
Yeah. Yeah, there. Yeah, that ought to do it. We're out of sight now. Mrs. Lane.
Yes?
Answer my questions, but keep your voice down.
All right.
How did you know the dummy was mixed up in this?
After the first kidnap note was delivered, I watched. The dummy brought others.
Did you question him?
No. He can't speak or write, and he pretends to be more feeble-minded than he is. But he's not crazy, Captain.
Does he know you spotted him?
I'm sure he doesn't. If he did...
Oh, there. He's close.
Glory, hallelujah. Do you see what I see?
I do.
That ain't a man, it's a gorilla.
I told you he was big.
You didn't exaggerate none. 6'6" if he's an inch, and built like a tar barrel. Lady, if that guy had caught on to you and wrapped a hand around your soft little neck.
I know. I've been terrified, but I had to find Johnny.
Listen at that. Sounds like a gorilla, too.
It's the way it talks to himself.
He's around the bend. Shove us out, Skip.
Yeah.
I'll help, Captain. Got the pole ready.
That ain't necessary. Here it goes. Like a rabbit out of a hole.
A couple of good thrusts ought to do it.
Yeah. Okay, now, hard a port. Swell. Hold it. I can see it. Hey.
What is it?
Well, look for yourself. He ain't here.
But he's gotta be. We were right behind him. He couldn't just vanish.
Well, he has. Are there any cross streams here he might have turned down?
Oh, not as far as the next bend. But he didn't have time to get that far.
Well, then he's taken to a trail.
Mrs. Lane, you stay here. Skip and I are going to search the banks.
Right with you, Cap. Here I go.
Oh, look out. The quicksand.
It's all right. This stuff will hold. Like balancing on top of wet jelly, though.
We won't go far. If anything frightens you, sing out.
Oh, just hurry, please. You'll lose him.
On my way. Yeah, get going, Skip. I'll keep in your tracks.
So going right. I can use somebody handy if this ground starts grabbing me. Nothing to do but slam straight through these vines.
Well, stay as close to the bank as you can. There's got to be a trail here somewhere.
Yeah, well, if there is, it'll show up like a lighthouse in a fog. And I can sure use some light, too. It's darker than the inside of a cow.
Yeah. Funny to think it must still be daylight up above this jungle. Yeah, maybe we've made better time searching the stream for the dummy's boat.
Oh, why, sure. He had to hide it somewhere. And at least we could tell our elbow from third base. If you want to go back...
Yeah, I might try this a little further.
Hey, that's Julie.
Yeah. Stay with me, Skip.
Yeah. We're coming, honey. Hey, can you see where you're going?
Yeah, a little light from the creek along the trail we broke. Now, there it is, straight ahead.
Lucky we didn't get far.
No, we're here. We're here, Mrs. Lane. What?
We're here, but she's gone.
Yeah, boat's gone, too. They both vanished.
Just like that dummy guy. But she couldn't be out of shouting range. Hey, Julie!
Mrs. Lane! Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. She can hear you, this charming Mrs. Lane. But I don't think she will answer.
Hey, who's that?
I can't see anybody.
No, senores, you cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner have gone with Julie Lane in search of the girl's kidnapped husband. They are deep in the heart of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina, a fearful region of ancient moss-hung trees, swarming vines, rotten earth, and quicksand, so buried in vegetation that not even a bird can live there. They were trailing the dummy, a huge gorilla-like descendant of a Cajun swamp family. But around a bend in the creek, the dummy vanished. When Captain Friday and Skip left Julie to search for him, she vanished too, and their boat disappeared with her. They shouted for her, but their only answer came in the mocking voice of an unseen man.
No, senores. You cannot see me. I don't think you ever will. I don't think you will live so long.
Oh, you don't, huh? You just step out and show yourself, and we'll see who lives the longest.
Hold it, Skip. You, whoever you are, is Mrs. Lane with you?
Si, senor. She is here. Morales has told you.
Ah, so that's your name, Morales. I won't forget that.
Listen, if Julie's there with you, why don't she answer us? If you've hurt that girl...
But she is not hurt. It is because she does not wish to be hurt that she will remain quiet.
What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten the dummy? Me. I am not so big, but he is much man. I do not think he'll like it that the Senora Lane lead you here. She make one sound, the great hand of the dummy will reach out and... like chicken for the pot. Goodbye, senores.
Well, that low down.
Listen, Morales. Maybe we can make a deal.
So? And what have you to offer?
Safety. For you and your gang. We'll get out of here and keep our mouths shut. You can go right ahead with your dirty work.
And from me, you want what?
The girl.
Only the girl? Not the young husband, too?
He'll have to take his chances. Just give us Mrs. Lane.
No, Captain Friday. John here.
Hey, what are you doing to Julie?
Enough, Tommy, enough. You see, senor, I do not wish to hurt you. Not yet. Such a beautiful lady.
Come on, Morales. What about my offer?
Your offer? I spit on your offer. I am safe now, Senor Capitan. You will never escape from these woods.
I wouldn't count on that, brother.
And how will you go? You are many miles from lake. You have no boat. The beds of the creeks, they are full of quicksand. And the woods, have you not seen? To go even a few yards requires many hours. No, senores, you will stay here till you rot. Bring the woman, dummy.
Wait, Morales.
There is nothing to wait for. I go to show the doctor our so pretty bride. She was not invited here, but she will be most welcome. The doctor also appreciates the beauty. Farewell, my friends, and pleasant dying.
Doggone it, Cap. Are we going to let that cheap gangster get away with this?
Did you hear what he said about a doctor? How does a doctor fit into this picture?
Never mind no doctor. What are we waiting for?
For our pal Morales to get out of earshot.
Yeah, but all that truck you was feeding him about trading Julie for safety. You must have known he wouldn't go for it.
Oh, but he did.
Huh?
I wanted to keep him talking. Not hard to do. Boys like Morales like to run off at the mouth.
Talking?
Skip, when Morales first spoke, could you tell where he was?
Oh, I got you. No, I couldn't. Sounded like he was all around.
That's it. All this water pressed down by the jungle makes a cave effect. But I knew where he was before he left.
Why, sure, right across the creek, behind that wall of fallen timber. Well, come on. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, better test the creek bottom first. Here, I'll get a branch off this tree.
Yeah, lots easier deaths than smothering in dirt. How's she feel?
Okay, no suction. No mud to your knees, though. Come on, let's go.
Oh, boy, you ain't kidding. I'd sooner wade through a tub of glue.
Yeah. Good the creek's narrow here.
Yeah. But what are we going to do now? There ain't no bank over here to climb out on. Water goes clean up to a mess of fallen stuff. You reckon we can clamber over?
Hell, the boats didn't. Got to be a way through it somehow.
Well, I'd give a pretty to find it. This stuff they call water feels like snakes tugging at my legs.
Uh-huh. Nasty. Tugging. Skip, you've got it.
Who, me?
Yeah, the water. Take a look. It's sluggish, but it's flowing.
Hey, it seems to be going under the barrier.
Exactly. And that's no pile of lumber we're looking at. It's just what you said, a gate, a barrier across the mouth of the Branch Creek. Now we know what we're looking for.
You're doggone tootin'. A rope or hinge to heist that wall up, or swing a rope.
Right. Or how about a vine? Now, here's one. Good stout grapevine. There. You hear that?
Oh, music to these ears. Give her another yank.
Here she comes.
And another creek behind her. Wow.
I'll keep it quiet. You see anybody?
Well, nary a soul.
I guess Morales was the only guard. Let's get a move on before he comes back.
Trail along the creek edge. I can just see it in the twilight.
Swell. Probably leads to the hideout.
Oh, boy, it feels good to get my toes out of this mush.
Yeah, we can make time on a dry trail, too.
Poor little old Julie. Well, the way I feel, a real thorough killing wouldn't do Morales a speck of harm.
Yeah, we haven't played it too smart, Skip. When the dummy let out that yell, we ought to have known we were close to home.
Yeah, but Julie said he was just talking to himself.
Not that time he wasn't. He was signaling Morales.
Hey, look. There's our boat.
Yeah. And the dummies. Skip, see what I see?
Huh?
The tarpaulin up on the bow has been jerked back.
Well, what do you know? Canned goods. Enough for an army.
Enough to keep the gang living in high for a few days, anyway.
So that's what the gorilla man was up to, running in supplies.
Yeah, they had to have a pipeline. We'll make it snappy, Skip. We've got to get off this trail. The dummies due back to unload.
It sure wouldn't be no healthy place to get trapped, would it? And look ahead. The path's just a black tunnel chopped through the wood. Oh, I wish we had a flashlight.
Yeah, we might take to the woods, but we'd make a noise like a herd of elephants. Now, come on, and keep it quiet.
Yeah. Cappy, I sure wish I knowed what this is all about. Personally, I'm up to my armpits in pure ignorance.
I could ask a few questions myself. For instance, why Julie's father-in-law sent her into danger instead of coming himself.
Right on the nose. And why she clammed up on us back in the boat.
Oh, that's easy. She's scared.
You mean her husband's old man? He might be out on a limb?
Yeah, or the husband himself. For all we know, the kidnapping's a blind. He could be up to his neck in this dirty work.
Could be, for a fact. Hey.
Huh?
Something's wrong with my ears.
What's that?
Well, I keep thinking I hear birds. There ain't no birds.
Oh, sure, it's birds.
But there ain't no birds. Birds don't come in here.
Well, not in the jungle itself. It's too dark and tangled. Yeah, there must be a clearing ahead.
Hey, then we're there.
Yeah, just about. There seems to be a sharp turn in our tunnel just ahead. Yeah, here we go. Skip. Sunlight.
Well, for crying out loud. Man, that's the prettiest sight Oh, doggone it. Now I can't see a thing. My eyes are crying like babies.
Yeah, I'm blind, too. Coming out of the swamp dark into bright light. Yeah, they'll clear in a second.
Hey, I thought you was in front of me.
I am.
Well, who's behind you? Hey, look out! Quit grabbing me! Quit!
The dummy. Let go, Skip. Let go, I tell you, or I... What the blue places?
No, Captain. Do not move.
Oh, another one, eh? Who are you?
Your friend is in no immediate danger. A little uncomfortable, perhaps, with his head bent so across the dummy's arm. An interesting physical specimen, the dummy. Magnificent development. A little more pressure upon your friend's head.
Tell him to release, Skip.
Ah, you are prepared to be amenable? Very excellent.
What do you want?
But impatient. A regrettable characteristic of Americans. To the scientific mind, patience is essential. I want only a little cooperation. Revolver in your hand. If you will drop it on the ground.
All right.
No false move. You will recall that I placed 2 rifle shots at your feet. Your eyes are clearing, yes? You can see now?
Yeah.
Then you will observe how the bullets kicked loose dirt over your boots. For a physician like me, it would be a simple matter to choose for a target that exact portion of the anatomy.
You can save the lecture. There's the gun. Now tell your ape to lay off Skip.
An ape? You are observing. I myself have compared him to the anthropoids. Dummy, release the man. Remove his weapon.
All right, fella?
I reckon so.
Do not be alarmed. The sensation will pass now that the breathing passages are no longer obstructed.
It's real kind of you, mister.
Doctor, my friend. Dr. Eckhart.
Why not make it Herr Doctor?
Exactly so. That would be more correct.
An uninvited guest in our country.
That is due to the stupidity of your people. But I'm here, and I have been of service. Perhaps later I shall be still of greater service. But enough of this. You will step forward out of the trail.
Now, that dummy. He never could have took me in a fair fight.
An interesting speculation. Perhaps we may arrange a little contest between you and him. We have so few amusements here. Gentlemen, how do you like our little home?
It ain't so little.
As you say, you observe the large living cabin. The one over there, the small cabin, is for, shall we say, storage? The wide protecting strip of marsh?
Protecting?
I should not advise you to cross it without a guard.
Hey, you got Julie across there.
You are concerned for her? But you need not be. She's safe with Morales.
Safe? With that guy?
Oh, perhaps he is a little nervous at the moment. We have been long in the woods, but I command here. He has his orders. I shall save Mrs. Lane for a higher destiny.
You talking about yourself?
Exactly.
Listen, you, I'll tear you limb from limb
You
if
will
you do
do nothing. Dummy.
Hey! Why, you ugly, knocking Skip out from behind.
And you, Captain. Very good. Excellent teamwork, Dummy. As I say, I am a cautious man. Our guests will not now observe our passage across the march. Search them, Dummy. Take them to the storage cabin and tie them tight. They will make excellent specimens for my table.
Tied hand and foot in a cabin in the inaccessible heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip are powerless to save the girl Julie. The second episode of It's Dismal to Die comes to you next week at the same time. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
All through the day, Captain Friday and Skip Turner poled their flat-bottomed boat along the crisscross waterways of Dismal Swamp, South Carolina. The girl, Julie Lane, crouched at the bow, directing them through the strangling vines that overhung the creeks and underwater forests of cypress knees, lurking to rake the bottom out of the boat. The jungle blacked out the sun and smothered the swamp in a weird twilight at all times. But they knew it must be close to evening. Captain Friday, you didn't fight your way into the heart of the Dismal Swamp just for the experience.
Oh, hardly. We're here in reply to an urgent telegram from Julie Lane. Her young husband had been kidnapped, although the kidnappers hadn't asked for ransom, and she swore she didn't know why he was being held. But she'd found out that messages from the kidnappers were being delivered by a giant dumb Cajun, a descendant of a race of swamp folks as old as white civilization in America. She'd followed him several times to a certain creek bend deep in the swamp, but always lost him.
Yeah, for a pretty little southern babe, though, that Julie had her head screwed on right. She figured if we could get to the bend first, we could spot where the dummy went to.
Yeah, but we didn't quite make it. The dummy caught up with us, and we had to take cover. By the time we'd rounded the bend, he'd disappeared.
Yeah, and right there's where we made our big mistake.
Okay, Skip, take over.
Well, we left Julie sitting in our boat while we tried to sniff out the dummy's trail. Only we'd no sooner turned our backs than the kidnappers grabbed her, too. And then when we located their hideout, what'd we do but walk ourselves right smack into the arms of a couple of them tough hombres.
Captain Friday and Skip woke up hog-tied in a little dark hole of a cabin, and somebody lying on the floor by the wall was moaning faintly.
Hey, you reckon that's Julie?
I can't tell from here.
Them low-down skunks have hurt her. Doggone it. It's blacker here than it was in the swamp.
Look at the window, Skip. Night coming on. Listen. Skip, that's not Julie. Sounds like a man.
Well, whoever it is, they need help. If I could get rolled over off my face.
Yeah. Sit up.
We can haunch ourselves across the floorboard.
Yeah. Gathering the season's finest crop of splinters.
Yeah.
Wait. I can see him now.
Yeah. It's a man, all right. Holy jumping. Look at the way they've roped him.
I'm looking. Ankles hitched to his wrists behind his back and the rope crossed around his neck.
Every move he makes half strangles him. Oh, what a nice party this is.
Hold it. He's coming too. Can you hear me, Mr. Lane?
Lane? Hey, you think this is Julie's husband?
Who else could it be?
Huh.
I reckon I've been thinking so hard about that pretty little black-haired Julie, I clean forgot her husband.
You...
Careful. Don't budge. You'll choke yourself.
But I hurt...
Now, we're friends, Lane. This is Skip Turner.
Yeah, and that's Captain Friday. We come looking for you.
Now, don't try to talk. We'll figure some way to get out of this.
Sure, we will. But I'd give it pretty if some little birdie'd tell me how.
Pocket.
Whoa there now. You just keep quiet like the captain
Wait,
said.
Skip, wait. What did you say, Lane?
Pocket. Pocket.
Something in your pocket?
Glass.
Uh-oh.
Skip, can you shove yourself around and reach into his pocket?
Well, I can sure make one honey of a try.
Easy. Don't bump him.
I'd sooner bounce a newborn baby on its head. Yeah, there's the pocket. Now, if I can just finagle one of my hands down into it. Hey.
Got it?
Yeah, a hunk of glass sharp as a razor, too. There she comes. There. Now, fella, you're going to be loose in nothing flat.
Better cut me loose first. We'll need both our hands when we work on him. Okay?
Yep. Hold still now. I got the glass against the rope. Hey, try sawing your hands up and down whilst I hold it tight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too all-fired energetic if I was you. Not unless you got a hankering to cut your hands off at the wrist. That does it.
Yeah, good. I'll take that glass. The rest can wait till the rope's off Lane's neck. There. One more minute. There.
Oh, thank you.
Now, never mind that. Just lie there and practice breathing. Yeah, just for my ankles. Your next, Skip.
Well, that don't make me mad.
Wrists. There. And ankles.
There we go.
Now we'll get you loose, Lane.
Yeah, about time, too. Hey, fella, don't them ropes hurt, biting into your flesh?
They did it first. I guess I must have passed out from the pain and the choking. But I don't feel anything now.
Now try straightening out.
All right. Funny, I can't move my legs or arms.
How long have they kept you bailed up that way, Lane?
Just this afternoon.
Uh-huh. Rub his arms, Skip. I'll go after his legs.
Sure thing. Hey, what'd you do to make him tie you up in knots, anyhow? Start a riot or something?
Tried to. Doctor comes here sometime to lecture me about the super race and what his country's going to do to the world in the next war.
Oh, now that's it.
I jumped him, but haven't had much to eat. I was pretty weak.
Hey.
He didn't like it.
They've been starving you, too?
Not exactly. The dummy always feeds me when he's here, but the rest of the time, the doctor and Morales don't bother much.
Hurts, huh?
A little.
Good. Circulation's coming back. Hang on, Lane. Be over in a minute.
Go ahead.
Are Morales and the doctor the only men here in the camp?
Except for the dummy. He comes once a week to bring food.
No sign of anyone else?
Funny you asking that. I've wondered myself.
Well, what's that mean?
I was only in the big cabin once. The dummy got me out to the edge of the swamp and turned me over to Morales and the doctor at the log cabin. I was only there a few minutes, but I could see they were equipped to take care of a lot more people. It was a pile of stretchers stacked against the wall.
But you're certain no one else has been in or out?
Positive. My window overlooks the main cabin. I've had nothing to do but look out of it.
Now, ain't that nice? 3 of them to 3 of us. Gents, this ought to be a picnic.
Yeah, well, one of us is in pretty bad shape.
If I can just get my feet under me, I'll be all right. Honest, I will. The pain's almost gone already.
Hey, you want to try it?
You bet I do.
Well, what we waiting for? Get his arm off.
Yeah. Easy now. Okay.
Swell. You don't need to hold me. Just let me walk around a little.
Watch out you don't stumble in the dark. Keep talking. Why were you brought here, Lane?
Oh, that's just it, Captain Friday. I can't figure it out.
There's been no talk of ransom?
No talk about anything. Except the doctor's crazy ideas. Once a week, they make me write a note to Dad to prove I'm alive. That's all I know about it.
Yeah, but they gotta want something.
Something that your father can supply. Could that be it?
Honestly, I haven't any idea. There'd have been some sense in kidnapping me when we lived in New York a few years back, but...
New York, huh?
Well, that explains one thing. I thought y'all lived close to here. But you don't sound like no southern boy to me.
No, we were New Yorkers until Dad lost his money. He used to be a wealthy man, a famous sportsman. About all he saved out of the crash was his boat and a little house down here that he used to stop at on his way to and from Florida.
Florida? A boat?
Yeah, Dad owns a good-sized houseboat. He's taken it down to Florida every winter for the last 30 years.
Even after he lost his dough? Well, it takes money to run them things.
Oh, he couldn't have managed it if it hadn't been for his friend.
Friend?
A big rancher from South America. Loads of money. 5 or 6 years back when Dad cracked up, they made a deal. Dad would take him south every fall in the houseboat and bring him back in the spring.
Uh-huh. You know this man?
No, I've never met him. He's a queer duck. Eccentric the way a lot of very rich men get. Well, my father can understand that. If you're rich, everybody you meet is after your money. Dad says this poor guy would go to all sorts of extremes to avoid people. Dress in shabby clothes, mix with the crew.
So that's it.
Hey, you got ID?
A barrel full.
Well, what's it all about? How did you two men get here, anyhow?
Never mind that now. Answer my questions. On these trips, did your dad supply the crew?
No, his friend did.
Same crew each time?
Oh, no. You see, Dad lived on the houseboat during the winter, but his friend didn't. So he'd just pick up a new crew for the trips.
Uh-huh. And your dad decided not to go to Florida this year?
Well, say, how did you know that?
That does it. Wrapped up in blue ribbons.
Yeah? Like you say, clear as mud.
We've got to get out of here. Any ideas, Lane?
I'm afraid not. I managed to break a water glass and hide that piece in my pocket. But these log walls are a foot thick.
I can't risk breaking down the door. We'd be heard clean to Jericho.
Yeah, iron bars on the windows, too.
That leaves the dummy.
The dummy?
Well, you said he brought your food when he was here.
That's right. He ought to be here pretty soon now. Black dark outside. He must have finished eating up at the main cabin.
And he won't be expecting trouble. Skip?
Save your breath, boss. Just leave me get my paws on that baby. Just let me wrap my arms around his neck.
Okay, you take one side of the door, I'll get the other. Now you stay out of this, Lane.
Why, no, I'm all right. I got a few scores to pay.
Hey, watch it. Here he comes. Look out the window.
Yeah, somebody's coming across the swamp with a torch. Now, when I shut the door behind him, we take him, Skip. Get it?
And how? And I don't need no blueprint.
Okay, everybody. Steady.
Let's take him. I got him.
And one red engine bites the dust.
Gee, that was a fight.
You all right, Skip?
Yeah, ain't his fault, though. That boy don't care what rules he plays by.
Well, that's one down, 2 to go.
About time, too. Oh, when I think of that poor little Julie.
Cut it. We got enough trouble without the kid going crazy. He doesn't know about Julie. Oh. Now, Lane, you know the layout. Can you lead me to the main cabin?
Sure I can.
Good. Stay here, Skip. Get this fella tied up and follow us as quick as you can.
Yeah, in 2 ticks.
All right, Lane, and keep it quiet.
Right. There's a sort of path between the 2 cabins. Better stick to it. Quicksand around.
I'm right behind you.
Swell. A little lighter out here. Moon coming up.
Now, look here, Lane. You asked how we got here.
Well, I wondered. How'd you find your way in?
I'd better warn you before we get there. Just keep your head, will you?
No!
What's that?
Don't touch me!
Why, that sounds like... That's Julie. That's my wife.
Please!
That's Julie. I'll kill somebody. I'll kill him with my own hands.
In the desolate heart of Dismal Swamp, Captain Friday and Skip, with the girl Julie, have found the hideout of the kidnappers who nabbed Johnny Lane, her husband. But the kidnappers also caught Julie, and when Captain Friday and Skip went to her rescue, they were ambushed. Tied and thrown into a cabin used for storage, they have succeeded in releasing themselves and young Lane. Then, a scream in the night, And Johnny first learned that his wife is in the hands of his tormentors.
Lane, listen to me.
Let me go. Let go of me.
You young fool, stop fighting and keep your voice down.
That's Julie. She screamed.
Yes, Julie brought us here. They caught her. You'll have to face it.
Blast you, I got to...
You've got to use your head. They're armed. We're not. Not a good you'll do her running smack into a bullet. Snap out of it, boy.
Well, do something. Do something.
Follow me. Make for the cabin, but keep it quiet.
Hurry.
Keep close to me. Now give me the layout of the cabin as we go.
Big main room up front. Kitchen lean-to and back.
Doors?
Front and back. This path leads to the kitchen door.
Yeah, looks like it's open. Lamplight filtering out.
Let's rush it.
Not until we've done a little reconnoitering.
But my wife, Julie.
You'll help her most by not sticking our necks out. Hey, look, the path seems to run around the house. That's for us.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Easy around the corner.
Lighted window up ahead.
That's where we're headed. Easy now. Heads down until we get under the window.
That's Julie sobbing.
Quiet. Okay. Inch up under the window. Careful. Don't hurry.
Captain, she's all right. See, Julie's all right.
Just scared, I'd say. The doctor and Morales seem to be having a little argument. That's a pleasant sight.
Why do you say that?
If we can get them quarreling among themselves, they're likely to do our work for us. Okay, this gives us the setup. Now we'll go in the back way. Quick as you can.
The back door?
Yeah, hold it. Yeah, nice of the dummy to leave the back door open for us.
That door across the room there opens into the main room.
Good.
You think we'll be able to hear through it?
We'll see. Here we go. Yeah. So far, so good.
Can't hear a thing.
And we'll have to ease it open. Quiet now.
I'm waiting, Morales. It will be instructive to ascertain what excuse you can offer for disobeying my orders. Orders? The doctor is joking. I congratulate you. It is difficult to surprise me, but you have succeeded. Even a man of your limited mentality should have realized that I never joke. But I don't understand. To a scientist, patience is essential. But I suggest that you do not try me too far. Mrs. Lane, this Dummkopf has received orders to leave you alone. He saw fit to disregard them. Accept my apologies.
It doesn't matter.
You are generous. A peculiar American trait which I cannot admire. Generosity is weakness, my dear Mrs. Lane. We must endeavor to cure you of it.
Dr. Eckhart, please. If I could just be by myself a little while...
You wish to retire?
Yes.
It pains me to refuse the request, but I cannot permit it. You have been a witness to the insubordination of the Schweinehund. It is fitting that you should also witness his punishment.
But I don't want to.
You force me to remind you that it is not a question of what you want, but of what I consider desirable. Well, Morales, I'm waiting. What have I done, Senor Doctor? This lovely young lady is lonely, is it not so? She's sad. What harm to offer her the consolation? To speak the words of admiration? To steal the kiss?
Why, the dirty...
Lane, keep still.
If either one of them...
Listen.
Permit me to explain the obvious. Your fault does not lie in your familiarities with Mrs. Lane. You had your orders. You disobeyed them. And why was I given these orders? The Herr Doctor would like to explain this also. That does not concern you. Unquestioning obedience is demanded. It is perhaps because the Herr Doctor wants the Senora all for himself. You forget yourself. My intentions are not to be questioned. Oh, no, Senor Doctor. I don't think so. It was Morales who found the Senora. She belongs to me. I will keep her.
Oh, no.
He's got a knife.
Yeah, but watch the doctor.
So, you threaten me, huh? See. The great Doctor Dr. Eckhart. Always he is right. Do not move, Senor Doctor. If you move, this little knife will flick out like the tongue of a snake. So small, so deadly.
That is enough. Your usefulness is ended. There's no place for such as you in our great enterprise.
Your great enterprise. I spit upon it. Always you and your kind make the big noise, the big trouble. Twice you have promised to conquer the world. Twice you are defeated. Now you are finished.
My country is never defeated. Nor am I.
Upon you also I speak.
You killed him. You killed Morales.
Certainly. Exactly through the heart. Excellent. You are surprised, Mrs. Lane? I'm a superb shot. I do all things well. I have held the gun aimed and ready here in my pocket since I entered this room. I could have killed him at any moment.
But you could have wounded him. You didn't have to shoot him dead.
Extraordinary. I find myself constantly amazed at the naivety of the American mind. No, I did not have killed him. But why should I permit him to live? He has been useful in the past, yes. He is no longer so. These fools. When we win, they lick our boots. But when the tide turns, they would like to leap upon us and tear us. It does not matter. There will be many to take Morales' place when the day comes. Besides, it will be more pleasant without him.
You're horrible. Horrible.
Indeed. I find you charming. Sit down again, Mrs. Lane. We have matters to discuss.
I've nothing to say to you. Ever.
So, Morales has profited by his lesson. It would seem you have not. Need I remind you that I do not tolerate disobedience? Sit down, Mrs. Lane. That is better.
Hey, what's
Make
going
yourself
on
quite
here?
comfortable.
Don't make a sound.
Yeah, but what's up? I was coming up from roping the gorilla when I heard a shot. Then I seen you two in here crouching on the floor like a couple of tomcats in a mouse hole.
The doctor just shot Morales. Now he's got Julie.
Hold it, both of you. Listen.
You assure me. It is regrettable that you should choose the chair across the room from me. However, no matter for the moment.
Dr. Eckhart, what do you want?
Then we do have things to discuss. Excellent.
Why did you kidnap Johnny?
Very simple. Your husband's father presumed to interfere with my plans. That I do not allow. A small question of the use of his boat. It occurred to me that he would be, shall we say, more amenable if his son's life depended on it.
I don't understand.
It is not necessary that you should. There has been an absurd evaluation placed upon woman's mentality. That, too, we shall rectify. A woman should be charming, docile.
But you let Johnny go if Father Lane does what you wish.
That, my dear, depends entirely on you.
On me?
Exactly. Tomorrow, the dummy will carry certain communications to your husband's father. There will be a brief note from the younger Mr. Lane as proof of his continued existence. You, my dear, will add a line, and I shall send a letter embodying exact instructions.
You'll do anything you say?
Quite so. These lessons in obedience are salutary, but we must allow him a day or so to prepare his vessel for our little journey, days which might pass slowly except for your unexpected arrival. It will please me to spend this interval of waiting in your company.
Dr. Eckhart, if you knew how you made my flesh crawl, if you knew...
So, Perhaps you would care to consider the consequences of such an attitude. I am a doctor. I am also a surgeon. There are certain operations which I have never been called upon to perform in my career. Very curious operations, very intricate. Painful, too, I fear. Unfortunately, I have only a limited supply of anesthetic. Too little, I'm sure, to prove effective in deadening.
What are you trying to tell me?
Simply, my dear young woman, that the decision is entirely yours.
But you'd let Johnny go? You promised?
Gladly. You have my word. And now, dear Mrs. Lane, surely you will be more comfortable here beside me?
I can't take this.
Hey.
Johnny, stay where you are.
Julie, wait! Don't go near him!
Johnny, it's you.
Stop, Mr. Lane, I warn you.
Johnny, the gun.
Yes, the gun. Do not move, either of you.
Oh, Johnny, why did you come here?
It's all right, darling. We never had a chance of getting away, any of us.
But he promised. He was going to let you go.
You didn't really believe that, did you? Look at him.
Quite right, my young friend. No, I had no intention of allowing you to live. This place must remain secret. Still, you might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
Captain Friday and Skip Turner watch tensely as the doctor lifts his gun against Johnny Lane. Why does the doctor want the Lane boat? Why is he prepared to murder his captives to keep his hideout unknown? You will hear the answer to these questions next week in the closing episode of It's Dismal to Die, entitled Bad Medicine for the Doctor. You are listening to Adventures by Morse. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents It's Dismal to Die, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Dead of night, in the desolate heart of the dismal swamp. And in the lonely hideout, Dr. Eckhart has just raised his gun to shoot down Johnny Lane before his young wife's eyes. Captain Friday and Skip Turner came here with Julie Lane in an attempt to rescue her kidnapped husband. But Julie was stolen from them, and they themselves were ambushed. They managed to free themselves and Johnny, and to overpower the gigantic swamp man called the Dummy. Then they crept along the narrow path between the quicksands into the kitchen lean-to of the main cabin. Through a crack in the door that leads to the living quarters, they watched the doctor shoot down his assistant Morales in a quarrel over Julie. But Johnny lost his head and rushed to his wife's assistance. In a cold fury, the doctor leveled his gun.
Now, Mr. Lane, it is your turn.
You fool. A crazy young idiot.
Yep, that's torn in little bitty pieces.
This interruption was ill-advised, Mr. Lane. You might have had several more days in which to enjoy your miserable little life. As it is, you force me to eliminate you now.
No, please.
Mrs. Lane, remain where you are. If you move by a hair's breadth, I shall shoot your husband in the abdomen. It will kill him just as surely as a bullet through the brain. But he will not die so quickly. No, I can assure you as a doctor and a scientist, so painlessly.
Johnny.
Better stay still, darling.
Now, Mr. Lane.
Hey, boss, are we just going to stand by and
Quiet.
You aren't going to kill me, Dr. Eckhart.
No? You interest me. The fantasy of a disordered mind. Or possibly the vaunted American tendency to laugh at death. I do not approve. Death is serious, Mr. Lane, as life is serious. That is why we are the master race. That is why in the end we cannot fail.
Oh, yes, you can. As a matter of fact, you already have.
Another joke?
Plain truth. You can't kill all of us, you know.
All of you?
You're pretty good with a gun here, Doctor. But even Annie Oakley would have her trouble spotting 3 active men.
3?
Captain Friday and Skip, they're loose too?
Of course they are. Wouldn't you think the doctor would have realized that when he saw me up here?
Where are they?
Getting a little careless in your old age here, Doctor? Maybe you ought to keep that super mind of yours on business and leave
Be silent. Answer me.
Well, make up your mind, can't you?
Johnny, please.
All right, Julie. Glad to tell the doctor all about it. Let's see now. Did you know I broke a glass one day, Doctor? Too bad the dummy isn't as careful as you are. I managed to keep a piece
Good
with a
boy.
nice...
We can stall a few minutes.
And a few minutes is all.
That's all we need.
Yeah? You got something in mind?
Wait till I get the door shut so we can
I'm
talk.
coming to it.
Skip, there's only one lamp in that room. You can't see it from here, but it's on a straight line from a window.
How you know that?
Saw it when Johnny and I were snooping around. Now, if we rush the doctor with that light on, somebody's going to get hurt. Do you think you can get it out?
Can I? Oh, just let me wrap my paw around a hunk of rock.
There are plenty of those outside. But smash the window before you let fly.
Smash the window? What for? The rock will do that going through.
Listen, Dope. If the doctor pressed that trigger by reflex action when the light went out, Johnny'd end up with a smashed skull. But when the window crashes behind him, he's practically bound to whirl around. You get it?
Oh, sure, I get it. He spins around and aims squares for me.
Yeah. Now, you'll have to get that lamp fast.
Yeah. Don't worry yourself none. When I got my skin to think about, greased lightning don't hold a candle to me.
Okay. That smashed window will be my cue. I'll rush him from here. And don't miss that lamp.
Brother, it's sure too bad you never seen me pitching sandlot baseball down home. Man, I could have give Grover Cleveland Alexander pointers if I'd have minded to.
I guess you ought to watch those impulsive little gestures of yours there, Doctor. Too bad you bumped Morales off. You could have used him about now. As it is, you're 1 against 3.
Now it is you who forget. There is still the dummy. A formidable opponent, my young friend.
Oh, yes, the dummy. Didn't I tell you?
Tell me what?
I wouldn't count on him if I were you. He's lying in the storage cabin, tied up like a bundle of laundry.
You got the dummy? Oh, thank heaven.
When you talk about formidable opponents, Dr. Eckhart, don't underrate Captain Friday and Skip Turner. And no mean shakes themselves. As I said, you're 1 against the 3 of us.
So, and you imagine the balance is in your favor. I hold in my hand a powerful assistant, Mr. Lane. 1 against 3. But the 1 is armed.
If you fire, they'll be on you like wolves. You can't get all of us.
I do not admit that. However, there is a possibility that I might not. A slim possibility. But I have considered it. The light is dim. I'm a careful man. I take no chances. Congratulate your husband, Mrs. Lane.
What do you mean?
He has convinced me of the advisability of changing my tactics. Captain Friday.
Say, what the devil...
Be silent. Captain Friday. I have no time for childish games. Naturally, you are within hearing distance. Reply, if you please.
Okay, Doc. Spare your voice. I'm here.
Behind the door or the lean-to. No doubt Mr. Turner is with you?
You're doing the talking.
I am. Listen carefully, please.
With both ears.
In 1 moment, I shall leave this cabin. You, Mr. Turner, and Mr. Lane will remain here. You will make no move to follow me.
Oh, that right?
You will not raise a finger to prevent my escape.
I see. You wouldn't be taking Mrs. Lane with you, I suppose?
Excellent. For once, I need not point out the obvious. Naturally, Mrs. Lane accompanies me.
Julie? Oh, no, you don't. Julie stays right here.
Mr. Lane, may I remind you again that I hold a weapon in my hand? Do not move.
Weapon or no weapon, Julie stays here.
My dear young man, are you totally devoid of intelligence? Her dead body may remain here.
Better get it straight, Johnny. One false move out of you and he'll shoot your wife.
I'll get you. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
Perhaps you might. That is a possibility which I also admit. But it will scarcely restore your wife to life.
How about you, Julie? Seems to me you're the one most concerned.
I'll go with the doctor.
Splendid, my dear.
Julie, you can't.
Oh, don't you see, Johnny? I can't do anything else. If I refused, he'd kill you. If you try to stop me, he'll shoot me and probably you, too. It's our only chance.
A clear summation of the facts. No need you concern yourself about the young woman. Due to this unexpected alteration in my schedule, I shall not have time for her excellent company.
I wouldn't believe you on a stack of Bibles.
You can this time, Johnny. He'll be too busy saving his own hide. Won't be quite so easy to get to Florida now.
Florida? Why do you say Florida?
Oh, come now, Doc. I know all about it.
You know nothing.
No? Let's start back a few years. Your Fuhrer's pals had quite an organization built up in this country before the war. But the FBI wasn't as sound asleep as you thought. After Pearl Harbor, the boys made mincemeat out of your setup.
So?
So you had to get new agents in to take the places of the ones you lost. You tried sending a few in by submarine. Not so hot. If they managed to land, they were picked up a few miles inland. You had to find a safer route. That's where you proved useful.
Go on. I'm listening.
You've been running a neat little underground railway here, Doctor. You smuggled your boys into Florida from South America. There's a huge tract of swamp down in Florida, too, the Everglades. They'd hide out until it was safe to bring them up here.
You know, too, how they were brought?
Well, that's clear as glass. Through the inland waterway and the Dismal Swamp Canal. Yeah, you were pretty smart. Morales posed as a rich ranchero and got hold of Johnny's father. He had a big houseboat, no money to run it. You hired his boat and supplied him with crews. New agents coming in. Old ones and escaped prisoners of war going out.
No one suspected, no one.
No. Not until Mr. Lane caught on. Refused to play any longer. Why should they catch on? He'd been making that trip for 30 years. Everybody along the waterways knew him and his boat. You were safe as houses. Well, how does that stack up?
You know much. But there is much you do not know.
Oh?
You stupid Americans. You think because you have won 2 little victories that we are finished. Kaput. It is laughable. You think because your soldiers rule our country that we are helpless. Like children, you are incapable of understanding what it is to prepare for every emergency.
Got your plans all made, huh?
They were made before a gun was fired. There are still places on this earth where we are welcomed. There are hidden and inaccessible spots where we can live and work without interference until we are ready.
Yeah?
I go now, Captain. But in time I shall return to this country. I and my men will seep into your homes, your towns, your public offices. This time we shall not strike until we are assured of final victory. Mrs. Lane.
Yes?
You will walk ahead of me to the door. You will open it and precede me through it. Mr. Lane, I advise you to remain quite still.
Captain Friday, isn't there anything we can do?
No, Mr. Lane. There is nothing you can do. You may proceed.
Hey, Doc!
Duck, kid!
What's that?
The lamp skip.
Coming up!
Keep away from me, I warn you.
That's what you think. Just let me get my hands on you.
Julie, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. Captain Friday, the captain. He's on fire.
Hey, get her out of here, Johnny, fast.
Right.
Skip, where's the doctor?
I don't know. He couldn't have got out the window. I come in that way. The front door. It's open, Captain.
Yeah, that's the way he went, all right. Get Julie out of here. Kerosene all over the place, going up like a haystack.
Come on, darling, hurry.
Skip.
Yeah, boss?
Our guns. Ought to be in here somewhere.
You get the table. I'll try the chest.
Right. Any luck?
Not yet. This doggone smoke. Hey.
You got them?
Yes, sir, both of them. Flashlights, too. Whoopee!
Now, don't stop to gloat. Grab them and run. And don't spare the horses.
Murder has moved into the black, decaying heart of the dismal swamp, which Dr. Eckhart has used as a headquarters for a band of enemy agents. A few moments ago, the Herr Doctor shot down his assistant Morales. He intended to kill his prisoners, too. But Captain Friday and Skip made their escape and released young Johnny Lane. At the main cabin, Skip threw a rock through the window of the room where the doctor was holding Julie Lane, smashing the lamp and setting the cabin on fire. In the mix-up, Dr. Eckhart made his escape. Now, outside the burning building, Johnny and Julie are anxiously waiting for Captain Friday and Skip.
Johnny, what's happened to them? Why don't they come out?
Now, darling, don't worry. Captain Friday and Mr. Turner can take care of themselves.
But the whole inside of the cabin's in flames. The fire's licking at the roof. Johnny, those shots the doctor fired, they may have been hurt.
They both sounded all right. I don't know, though. Everything happened so fast.
We gotta go back in there, drag them out.
Wait a second. Captain Friday, Turner, you all right?
Keep your shirt on, fella. We're coming.
There's one of them running out of the door. It's Skip.
And Captain Friday right behind him. Over here. Here we are.
Okay. Be right with you. Doggone smoke. Ain't enough. It stings the man's eyes out. Got to choke him to death, too.
You're not hurt. You're both all right.
Hey, Sugar, what's the matter with you?
We thought you'd been hurt. The flames, you might have been burned to death.
No, not us, Mrs. Lane. We just had a little business to attend to.
Uh-huh. Getting back the guns the doc lifted off us.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Ain't she a sweetheart? You know, I've seen a lot of pretty little females in my time, but never one that fitted the palm of my hand like this here shooting pistol.
Look, ought we to stand here in the light from the fire? If the doctor's hanging around out there in the dark...
Not a chance. He won't be hanging around here. Come daylight, we'd have him cold.
Yeah, he'd make tracks out of the swamp.
Right, and we're going after him, fast as we can make it. Johnny.
Yeah?
I gather there's quicksand all around this camp. You know the path through it?
Well, I've seen the men take it from the window of the cabin where they held me.
Uh-huh.
I was going to try it if I'd managed to get away.
Now, do you think you can show it to us now?
I don't know. It's tricky even in the daytime.
Yeah, we'll have to try it. Here, take the flashlight. I'll be right at your heels in case you get into trouble. All right, let's go, boys.
Yeah. Hey, what about little Julie?
Huh?
Me? What about me?
Oh, we can't leave you here all by your lonesome.
I'll say you can't. How do you think you'd find the trail without me?
Yeah, she's right at that, Skip. She's the only one who knows it.
Yeah, but honey, you're plumb tuckered out.
Tuckered nothing. I brought you in here, Skip Turner, and I'm taking you out. Right, Johnny?
Swell, Julie. If these gentlemen can go looking for trouble, I guess it's up to us to help them find it. So let me get the flashlight on. Ought to be a path through the marsh leading off close to here.
Hey, is that it?
Looks like it. Come on. We can make time at first.
All right. Now, better make it Indian file, Skip. Julie? And no straying.
Hang on to my coattails, honey.
I got him.
Oh, slow down, everybody.
Huh?
Marsh grass coming up.
All right. Hold it, Skip.
Yeah.
What's marsh grass got to do with it?
It marks the place where the quicksand begins.
Oh, yeah.
We seem to make a 3 or 4 foot jump here. Sort of at an angle. Funny, I can't tell where we're supposed to land.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it. Now, swing your flashlight to the right again.
Okay.
Now, a little further. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Flat rock.
Uh-huh.
That must be the place.
Here, Johnny. Hand over that flashlight. I'll try it. If it's safe, I'll hold the light for the rest of you.
All right, Captain, but don't miss.
Don't worry. I won't. Yeah, good. Yeah, she's sound as $1. All right, come ahead, Johnny.
All right. Right with you.
Yeah, it's fine. All right. You next, Julie.
Right.
Think you can make it?
Well, that's awful big jump for awful little gal.
Oh, you. I'm the original mountain goat.
Gotcha.
Let's see if you can do it that well, Mr. Turner.
Well, it'll be a tough job at that. Well, stand back there, Bonnie. Give a guy room. There.
All right. Come on now, and don't talk.
Boy, it sure feels good to plank my feet on firm ground again. If I'd have had to jump one more of them quaking balls.
Quiet, Skip. Yeah, we can't be far from the boats now.
Hey, you think he'll have left us one? Mighty kind of him.
Nope, that's just sensible.
Takes time to scuttle a boat, Skip. Guess you'd be right after him.
Yeah, that's so, ain't it? And he couldn't trail an extra boat behind him either, unless he wanted to snarl up for a fare you well.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hmm?
See? Water ahead. You see the gleam?
Yeah. Cut that light.
Right.
Good. Now listen, everybody. Down on your hands and knees. We creep up within sight of the stream. Then Johnny snaps the light on. But stay down. We've made good time, and the dock can't be far away. Now, you got it?
Sure thing.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, Johnny. The light.
Right.
There it is. The boat.
Yeah. One boat. And that's all. That means the dock's still ahead of us.
Well, it can't be far. Come on, let's get a move on.
Wait. Better look at that boat first. Come on, bring the light, Johnny.
I'm with you.
All right. Yeah. Now throw the beam in the boat. Uh-huh.
Hey, why, doggone his hide.
What's the matter?
Look for yourself. Oh, that mangy old buzzard. He ain't nothing but a low-down thief. He done stole our oars.
Well, what'd you expect, Skip? Well, it won't delay us for long, though. Plenty of stuff around to pull with. Johnny, swing that beam along shore so we can pick it down. Cut that light.
Julie, where are you?
I'm here, but so's the doctor.
Quite right, my dear Mrs. Lane. I have been here since you reached the stream. It was time to make my presence known.
Yeah? Why right now?
I cannot permit you to provide yourself with substitute poles. Not at the moment. Had you reached the stream 2 minutes later, it would have made no difference.
Uh-huh. Got here a little too early for you, eh, Doctor?
I believed it would take you longer. I had expected to be through the floodgate before you reached this place. But I always take precautions in the event...
The floodgate?
Exactly, Captain Friday. The barrier which closes the stream leading to our camp. I must ask you and your friends to remain without moving until I have opened it and closed it behind me.
And then what?
Then, Captain, nothing you do will concern me. As you have no doubt observed, the barrier is extremely heavy. It is operated by a most ingenious mechanism. When I am outside, I shall destroy the mechanism.
Hey, that'd trap us in here.
Yeah, he'd be halfway to Florida before we get out.
Listen, my excellent friends.
Johnny, hand over that flash. Now, flat on your faces, you and Julie.
What?
Get down. Ready, Skip?
Raring to go.
Auf Wiedersehen until I return.
Watch it now, Skip. I'm going to use the flashlight. There he is. Let's take him.
Yeah. Brother, you ain't never going to get that gate shut. Stop, you fools. Stay where you are. Oh, so that's the way you want it, huh? Well, two can play at that game.
Don't kill him, Skip. We want him alive.
Sure. I'm just keeping him bothered.
I warn you. Stay away from me.
Grab the boat, Skip, and spill him out. The water's shallow. I'll keep the light on him.
Now you're talking. And over you go.
No.
That does it.
I got him, boss. I got it. Stay still, doggone.
Take your hands off me. Let go.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out, Skip.
I told you. You will never take me.
Skip. Are you all right, fella?
Sure. I just slipped in the mud. A little blow like that would never push me over.
Well, never mind that now. He's making for the bend. If he gets around it, we may lose him.
Well, come on. Keep that light steady.
Well, it's not so easy in this mud.
Oh, well, we're gaining on him just the same.
You better give up, Doc. You ain't got a coon's chance.
I will never give up. And you will never...
Hey, what?
Skip, don't move another step.
Help me, help.
Yeah, but what's got into him?
Don't you see? He's in quicksand.
Quicksand. Great glory.
Help me, please. Please, you cannot let me die like this.
Fella, I reckon you're right.
Not even a rat like you.
Doctor, listen. There are vines above you. Grab them.
Yeah.
Now, hang on till I can get back with an oar.
But I still think I can uphold.
Sure you can. Anyways, you better. Hey, don't try to pull. Keep working your body from side to side.
All right, here we are. Now, when I reach the oar to you, let go the vines and grab it. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Now, come on. Just keep working your body. That's it. There. We'll pull from this end. Give me a hand, Skip.
Here. Slow and steady ought to do it, huh? We went to too much trouble to nab you alive, Doc, to hand you over to quicksand. I reckon the FBI will want to have a little talk with you about them hideouts you and your friends fixed up to hatch another war in. That's it, baby. Come on. Come to Papa.
Are you coming, Skip? Dr. Eckhart giving you any trouble?
What, wrapped up in vines like he is? Heck, fine, no. He and the dummy are laying in the bottom of my boat peaceful as babies. Now, how you folks coming in your boat?
Everything under control.
You know, one thing's still nagging at me, though.
What's that?
The same thing that's bothered me all along. Julie, why in thunder didn't Johnny's old man come with us instead of sending you?
Oh, but don't you see? He couldn't come. The ransom notes ordered him to be ready to leave when they sent word. He had to stay with a houseboat. Thought Johnny's life depended on it.
Poor Dad. What'll they do to him, Captain Friday? He didn't know he was running enemy agents in and out of the country.
And he still doesn't. He never suspected Morales at all till the last trip. Then he thought the men were criminals, gangsters skipping the country.
It'll just about kill him when he finds out. You think he'll jail him?
Well, I can't answer for the FBI, Johnny. But your father didn't know the score. They might figure you Lanes did the country a pretty big service after all.
What do you mean?
Well, the government men know these enemy agents had bases of retreat lined up in case of defeat. Locating those bases and wiping them out is important to the whole world. We're giving them a guy who can spot those hideouts. No, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. When we hand the doc over to the FBI, I'd say it'll be all over but the shouting.
So, like all who live by the sword, Herr Dr. Eckhart finally has come to the time in his life where he must face the consequences. You are listening to Adventures by Morse.